Vhumad God chapter 2888 to chapter 2971. Next, Lin Xian proposed another condition, which was to protect the younger generation of the human race. This was both to protect the human race's prodigies and also to pave a way out for himself. After all, he had been too conspicuous in quelling the dark chaos this time. First, he had displayed the 9-yang divine body and great dragon sword soul. Finally, he had used this stance to defeat countless experts. If he left his great success divine body, he would attract endless revenge. Therefore, he had to make them sign an agreement that they could not attack him. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races naturally understood this. However, one of the saints of the silver lightning race hesitated for a moment and was killed by Lin Xian with a glance. Seeing this scene, the other saints quickly signed the agreement. This meant that saint-level existences would not move around casually, and would not attack the younger generation. Naturally, the humans also signed the agreement. After all, the 10,000 ancient races were also worried that their princes and princesses would be attacked by human experts. Just like that, an extremely terrifying dark upheaval was quelled. Both sides retreated and left. Lin Xian directly formed the immemorial covenant into a golden mountain that pierced the clouds and stood on the ground. He was not afraid that the 10,000 ancient races would go back on their word, because this covenant was very strange. It was passed down from the immemorial era, and once violated, it would be punished by the heavens. After quelling the dark chaos, the 9-yang sword saint's soul also heaved a sigh of relief. He was now very weak. "Senior, don't worry, I will go to Black Demon Cliff now." Lin Xian tore through the void and returned to Black Demon Cliff. Black Demon Cliff was still a terrifying forbidden land. Although the body of the great success divine body had been dug out, just the demonic chi here alone was not a place that anyone could enter. However, the demonic chi had no effect on Lin Xian. His body shone brightly, and the runes under his feet danced, tearing apart the demonic chi that filled the sky. In an instant, he arrived in the depths of Black Demon Cliff. No matter how peerless and talented you are, if you don't become an immortal, you will eventually become a pile of dirt. The 9-yang sword saint's soul finally sighed and looked at Lin Xian. "Young man, advance towards the path of the great emperor. Open the immortal gate and become an immortal above the great emperor. That is the way to eternity." His soul slowly dissipated, and his voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's body left the great success divine body. Tears welled up in his eyes as he watched this scene. "Senior, have a safe journey." "Senior, don't worry. I will definitely bring glory to the 9-yang divine body and live up to your reputation." The divine body once again turned into a golden skeleton and entered the depths of the Black Demon Cliff. Lin Xian was wrapped in a golden light and left Black Demon Cliff. "Hall Master, you're here." Outside Black Demon Cliff, the Saint of Immortal Palace was waiting. When Lin Xian came out, they directly opened the jade door and returned to Immortal Palace. After returning to Immortal Palace, Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Everything that had happened before was like a dream. He had actually quelled the dark rebellion. It was truly inconceivable. A cold light erupted from his eyes. Although he had stopped the chaos in the darkness, the 10,000 ancient races absolutely wouldn't give up so easily. Next, there would probably be another fierce battle. Of course, the main force of this battle would be the younger generation. According to the information they had received, there was a reason why the 10,000 ancient races had revived at this time. It was because they had deduced that the legendary Immortal Gate would open in this era. In other words, in this era, there would be a great emperor who could successfully open the Immortal Gate and become the legendary immortal. And to become an immortal, one must first become a great emperor. However, becoming a great emperor was simply too difficult. Countless geniuses would embark on the path of becoming a great emperor, but in the end, only one person could reach the peak. And in this era, the difficulty would increase by 100 times. This was because in the past, it was only an internal competition of the human race. But in this era, the 10,000 ancient races had revived. In addition to the geniuses of the other sacred grounds, the human race's geniuses also had to face the peerless geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races. They even had to face the princes and princesses. It was too difficult. It was simply too difficult. The path of becoming a great emperor this time would probably surpass the past. No one could have predicted it. Lin Xian also clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He would definitely walk the path of becoming a great emperor. So what if the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races appeared? So what if the princes and princesses appeared? He had to defeat all the strong opponents and successfully reach the peak. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian began to cultivate in seclusion. First, he restored his body to its peak state. Then, Lin Xian began to cultivate the nine-yang divine body. This time, after entering the greater success divine body, Lin Xian knew what the final state of the nine-yang divine body was like. This was very clear about the path he wanted to take in the future. Therefore, this cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. Not long after, his nine-yang divine body broke through and reached the third level. Reaching the third level, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. His nine-yang divine body could be considered to have entered the lesser success realm. Not only that, this time, Lin Xian obtained the cultivation method of the last 6 levels of the nine-yang divine body. At the same time, he also obtained the cultivation method of the nine-yang sword technique. It could be said that he was now the true successor of the nine-yang divine body. Of course, at the same time, he was also the successor of the Great Dragon. He was looking forward to the fusion of the Great Dragon Sword Soul and the nine-yang sword technique. Lin Xian still remembered the power of the fusion. It was too terrifying. Next, Lin Xian began to comprehend the nine-yang sword technique. The nine-yang sword technique was divided into 9 levels. Lin Xian began to comprehend the first level. This meditation lasted for a year. A year later, he opened his eyes and came out of seclusion. He had already mastered the first level of the nine-yang sword technique. He felt that he had encountered some bottlenecks and needed to come out to train. How was the situation outside? Lin Xian asked. That day, after the dark turmoil subsided, his father, Lord Alcohol, Xiaojiu, and the others left together. This made Lin Xian have no time to meet with them. However, before leaving, Lin Xian also said that he wanted Lin Xian to break through to become a sage as soon as possible. In the future, they would have plenty of opportunities to fight side by side. Lin Xian was filled with anticipation. The opportunity to fight side by side. Could it be that there would be even more terrifying things in the future? He didn't know. However, he knew that increasing his strength was the only way. Hall Master, this is the main thing that happened in the past year. An elder of a mortal palace brought over some scrolls. These were all information from a year ago. Lin Xian scanned it with his soul spirit and nodded slightly. Just as he had expected, after the dark turmoil subsided, the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races came out one after another. Because he had suppressed the 10,000 ancient races, their territory wasn't too big. Therefore, the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races often appeared in the various cities of the human race. At first, the human race was shocked and couldn't adapt. However, after a year, they gradually accepted the existence of a few long monster heads on the side of the road from time to time. Although these 10,000 ancient races were unruly and fierce, they had signed the archaic Treaty of Alliance. Therefore, they wouldn't casually attack the human race. For a time, both sides were safe and sound. However, the clashes between the top geniuses became more and more intense. On this day, the entire true spirit world changed again. The world changed once again. Because Lin Xian had come out. Lin Xian, such a resounding name. It could be said that everyone in the quintessential world knew of him. Although they might not have seen Lin Xian before, all of them knew his name, from cultivators to sages. Because they knew that it was Lin Xian who had quelled the Darkness Rebellion. The 10,000 ancient races gritted their teeth in anger. Their sages were not allowed to attack, but those below the sages snorted coldly. Especially those prodigies. They all said that Lin Xian was the protector of the human race who had quelled the Darkness Rebellion, and that he had only borrowed the power of a greater mastery divine body. That's right. How could he be compared to the sages with his own power? Not to mention the sages, he couldn't even beat them. Many powerful prodigies said that they would kill Lin Xian with their own hands. Because they now knew that Lin Xian had only been able to display such power because he had obtained the corpse of a greater mastery divine body. Without the divine body of great accomplishment, there was no need for them to fear the other party's strength. Watermoon City. It was a very famous city in the middle ground. It was vast and boundless, like a small pot. At this moment, in addition to countless human cultivators, there were also many ancient creatures in the city. These 10,000 ancient races also walked or lived in Watermoon City. After more than a year, the cultivators in Watermoon City had already gotten used to it. But today, they were shocked again because the ancient creatures in Watermoon City were very excited. They welcomed a few terrifying figures. One of them was covered in platinum light. With every step he took, the entire city trembled. This was the prodigy of the silver race. "Young master, you're here." Countless primordial lifeforms of the silver clan surrounded that prodigy. Wang, a green-faced man with fangs, walked in. He looked like a devil that had crawled out of hell. He was the prodigy of the green ghost race. There was another who was even more terrifying. He was covered in golden light and had a pair of golden wings on his back. He looked like an angel descending from the sky. This was the prodigy of the sky rock race. This time, they weren't ordinary geniuses. They were all core geniuses, and some were even young lords of their respective clans. After all, Lin Xian wasn't weak. He was one of the top prodigies of the human race. The 10,000 ancient races naturally had to send out their top prodigies to fight him. Other than that, there was also the young Yiksha king, a prodigy of the Yiksha race. The prodigy of the Black Tiger clan. In fact, a few young prodigies of the dragon race walked out of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dragon blood on their bodies surged. The dragon patterns on their bodies were abnormally powerful. As soon as they appeared, those archaic creatures all bowed respectfully. It couldn't be helped. In their eyes, the dragon clan was the most sacred existence. Although the ones who came this time weren't the dragon crown prince, they were still the top geniuses of the dragon race. At this moment, they had gathered in Shueiyue City to discuss how to kill Lin Xian. Of course, they would not launch a sneak attack. They would kill the other party openly in front of the whole world. Damn it. These primeval life forms are truly too arrogant. How long has it been? It's only been a year. Have they already forgotten the pain from before? There were also some human cultivators who snorted coldly. Among them, there were many followers of Lin Xian. That's right, how could they be a match for great god Lin Xian? Even their patriarch wasn't a match for great god Lin Xian, let alone them. Discussions could be heard one after another. After hearing this, the faces of those prodigies turned gloomy. The primeval life forms beside them sneered. "Foolish humans, what do you know? That kid was arrogant before because he relied on the corpse of a greater success stage divine body. Without the corpse of a greater success stage divine body, how could he be a match for our patriarch? That's right, our patriarch can kill him with a single glance. Not to mention our patriarch, he can't even beat our young lord. Just you wait. Today, we will let you see the strength of our young lord." These primeval life forms gritted their teeth in anger. Indeed, the dark turmoil a year ago was their greatest humiliation. Therefore, today, they would use the blood of the other party to wash away this humiliation. Among them, the young lord of the Bayin clan even snorted coldly. "If he dares to come, I will take his head with my hand." This person was very powerful. As he spoke, the entire void trembled. It couldn't be helped. The Bayin clan one was known as the uncrowned king. His strength was truly terrifying. As expected, his voice shook the surrounding human cultivators, causing their blood to boil. They kept retreating with trembling faces. Too powerful. Although these primeval life forms were arrogant, their strength was really too strong. Most likely, not many people here would be able to contend against him. "Take off my head with one hand? Is that so? You're very arrogant." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Following that, a figure descended from the sky. Everyone looked up. Those primeval life forms rarely appeared in the void. "It's you, Lin Xian, great god Lin Xian is here." The human cultivators also screamed. As expected, the person who descended from the sky was none other than Lin Xian. He was dressed in a black robe that carried an indescribable weight. His eyes were like stars that had been extinguished. In an instant, he arrived at Watermoon City. He arrived in front of these primeval life forms. Whoosh, the Crimson Dragon also came out. He looked at the other party with a face full of excitement. Great, there was primeval blood to drink. He stared at the primeval life forms and grinned. Damn it, you're courting death. These primeval life forms were so angry that they vomited blood. The other party actually dared to have designs on them and treat them as prey. How could they tolerate this? Kid, you're too arrogant. Now that you don't have the corpse of a phenomenal success divine body as a backing, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of us. A few primeval life forms of the dragon clan walked out. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes were filled with piercing killing intent. That day, the other party used a phenomenal success divine body to suppress their nest of 10,000 dragons. This made everyone know, and it also made them lose face. Therefore, today, they had to wash away their shame. The other primeval life forms of the primeval life forms also snorted coldly and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. I was wondering who it was. You want to challenge me? So it's you losers. His disdainful voice sounded. Even your saints and patriarchs are no match for me. How dare you ants be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. You're courting death. The primeval life forms of the nest of 10,000 dragons were furious. The God Empress and the other primeval life forms were also furious. The other party's nonchalant attitude made their lungs about to explode. Damn it, I want to see what right you have to be arrogant today. The two Dragon Clan geniuses stood out. On the other side, the Silver Race, Blue Ghoul Race, and Yiksha Race all came out and surrounded Lin Xian. In an instant, the blood chi on these people's bodies surged into the sky. The surrounding scene changed drastically, and the void cracked open. Terrifying phantoms surrounded them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura, suppressing the humans until their faces turned pale. Even the invincible king swallowed his saliva, unable to resist at all. So powerful, too powerful, these primordial elites were too terrifying. They could already kill invincible kings. Indeed, the older generation of the human race sighed. They had to admit that their bloodlines were heaven-defying and their strength was terrifying. I'm afraid there aren't many in the younger generation of the human race who can compete with them. These human powerhouses trembled in fear, but Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He looked at the primordial elites in front of him calmly. Are you the ones who want to challenge me? All right, I'll give you a chance. But think carefully. The outcome of challenging me is death. As he finished speaking, a biting cold aura erupted from his body and shot into the clouds. Do you think you can kill us? Without a greater success divine body, you are nothing. A dragon race prodigy stood out. He had a ferocious dragon head and his body was covered in scales. Behind him, there was a huge tail that was incomparably ferocious. I'll be able to kill you in 3 moves. This dragon race prodigy was incomparably domineering. Watch carefully. My first move is to die. The dragon race prodigy roared, and the blood in his body rumbled. Dragon blood surged. Streams of dragon blood appeared and formed swords of killing intent. Together with the fists of the dragon race prodigy, the swords of killing intent continued to smash forward. So terrifying. Every killing sword could easily kill an invincible king. The dragon race prodigy was too terrifying. Heavens, he was only a peerless mighty figure, but he could release such terrifying combat strength. The human cultivators were terrified. The 10,000 Archean races sneered. As expected of the dragon race prodigy. He was indeed powerful. That kid was definitely dead. This time, there was at least 29,000 Archean power. Go to hell, brat. The dragon race prodigy revealed a sinister smile, and his cold eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. He realized that he had overestimated his opponent. Perhaps this attack could kill him. Whoosh, facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian did not move at all. He only attacked when the other party was 10 meters away from him. His speed was very fast. In an instant, he withdrew his palm and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. So much so that no one could clearly see how he had made his move. Boom! Boom, in the sky, the murderous aura formed by the dragon blood suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that scattered in the sky. The body of the dragon race prodigy was split into two from the middle. With a thud, he fell to the ground. What? Everyone's expression stiffened in disbelief. He was dead. An incomparably terrifying genius of the dragon race, an attack that could easily pierce through an invincible king, had been neutralized just like that. Moreover, even a genius had been killed. How was this possible? Damn it, did Lin Xian make a move just now? It was too fast. He didn't see clearly what kind of divine ability he had used. He didn't know. It seemed like a casual attack, but these people went crazy. The human experts widened their eyes in disbelief. The Archean lifeforms were even more stunned. This was especially the case for the archaic geniuses. They looked as though they had just seen a ghost. That was a genius of the dragon race. He was so strong that even the archaic kings of the older generation might not be a match for him. However, he had been killed in a single move. What was going on? Damn it, what kind of trick did this kid use? A sneak attack. He must have used a sneak attack, damn it, he couldn't have used a sacred weapon, right? These people's faces were also full of shock, because they also didn't see clearly what had happened. Lin Xian stood with his hands crossed. He looked at the corpse of the dragon race prodigy below and sneered. Then, he looked up and swept his gaze forward. Who else wants to challenge me? Hurry up and come. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. No one from the 10,000 ancient races said anything. No one stepped forward. Many Archean lifeforms retreated. They couldn't help it. The other party was too strong. They originally thought that the other party was an ant without a phenomenal divine body that they could easily kill. But now, it seemed that they were wrong. Even if the other party didn't have a phenomenal divine body to rely on, his true strength was still very terrifying. Damn it, I don't believe it. He can't be so strong. He must have used some kind of forbidden technique. A prodigy from the Xianxia race snorted. I'll kill you. As soon as he came up, he unleashed his fiendish night realm and enveloped the entire space. No matter how strong the other party's attack was, he would first use his strongest defense. Then, he waved the long spear in his hand and thrust it out. Go to hell, brat. The power of the spear was very terrifying. It wasn't any weaker than the dragon race prodigy's attack. The Xianxia race was also a very terrifying race. They were extremely cruel and violent. They were also very powerful. Seeing this scene, the human cultivators held their breaths again. Meanwhile, the Archean prodigies all widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian. They wanted to see clearly what kind of ultimate move the other party was using. In the next moment, Lin Xian attacked. When the Xianxia prodigy arrived, he threw a punch. This punch was extremely violent. It was like the fist of the god of war, engulfing the sky and sweeping up the divine fire. Boom, the punch was earth-shattering. The Xianxia realm suddenly shattered. The divine spear was blasted into pieces, and the Xianxia prodigy's body was also torn apart. Dead again, another Archean prodigy was killed in a single move. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Even the geniuses from the supreme ancient immortal realms felt the same way. They saw clearly that the other party didn't use any forbidden weapon, nor was it a sage's weapon. Instead, he directly used his fist to attack. Damn it, when did this kid's 9-yang divine body become so powerful? Damn it, could it be that he still has the greater mastery divine body? The Archean prodigies were going crazy. They quickly retreated and put a safe distance between them. There was no other way. It was too suspicious. 1 pound. The Crimson Dragon sneered. A bunch of idiots. If it's really the greater mastery divine body, do you think you can survive? You probably can't even withstand a glance from me. As he said that, he put away the bodies of the dragon race prodigy and the Xianxia prodigy. He could make a good tonic soup later. Pfft, as soon as he said that, the human cultivators' mouths twitched. The Archean prodigies were so angry that they vomited blood. What? Is he really going to eat us? Damn it, he's treating us as food. This was intolerable. This kid is too strange. Let's hurry back and find out more about him first. the Archean prodigies were unwilling to stay any longer. They decided to leave first. That was because the other party was too terrifying. They turned around, but a voice was heard. "Wait, did I say you can leave?" As soon as the voice was heard, the Archean prodigies froze. Then, they turned around and roared angrily. "Damn kid, how dare you stop us? Do you want to die? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can fight against all of us? At most, we'll attack together. Can you fight against us?" The archaic Skyprides roared crazily. The other party killed 2 of their companions on the spot. Not only that, he even wanted to stop them. The other party was too arrogant, Lin Xian sneered. "You guys are so arrogant. Didn't you think that you went overboard when you wanted to kill me? What's wrong now? Can't take it anymore? I'm just using the same method to return the favor to you." Lin Xian walked forward and stared at the Skypride from the Silver Clan. "You were the one who said you could take my head with one hand, right? Alright, I'll stand here and wait for you. Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Damn it. The Skypride from the Silver Clan changed his expression. Lin Xian was targeting him. This was not good. Previously, he had said confidently that the other party was an ant that he could kill with one hand. However, after watching the previous 2 battles, he changed his mind. The other party was strong and definitely not weaker than him. Even if he went all out, he was not confident that he could kill the other party. Therefore, what he said about taking the other party's head with one hand didn't count at all. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Lin Xian sneered. "Why? You don't dare. I heard that the Silver Clan is called the Uncrowned King. Is that all you have?" "Oh, that's right. Your ancestor was killed by a human powerhouse with one punch. I guess a junior like you can't do much. Hurry up and get lost." Suchen waved his hand impatiently. "Kid, you're courting death." The Skypride from the Silver Clan was enraged after hearing this. "Let's fight then." "I'm not afraid of you." The Skypride stood out. Silver light bloomed from his body, turning into a terrifying mountain that pressed down on the void. Although the other party was strong, he was very confident in himself. The Silver Clan had a strong physique and terrifying bloodline power. So what if the other party had the 9-yang divine body? He didn't think that his physique would lose to the other party. "Kid, I'll let you know that the Silver Clan is not to be trifled with," the Skypride of the Silver race said coldly. Lin Xian waved his hand and stretched out one of his hands while the other remained behind his back. "How about this? I'll give you a handicap of one hand. One hand, I'll take off your head." The other party had said this before, but Lin Xian was going to do it. He wanted to use his most powerful stance to suppress his opponent. The genius of the Silver Tribe was so angry that he was trembling. How dare the other party look down on him? With a furious roar, his body shone with boundless light. "Brat, today is the day you die." With a sway of his body, he tore through the void and charged over. In an instant, he rushed in front of Lin Xian. He stretched out his palm and slammed it down, causing the void to collapse. The silver light on his body soared into the clouds, forming a silver storm that danced in the sky. The experts of the human race were breathing heavily. They were pressed to the ground, unable to resist. It was too terrifying. This palm strike truly had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Was this the Bayin clan? He was too powerful. As expected of the uncrowned king, even those ancient life forms were trembling in fear. Looking at the palm strike, their faces were full of fear. That brat was dead meat. He had definitely underestimated the Bayin clan. The title of uncrowned king was not for nothing. Gee, the archaic Skypride snorted coldly. The people of the human race also felt their scalps go numb. Suchen narrowed his eyes. To be honest, the other party was very powerful. He had surpassed the Skyprides of the human race. There were probably not many among the younger generation of the human race who could compete with him. The title of uncrowned king was indeed well-deserved. However, it was a pity that the other party had encountered him. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. With a grab, he directly pierced through the silver light that filled the sky. On his palm, the 9 suns' divine fire and golden runes flickered. It was as if the palm of the golden god of war was grabbing in the air. Boom! Boom, the silver light was broken, and the terrifying power was shattered. The golden palm directly grabbed the head of the Bayin clan. With a crack, the other party's neck was broken. Poof, silver blood splattered, and the head of the Bayin clan prodigy was forcefully torn off. Ah! The Bayin clan prodigy roared crazily as blood flowed continuously. His body did not have a head, but he still charged towards Lin Xian. However, he was sent flying by Lin Xian's kick, directly disappearing into the clouds. His head was lifted into the air by Lin Xian, and he let out a miserable cry. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. The head of the Bayin clan prodigy opened his mouth and spat out a silver stream. It was like a silver sword that flew directly towards Lin Xian's head. He wanted to cut off Lin Xian's head too. With a clang, 2 balls of golden light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes and directly sent the silver flying sword flying. In the next moment, he exerted force in his palm, and the other party's head was covered in cracks. He was on the verge of death, as if he would split open at any time. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with fear. In one move, the other party had taken the head of the Bayin clan prodigy. Heavens! They originally thought that Lin Xian was just saying that to suppress the other party's arrogance. However, they did not expect that the other party was not just saying that. The other party had used actual actions to prove his words. He had taken the other party's head with one hand. Impossible, damn it, this is absolutely impossible, how could this brat be so powerful? The other 10,000 Archean race prodigies were horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. The Archean creatures knelt on the ground, trembling. The experts of the human race were also stunned. Was this the top prodigy of the human race? He was too powerful, far surpassing the other Archean prodigies. The Bayin clan prodigy screamed crazily with his head in the air. Damn it, I don't believe it, he was really crazy. He was so powerful that he had reached 30,000 Archean power. Among the younger generation of the Archean era, he was an extremely terrifying existence. One had to know that an ordinary sage only had 18,000 Archean power. The top sages only had 20,000 Archean power. But he had 30,000 Archean power, he had far surpassed the human race's prodigies. Therefore, he did not take any human prodigies seriously. But now, the other party had taken his head in one move. This made him unable to believe it. Could it be that the other party's strength had exceeded 30,000 Archean power? Moreover, it should be far more than his. How could there be such a terrifying existence among the younger generation of the human race? Lin Xian sneered. Now, do you still dare to challenge me? Damn brat, I was too careless. Let go of me and let's fight to the death again. I will definitely not lose to you, the Bayin clan prodigy roared crazily. He could not accept this fact. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. Let you go, you are too naive. I've said it before. You can fight me, but the price is death. Are you ready now? If you have any last words, leave them. You want to kill me? The skypride of the Silver Tribe screamed in horror. You can't kill me. I'm from the Silver Tribe, we're the uncrowned kings. If you kill me, the Silver Tribe won't let me off. Lin Xian sneered. This kind of threat won't affect me. You'd better come up with some other reason. Otherwise, I won't let you off. You're courting death. At this moment, there was a roar. In the distance, the headless corpse charged over again. 2 silver spears appeared in his hands and pierced through the void. They turned into silver dragons and descended from the sky, trying to save the head. This was an all-out attack. He had even used the power of his bloodline. However, it was shattered by Lin Xian's punch. The 9 Suns' divine fist directly smashed the headless corpse into pieces. What other tricks do you have? Use them now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. The divine fire on his body spread, and his palm was covered with a terrifying divine light. It was like a sun. No. Damn it. The skypride of the Silver Tribe was in despair. He didn't have any trump cards to use now. Moreover, even if he used them, he probably wouldn't be able to hurt Lin Xian. That was because Lin Xian didn't use any superpower pills. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back with just his physical strength. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the Nine Suns' divine fire, a majestic voice came from the sky. "Junior, let go of him or die." The voice was like thunder, accompanied by thousands of silver lights that turned into sharp swords that descended from the sky. They shrouded Lin Xian. However, as soon as the silver light descended, Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. With a grab of his hand, the head of the Silver Tribe's genius was crushed into pieces. The soul screamed and tried to escape, but it was killed by Lin Xian's sword light. The sword light of the great dragon sword soul could destroy the void, let alone the opponent's soul. What? His soul is destroyed. The Sky Pride of the Archean era was terrified. The Archean creatures were scared out of their wits. What kind of technique is this? He directly killed the Sky Pride of the Silver Tribe. It was too terrifying. In the sky, the expert who suddenly appeared also roared, "You're courting death." Following his fury, the silver sword light that filled the sky transformed into a terrifying rain of swords. It was like a meteor that descended from the sky. Boom! Boom! The void cracked open, and the entire ancient city shook. This was too terrifying. Were they going to destroy the entire city? The martial artists inside were terrified. It had been more than a year since something like this had happened. Who would have thought that after Lin Xian came out, such a shocking battle would occur again? If the city was destroyed, all of them would be killed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not dodge, because if he did, the city would be affected. Therefore, he waved his fist and charged forward. Boom! The Nine Suns' divine fist was unleashed with an imposing aura. It was as if thousands of suns were soaring into the sky. It collided with the silver light that filled the sky, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The void turned into nothingness, spreading in all directions. Those who were slightly weaker directly fainted from the shock. Those who were stronger also felt their chi and blood churn. Fortunately, the fist was not aimed at them. Just the aftermath of the energy was already too much for them to handle. If they were hit by the energy, no one would be able to stop it. After the attack, the silver light that filled the sky disappeared, and the Nine Suns' divine fist also slowly dissipated in the sky. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes turned into sharp swords that pierced through the void. "Who's that? How dare you attack me?" He frowned. The other party was very powerful, surpassing the Sky Pride of the Silver Tribe. Could it be that an even more terrifying archaic Sky Pride has descended? He frowned. The others also looked at the sky. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. An archaic king, that's right. In the sky, the clouds churned, and a figure appeared. It was a silver-white god of war. He was tall and held a silver scythe in his hand. He looked like a god fiend with a murderous aura. He quickly descended. "Damn brat, how dare you kill the Sky Pride of the Silver Tribe? I want you dead." He was an archaic king of the Silver Tribe. At this moment, he was emitting a murderous aura. The human powerhouses were filled with fear. Heavens, it's the archaic king of the Silver Tribe. He's a true invincible king. His strength is absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian is probably in danger. Isn't there the archaic Treaty of Alliance? Archaic powerhouses are not allowed to attack? The human cultivators exclaimed. They were worried for Lin Xian. On the opposite side, a Sky Pride of the Blue Ghoul race sneered. "Idiot, the archaic Treaty of Alliance states that saints are not allowed to attack." However, an archaic king was in existence below the saints. Naturally, he could attack. If there's someone to blame, blame that brat for being too idiotic. He actually dared to kill a Sky Pride of the Silver Tribe. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead meat. Although the other party was a Sky Pride of the younger generation, how could he defeat a true archaic king? Seeing that it was the other party's archaic king, Lin Xian also sneered with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Who did I think it was? So it's an archaic king. Hurry up and get lost. I've killed at least 800 people like you." Indeed, when he had fused with the greater success divine body, he could turn countless archaic kings into blood mist with a single glance. Therefore, what he said was true. However, the other party's archaic king was so angry that he vomited blood. His expression was cold. "Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you still have a greater success divine body? I admit that you were very powerful during the darkness turmoil. You could kill everything with a single glance. But now, you're just an ordinary member of the younger generation. Without a greater success divine body, killing you is like slaughtering a dog. You still want to kill me? Do you have the ability? Lin Xian shouted coldly and took a step forward. His 9-yang divine body emitted light. The divine fire transformed into fire dragons that intertwined on his body. Not only that, but there were also dragon roars and sword cries in his body. Terrifying sword energy pierced through the clouds. A powerful force was displayed. How terrifying! Lin Xian actually had such terrifying power, everyone was terrified. They discovered that the power Lin Xian displayed now was much stronger than before. In other words, the other party didn't use his full strength at all. Heavens, he didn't use his full strength and killed the Silver Clan's prodigy in one move. If he used his full strength, how terrifying would it be? Could it be that he can really contend against an archaic king? They didn't dare to imagine. In the sky, the Silver Clan's archaic king also frowned. He had to admit that the other party was very powerful. His aura was beyond his expectations. No wonder he could kill the Silver Clan's prodigy. But so what? No matter how strong the other party was, he was no match for him. He definitely had to kill the other party, therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Murderous intent surged from his body, turning into a killing god domain that suppressed downward. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Endless flames condensed, forming a long flame sword that he held in his hand. A terrifying sword intent spread out as if it was going to split the sky and earth. Just as the battle was about to break out, a thunderous voice sounded. Stop! In Watermoon City, a few figures quickly rose into the air and arrived nearby in an instant. They flew into the air and blocked Lin Xian and the primordial king of the Silver Clan. The 3 people who came out were the invincible kings of the human race. They were here to stop the battle. Seeing this scene, the human race cultivators heaved a sigh of relief, while the primordial elites snorted coldly. Especially the Silver Race's primordial king. His voice was cold. You dare to stop me? He frowned. You dare to stop me? Die. It had to be said that the Silver Race's primordial king was too strong. He didn't put the human race's invincible kings in his eyes at all. The human race's invincible kings also had gloomy expressions. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Lin Xian waved his hand. Everyone, don't worry about me. I'll stand with him. His small face was also cold. The other party was too arrogant. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? After the dark turmoil last time, his strength had increased greatly. The 9-yang divine body was now at the small success stage. It was definitely not something that the other party could look down on. The other party actually dared to provoke him today. He would let the other party know the consequences of provoking him. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian actually wanted to fight the primordial king. Heavens, this was too shocking. One had to know. Lin Xian was no longer in the large success stage divine body, but with his own strength. Fighting the primordial king head-on was definitely not an ordinary battle strength. The primordial king was even stronger than the invincible kings of the human race. Moreover, the other party's bloodline power was extremely terrifying. It was very difficult for ordinary young geniuses to challenge someone of a higher level. But now, Lin Xian was so determined. Could it be that he really had the strength to fight against the primordial king? Even the 10,000 ancient races were dumbfounded. Soon, they sneered. This kid really didn't know what was good for him. That's right, he was probably blinded by anger. Who did he think he was? Was he still in the large success stage divine body? These people sneered disdainfully. In the sky, the 3 invincible kings of the human race frowned. The Silver Race's primordial king sneered. What a reckless brat. Since you want to challenge me, I'll fulfill your wish. He looked towards the 3 invincible kings of the human race. You heard it. He was the one who took the initiative to fight with me. Why aren't you scramming? He took a step forward, and the murderous aura on his body surged. It was as if it had turned into a vast silver ocean that swept over from all directions. Damn it, the three invincible kings of the human clan also roared furiously and launched terrifying attacks one after another. The attacks of the two sides collided, devouring the sky and splitting the earth. After that attack, they did not continue to attack. Instead, they turned to look at Lin Xian. You really want to attack? Lin Xian nodded firmly. However, the three unrivaled kings still frowned. They said, since you guys want to fight, then we can fight. However, since Hall Master Lin was from the younger generation, why not set the time limit of 10 moves? Lin Xian was the benefactor of the entire human race who had stopped the great chaos of the dark world. These three invincible kings naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. However, given the current situation, they had no choice but to fight. Therefore, they set the time limit of 10 moves. Thinking about it, Lin Xian should be able to resist them. Alright, as you wish. The primordial king of the silver race revealed a sinister smile. Not to mention 10 moves, he could kill Lin Xian in one move. Therefore, he didn't care at all. Lin Xian also nodded. In the next moment, the three invincible kings of the human race swayed and quickly retreated to the side. The surrounding immemorial creatures and humans also retreated. The array formation of Watermoon City was activated. Countless runes densely packed together and covered the surroundings. Brat, you're too reckless. Do you really think you can fight against me? The primordial king's eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, I will personally send you to hell. Hell? Lin Xian sneered. You? I'm afraid you don't have the right. You're courting death. Hearing this, the primordial king of the silver race trembled with anger. He roared angrily, and the silver light on his body scattered. A huge hand came crashing down in front of him, covering the sky and covering the earth. Buzz Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He used the 9-yang divine body and punched out. His arm was like a true dragon, moving freely in the sky. His palm turned into a dragon's head. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, with one strike, 10,000 bolts of lightning descended. Lin Xian took 3 steps back. After removing the force, the array formation under his feet cracked. In the sky, the silver palm was blocked and slowly dissipated. He blocked it. He actually blocked the attack of the silver pearl primordial king. Heavens, isn't this brat's strength too terrifying? The 9-yang divine body. His 9-yang divine body must have become stronger again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block it. This brat is too abnormal, exclamations sounded one after another. They didn't expect Lin Xian's physique to be so strong. One had to know that the silver race group 1 was the uncrowned king. Their primordial king was extremely powerful. Moreover, the physique of the silver race was also extremely terrifying. The silver body was extremely famous. Now, Lin Xian was able to fight against an invincible king with his physical body. This was absolutely shocking. Sure enough, the face of the silver race's primordial king was terrifyingly gloomy. Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. The silver body was only SOSO. Do you dare to compete with me in pure physical strength? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the three invincible kings of the human race lit up. It seemed that this brat wasn't stupid. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, the silver race's primordial king was definitely stronger. However, in terms of pure physical strength, it might not be the case. After all, Lin Xian cultivated the 9-yang divine body, a terrifying physique that had been lost. Perhaps he could really block the attack of the silver race's primordial king. Humph, the silver race group 1's primordial king snorted coldly. Brat, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Do you think you can contend against me with pure physical strength? To be honest, even if he didn't use his divine ability, so what if he used pure physical strength? He was still confident that he could defeat his opponent. Is that so? Next, I'll let you know what it means to have an invincible physical body. Lin Xian's mouth raised into a sneer. Now that his 9-yang divine body had reached the small success stage, it could be said that in terms of pure physical strength, he was extremely terrifying. Even if his opponent was an invincible king with a silver body, he might not be able to compete with him. In the next moment, his arm was like a dragon as he attacked again. His 5 fingers formed a mountain and descended from the sky. You're courting death, Seeing that his opponent dared to take the initiative to attack, the Silver Race's primordial king was enraged. His white hair fluttered, and silver runes shone around him. Accompanied by his fist, he blasted forward. Boom, 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 in the sky, the sound of an intense collision rang out. The void was torn apart one after another. 2 moves, 3 moves, 10 moves, after 3 consecutive punches, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's physical strength was indeed comparable to the Silver Race's invincible king. This scene made the primordial Skypride's face turn ugly. On the other hand, the humans heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be a problem to withstand 10 moves. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. What Lin Xian wanted was not only to withstand the other party's attack. Buzz, at the 5th move, Lin Xian roared, and the 9-yang divine body emitted an even more resplendent light. With a wave of his palm, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could withstand it. Bang, this palm slapped towards the other party's head. A terrifying golden light shot into the sky, vast and mighty for tens of thousands of miles, pressing down on those people until they couldn't breathe. The 9-yang divine palm was incomparably terrifying, as if a peerless god of war had descended from the sky. Do you think I'm afraid of you, Silver Fist? The Silver Clan's primordial king also snorted coldly and waved his fist. How could he lose to the other party in terms of physical strength? However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This collision actually caused cracks to appear on his arm. Silver blood dripped into the void. He was injured, the Silver King's palm actually cracked. Damn it, how was this possible? Everyone was stupefied. The Silver King even let out a miserable cry, his eyes and mouth wide open in disbelief. Impossible, how could I be injured? With a furious roar, silver light flickered quickly, completely enveloping his arm and restoring it. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's attack came again. The golden beast's palm covered the sky and the earth, blasting towards the other party's head. Damn it, the Silver King was completely enraged. He raised his arm again to block. Dang! At this moment, the bones in his arm also cracked, and blood burst out again. Lin Xian sneered. You think it's easy to kill me? Today, I'll tear your mouth apart. He was indeed angry, so he didn't hold back at all. The 9-yang divine palm opened and closed, quickly blasting out one palm after another. The other party's arm was broken and deformed. In the end, the palm directly slapped the other party's face. With a crack, the other party's teeth were completely shattered, and half of his face was deformed. His body spun in the sky and blasted on the array formation in the distance. With a bang, the array formation shattered, and the Silver Clan's primordial king fell to the ground, vomiting blood continuously. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. In a contest of pure physical strength, the primeval king of the Argent clan had actually lost. Could it be that the 9-yang divine body was so terrifying, or could it be that Lin Xian had already reached an extremely high level? He didn't know. The Archean prodigies were all stunned. Even the invincible kings were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Was this the pride of the Silver Clan? You're nothing in front of me. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with such little capital, old bastard. The fact that you can exchange 10 moves with me is the result of your hundreds and thousands of years of cultivation. If you were from the younger generation, I could kill you with one slap. Lin Xian shouted coldly without any trace of politeness. Hearing those words, the archaic king of the Baiyin clan spurted blood once more. He roared at the sky, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. The light on his body soared into the sky. Damn brat, I'll definitely kill you. With a roar, a terrifying silver phantom appeared on his body. The entire ground was cracking, and the formation couldn't be controlled and would shatter at any time. Divine ability. At this moment, the primeval king of the Baiyin clan finally used his divine ability. He wanted to kill the other party at all costs. Seeing this scene, the 3 invincible kings of the human race changed their expressions. The 3 of them quickly attacked and landed. You said that you won't use divine ability. Moreover, 10 moves have passed, you can't attack anymore. They wouldn't allow the other party to use divine ability here, otherwise, the entire Watermoon City would be destroyed. You dare to control me? Get lost, the Silver King was completely crazy. What agreement of 10 moves? what not allowing the use of divine ability, he didn't care at all. He must kill this brat in front of him. However, these three invincible kings of the human race were not to be trifled with. They also counterattacked quickly. For a time, a shocking collision erupted again, and the formation was torn apart. This was the primeval king? You don't keep your word. Really, you want to fight with your life when you can't win? How shameless. Do you want to film us saints to bully you? The surrounding human race martial artists were also angry. They felt that they were indeed angry. The other party didn't keep his word, he couldn't afford to lose. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Why, can't afford to play, want to compete with me in divine ability, however, not here. Let's go to the ancient arena to fight. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He knew that this kind of giant city had a martial arts arena left behind from ancient times. It was specially used for powerhouses to compete. Fighting there wouldn't destroy the entire city. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian, was he really going to fight the other party to the death? In terms of divine ability, could Lin Xian really contend with it? They didn't know. However, Lin Xian was really too domineering now, making these human race martial artists blood boil. On the other side, the Silver King was so angry that he vomited blood. To be honest, he was already embarrassed enough now. However, he couldn't care so much anymore. He wanted to kill the other party. However, at this moment, a voice came from the void. 14th uncle, why are you angry with him? Doesn't he want to fight? I'll fight him fairly. When the voice came out, it resounded between heaven and earth, carrying with it a mysterious power. Hearing this, the primordial king of the Silver Clan stopped. The others also frowned. Who was this person? So powerful, could it be that another powerhouse of the Silver Clan had come? The primordial elites were also shocked. It's him? Did he come out of seclusion? Who are you? Lin Xian also frowned and looked at the sky. In the sky, countless rays of silver light appeared, forming a hazy figure standing there. Looking at the other party's appearance, he seemed to be a young man. My name is Bai Qianshan, and I'm from the younger generation of the Silver Clan. You dared to kill my brother and humiliate the Silver Clan. I won't let you go. I'm from the younger generation. I'm not bullying you if I have a fair fight with you, right? The young man's voice was cold. Lin Xian sneered. A young prodigy of the Silver Clan? Get over here and I'll suppress you with one hand. The golden light on his body shot up into the sky like a peerless demon. Kid, you're arrogant, but you'll regret it. My strength is not something that my foolish younger brother can compare to. You can fight me if you want, but not now. 1 month. 1 month later, we'll have a fair fight. I'll kill you with my own hands. After talking for so long, you still can't come out. Lin Xian sneered. Fine, I'll wait for you for a month. 1 month later, I'll take your head off in front of the whole world. At the end of his words, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and turned into a golden dragon that shot up into the sky. The silver figure was smashed into pieces. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the person who came out was an even more terrifying genius of the Silver Clan. However, it seemed that Lin Xian was not afraid at all. In fact, he smashed the other party's phantom directly. After doing all this, Lin Xian stared at the primordial king of the Silver Clan and said coldly, Old thing, you'd better be polite when you see me in the future. Otherwise, I'll tear your mouth apart. Kid, keep being stubborn. The primordial king of the Baiyin tribe was trembling with anger. However, since the prodigy of their tribe had decided to make a move on him a month later, no matter what, he would not make a move. Kid, I'll let you jump around for another month. A month later, you'll die a horrible death. After saying that, the primordial king of the Baiyin tribe left quickly. Light flickered on his face as his broken face and missing teeth grew back. He did not dare to stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would go crazy from anger. Phew. He was finally gone. The humans heaved a sigh of relief. A terrifying primordial king had left just like that. Lin Xian was really strong. Yes, he dared to face the primordial king head-on and not be at a disadvantage. He even slapped the king of Thailand. How domineering. Do you want to continue fighting? After seeing the primordial king of the Baiyin tribe leave, Lin Xian looked at the surrounding prodigies. Those prodigies froze. What kind of joke is this? Continue fighting? The other party was so strong that they would not dare to make a move even if they were beaten to death. Therefore, those prodigies snorted coldly. Kid, I'll see how you die in a month's time. That's right. Just you wait. You'll definitely be killed. Those prodigies also said a few words and left quickly. You're leaving just like that? Do you want to stew all of you? Bring more companions next time. Otherwise, there won't be enough to eat. The crimson dragon stood at the back and waved its claws as it spoke. Hearing that, those primordial creatures almost fell from the sky. They hurriedly fled. Damn, he's a terrifying glutton. He even dares to eat the corpse of a dragon, let alone ours. After seeing all the primordial creatures leave, the humans heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them cheered. God Lin Xian, you're so powerful. All hail the god. God Lin Xian, can I ask you some questions about cultivation? Many people were envious. Among them, a beautiful woman asked softly. She was very nervous, and the light on her body swayed, showing her uneasiness. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Sure, I'll help you as long as I can. That's great. The woman hurriedly asked some questions about swordsmanship. She said, from the 13th to the 14th sword, 14th move. God Lin Xian, can you help me? After looking through it, he began to give pointers. The route is a little slow, and the timing is? You can change your route 2 seconds in advance. After hearing that, the primordial king try. As expected, Lin Su. Great. God Lin Xian's, Lin Xianxi's, she. It was the same for the others. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood as they screamed crazily, seeking guidance. About 2 hours later, Lin Xian left with the crowd. Those martial artists liked it very much. Great God Lin Xian was so approachable. Yes, as one of the top 5 prodigies, he actually gave us pointers. The god is too powerful. He can see through our problems at a glance. I'll be a loyal follower of God Lin Xian from now on. These people were all influenced by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was powerful, protected the human race, and had a good personality. He was even willing to give them pointers. He's a perfect top prodigy. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled. We can take a look around Watermoon City. I remember there are a few ancient stone workshops in Watermoon City. We can go and cut some stones. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon became interested. The followers behind him were also excited. I heard that apart from his powerful combat strength, God Lin Xian is also an expert in spirit seeking. I remember that the Mophead family was defeated by God Lin Xian. These people were discussing animatedly. Finally, I can broaden my horizons again. Lin Xian walked forward. There was a very large primeval stone workshop in the mysterious stones pavilion. It was supported by the Great Xia dynasty and the Ninli dynasty, so it could be said to be very famous. Seeing a group of people walking over, the elders in the wonderful stones pavilion also walked out. When they saw Lin Xian, they all bowed and greeted him. The 2 elders were very polite. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then walked forward. His gaze swept across those strange stones. He pointed at a square stone and said, "How much is this?" This square stone was about half a meter tall. It was covered with moss and looked very ordinary. However, Lin Xian hit the nail on the head. The others were also discussing, wanting to see the secret behind it. Lord Lin has protected the human race and repelled the dark turmoil. We can't be more grateful. Why would we take your money? How about this, we'll give this stone to Lord Lin. That's not very good. Lin Xian shook his head. Elder Zhang said, it's nothing. If it weren't for Lord Lin, we would have become slaves of the 10,000 ancient races by now. Giving you a stone is really not enough to express our gratitude. I hope Lord Lin won't mind. All right then. Seeing that the other party insisted, Lin Xian couldn't refuse. He waved his hand, and the square stone came in front of him. He used his fingers like a knife, and his fingers were like lightning as he quickly cut it. Pieces of stone skin were torn off and fell. When it was the size of a football, he cut it with a knife, and the sky immediately flickered with light. There's really something. I told you, how powerful is Lin Xian? How could he make a mistake? Previously, they thought that Lin Xian had chosen the wrong stone because it was too ordinary. However, it seemed that Lin Xian had his reasons for choosing this stone. The great god was indeed the great god. More and more light filled the sky, and even the air became hot. Everyone activated their king's domains to protect themselves. What is that thing? It's too terrifying. Yeah, why do I feel like it's a flame? It's too hot. Even the expressions of the two elders changed. To be honest, they didn't pay much attention to the stone before. In their opinion, even if there was something in the stone, it wouldn't be anything good. However, at this moment, they realized that they were wrong. There was definitely a wondrous treasure inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to emit such light and aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and patiently cut the stone bit by bit. After the last cut, a roar sounded. A red flaming bird soared into the sky and bloomed with divine light. Then, it disappeared from the world. Is that a phoenix? No, it's not a phoenix. It's a vermilion bird, a terrifying divine beast. Could it be a vermilion bird inside? They were extremely surprised. Soon, they saw that it wasn't a vermilion bird. The two elders also cried out in surprise. What's that? The vermilion bird stone. Indeed, there was a fist-sized stone inside. It was as red as blood and had a scorching temperature. The vermilion bird stone was a stone that contained a strange flame. It was rumored to be related to the vermilion bird and was very rare. It could be said that even invincible kings would be jealous of it. Even some saints were looking for it. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would be able to cut out such a precious item from the stone. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. The vermilion bird stone? Not bad, not bad. I just happen to need this kind of fire attribute item. If he wanted to cultivate the nine-yang divine body, he would probably have to find a few strange flames in the world to refine it. Only then would he be able to continue cultivating the nine-yang divine body. This vermilion bird stone contained a type of flame. Perhaps it could be refined into vermilion bird fire. It was indeed beneficial for him to cultivate the nine-yang divine body. Not only could the nine-yang divine body be improved, but the power inside could also improve the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, Lin Xian flipped his palm and accepted it without hesitation. However, after thinking about it, he raised his head and said to the two elders, the third stone in the row in front, the round stone over there, and the stone with 9 holes under my feet. Be careful. There might be something incredible inside. What? Something incredible? The two elders were shocked. Then, their faces were filled with gratitude. Thank you for your reminder, Hall Master Lin. They were simply too excited. After all, they had already witnessed Lin Xian's capabilities. He could cut out the vermilion bird stone with a casual glance. The 3 stones that he reminded them of must be very precious. It was definitely not inferior to the vermilion bird stone. It seemed that they had done the right thing by giving Lin Xian a stone. Next, Lin Xian didn't make any more moves. Instead, he left the Mystic Stone Pavilion and walked elsewhere. Along the way, he encountered elixir stores and weapon stores. In short, everyone wanted to invite him over. Some people even gave him elixirs and weapons to thank him. After all, Lin Xian had saved the entire human race. Awesome, this feeling was just too awesome. The Crimson Dragon was also very excited. Because he followed Lin Xian, he was also treated very well. Lin Xian was very humble. This was because he was originally a member of the human race. Therefore, it was his duty to protect the human race. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who stopped the dark faction's chaos that day. His father Lin Zhan, Xiaojiu, Lord Alcohol, Demon Lord, Life Saintess, and the Blue Saber Sage. All of them had participated. Even the saints of the major saint sects had put in some effort. Therefore, he could not take all the credit for himself. However, he had indeed made a great contribution. The gratitude of the humans towards him made him feel very warm. When he saw Roussillon standing there, he was very excited. Lin Xian glanced at him. Why? Does it feel good to be respected by others? Do you want to have this feeling forever? Of course, he wanted to. But he probably wouldn't have the chance in the future. The 10,000 ancient races weren't fools. They definitely wouldn't allow another dark upheaval to occur in the near future. The Crimson Dragon asked doubtfully. Lin Xian laughed. What do you mean by instigating a dark upheaval? You're a mystical dragon after all. The dragon blood flowing in your body isn't any weaker than the dragon races. I reckon you'll be able to compete with that dragon crown prince. Should he kill the dragon prince? We'll unify the dragon race, then lead the dragon race to unify the myriad ancient races. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was shocked. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such ambitions and ideas. Although I like it, it's definitely impossible. If we kill the dragon prince, the entire nest of 10,000 dragons would probably go crazy. At that time, they would probably carry extreme weapons and hunt us down all over the world. The Crimson Dragon didn't want to do such a stupid thing. I was just suggesting an idea, but there's actually something that you're afraid of. Lin Xian laughed. At the same time, he said doubtfully, I'm very curious. Logically speaking, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be the gathering place of all the dragons in the world, but you don't belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Moreover, you're not sealed. Then, where did you come from? Where are the people of the mystical dragon bloodline? It can't be that you're the only one left, right? Also, what's the relationship between the mystical dragon bloodline and the nest of 10,000 dragons? Haven't you thought about these? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon sighed. I don't know. I don't have any memories of this. The Crimson Dragon really doesn't know. He also doesn't know what relationship he has with the nest of 10,000 dragons. As for the mystical dragon bloodline, it seems that he's the only one left. Lin Xian continued to ask. Then, other than the nest of 10,000 dragons and the mystical dragon bloodline, are there any other races in the dragon race? How did you guys split them? He wasn't very clear about the branches of the dragon race. The Crimson Dragon said. There must be a lot, but most of them belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Maybe my mystical dragon bloodline used to belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. But I don't know why we came out. The Crimson Dragon wasn't too clear about this. Lin Xian said. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, if there's a chance, we can still kill the dragon prince. His eyes lit up, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. However, Lin Xian didn't explain anything. He knew that he was going to march towards the path of the Great Emperor, and the other party's dragon prince would definitely take this path. Both sides would definitely have a fight in the future. Only one person could survive, so killing the dragon crown prince was something he had to do. More importantly, the Crimson Dragon wasn't weaker than the dragon prince. The great dragon sword soul in his body was also related to the dragon race. Moreover, it was rumored that the great dragon sword soul was transformed from an ancestral dragon, and its level was probably much higher than the dragon prince. It might even be stronger than the dragon emperor. Therefore, Lin Xian's idea of attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons and even the entire dragon race wasn't whimsical. However, this matter had to be done slowly. At least, with his current strength, it wasn't enough to fight against the entire nest of 10,000 dragons. While Lin Xian was strolling around Watermoon City, in another place. This was a clean land with fiery red mountain peaks densely packed together. There were many volcanoes erupting, and the magma was very terrifying. It could even turn an invincible king into ashes. This was the place where the Fire Qilin cave existed. At this moment, the ancient kings and sages in the Fire Qilin cave were extremely nervous. In front of them stood a young man in a flame robe. The young man had a handsome face and fair skin like a woman. Flames burned on his body. On his body, there was the mark of a fire Qilin that covered half of his body. He was very mighty and extraordinary. His identity was shocking because he was the son of the Qilin Emperor, the Qilin Crown Prince. His status and bloodline weren't any weaker than the Dragon Prince of the Dragon race. Beside him, divine crystal fragments were scattered all over the ground. Obviously, this Qilin Crown Prince had just broken out of the seal of the divine crystal. Sure enough, countless ancient creatures knelt in front of him and paid their respects to the Chilan Crown Prince. Get up. The Chilan Crown Prince was expressionless. The Chilan pattern on his body was swaying and shining. It was as if he had come to life. With a wave of his hand, all the ancient creatures were dragged up. Crown Prince, you have just recovered and are still very weak. We have already prepared the three-colored divine fire. You can recuperate inside. A few ancient sages quickly formed hand seals. The ground in front of them cracked open and a divine pit appeared. In the deep pit, there were 3 balls of flames dancing and intertwining with each other, emitting a terrifying aura. However, the Chilan race was born for sex. The more powerful the flame, the more energy it could provide them. Therefore, the Chilan Crown Prince nodded and waved his hand. The 3-colored divine flame enveloped him. All right, I'll cultivate for a while. The Chilan Crown Prince said in a deep voice. There's one more thing that my father said when he sealed me. When I broke out of the seal, it would be the time for the Sky Flame City to descend. Heavenly Flame City was a mysterious city. It contained incomparably terrifying flames. Even great emperors were unable to completely see through its secrets. I won't go to the Sky Flame City this time, but there's something inside that you must bring out for me. Don't worry, Crown Prince, we'll arrange it. Hearing this, the Chilan Crown Prince nodded. There's no need to keep this news a secret. It's best to let the whole world know. Let the 10,000 ancient races and the human race enter. This is what my father wants. Yes, we know. Although the ancient saints were confused, they knew that the Chilan king must have his reasons for doing so. Although the Chilan king had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the other party's arrangements were definitely exquisite. They had to abide by it. Above the endless 9 heavens, the void cracked open and countless flames danced. A huge shadow fell. It was as if it was going to crush the whole world. At this moment, all the living beings in the true spirit world felt it. Whether it was the 10,000 ancient races or the human race, they all looked up at the sky with fear. Especially the human race, they screamed. No way, could it be that the ancient race army is coming again? This scene was extremely similar to a year ago when the 10,000 ancient races started the dark turmoil. What's going on? Even the elders, sect leaders, and sacred lords of the sacred grounds looked up. Their gazes turned into lightning, piercing through the void. In the Watermoon City, the human race warriors held their breaths and felt their scalps go numb. Not good, run, the dark army is coming again. Damn it, the darkness is moving. Is it going to happen again? The Crimson God was shocked. Damn, it can't be for real, right? Wasn't it just killing a few of their sky prides? It wasn't like they hadn't killed human sky prides before. Lin Xian also frowned. This shouldn't be the case. What were the 10,000 ancient races doing? Could it be that they really wanted to start a war? Damn it, there are still some primeval life forms in this city, right? If there really is a dark rebellion, I'll beat them to death first. Many human warriors gritted their teeth in anger. There were still some ancient creatures left in Watermoon City. At this moment, they were also dumbfounded. That's not right. It's none of our business. It's impossible for us to have a great dark upheaval, this is not our aura. They roared crazily. As expected, golden runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as he looked up with his heavenly secret divine eyes. He said, everyone, don't be rash. This is not the dark turmoil of the ancient creatures. It should be something else. The moment these words came out, the martial artists in Watermoon City felt much more at ease. In other places, the sacred leaders and sect masters also spoke out to calm the martial artists of their holy lands. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were also shocked. What was going on? What had happened? They all thought that the human race had attacked. However, after looking for a long time, they realized that it was not the human race, but a huge city. It was an incomparably huge city that stretched as far as the eye could see. Heavens, is this an immortal palace? Did it fall from the sky? They were incomparably excited. The human warriors were also amazed. Could it be the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate and Heavenly Court? That was something from myths and legends. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, amidst the endless dragon chi, the Dragon Crown Prince opened his eyes. His body was stronger than before. It was obvious that his strength was increasing. He was growing rapidly. At this moment, a hint of shock appeared in his golden eyes. Skyflame City, it actually appeared. What, Skyflame City appeared? The primeval saints were extremely shocked. They had heard that Skyflame City was incomparably mysterious. Even their dragon emperor could not see through it. One could imagine how mysterious it was. There were many terrifying treasures inside, and it was said that Skyflame City had an incomparably strange sky flame. This kind of flame was an incomparably mysterious energy. If one could refine it, one's strength would definitely increase. One had to know that they had many fire dragons on their side. Even if they were useless, it was still very good for tempering one's physique. Therefore, the primeval saints in the nest of 10,000 dragons were extremely excited. Not only that, but the divine phoenix ridge was the same. A beautiful woman opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Beside her was a strange five-colored flame that formed a pair of wings that wrapped around her body. Only a hazy figure was left behind. She was the princess of the divine phoenix ridge, the daughter left behind by the immortal phoenix. Skyflame City, it was actually Skyflame City. They must obtain the Skyflame inside. Princess, don't worry, we will do our best to obtain it. In addition, the people in the Fire Qilin cave were even more excited. The ancient emperor's speculation was right. After their Qilin crown prince broke the seal, Skyflame City had descended. It seemed that that thing was destined to belong to them. In addition to the three royal families, the other primeval saints were also extremely excited. As long as they could enter the legendary and mysterious Skyflame City, they would definitely be able to obtain heaven-defying treasures. For a time, the 10,000 ancient races were ready to make a move. The human race was also in an uproar. The Yi family, the Gu family, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also flipping through ancient books and asking the saints and elders in the group. Finally, they also found out. This was the legendary Skyflame City. There might be a strange treasure inside. For a time, the human race was also excited. In Watermoon City, Lin Xian activated the array formation and sent a voice transmission to Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others. He was asking about this matter. Soon, he narrowed his eyes. From the array formation, he learned that this city was called Skyflame City. It was an incomparably mysterious existence. Rumor had it that there was an incomparably terrifying skyflame inside. Its power was boundless. Skyflame? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was really looking forward to it. To be honest, he originally needed some strange flames to temper his 9-yang divine body. He didn't expect that after he had just obtained the Vermilion Bird Stone, another Skyflame City would appear. Moreover, there was a rumored mysterious Skyflame inside. If he could enter, his 9-yang divine body would be able to quickly improve. It could even increase the power of the great dragon sword soul. This was killing many birds with one stone. How could he not be moved? The world was abuzz with discussion. Lin Xian was also preparing to return to the Immortal Palace to discuss with the Chief Guardian, Elderly, and the others. They wanted to see how to enter the Sky River City that had suddenly appeared. The Crimson Dragon began to set up an array formation. The two of them tore through the void and teleported away from Watermoon City. They returned to the Immortal Palace. At the same time, the sages of the Fire Qilin cave also began to work together to spread the news. After all, the ancient emperor had already deduced this matter, so they knew a little more. They first contacted the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge. The three ancient royal families also joined forces to advance together. Of course, this time, the Fire Qilin cave also contacted the Yi family, the Gu family, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and other top sacred grounds of the human race. They wanted to join forces with them. This scene surprised the Gu family and the Yi family. When did these 10,000 ancient races become so kind? Could it be that there was a trap? Who cares? They would make contact with the other party first. The Yi family, the Gu family, the Western Empress, and the others discussed and decided to take a look. Not only these sacred grounds, but all the sacred grounds and sects were alarmed. Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, Middle Ground, and all the major factions came out together to explore. The Immortal Palace was naturally no exception. However, this matter was left to Xianxia, the chief guardian, and the others. Lin Xian decided to absorb the energy in the Vermilion Birdstone first. After all, entering Heavenly Flame City would definitely be unavoidable. At that time, there would be a shocking battle. The most important thing was to increase his strength first. Moreover, he didn't forget that he still had a battle with the top prodigy of the Silver Race in a month. Lin Xian currently had 35,000 arcane power in his normal state. If he fully unleashed the 9-yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul, he could reach 40,000 arcane power. Lin Xian formed a hand seal and channeled the flames in the Vermilion Bird Stone, turning it into a vermilion bird phantom that devoured him. As for him, he used the cultivation method of the 9-yang divine body and began to cultivate. At the same time, a mysterious dragon-shaped sword shadow flew out of his body and stood in the void, absorbing the energy as well. After 10 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The fist-sized vermilion bird stone was dim and covered in cracks. When the last bit of energy was absorbed, the vermilion bird stone exploded and turned into a useless rock. The water fell to the ground. Lin Xian ignored him and opened his eyes. He felt his power and a smile appeared on his face. This was great. His power of the ancient era had increased by 1,000 strands. Even though it was only 1,000 units of arcane power, even the top geniuses would have to spend a lot of time and effort to increase it. He might even have to go into seclusion for a year, consume some heavenly treasures, or make a breakthrough in a top-notch divine ability. It could be said that this was not a simple matter. Now that Lin Xian had absorbed the Vermilion Bird Stone, the power of his great dragon sword soul and 9-yang divine body had increased. In a mere 10 days, his power of the Archean era had increased by 1,000, and his strength had become tyrannical once again. What's going on outside? Lin Xian asked after coming out of seclusion. The Fire Qilin Cave has joined forces with the Divine Phoenix Ridge, the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the royal clan to join forces with the great sects of the sacred lands on our side to investigate Heaven Flame City. One of the elders quickly reported. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Investigate the 10,000 ancient races together? When did the other party become so kind? Why did he not dare to think about it? There couldn't be a trap, right? The Crimson Dragon beside him also said that it was probably a trap to kill them. We were also very suspicious, but we still went forward. It seemed that there were no traps at the moment. The elder quickly said. How long would it take to open? Lin Xian asked. Even if there was a trap, he had to go in and obtain the legendary Heaven Flame. It would take about a month or two. According to the powerhouses of the Fire Qilin Cave, the descent of Heaven Flame City was unstable and they had to wait until it stabilized before they could enter. It seemed that the Fire Qilin Cave knew more. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it seemed that the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge didn't know as much as they did. The elder also nodded. This news came from Xianxia, the chief guardian, and the others. Interesting. I want to see what this Fire Qilin Cave is up to. Lin Xian said. Continue to pay attention. When it opens, let me know. Yes. The elder respectfully nodded and then turned to leave. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There were still more than 10 days before the battle with the guy from the Silver Clan. Peacock. He shouted coldly again. The void in front of him broke open and a beautiful woman knelt on the ground with one knee. Palace Master. How was the investigation of Bai Qianshan? How was his strength? It had been investigated. He was a peerless genius of the Silver Clan and was very powerful. It was said that he was the 10th generation grandson. The power of his bloodline was extremely terrifying. 10th generation grandson? What the hell? Lin Xian frowned. He had only been in seclusion for 10 days and there was a new title. Peacock quickly explained that Bai Qianshan was the 10th generation grandson of the Silver Clan's old ancestor. In short, he was the 10th generation grandson. This old ancestor was an extremely terrifying existence in the Sage realm. Therefore, his 10th generation grandson's bloodline power was extremely terrifying. So that's how it was. Seeing that Peacock was hesitating, Lin Xian asked. Is there anything else? Speak. Peacock nodded and said quickly. It was like this. 3 days ago, Bai Qianshan came out of seclusion. He challenged an invincible king of the human race, who was a swordsman. He was called the Wild Swordsman King. His strength was extremely terrifying. His Wild Swordsman King could destroy heaven and earth. He was also very famous among the invincible kings. However, he was easily defeated by Bai Qianshan. That battle could be said to be very tragic. The Wild Swordsman King was almost beaten up. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. What was the strength of the Wild Swordsman King? About 30,000 Archean force. 30,000 Archean force was indeed quite impressive. However, what surprised him was that Bai Qianshan was able to beat up an invincible king with 30,000 Archean force. This meant that his strength was at least 33,000 Archean force. At least, it could be higher. Interesting. Lin Xian nodded slightly. I hope you won't disappoint me. Palace Master, there's one more thing. Peacock continued. Lin Xian was surprised. What's the matter? Speak. It's like this. Today, Bai Qianshan challenged an eminent monk of the Western Desert. It was said that this eminent monk was stronger than the Wild Swordsman King. According to calculations, he had 35,000 Archean force. 35,000 Archean force. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a piercing sword light bloomed in his eyes. Currently, in his normal state, he only had 36,000 Archean force. In other words, this eminent monk of the Western Desert was about the same as him in his normal state. Did he go to the Western Desert to fight? Can you use a formation to teleport the battle here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Yes, Palace Master. I'll send someone to prepare it. Peacock's figure flashed, and like a ghost, she disappeared into the void. Not long after, a light screen appeared above the starry hall. It was very large, and it covered the entire space. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon raised their heads and looked at the sky. On the light screen, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and there were countless shining Buddhist lights, as well as towering temples. It seemed that they were in the Western Desert. There were countless people around. They should be the martial artists who had gone to the Western Desert to watch the battle. Of course, there were also many Archean creatures. The most eye-catching were 2 people. One of them was an old monk in a Xianxia. His face was calm, and there was no sadness or joy. He wore a string of Buddhist beads around his neck and a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. He was slowly turning them. Opposite him was a tall young man. His body was covered in silver light, forming a monstrous armor that covered the sky. He looked like a god fiend. The aura emitted from his body seemed to be able to suppress the world. That should be Bai Qianshan, the 10th generation grandchild of the primordial ancestor of the Silver Tribe. Old monk, I advise you to surrender obediently and admit defeat. If you do, I can spare your life. In front of him, the silver god of war, Bai Qianshan, said coldly. Around him, the void was rapidly collapsing. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you ask our elder to surrender? That's right, my martial uncle's magic power is monstrous. How can he lose to you? The old monk was an eminent monk of the Putua temple. At this moment, the monks of the Putua temple all shouted angrily. Ba. Little benefactor, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, just use them. The eminent monk in front of him also shouted in a deep voice. Old man, since you want to die, then don't blame me. Bai Qianshan took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Silver runes spun around him, turning into 360 vortexes that crazily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Die, with a roar, a silver fist punched out. The 360 vortexes jumped together, and a terrifying and violent power surged forward. What a terrifying fist! What a terrifying power! The surrounding martial artists who were watching the battle trembled. In front of the starry hall, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. That punch contained at least 30,000 Archean force. Bai Qianshan was really impressive. A casual attack was already so terrifying. He was not the only one. The other sacred grounds and sects were also watching through the array formation. When the older generation experts saw this scene, they could not help but tremble. A casual punch could kill an ordinary invincible king. Bai Qianshan's strength had increased again. Rumor had it that he was the 10th generation grandchild. Was he already so terrifying? If he was the 2nd or 1st generation grandchild, how terrifying would he be? The talents and bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races are too heaven-defying. It's not easy for the human race to grow. These elders felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, the 10,000 ancient races had gone into hibernation during the primordial era. Otherwise, the human race would probably still be their slaves. Facing this shocking punch, Pu Shan's eyelids twitched slightly. Although the other party was young, his strength was too terrifying. Wang, he roared angrily, an endless Buddhist light burst out from his eyes. A large hand stretched out. Symbols flickered in the sky, forming a golden mountain that slammed forward. This scene also caused the human race cultivators to exclaim in surprise. This was because the power of the Buddha's palm was not the slightest bit weaker than the silver fist. However, the experts of the older generation sighed. This was because Pu Shan was an invincible king of the older generation who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. Although this Bai Qianshan was also someone from the primordial era, he had been sealed in ice all this time. His true age was very young, probably not more than 100 years old. However, the two of them were actually evenly matched. This meant that their opponent's talent and bloodline far surpassed Pu Shan's. This was not something worthy of celebration. The golden palm and the silver fist collided in the sky, setting off a storm that filled the sky. The surrounding crowd quickly retreated, their faces filled with horror. This shocking battle was too powerful, Ba. Pu Shan chanted Buddhist scriptures again. The golden palm flashed, as if it was going to seal the silver fist. Old man, you still want to seal me? Go to hell, stars in the sky. Bai Qianshan let out a long roar. The silver light on his body was incomparably dazzling. It turned into one huge star after another in the sky, bringing with it a terrifying power as it fell from the sky. It slammed into the golden palm and pierced through it. What? It broke. It broke the Buddha's palm. The martial artists were shocked, especially the monks. Their faces were filled with horror. The golden palm was incomparably powerful. It was impossible to break it. It was called the Buddha's hand. Yet now, it was actually shattered into pieces by Chu Feng. This was something that they did not dare to believe. Damn it! Has the other party become so strong? They felt a chill in their hearts. The powerhouses from the sacred grounds who were watching the battle from afar were also shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. That attack just now should be the other party's ultimate move. It was very powerful. It seemed that the other party had the right to be arrogant. Flower blooms. Pu Shan roared. Behind him, endless Buddhist light rolled and condensed into a Buddhist flower. The Buddhist flower was extremely pure, like a celestial flower from the immortal world. Open, with a roar, the golden flower slowly spread out. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura that seemed to tear the whole world apart. The surrounding people's hearts beat wildly, and their faces changed drastically. Not good. Retreat quickly, this was a Buddhist grand magic. The martial artists and primordial creatures who were watching the battle fled madly. The surrounding void was quickly shattered. It could not withstand the power of the flower. Boom! Boom! In the sky, countless silver stars exploded with a loud bang. Bai Qianshan's pupils shrank. He did not expect the old monk to have such a grand magic. If the golden flower fully bloomed, it would pose a threat to his life. Get lost! In the next moment, he roared. Silver Spear Rage God. Go to hell! The vast silver stars turned into a silver domain. This was the other party's king domain. The silver domain spun rapidly and formed a silver spear. It was like the spear of a god descending from the sky. With one strike, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the earth cracked. A huge crack that was tens of thousands of miles wide appeared in the void and spread into the distance. This spear was too terrifying. Its target was the golden flower behind Pu Shan. The golden flower had 6 petals, and 3 of them had already bloomed. The shocking power had already shocked everyone. Even Xianxia had to treat it seriously. When the fourth petal bloomed, the silver spear finally collided with the golden flower. The two of them exploded with destructive energy. Not good, Pu Shan's pupils shrank. A hint of shock appeared in his eyes. This spear was too terrifying. It actually shook his golden flower. This golden flower was also condensed from his king's domain, and it was also an extremely powerful Buddhist sect divine ability. When all 6 petals bloomed, it could definitely destroy everything. However, he had only bloomed the 4th flower. There were still 2 more flowers to bloom. With a roar, he continued to use the Buddhist Dharma to make the 5th petal bloom. An even more terrifying power came from the golden flower, causing everyone to be terrified. Xianxia snorted. "Old man, you have no chance. Die." The fury god was slashing. In the next moment, countless silver runes flickered in his body, and an even more terrifying power burst out. Then, a silver phantom rose from his body. It was a few hundred feet tall. It turned into a silver giant. With a roar, it grabbed the long spear formed by the king's domain. Kill, an astonishing murderous aura burst out, and its power increased explosively. Not good, the power of the bloodline. This was the power of the bloodline of the 10th generation grandson. It was too terrifying. The surrounding human martial artists screamed crazily. The monks of Putua Temple also exclaimed, "Elder, be careful." The primordial being of the Argent clan revealed a sinister smile. It was useless. Once the power of the 10th generation grandson's bloodline was activated, no one could stop it. How could that old man possibly block such power? Boom. Boom, the fury god's roar was earth-shattering. Cracks began to appear on the golden flower behind the bodhisattva. Then, it exploded, turned into spiritual energy, and dissipated. Pu Shan kept retreating, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. A few cracks also appeared on his body. It was very terrifying. Blood flowed down his cracks and dyed his body red. He was injured. Pu Shan was injured, everyone was horrified. They did not expect that such a terrifying Buddhist monk would be injured. Could it be that Pu Shan was going to be defeated? Pu Shan also roared angrily. A golden will rushed out of his body and spun rapidly like a sun. However, Xianxia laughed sinisterly. "Ha ha ha ha, old monk, you don't have a chance. From the moment you met me, you were destined to lose. Now, kneel in front of me and admit defeat." Following his words, the silver giant in the sky held the fury god's spear in his hand and attacked again. The spear blasted the golden wheel away and pierced through Pu Shan's body. Poof, he was nailed to the ground. Clang, the golden wheel fell to the ground, and blood dyed the ground red. The Buddhist light in the sky disappeared. "No. Elder." The monks of Putua Temple screamed crazily. They could not accept that their elder, an invincible king, had been defeated by the other party. Moreover, he was seriously injured. The other martial artists who were watching the battle were also shocked. Many of them were so shocked that they almost fainted. He was too powerful. Although the other party was from the younger generation, he had defeated many invincible kings. The experts from the various sacred grounds and sects were equally shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The archaic creatures sneered again and again. "With just this bit of strength, you want to compete with us? Humans, you're just lucky. If it weren't for the accident last time, this world would have long been ruled by us. Even if we coexist now, you are still no match for us. It won't be long before you'll have to crawl at our feet. Damn it, let's fight." Many monks of Putua Temple shouted angrily. 16 of them quickly rushed out. The Buddhist light in each of their hands transformed into a golden rod, forming an Arhat formation. "Since he dared to injure my elder, let's suppress him together." The young man in the lead was Putua Temple's holy son. He took the lead to set up the Arhat formation. Within the formation, an Arhat rose from the ground. It was also several hundred feet tall. The golden staff in his hand smashed towards the silver giant. With a boom, the silver giant's body emitted an earth-shaking sound, and the silver light dimmed. On the other side, Xianxia's expression was ferocious. "Ignorant ant, you've completely infuriated me," raging deity roar, with a roar, the silver spear turned into a silver dragon again and pierced through the Arhat. The spear fell, and the Arhat formation shattered. The 16 Putua temple geniuses vomited blood and were sent flying. Ants will always be ants. Do you think that with so many ants, you can shake a dragon? How laughable, Bai Qianshan snorted coldly, and the silver giant returned to his body. The spears that filled the sky also turned into a king's domain and were put away by him. In this life, you will be trampled under my feet. You won't be able to raise your heads. I won't kill you because the taste of defeat is worse than death. Bai Qianshan sneered, turned around, and stepped into the air. Let's go and find the next opponent. When the archaic creatures heard this, they hurriedly followed. The last archaic creature turned its head and looked at the dumbfounded human martial artists with a sneer. Humans, get ready to crawl under our feet. Ha 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 ha, at this moment, everyone fell silent. He was too strong. Even a powerful senior monk like Pushun had been defeated. How many people could be his opponent? Most likely, only a peak-level genius like Leaf Dao Denier would be able to stand up to him. Perhaps only the most terrifying elders of the older generation would be able to subdue them. Damn it, the 10,000 archaic races are really sick. The Silver Clan was not a royal family, but a royal family. Yet, they could produce such a terrifying figure. Many people gritted their teeth, unable to accept this. Some people sighed. There was nothing they could do. Bai Qianshan had a good life. Who asked him to have such a strong bloodline? Moreover, he was the 10th generation descendant. With such a bloodline inheritance, even if he did not cultivate it, he would probably be a peerless expert in the future. Moreover, he was only the 10th generation descendant. Who knew how terrifying the first generation descendant would be? Don't talk about it. I'm about to despair. Don't forget that there are still princes and princesses among the 3 royal families. Those are the descendants of the great emperors. Their bloodlines are even more terrifying. They will probably become saints as soon as they are born. These people shook their heads and sighed, their faces full of despair. Facing the 10,000 archaic races, they felt a strong sense of powerlessness. Some people exclaimed. If I remember correctly, Bai Qianshan will probably fight with Lin Xian in a few days. Now that you mention it, I really do remember. Back then, Lin Xian had killed Bai Qianshan's younger brother in a domineering manner. Bai Qianshan would definitely not let the matter rest. I wonder if Lin Xian will be able to contend against him. Definitely. He's our middle emperor, one of the top geniuses. He will definitely be able to contend against him. Not necessarily. Many people were pessimistic. Even Pushun's 35,000 archaic power couldn't defeat Bai Qianshan. They estimated that Bai Qianshan's archaic power should be 38,000 or higher. Lin Xian might not be able to contend against him. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to be defeated? These people's faces were filled with fear. If Lin Xian was defeated, the human race would probably not be able to accept it. After all, Lin Xian was their hope now. He was given the title of Middle Emperor and was one of the top geniuses of the human race. Moreover, during the Darkness era, he had displayed unlimited combat strength and fused with his greater success divine body to suppress the chaos. To them, Lin Xian had become their pride. If Lin Xian was defeated, the impact they would receive would probably be 10 times or even 100 times greater. Damn it, these guys are too arrogant. Ben Huang couldn't help but want to attack. In the Starry Hall, the Crimson Dragon looked at the light screen and gritted his teeth. Why are you so arrogant? If you have the ability, fight with Ben Huang one-on-one. Recently, his strength had been growing rapidly. After all, he had refined the corpses and blood of the archaic geniuses that Lin Xian had killed. How could he not grow? In addition, his bloodline power was also very terrifying. Therefore, the Crimson Dragon was definitely extremely powerful now. Seeing Lin Fan, he was very unhappy. Kid, do you have the confidence to defeat me? This guy is very strong. I wonder if he has any trump cards or tricks up his sleeve. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. However, whether he has any or not, he is not my opponent. I was thinking, should I kill him directly, or should I suppress him? Kid, you are really domineering. I like you like this. Why don't we go all out and get rid of him? His blood and flesh must be delicious. The Crimson Dragon was drooling. Lin Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. You're a dragon, don't act like a Tao Tai. Let's go. It is about time for us to leave. Lin Xian was ready to leave. The Crimson Dragon was howling excitedly at the side. Great, there will be a good show to watch again. As Lin Xian was leaving, another shocking piece of news came from the middle ground. A royal elder of the Tai dynasty was also defeated by Bai Qianshan. In an instant, Bai Qianshan's name swept across the entire True Spirit world. Everyone was talking about him. Everyone was talking about how scary he was. What was his limit, at the same time? Another battle. It was also being watched by everyone with anticipation. Because soon. It was the battle between Bai Qianshan and Lin Xian. Lin Xian, one of the top geniuses of the human race, was titled emperor. He had quelled the dark chaos. It could be said that he had always been the most dazzling genius. Bai Qianshan, on the other hand, had only appeared a month ago. However, he had already challenged several terrifying invincible kings in such a short time. Until now, he had not been defeated. It could be said that he was a new force to be reckoned with. Now, he was in the limelight. What kind of sparks would be created when the two of them collided? More importantly, Lin Xian was a genius of the human race, and Bai Qianshan was a genius of the ancient race. The two races already had a grudge against each other. Now that the geniuses of the two races clashed, it ignited the emotions of both sides. The 10,000 ancient races were even more arrogant. Although the battle hadn't started yet, their taunts were already overwhelming. What Zhong Huang Lin Xian? He couldn't do it. That was because he had relied on his great success divine body to be able to strut around during the great darkness upheaval. Without his great success divine body, he was nothing. Don't think that you can show off just because you killed one of our Silver Tribe's geniuses in Watermoon City. He's still far from that. Our young master Bai Qianshan is the 10th generation descendant. His bloodline power is extremely powerful. It is not something that he can compare to. Your Central Emperor Lin Xian might be strong, but I estimate that his Archean power is only 33,000, at most 35,000. Just like Pu Shan, how could he be a match for our young master Bai Qianshan? Those ancient life forms were clamoring for supremacy. On the human race's side, everyone was panicking. Indeed, they didn't know how strong Lin Xian was. Although Lin Xian had killed several Archean geniuses before, it was just as the other party had said. Lin Xian's Archean power was estimated to be between 33 to 35,000. Such a battle prowess was already at the top of the younger generation in the human race. Even the invincible monarchs couldn't compare to him. But now, Lin Xian's opponent was the 10th generation descendant of the Silver Tribe. His opponent's battle prowess was estimated to be around 38,000. There was a difference of 3,000 Archean power, but this difference was like heaven and earth. It was enough to make people despair. Let alone 3,000 Archean powers, the difference of 1,000 Archean powers was huge. Therefore, the human race was very nervous. Among them, Morong Qingqing was very nervous. Master, do you think Big Brother Xian can win? She didn't want Lin Xian to lose. The Queen Mother shook her head when she heard this. We don't know. We don't know how much Archean power Lin Xian has reached. However, if it's really 35,000 Archean power, it'll be very difficult to win. Even with the Great Dragon Sword Soul and 9 Yang Divine Body, won't it work? Morong Qingqing couldn't believe it. Her face turned pale. The Queen Mother sighed. The 9 Yang Divine Body and Great Dragon Sword Soul were treasures of heaven and earth, but one had to have the strength to use them. Lin Xian wasn't weak. He was already a top genius, but his opponent was too strong. The Queen Mother wasn't the only one who thought so. The Gu family, Yi family, Daoi Sacred Ground, Tai Dynasty, Grand Xia Dynasty, and all the other sacred grounds and sects had the same thought. Perhaps this time, Lin Xian might really be defeated. No way, how could he be defeated? Lin Xian hadn't lost a single battle since his debut. That is, Lin Xian's followers began to counterattack. Lin Xian definitely wouldn't lose. Just wait and see. He'll create another miracle. However, such voices were very few and were quickly drowned out. Everyone speculated that Lin Xian's peak combat power was 35,000. This was already the power of the 9 Yang divine body and great dragon sword soul. 35,000 was a number that even invincible kings could only look up to. But now, it didn't seem to be enough. Brother Yi, what do you think? Gu Santong came to the Yi family to meet with Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao took a deep breath. It's hard to say. If I were to fight by Qianshan, I'll win because my strength has undergone a drastic change recently. My holy body has also made a breakthrough. But I wonder what level Brother Lin has reached in his cultivation right now. No way. Gu Santong's expression was serious. Yi Wudao said. However, he still had some confidence in Brother Lin. Don't forget, he can create miracles every time. Also, did you know that my target isn't by Qianshan or the other primordial geniuses? It's Brother Lin. I think he's the only one who can be my opponent. Such a person shouldn't be defeated so easily. Hearing Yi Wudao's words, Gu Santong's expression softened a little. Why don't we ask Brother Lin if he's competent? They didn't want to speculate anymore. Forget it, don't pressure him. Yi Wudao shook his head. Let's wait 2 days. Alright then. Gu Santong could only sigh. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu crossed the void and arrived at the Jade Lake sacred ground to meet up with Murong Qingqing. Miss Seductress, will Brother Xian win? Why don't we go and cheer for him, Qiu? I think Brother Xian needs peace at this time. Let's not go. Just stay here and support him silently. As for the other holy sons, holy daughters, the older generation experts, and all the human clan martial artists, they were all in a state of panic. Many people said, why don't we not watch this battle? Yes, it was too painful. One of the most dazzling geniuses of the human race had lost. They couldn't bear the consequences. Many chose not to watch because they couldn't bear it. The only calm place was the immortal palace. That was because Lin Xian didn't show any fear at all. He even sneered. Looking at the news outside, the Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Damn it, the Silver Clan is too arrogant. They haven't even fought yet, and they're already walking around the world as the victor. Be careful not to fall too hard when the time comes. Kid, do you want to go out and clear things up? Or do you want to challenge 2 Archean kings? The Crimson Dragon said from the side. He really couldn't take this lying down. Lin Xian waved his hand. No need. I'll let him jump around for 2 days. In 3 days it'll be time for the duel. When the time comes, I'll let him know that the higher he stands, the harder he falls. Good kid, I'll beat him back to his original state when he's at his most arrogant. I like this feeling. The Crimson Dragon also sneered. The other Immortal Palace cultivators were also full of confidence. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, countless figures gathered at West Mountain in Central Continent. West Mountain was a very famous giant mountain in Central Continent. It was rumored that countless sages had descended here, and it had an unfathomable aura. In fact, more than one great emperor had stopped here. Therefore, the aura they left behind was enough to ensure that West Mountain wouldn't be destroyed for 10,000 years. Fierce battles occurred several times, but they still couldn't make the giant mountain collapse. Therefore, some world-shaking battles were carried out on Mount Shihua. This time, the battle between Lin Xian and Bai Qianshan was also going to be carried out here. The sky hadn't brightened yet, but West Mountain was already crowded with people. They were all here to watch the battle. Of course, some of the elders of the sacred lands didn't come, but they used the array formation to watch. After all, they wouldn't miss such a shocking battle. The void split open, and a golden figure descended. Yi Wudao led the Yi clan cultivators to a mountain peak. Countless people gathered to watch. Look, Eastern Sage is here too. Yi Wudao is here. Yi Wudao is also one of the top geniuses. I wonder how much Archean power he has. If he meets Bai Qianshan, will he win? The people began to calculate again. They heard that Yi Wudao and Lin Xian were good friends. If Lin Xian was defeated, would Yi Wudao help him? Another round of discussion rang out. Brother Yi, you're early. The void trembled, and a group of people appeared in the sky once again. Even the older generation experts did not sense this scene. It was the Gu family. Sure enough, Gu Santong had arrived with the Gu clan warriors. They first greeted Yi Wudao and the others, then landed on a nearby mountain peak. Soon after, phoenix cries sounded. The Jade Lake Holy Lands people descended, bringing with them endless brilliance and flower petals. Fairy Morong, her relationship with Lin Xian was even more extraordinary. He wondered how she would feel if she saw Lin Xian lose. It was Morong Qingqing who came with Shen Qingqiu. Hearing this, Shen Qingqiu coldly snorted. Nonsense, Lin Xian Gij won't lose, defeat or not, it's not up to you to decide. A sneer came from the sky. Immediately after, countless archaic creatures descended. These people had cold smiles on their faces. That Lin Xian of yours will definitely lose today. He's like a legend in your hearts. Today, our young master Bai Qianshan will break that legend, defeat him, and let our young master Bai Qianshan be your central emperor. You ants, hurry up and kneel at our young master Bai Qianshan's feet. Maybe when the time comes, our young master will be happy and teach you one or two divine abilities. These archaic creatures did not put the human warriors in their eyes at all. Damn it, they've gone too far, the human warriors gritted their teeth in anger. However, there were also people who sighed. I told you not to come. Bai Qianshan's body was covered in silver light, like a silver god of war. He landed on the peak of West Hua Mountain and stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world. At this time an archaic creature snorted. That Lin Xian? Why isn't he here yet? He's courting death. How dare he make our young master Bai Qianshan wait for him? Humph, I think he doesn't dare to come. Of course, he knows he's going to lose. Why would he come here to embarrass himself? What a piece of trash. Mockery came one after another. Bai Qianshan also frowned. He looked around. Since he doesn't dare to come, why don't you come out and play with me? His gaze swept across the people below. Those who were stared at by him trembled as if they had been pierced through. Those invincible kings felt their scalps go numb. They had no choice. The other party was too strong. Ordinary invincible kings were no match for him at all. Even the more powerful invincible kings could not compete with him. Only those top-notch elders would be able to do so. However, those people would not come out so easily. If they failed, they would lose face. Therefore, for a moment, the scene was incomparably silent. This guy was really arrogant. Gu Santong frowned. Why don't we go and play with him? He looked at Yi Wudao. Sure enough, in the sky, Bai Qianshan's gaze was also fixed on Yi Wudao. You're the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Body, right? I didn't expect you to come too. Well, since that Central Emperor Lin Xian doesn't dare to fight, it's the same if I fight with you, the Sacred Body. A cold light appeared in Bai Qianshan's eyes. On the opposite side, Yi Wudao also snorted coldly. He was very unhappy with the other party's arrogant attitude. Originally, this was Lin Xian's battle, and he did not want to come out. However, since the other party wanted to challenge him, how could he back down? With a cold shout, his golden blood chi surged into the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out. Everyone was shocked. Heavens, are the two sides really going to fight? Originally, they came to watch the battle between the other party and Lin Xian. They did not expect that Lin Xian would not come, and Yi Wudao would want to fight. Come on. Bai Qianshan waved his hand impatiently. I'll step on you, the Sacred Body, to intimidate these humans. Originally, I wanted to find you after killing Lin Xian. I didn't expect this battle to be brought forward. Bai Qianshan's aura became more and more terrifying. Yi Wudao was like a golden giant, shaking heaven and earth. The two of them were about to fight. However, at that moment, a sword light tore through the void in the sky and blocked the aura of the two. I remember that I should be the one to fight this battle. In the sky, a figure descended. Lin Xian is here, Lin Xian is finally here, the human martial artists exclaimed, while the ancient creatures narrowed their eyes. Humph, you really don't know what's good for you. Just you wait. You're just courting death. They sneered. Yi Wudao retracted his golden blood chi. Brother Lin, you're finally here. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the other party, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Leave this battle to me, Brother Yi. Okay, no problem. This was originally your battle. Yi Wudao returned to the mountain peak. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the other party. You're that Bai Qianshan? You're quite arrogant. Boy, you actually dared to come. This is really beyond my expectations. However, whether you come or not, the result will be the same. You will definitely lose. Bai Qianshan was very domineering, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Now, I'll give you a choice to live. Kneel in front of me obediently and become my slave. If I'm in a good mood, I can teach you 1 or 2 divine abilities. If you dare to resist me, you'll end up very miserably. Perhaps I'll kill you on the spot. Bai Qianshan said arrogantly. You're really arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think you can show off in front of me just because you've defeated some invincible kings and sky prides? To be honest, you're not qualified. When I fought with your Silver Clan sage, you probably weren't there yet. What Lin Xian was referring to was naturally the dark upheaval a year ago. Hearing this, Bai Qianshan's face darkened. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. You don't have a phenomenal success divine body now. Also, how dare you kill my brother? I won't forget this grudge. The outcome of fighting with me is death. You'd better think carefully. It's not easy for you to grow to where you are now. It's a pity for a sky pride like you to fall. You'd better obediently become my slave. How about this? You serve me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I'll set you free. How about that? As soon as he said that, all the human martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, they became infuriated. Let the top sky pride of the human race become his slave? What a joke. I'd rather die than agree to that. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Lin Xian, beat him up. You must slap his face. The human race's followers roared crazily. The archaic skybridges sneered. They had already estimated that Lin Xian's strongest combat power was only 35,000. Their young master, Bai Qianshan, had 38,000. There was a difference of 3,000 archaic power between the two sides. It was impossible for Bai Qianshan to win. In response to such arrogant words, Lin Xian only stretched out 3 fingers and waved them in front of everyone. Everyone was puzzled. What does he mean? Is Lin Xian going to swear? It seems that this kid has really admitted defeat. The archaic creatures also sneered. On the opposite side, Bai Qianshan also revealed a cold smile. Yes, swear in front of me. Will you chase me forever? I'll fulfill your wish, but you have to sign the archaic treaty of master and servant. Lin Xian shook his head. I think you're mistaken. I said 3 moves. I can kill you in 3 moves. What? Not swear, but 3 moves. Everyone of the human race. The human martial artists felt their hearts beating wildly. The ancient life forms were even more stunned, not daring to believe what they were seeing. What a joke! As how terrifying was Bai Qianshan. Those old invincible kings had all been defeated at his feet. Bai of course of. Bai Qian of a heaven A, Bai Qianshan's face darkened. It was terrifyingly gloomy. He was so angry that he was trembling. Of course as spies, Lin Bai, est. Not to mention 3 moves, even if it was 30,000 moves, the other party wouldn't be able to defeat him. I'd be a bile pay. Bai Qianshan was thoroughly enraged. The aura on his body exploded. Rays of silver light shrouded him like a silver dragon. Stars in the sky, with a single strike, the sky was torn apart. Countless rays of silver light turned into huge stars and fell from the sky. Seeing this, everyone's body trembled. It's here. That's a trump card. That's right. He used this trump card when he fought with Xiamo. It's really terrifying. I wonder if Lin Xian can withstand it. Everyone was horrified. They did not expect that Bai Qianshan would use such a terrifying killing move right from the start. Lin Xian also made his move. He stretched out his hand and the 9 suns divine palm blasted forward. Seeing this, the crowd screamed again. The 9 suns divine palm was extremely golden. It was very similar to Pu Shan's Buddha's palm. It was as if the previous battle was happening again. Why do I feel like it's similar to the battle with Pu Shan? That's right. Is Lin Xian going to be defeated like Pu Shan? Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine body is extremely powerful. He won't be defeated. The crowd discussed among themselves. The Archean creature sneered. Golden Palm? That sounds familiar. It seems like he won't be able to escape death. In the sky, Bai Qianshan snorted disdainfully. The light on his body shone again. Thousands of stars fell and pierced through the void. Soon, the two collided. An earth-shattering sound reverberated in all directions. The entire sky seemed to be torn apart. Endless energy exploded and shrouded the entire space. Boom! Boom, boom. The ground sank and the mountains collapsed. Other than Xihua Mountain, the incomparably huge mountain was intact. The surrounding mountains were all torn apart. The onlookers ran away frantically. Ha ha ha. Boy, I admit that you're very powerful. You're one of the best among the younger generation of the human race. Unfortunately, you've met me. How can a human ant like you know how powerful the 10,000 Archean tribes are? Bai Qianshan looked down from above. Boom, in the sky, the silver light was torn apart, and the golden uncle appeared again. The golden light on his body shone brightly. He was not injured at all. Then, he grabbed at Bai Qianshan from all directions. Bai Qianshan's sinister laughter suddenly stopped. Damn it! How could this be? The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a look of shock. Impossible. His body swayed, and he rushed into the sky. He flashed quickly, trying to dodge the attack. However, this move was too terrifying. It was like the palm of a god or demon, firmly locking him in place. Damn it! Get lost. Bai Qianshan was furious. He punched out with his silver fist, which also covered the sky and shook the sky. It collided with the golden palm. In the next moment, the void was torn apart again, and Bai Qianshan's body flew backward. Bang! 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 Bai Qianshan smashed more than a dozen mountains in a row before he stopped. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They could not believe it at all. Especially the Archean creatures. Their bodies were cold, and their eyes were filled with fear. Their peerless genius, the 10th generation son Bai Qianshan, was sent flying. How was this possible? The human martial artists were also dumbfounded. This was not what they had expected at all. Lin Xian was really strong, ha 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 ha, I told you that our god Lin Xian would never be defeated. Just wait and see. He will definitely defeat his opponent. Many people's blood gradually boiled in their hearts. Some of the powerhouses and elders of the sacred grounds also exclaimed in surprise. The 9-yang divine body was indeed too powerful. In terms of physique, he could actually suppress the Silver Clan. Before anyone could react, Lin Xian strode forward. His body bloomed with light, and like a god of war, he suppressed all directions and sealed the entire space. In an instant, he arrived near Bai Qianshan again. You're courting death, you brat. I'm going to kill you. Bai Qianshan charged out from the rubble. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and a murderous aura surged from his body. His eyes were bloodshot, and his handsome face was hideous. He was pushed back. He was actually sent flying by an ant in his eyes, he couldn't stand it. He had to wash away the humiliation with his opponent's blood, Silver Spear Raging God. With a cold shout, the king's domain rushed out and turned into a silver spear in the sky. Spiritual energy from all directions quickly gathered. The void couldn't withstand it, and black holes appeared one after another. This scene shocked the crowd once again. They had seen the power of the silver spear with their own eyes. It was terrifying. It was the same spear that had pierced through the invincible western desert monk Pu Shan. Die! With a furious roar, the silver spear in the sky suddenly stabbed down. Its aura was like a dragon, swallowing the entire void. It charged at Lin Xian crazily. This attack was enough to kill an invincible king. Dodge! Many people on the human side exclaimed. They felt that even if Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body, he wouldn't be able to resist the spear. That was because the spear was too terrifying. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were extremely nervous. Yu Wudao's face was also solemn. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He looked at the spear descending from the sky and raised his head. A biting cold light appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal and mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body. Countless sword chi intertwined and quickly condensed behind him, forming a golden flower. What? The martial artists on the human side were stunned. The ancient lifeform side also stared with wide eyes. The monks of the western desert shrieked. The flower blooms. Damn it, how did he know this divine ability? The flower blooms was a western desert Buddhist divine ability. These people were familiar with it because Pu Shan had used it once a few days ago. However, Lin Xian was using it again. They couldn't believe it. With the great dragon sword soul, he could imitate everything, the older generation experts shrieked, and the others were filled with envy. That's right, how could they forget that Lin Xian still had the great dragon sword soul? Because of this, he was hunted down by countless people. Flowers blooming for a lifetime, in the sky, Bai Qianshan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Kid, you really are an idiot. It's a pity that the great dragon sword soul is in your hands. Don't worry, after I kill you, I will extract the great dragon sword soul from your body. He revealed a ferocious smile. This was because if Lin Xian used any other sacred art, he would still be afraid. However, although the simulated blooming flower mystique was powerful, he had destroyed it once not too long ago. Now, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy it a second time. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the silver divine spear descended rapidly, wanting to pierce through everything. Pung! Boundless energy exploded, and terrifying silver light surged, completely engulfing Lin Xian. The space in all directions was constantly shattering. Everyone's eyes widened. Bai Qianshan looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, kid, go to hell, those ancient creatures were equally ferocious. However, soon, in the endless light, a golden light tore through the void, revealing the scene in front. What? Bai Qianshan was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was completely different from what they had imagined. Lin Xian was surrounded by the golden flower cage, but he was unharmed. His face was still so calm, but the battle intent in his eyes was getting colder and colder. Unharmed, damn it, how could it be? That was his ultimate sacred art, even the powerful Pu Shan couldn't block it. How could the young man in front of them block it, the second move? Lin Xian opened his mouth, and his voice resounded in all directions. What? Everyone's body stiffened, and their eyes were filled with shock. The second move? Heavens, could it be that this kid really wants to kill his opponent in 3 moves? But, how could that be? Now that 2 moves had passed, there was only 1 left. Could Lin Xian defeat his opponent in 1 move? They didn't dare to believe it. Damn it, Bai Qianshan was so angry that he vomited blood. How could his opponent dare to say that he could defeat him in 3 moves? Kid, let's see how you're going to defeat me in 1 move. Bai Qianshan roared, and the bloodline power in his body bloomed. A silver giant rushed out. Raging deity roar, the silver giant stood tall and grabbed the silver spear, and a terrifying aura burst out. Kill! With a roar, the silver spear stabbed forward like a dragon. This attack was much fiercer than the previous one. So much so that everyone's expression changed. The invincible kings began to tremble. Brother Xian, Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing's faces were pale. Yu Wudao's expression was solemn. His body emitted light, and a part of the world was frozen. To be honest, this spear also posed a great threat to him. He wondered if Brother Lin could withstand it. Dodge, dodge quickly. Those who followed him roared crazily. They knew that they couldn't take it head-on. It was this move that directly pierced through the invincible monk of the western desert and nailed him to the ground. However, to their shock, Lin Xian still didn't dodge. Looking at the third move, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Open, with a light chuckle, the golden flower behind him slowly opened. 6 petals bloomed at the same time. A terrifyingly sharp aura filled the air. The entire void trembled. Everyone was terrified. The weak ones prostrated on the ground, and the strong ones were shocked. Many invincible kings' bodies were cracked, and blood flowed out. The ancient creatures screamed crazily and knelt on the ground, trembling. Damn it, what kind of aura is this? It's too terrifying. What appeared in the golden flower, they didn't know. Because the 6 petals of the bodhisattva had not fully opened, so they didn't know what was inside. However, Lin Xian's golden flower was not a Buddhist skill at all. It was evolved from the dragon sword spirit. Who knew what would happen after the 6 petals bloomed? However, they could imagine that it was an extremely terrifying killing move. Even the invincible kings couldn't withstand the aura alone. In the sky, Bai Qianshan's expression changed drastically. He sensed a strong sense of death. Damn it, this is impossible. Destroy, he roared, and his bloodline power erupted again. He had to seize the opportunity and not let the other party's 6 petals fully open. The silver spear and the silver giant, which had dimmed because of the opening of the 6 petals, burst out with dazzling light again, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The spear was like a dragon, and its power skyrocketed. It was over. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved his arm, and the 6 golden petals opened completely. A golden sword appeared in the middle of the petals. As he waved his arm, it shot into the sky. Buzz, it was like a golden dragon that cut through the entire world. The void was instantly split in half. The silver spear collided with the golden sword, producing a clanging sound. However, it did not put up any resistance at all. It was torn apart. Whoosh! Poof! The silver giant's huge head was also pierced through. It let out an unwilling roar and dissipated into spiritual energy. No! Damn it! How is this possible? Bai Qianshan screamed crazily. His face was full of shock. His ultimate move, the divine power activated by his bloodline power, was broken by his opponent's sword. He could not believe it at all. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. That was because the golden sword light was quickly charging toward him and enveloping him in an instant. Damn it! Block it! Bai Qianshan roared. Although the situation was critical, he was still the 10th generation descendant. His strength was so powerful that it made people tremble. How could he not have a backup plan? In an instant, a shield appeared between his eyebrows. He opened his mouth and spat out a silver river that filled the sky in front of him. The armor shone brightly, and in an instant, 3 layers of powerful defense enveloped him. Bai Qianshan heaved a sigh of relief. Great! Now, even if several invincible kings attacked together, they would not be able to break through his defense. Kid, let's see. Poof! Before he could finish his words, a golden sword light directly cut his body in half. The shield, the silver river, and the armor were all useless. Under the sword, everything was turned into ashes. Silver blood splattered all over the sky, and the 2 halves of the corpse fell from the sky. The miserable sound made everyone's scalp tingle. What? He was cut open? These people had gone crazy. The human martial artists exclaimed, and the Archean creatures fainted. Bai Qianshan was cut in half by a sword. How is this possible? At this moment, the elders and even the sect leader who were watching through the array twitched their eyelids. They knew Bai Qianshan's strength. With 38,000 Archean power, no one in the younger generation was a match for him. Those older invincible kings did not dare to fight with him rashly. He could be said to be a young demon king who could sweep through everything. But now, he was cut in half by a sword. This scene was too terrifying. Ah, damn kid, I'm going to kill you! Bai Qianshan roared. His body quickly soared into the sky, wanting to heal. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. He didn't die, he was just injured. Indeed, it was very difficult to kill such a powerful genius like Bai Qianshan. It was likely that Bai Qianshan would not let his guard down, and he would not go around Lin Xian. The ancient creature screamed again. Young master, are you all right? Kill him. Young master, you must kill him, they screamed like crazy. Bai Qianshan used his great magic power to heal his body. Lin Xian raised his head and let out a cold harumph. Instantly, his body, which was just about to heal, split open once again. Whoosh! Lin Xian appeared in front of him like a shooting star. He stepped out and stomped the other party onto the ground. A sword appeared at his fingertips, and the light was pressed against the other party's forehead. Bai Qianshan's body stiffened, and even his soul began to tremble. He realized that his opponent's sword chi could not only threaten his body. It could even threaten his soul. Damned brat, what do you want? The surrounding ancient creatures screamed crazily and rushed forward. However, they were all sent flying by Lin Xian's palm. The huge palm covered the sky and sent dozens of ancient creatures flying. Kid, I'm warning you. This is the peerless genius of the Silver Clan. The 10th generation descendant, if you dare to touch him, you're dead meat. In addition to the ancient creatures, there were many other geniuses who were watching the battle. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they let out a cold harumph. If you say another word, you'll die. Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. With his back facing them, he said something. His voice was like thunder, forming a golden cloud above the ancient geniuses. A terrifying sword shadow appeared. Seeing this scene, the ancient geniuses' eyelids twitched, and they quickly shut their mouths. It was too terrifying. They felt that their lives were in danger. They snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, there was a sneer in their eyes. If Bai Qianshan really dared to make a move, he would be dead meat. Sure enough, Bai Qianshan was fearless. Kid, kill me if you have the guts. Let's see if the Silver Clan can let you go. Kill you? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You're thinking too much. I remember that you once said that death is more painful than death. Failure is worse than death, so don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let you live forever, forever remember the scene of your failure today. From today onwards, you'll be my defeated opponent for the rest of your life. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced into Bai Qianshan's heart. Bai Qianshan roared at the sky and screamed crazily. Damn kid, I'm not convinced, let me go if you dare. Let's fight another 300 rounds, 300 rounds? You can't even block one of my attacks. What are you not convinced about? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Today, I'll make you kneel at my feet. As he said that, he waved his hand and grabbed Bai Qianshan's head. How dare you? Bai Qianshan went crazy. If he really knelt at Lin Xian's feet, he would not be able to live anymore. Die! He shouted angrily, trying to break free from the golden palm. However, endless dragon-shaped sword chi erupted from Lin Xian's palm. It completely sealed his body. Damn it, how is this possible? I can't break free. Bai Qianshan's face was ferocious. Bloodline power, burn. Right now, he was willing to pay any price to break free. However, the power of his bloodline was of no use. The great dragon sword soul destroyed everything he had. He could not resist at all. He was pressed to the ground by the golden palm and kowtowed 10 times. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Oh God, the terrifying Archean prodigy, the 10th generation grandchild, is kowtowing to Lin Xian. This made them feel dizzy. The Archean creatures screamed, especially the Archean creatures from the Silver Clan. They rushed over as if they had gone crazy. Damn it, let go of our young master. They had all gone crazy. Bai Qianshan's status was extremely noble. He represented the Silver Clan in the outside world. Now that Bai Qianshan was kowtowing to Lin Xian, didn't that mean that the Silver Clan was kowtowing to him? Their opponent was a human. Why would the Silver Clan kowtow to a human? Therefore, these people did not care about anything else and rushed over crazily. Rays of silver light danced in the air. Flying swords, sabers, galaxies, and meteorites filled the sky. These Archean creatures activated their divine abilities and rushed toward Lin Xian without any regard for their lives. However, Lin Xian destroyed all of them with a punch. Dozens of Archean creatures were turned into blood, dyeing the ground red. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Yuxuan's voice was sonorous. He was like a demon god standing on the ground. At this moment, everyone was trembling. The Archean creatures were even more so. He was too powerful. Killing them was no different from killing ants. Lin Xian said in a clear voice as he looked around disdainfully after shocking everyone with a single punch. Everyone has seen what happened today. I defeated Bai Qianshan in 3 moves. From now on, he won't be able to be arrogant in front of us humans. At the same time, I want to tell everyone that the 10,000 Archean tribes are not scary, and Archean prodigies are nothing. Although we humans don't have a particularly powerful bloodline, we have an invincible heart, we have the belief to reach the peak of martial arts. All of this is our most precious treasure. Without an invincible heart and the belief to win, what's the point of having a noble bloodline? Lin Xian's words were like a raging fire that ignited the hearts of the surrounding martial artists. For a moment, these martial artists clenched their fists, their faces full of excitement. This little guy was restoring the confidence of the human clan. Yi Jia, the elders of the Gu family, and the Jade Pool nodded in relief when they saw this. The human clan had suffered too many blows and urgently needed someone to restore their confidence. Lin Xian was undoubtedly one of the best candidates. Lin Xian did not have the power of bloodline, but he defeated Bai Qianshan, who had an extremely strong bloodline, and even trampled him under his feet. He made Bai Qianshan kowtow. This was definitely something that made people's blood boil. When they saw the human clan warriors, their eyes were filled with hope and excitement. Lin Xian also smiled. He let go of his hand and threw Bai Qianshan out. Get lost, Lin Xian turned around and walked forward. Behind him, Bai Qianshan regained his freedom, but he was trembling with anger. His face was extremely ferocious. I will definitely kill you. The power of bloodline in his body burned quickly. He opened his mouth and turned into a peerless flying sword. He killed his way out. This was his secret technique. It was a secret technique that he did not hesitate to use. It could kill people above his level. Although the consequences of doing so would cause him to be seriously injured and even need to recuperate for a year or two to recover, he could not care less. However, he couldn't care less. Only by killing this brat in front of him could he vent the hatred in his heart. Not good. As soon as the flying sword appeared, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. There were even blood-red lightning bolts falling between heaven and earth. One could imagine how fatal this sword was. The elders and experts all cried out in alarm, and the human race martial artists even screamed out loud. Damn it, no, their hearts were in their throats. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also exclaimed. Brother Xian, dodge, brother Lin Xian, be careful, all of this happened in an instant. When everyone was exclaiming, the blood-red flying sword had already attacked Lin Xian's back. It wanted to pierce through his body. Clang, Lin Xian did not look back. He stretched out 2 fingers and caught the blood-red flying sword. These 2 fingers were golden and shone brightly. There were endless dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around them. They were like 2 giant dragons that grabbed the blood-red flying sword tightly. The blood-red flying sword could not move at all. What? He caught it. This was impossible. The Archean prodigy's eyelids twitched in disbelief. This blood-red killing sword was definitely one of the strongest killing moves. The other party was actually able to block it so easily. Could it be that the other party's strength was far beyond their imagination? I spared your dog life just now, but you actually don't know what's good for you and dare to sneak attack me? Do you really think that I won't dare to do anything to you? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Then, he waved his arm, and the icy blood-colored flying sword flew back at an even faster speed. No a miserable shriek was heard as Bai Qianshan's body was pushed back again. His abdomen had been pierced through by the blood-red longsword, and he was nailed to the ground. His miserable voice sounded like the roar of a malicious spirit. He wasn't dead. This allowed Bai Qian to heave a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, his face was filled with despair. It was even worse than death. The reason being that his cultivation was crippled, the other party had directly destroyed his spiritual sea and shattered his meridians. This caused his extremely powerful battle prowess to be reduced to nothing. At this moment, he was no different from a mortal. No, Bai Qianshan screamed like a madman. He could not accept this at all. One had to know that this was worse than death. This was because he had gone from a peerless genius to an ordinary person in an instant. How could he accept this huge difference? The others were also stunned. Especially the primordial geniuses, their faces were filled with shock. The other party had actually crippled Bai Qianshan. This was definitely going to pierce through the heavens. One had to know that Bai Qianshan was the 10th generation descendant. His status was extremely noble. The Silver Clan would definitely not let this kid in front of them go. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored Bai Qianshan. He turned around and walked toward Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu. Brother Xian, the two women were also excited. They heaved a sigh of relief and threw themselves into Lin Xian's arms. Let's go. It's too chaotic here. Let's find a place to chat. Lin Xian took the two women and soared into the sky. Looking at Lin Xian's back as he left, everyone was shocked. Until now, their minds were still a little blank. That was because the scene that happened just now was too shocking. They needed to digest it properly. Middle ground. In a palace in the Great Xia dynasty, the martial artists of the dynasty were cultivating. One of them opened the palace door and rushed in, causing the other disciples of the royal family to open their eyes. Xiaoyu, what's going on? Can't you see that we're cultivating? That's right. By the way, I heard that you went to watch the battle. How was it? Did Lin Xian lose? I told you not to watch such a battle. It'll only hurt our morale. That's right. Bai Qianshan was too powerful. Even the elders of the royal family could not compete with him. Not to mention Lin Xian. The disciples of the royal family shook their heads and sighed. They did not go to watch the battle, nor did they use the array formation to watch. That was because they felt that there was nothing to watch in this battle. Lin Xian would definitely lose. Seeing this, he felt stifled. He might as well cultivate in silence. Improving their strength was the way to go. The corner of the royal family disciple named Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. He did not say anything. Instead, he threw a disc array on the ground. I won't say anything. Watch for yourselves. What are you looking at? The battle between Lin Xian and Bai Qianshan? You're not deliberately making us lose our appetite, are you? The martial artists of the royal family shook their heads. Xiaoyu said, let's watch it first. Trust me, it will definitely subvert your understanding. Will it really subvert our understanding? The disciples of the royal family frowned. Could it be that both sides are tied? Damn, if that's the case, I have to watch it. This Lin Xian is quite powerful. Is the human race already able to compete with the 10,000 Archean races? The disciples of the royal family opened the disc array. Countless runes intertwined on it, forming a light screen that recorded the previous battle. A few seconds later, they screamed. Damn, how is that possible? Damn it, you didn't make a formation to trick us, did you? The disciples of the royal family all went crazy. Why are you screaming instead of cultivating? At that moment, an elder walked over and frowned. Elder, did you watch today's battle? It was the battle between Lin Xian and Bai Qianshan. One of the disciples of the royal family asked. When the elder heard that, he snorted coldly. What are you looking at? Bai Qianshan is too terrifying. I'm afraid that no one in the human race will be able to compete with him in a short period of time. So, you guys should cultivate well. In 100 or 200 years, you might be able to compete with him. Hearing that, the disciples of the royal family in the hall swallowed their saliva. One of the little girls said, Elder, take a look at this. What are you looking at? You guys are getting lazier and lazier. The elder of the royal family was dissatisfied. No, Elder. This is the battle between Lin Xian and Bai Qianshan. However, the result of the battle is somewhat out of our expectations. Originally, the elder of the royal family refused to watch the battle. However, when he saw the disciples' expressions as if they had seen a ghost, he was very curious. Forget it. At most, I'll just take a look. At most, I'll suffer a little more. In the next moment, he raised his head and glanced at the light screen. Then, he was dumbfounded. How was that possible? The royal family elder was shocked because what was shown on the screen was completely different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to defeat Bai Qianshan. No matter how powerful he was, he would at most be able to contend with him. But now, the screen showed that Lin Xian was completely crushing Bai Qianshan. He defeated Bai Qianshan in 3 moves. He even crippled Bai Qianshan in the end. The royal family elder could not believe it at all. After a long time, he asked in a trembling voice, Who gave you the array? Is the news reliable? Xiaoyu said hurriedly. Elder, this news is definitely reliable. Hearing this, the royal family elder took a deep breath. He knew that they had underestimated Lin Xian. As one of the top geniuses of the human race, Lin Xian was simply too powerful. His strength had probably far exceeded their expectations. Sure enough, at this moment, not only the great Xia dynasty, but all the sacred grounds and sects were shocked. To be honest, although this battle was famous, not many people went to watch it because they all thought that it was a losing battle. They did not want to watch it. But now, through the recording of the array, they finally saw the complete battle. Everyone was extremely shocked. No way, am I blind? This must be a dream. Damn it, how is this possible? He defeated a genius of the 10,000 Archean tribes in 3 moves. Isn't Bai Qianshan very powerful? He defeated senior monk Xiamo and is said to be the 10th generation descendant? Why are you so weak? What do you know? Lin Xian is too powerful. It's unbelievable that the human race has such a genius. Will he become the next great emperor of the human race? These people exclaimed. However, there were also people who were worried that Lin Xian would really break the sky. Yes, he actually crippled Bai Qianshan. The Silver Tribe will definitely not let this go. Indeed. Bai Qianshan was the 10th generation descendant of the Silver Tribe. His status was extremely noble. How could the Silver Tribe swallow this insult when he was crippled? They would definitely kill Lin Xian mercilessly. For a moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. While they were excited, they were also worried. It wasn't just the great sects of the human race. The 10,000 primordial races also learned of this news. They had also obtained some formations and recorded battle scenes. When they saw Lin Xian kill his opponent in 3 moves, they were all terrified. Damn it, this is impossible, how could this brat be so powerful? It's over, he's dead meat. The Baiyin clan would never let him off. This Lin Xian was really a troublemaker. Let's see how he's going to clean up this mess. A series of cold laughter rang out. Even though these 10,000 ancient race beings were shocked, they knew that Lin Xian was definitely dead this time around. The Baiyin clan would definitely be furious. That's right, the Baiyin clan was furious. They directly mobilized several dozen archaic kings, blotting out the sky and covering the earth to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had already left. He even brought Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu back to the immortal palace. This caused these archaic kings to miss their target. They couldn't find a way to deal with him at all. These archaic kings were so angry that they vomited blood. However, they still searched crazily. For a time, the figures of the Baiyin clan and the archaic kings could be seen all over the world. However, after searching for more than 10 days, they still couldn't find Lin Xian. These archaic kings of the Baiyin clan could only give up. They swore that the next time Lin Xian appeared, they would definitely capture him and bring him back. This Lin Xian had already grown. It would probably be difficult to kill him. That's right, this kid was indeed powerful. He had the 9-yang creation body and the great dragon sword soul, these 2 extremely terrifying trump cards. Probably very few people in the younger generation could be compared to him. Not to mention the younger generation, even those invincible kings were not his match. However, if a sage were to attack, they would definitely be able to kill him easily. But would a sage really dare to attack, not to mention the primordial alliance? Just the fact that Xia Jiuyo was related to Lin Xian was probably unrivaled. Don't forget that his father, Lin Zhan, was also an extremely terrifying sage. There was also Lord Alcohol, who had the devouring sword. 3 such super sages stood behind Lin Xian. It was likely that a sage wouldn't dare to kill him. Otherwise, the races of those sages would probably be in danger of being exterminated. In fact, even without a sage, those archaic kings could kill Lin Xian 7 times. It was just that they didn't have the chance. These people discussed intensely, but gradually, they stopped talking about Lin Xian's matter. This was because the aura emitted by Sky River City in the sky was getting more and more terrifying. It was as if a world of fire had descended. It floated above everyone's heads. The entire sky was dyed red. Everyone was excited because according to the Fire Qilin cave, they would be able to enter Sky Flame City in a day or 2. During this period of time, the legend of Sky Flame City had already spread. Everyone knew that this was an incomparably mysterious city. Even the great emperors couldn't see through it. Moreover, there were endless natural treasures in the city, including the precious sky flame. If one could obtain the sky flame, it would be equivalent to obtaining a self-strengthening power. After absorbing it, one's strength would definitely undergo earth-shattering changes. If a fire elemental martial artist obtained it, their fire elemental mystiques would improve by leaps and bounds. This was a temptation to everyone. Especially fire elemental martial artists. That's great. If I can get it, my strength will definitely become even more powerful. Wu Dao's eyes shone with a cold light. This sky flame would also be very helpful to him in cultivating the sacred body. Sky flame? It just so happens that the elixir I've been refining recently lacks a mysterious flame to assist me. In the wavering light sacred ground, the wavering light saint's eyes flickered. 108 godfiends surrounded him. Although the wavering light saint didn't have a terrifying bloodline, his strength was incomparably terrifying. He was one of the few people in the eastern wilderness who could be compared to Wu Dao. Furthermore, he hadn't been defeated in several battles with archaic geniuses. This let everyone know that the wavering light saint was extraordinary. If I can obtain the sky flame, I should be able to refine my weapon. South Mountain, Yan family. Yan Nantian also had a look of excitement. Recently, he had been refining a terrifying weapon and had reached the final stage. If he obtained the sky flame, he would be able to complete the final upgrade. As for that weapon, once he succeeded in refining it, his strength would also increase exponentially. Therefore, this time, he was also determined to obtain it. It wasn't just these human geniuses. The 10,000 archaic races were also incomparably excited. Among them, the Fire Qilin Cave was determined to obtain it because they had received instructions from the Qilin Crown Prince that they had to obtain the sky flame. The Phoenix race was also born of desire. They also needed the sky flame. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Fire Dragon race was even more excited. It could be said that the goal of countless powerhouses and geniuses was all the mysterious sky flame. In the Immortal Palace, Lin Xian also stood up. Was Sky Flame City finally going to open? It really made one look forward to it. Brother Xian, do you need that mysterious heavenly fire? Morong Qingqing, who was standing on the side, stood up from his arms. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, the 9-yang divine body required all kinds of mystical flames. If I can obtain this heavenly fire, my 9-yang divine body will improve again. Don't worry, Brother Lin Xian, we'll definitely get it for you. Shen Jingqiu, who was standing beside him, waved her little fist and said. It's about time. Let's go. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Qingqing, Qiu'er, I'll open the realm gate and send you back to Jade Pool and Purple Dawn Sacred Land. Gather your elders and experts. We'll meet outside Skyfire City. All right. Morong Qingqing nodded. Brother Lin Xian, I'll be back soon. Shen Jingqiu was also reluctant to part. Lin Xian had the Crimson Dragon open the realm gate and send the two away. Soon, the two figures disappeared into the void. Lin Xian waved his hand and called Lin Xuanxian, Chief Protector, and the other experts over. They gathered their forces and prepared to set off for Skyfire City. It wasn't just a mortal palace. At this moment, whether it was the 10,000 ancient races or the human sacred lands, all of them were gathering their geniuses and experts to prepare to set off. In an instant, countless figures moved. A terrifying pressure filled the sky, covering the 9 heavens. Apart from the sages, the top geniuses and the terrifying invincible kings all moved out. Below Skyfire City, figures moved. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, when the human race and the 10,000 ancient races met, they would inevitably clash. Before Skyfire City even began, there were already several fierce battles below. Even Wu Dao made a move, forcing the Golden Rock race's genius to retreat. Look, the Buying clan is here. Someone cried out in surprise. Everyone turned their heads and looked into the distance. The void in the distance tore apart as powerful figures descended from the sky. Silver runes shone on their bodies, suppressing the 9 heavens. After they descended, they looked around disdainfully. However, some people sneered. Oh, isn't this the silver race? You still have the face to come? I remember the 10th generation descendant of the silver race. He had just been killed. The person who said this was none other than a martial artist from the Yi family. As a clan of the ancients, they were not afraid of the Silver clan. The silver folk were vile, and had dared to provoke Leaf Doudenier. How could they not be mocking and ridiculing him? Yeah, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't come. The disciples of the Gu family also joined in the fun. As a clan of the Huanggu clan, they possessed an extremely great heritage and possessed extreme weapons. Therefore, he was not afraid of this uncrowned king at all. Do you want to die? The geniuses from the Silver clan were so angry that they vomited blood. The piercing sword light in his eyes turned into streaks of rainbows that tore through the void. Do you think I'm scared of you? The golden blood chi of the disciples of the Yi family surged. On the other side, the disciples of the Gu family turned into nothingness and attacked the mysterious universe. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Countless gazes fell on the Silver clan. The people of the Baiyin clan felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at like this. One of the primordial geniuses snorted coldly. What's the big deal? That Lin Xian of the human race only used despicable means to sneak up on one of our geniuses. Otherwise, our geniuses wouldn't have bowed to him. That's right. Who does that kid think he is? He can't hide after sneaking up on us. Come out if you dare. The geniuses of the Silver clan will definitely crush him to death. These people were furious. They hadn't found any trace of Lin Xian in the past few days. Their assassination plan had been for naught. Keep bragging. Your 10th generation grandchild, Fan, has been crippled. Among the geniuses of the Silver clan, how many of them are stronger than your 10th generation grandchild? Fortunately, Lin Xian wasn't here. Otherwise, none of you would have dared to even let out a fart. That's right. In front of God Lin Xian, you're nothing but ants. For a moment, the two sides were in a heated argument. At this time, the other primordial races interjected. Where is that Lin Xian? Tell him to come out if you dare. He's a genius of the Blood Moon clan. Oh, you still dare to come out now? Aren't you afraid of being killed by a sword? Have you forgotten the taste of the divine Nine-Yang body? Gu Santong sneered. The divine Nine-Yang body is strong, but it's not invincible. The battle physique of the War clan is the true unparalleled battle strength. The people of the War clan also came. This was one of Lin Xian's old rivals. They had been silent for a while. Who would have thought that this time, with the appearance of Skyfire City, the War race would finally appear? The War clan used to belong to the 10,000 Archean races, and they were a branch of the Archean royal races. They were very powerful. Their clan's battle physique was said to be unparalleled in battle strength. It could be said that their battle strength was terrifying. At this moment, when these words came out, the surrounding people all gasped. Even the geniuses of the 10,000 Archean races had serious expressions. The power of the unparalleled battle physique was famous in the past. It didn't lose to the divine Nine-Yang body. Is the battle physique that powerful? I remember back then, you were suppressed by God Lin Xian until you couldn't breathe, right? You still dare to come out now, Lin Xian's followers sneered. Wu Hua also snorted. The clone of the number one genius of the War clan was killed by Brother Lin. You can't forget this, right? You're courting death. The warriors of the War clan were so angry that they vomited blood. They were so angry that their teeth itched. Indeed, back then, Lin Xian had killed the clone of their number one genius. At that time it had caused a huge uproar and everyone knew about it. They thought that after a period of time, they would have forgotten about it. They didn't expect that they would be kicked out again. This was like rubbing salt into their wounds. However, soon, a female disciple of the War clan snorted. What's the big deal? It's just a clone. This time, our number one genius's main body will come. No matter how strong that Lin Xian is, why don't you let him come out? Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant in front of our number one genius. What? The number one genius of the War clan is coming out? Everyone was shocked. This was a terrifying enemy. Especially those of the younger generation. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. The other party was definitely a powerful opponent that couldn't be underestimated. Even Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, the Alcade Saint, and the others frowned. The unparalleled battle physique was indeed very strong. The 10,000 ancient races prodigies were also discussing it. Boom, at this moment, the void suddenly collapsed, and a powerful force suppressed the surroundings, and everyone was sent flying. Even the ancient prodigies and human geniuses used their keen domains to resist. Damn it, who is it? So strong, heavens, this aura is too terrifying. Could it be that the number one genius of the war clan has appeared? Those people exclaimed. However, the expressions of the war clan's people weren't good because they were also affected. This made them realize that it wasn't their number one genius. Then who was it? Who was so arrogant, who dared to come in such a manner? Everyone turned their heads to look. Even the older generation figures and invincible kings had eyes that were like rainbows. They also wanted to know who it was. Amidst the endless shattered void, a figure slowly appeared. He was tall and big, like a fiend god. His eyes were sharp, and he looked disdainfully. What? It's him. One of the human race elders trembled and exclaimed. The others were also shocked because they recognized who this person was. Yan Nantian. The peerless genius of the Yan family, the number one genius of the South Ridge, and the person known as the South Emperor. After all, he was just as famous as Lin Xian and Leaf Dao Denier. More importantly, it was rumored that he had received the inheritance of a great emperor. This was extremely shocking to everyone. Was it him? The holy sons and holy daughters of the human race were shocked. Yi Wudao and the Alcade holy son's eyes shone with a cold light, and their bodies were filled with battle intent. The 10,000 ancient races prodigies also had serious expressions. However, a few of them smiled and even went up to greet him. Brother Yan, I didn't expect you to be here. In the past, powerful primordial beings had come to the Yan family and had a secret meeting with the Yan family head and Yan Nantian. To a certain extent, the Yan family and the 10,000 ancient races had formed an alliance. Therefore, these primordial prodigies and Yan Nantian had a cooperative relationship. Hearing this, the human race cultivators were stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? These primordial prodigies were greeting Yan Nantian, and their attitudes were so good, this was too unbelievable. After all, not even top geniuses like Leaf Dao Denier, Lin Xian, or Dustless had ever received such treatment. Not to mention the younger generation, even the elders and sect masters didn't receive such treatment. But now, Yan Nantian was receiving such treatment. It was absolutely unbelievable that so many primordial prodigies greeted him. Yes. Yan Nantian nodded slightly and landed to the side, ignoring everyone's surprised gazes. What was going on? Was there some relationship between Yan Nantian and these primordial prodigies? Everyone was discussing, and many elders of the Holy Lands were frowning. Looks like the Yan family is more complicated than we thought. They actually have connections with the 10,000 ancient races. Did they betray the human race? One of the elders had an ugly look on his face. Impossible. Did he not want to live anymore? He dared to betray the human race. These people discussed and speculated. Very soon, they exclaimed in shock because there was a supreme expert descending from the sky. When the newcomers arrived, the faces of the archaic creatures darkened, especially those from the Silver tribe. Within the clan, many experts were trembling with anger. A terrifying murderous aura shot up into the sky, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. That damned brat, he actually came. The humans were also extremely shocked. He actually dared to come here. Wasn't he afraid of the Silver tribe's revenge? What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't alone this time. Who would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight? Do you think Immortal Palace will be afraid of the Bayin clan? He thought about Xiaojiao. After the dark turmoil last time, they knew that Immortal Palace had an extremely terrifying super saint, precisely Xiaojiao. Someone like that could easily send the great ancestor flying with a slap. Furthermore, he could even catch an imperial armament with his bare hands. With such a person around, who would dare to harm Immortal Palace? Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others grinned. Brother Lin, you're here. That's right, it was Lin Xian and his group. Lin Xian descended from the sky with Immortal Palace's experts and walked out of the gate. He looked around. When he saw the archaic creature's unfriendly expressions, he snorted coldly. When he felt the Bayin clan's murderous aura, he even sneered. The other party wanted to kill him, but how could he not want to kill the 10,000 archaic creatures? He knew that these people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. So what if they did? He wasn't afraid of them. Lin Xian greeted Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others with a smile. Then, he met up with Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu. Qingqing, Qiu. Lin Xian walked over. Brat, get over here and die. Frenzied roars rang out. The Bayin clan was about to go crazy. From the beginning until now, the other party had only glanced at them and ignored them. What was the meaning of this? Ignoring them? They released such a terrifying murderous aura that the entire world trembled. No one dared to ignore them. Whoosh. In an instant, more than 10 archaic creatures descended and surrounded Lin Xian. Terrifying light bloomed from their bodies, and terrifying silver runes lit up the world. It made those martial artists tremble in fear. Sure enough, they attacked. Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu's expressions changed. Lin Xian stopped, turned around, and shouted coldly. If you don't want to die, scram. Following his angry roar, Li Xuanxian, the chief protector, and the others also rose, their bodies emitting terrifying light. Saint weapons even appeared, and terrifying saint aura swept through the world. Everyone's expression changed. The Bayin clan's experts also frowned, but they didn't retreat. Using saint weapons? Do you think you're the only ones with saint weapons? They also took out 2 saint weapons. The terrifying aura once again caused the void to crack, and countless cracks appeared. A great battle was about to break out. Suddenly, a few terrifying figures descended. Stop! A monstrous sea of fire spread out as if the god of fire had descended, turning into a fire Qilin that swept across the world. Fire Qilin Cave. The people from Fire Qilin Cave had arrived. Everyone exclaimed. The archaic king of the Bayin clan was also surprised. Great, if Fire Qilin Cave wanted to help them, they could definitely kill the kid in front of them. But soon, their expressions changed. Because after the Fire Qilin Cave's experts arrived, they didn't help the Bayin clan, but stopped the battle. What was so important that they had to make such a big fuss? An elder of Fire Qilin Cave frowned. As soon as those words came out, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Heavens! What was the meaning of this? The people from Fire Qilin Cave were here to stop the fight. How was that possible? One had to know that Fire Qilin Cave was an archaic royal family. How powerful and terrifying was that? Moreover, they were enemies with Lin Xian. It was already good enough that they didn't help the Bayin clan to suppress Lin Xian. But now, the other party actually stopped the battle. Not to mention the humans, even the 10,000 archaic races were stunned. Especially the people from the Bayin clan, they were all dumbfounded. This brat crippled our 10th generation grandchild. We must capture him and tear him to shreds. We will make his soul kneel in front of our Bayin clan forever. An archaic king said coldly. Lin Xian sneered. Kneel in front of you? You're courting death. Your grandson was courting death, so I crippled him. If he didn't court death, I wouldn't have bothered to do anything. If you want to make a move on me, go ahead. Whether it's a one-on-one battle or a team battle, I'll take it one by one. Facing the might of the Bayin clan, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. The people of the Fire Qilin Cave looked displeased. To be honest, they also wanted to kill Lin Xian and even the entire human race. But they couldn't do it now. If the two sides fought here, it would definitely not be a small battle. They might even use sacred weapons. In the end, even the saints might come out. A battle of this level was enough to threaten Skyflame City. If it affected Skyflame City, who knew what kind of changes would happen? This time, they were here on the orders of the Qilin Crown Prince to obtain that thing in Skyflame City. They wouldn't allow Skyflame City to suffer any losses. Therefore, they wouldn't let the two sides fight in this battle. If there were any grudges, they would settle them after entering Skyflame City. Yes, they definitely couldn't affect the arrival of Skyflame City. The powerhouse of the Fire Qilin Cave said coldly. As soon as he said this, the people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge also nodded. They also didn't want anything to happen to Sky Flame City at this final juncture. Seeing the three ancient royal families come out to stop them, the people of the Silver Clan gritted their teeth in anger. But there was nothing they could do. Although they were uncrowned kings, they were still far inferior to the real three royal families. Now that the three ancient royal families had joined forces, they could only swallow their anger. Kid, I'll let you live for a while longer. After entering Skyflame City, I'll teach you a lesson. An ancient king of the Silver Clan snorted coldly. Let's go. They quickly retreated to the side with their men. You should be glad that someone came out to stop them. Otherwise, you would be a bunch of dead people now, Lin Xian snorted coldly. If the Silver Clan dared to make a move, he guaranteed that they would definitely regret it. You. The Silver Clan was so angry that they vomited blood. Lin Xian waved his hand and asked Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others to retreat. They came to an empty place and waited quietly. Skyflame City was about to open. Powerful figures descended one after another. Sacred grounds, great sects, and ancient races appeared one after another. All the powerful forces had come. Buzz. In the sky, endless auras filled the air. Powerful combat strength suppressed the surroundings, causing the expressions of these geniuses to change again. Who was it this time? These people were terrified. Looking at the other party's aura, they weren't inferior to the top geniuses from before. It's our unparalleled battle body. The War Race's people cried out in alarm, their faces filled with excitement. That's right, the one who came this time was their War Race's #1 genius. The War Race's #1 genius was extremely terrifying. His body flowed with brilliant colors, making it impossible for others to see his true appearance. However, the aura on his body was enough to suppress the 9 heavens. From the looks of it, he wasn't any weaker than the archaic era's prodigies. So powerful. This person's aura was even stronger than Bai Qianshan's. What? You're saying he's even scarier than the 10th generation grandson? That was only natural. The unparalleled combat body was also a famous existence in ancient times. It was definitely not to be underestimated. Most likely, he was also here for the mysterious heavenly flame. These people were extremely shocked. After the #1 prodigy arrived, his gaze swept across all directions. Who is Lin Xian? Get your ass out here. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They looked at Lin Xian in horror. He was here to look for Lin Xian again. Last time, I killed your clone, but I didn't expect you to not learn your lesson. This time, your main body is coming to die. If you want to live this time, it won't be so easy. So in front of me, you'd better be obedient. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll kill you. Lin Xian looked at the other party. He did not stand up. Instead, he said coldly. You're Lin Xian? Hearing the other party's threat, the #1 prodigy's aura became even more terrifying. Come and die. Previously, the other party had killed one of his clones, which made him very angry. Not only was that a slap to his face, but it also greatly reduced his strength. At that time, he was in seclusion. He had reached a critical juncture in his cultivation and could not use it. Furthermore, his clone had been defeated, which greatly reduced his strength. Therefore, until the appearance of Heaven Flame City, he had been in seclusion to recover his strength. Fortunately, he was lucky. Finally, before Heaven Flame City opened, not only did he recover his strength, but he also made further progress and improvement. Therefore, the first thing he did when he came out of seclusion was to kill Lin Xian. Kid, aren't you very arrogant? That's right, come out and fight with our #1 prodigy. Our #1 prodigy can crush you with one hand. No matter how strong you are, you're not a match for our #1 prodigy. The warriors of the war tribe roared angrily. They really could not hold it in anymore. Was the #1 prodigy that amazing? Wasn't his clone still killed by our great god Lin Xian? That's right, what are you shouting for? Our great god Lin Xian did not make a move because he wanted to let you live a little longer. Can't you even understand this little bit of mercy? Seriously. Lin Xian's followers also sneered. The #1 prodigy snorted coldly. Immediately, everyone did not dare to speak. Thousands of auras hung down from his body, directly shattering the void. Hundreds of thousands of miles of land trembled with his footsteps. Lin Xian, come and fight, today, I will kill you with my own hands. The human warriors felt their scalps go numb. This Lin Xian was really, they did not know what to say. Lin Xian was strong, but he had provoked too many enemies. Previously, it was the Silver Tribe. Now, there was the War Tribe. These two tribes were both ancient royal tribes and were very tyrannical. Could Lin Xian really resist so many people? There are many people who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? Obediently line up at the back. Lin Xian waved his hand disdainfully. So what if you're the number one prodigy, you're courting death? The number one prodigy roared and punched out. The sky full of light condensed, forming a shadow that directly fell with this punch. The entire world trembled. The invincible king screamed in horror. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish now. Lin Xian snorted coldly and also stood up. His body bloomed with light, and a ray of sword qi rushed into the sky. Stop! Seeing that the two peerless prodigies were about to fight, the experts of the Fire Qilin cave walked out again. They directly tore the void and swallowed all the energy. Buzz, an old man said in a deep voice. Before Skyflame City opened, no one was allowed to fight. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of the Fire Qilin cave, you will also be an enemy of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge. The people of the other two dynasties also stood out. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and did not say a word. The number one prodigy of the War Tribe also withdrew his hand. Since that's the case, I'll personally kill you after Skyflame City. With that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Wait, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll settle it today. Lin Xian said. What? Everyone was stunned. They thought that things would end like this, but they did not expect Lin Xian to make a move at this time. What was going on? Yi Wudao, Gu Shantong, and the others also frowned. Making a move at this time would offend the three ancient royal families. Sure enough, the three primordial theocrats frowned. They stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. Kid, I said you're not allowed to attack. Are you deaf? Humph. I, Lin Xian, have always been free to do things. The heavens can't control me, and the earth can't control me either. Who do you think you are to control me? Facing the three ancient royal families, Lin Xian still didn't give them face. The surrounding people went crazy and were in an uproar. Was this guy crazy? He actually dared to provoke the three ancient royal families. The three ancient royal family powerhouses' faces completely darkened. They were so angry that they trembled, and the killing intent on their bodies swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Kid, you're courting death, I'm courting death? Then come and bite me. Lin Xian sneered. Didn't you guys say that no one is allowed to attack before Skyflame City opens? Does this not include yourselves? Don't tell me you guys are slapping your own faces so quickly, you. As soon as these words came out, the three ancient royal families were so angry that they trembled. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. It was over, this Lin Xian was really going to fight with the ancient royal family. Humph, an ancient king of the nest of 10,000 dragons said coldly. We took action to suppress you in order to maintain order. It's not considered breaking the rules. You guys set the rules? You guys maintain order? Lin Xian sneered. Who gave you the right? Do you really think of yourselves as supreme existences? I even said that the rules here need to be set by my immortal palace and that I need to protect them. Lin Xian's voice became colder and colder. I remember that when we signed the immemorial Treaty of Alliance, it was said that the 10,000 ancient races and the human race should be treated equally. Since when did the 10,000 ancient races want to suppress the human race and set the rules for them? As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the other sect masters' pupils constricted. Cold sweat dripped down their backs. Indeed, Lin Xian was right. When the immemorial Treaty of Alliance was signed, everyone was on equal footing. But in reality, the 10,000 ancient races were too powerful. This was especially true for the three great royal families, who were even more overbearing. This time, Skyfire City was led by the other party. Previously, when the three ancient theocrats had joined forces and explained the rules of this place, they had not resisted. This was because they had subconsciously lowered their heads to the other party and acknowledged the other party's leadership. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian did not fear these 10,000 ancient races at all. Back then, he had even beaten up the sages of the 10,000 ancient races, causing them to cry out miserably. How could he allow them to set the rules? Why should he follow the rules set by the other party? The other elders and experts of the human tribe were also discussing animatedly. It seemed like they had to reflect on their actions. Otherwise, there would be no need for the dark upheaval. In the future, their human race would be reduced to slaves of the 10,000 ancient races. This was not good news, so they had to seriously reflect on it. Let him do it. Right at this moment, a dignified voice resounded from the 9 heavens. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. The eyes of the ancient lifeforms also flickered. In the next moment, their hearts beat wildly. This was because a dragon head was faintly discernible in the endless sea of clouds above the 9 heavens, emitting a terrifying divine might. The supreme expert of the nest of 10,000 dragons, they were shocked. When the people of the 3 ancient royal families below heard this order, they also retreated one after another. Several ancient monarchs joined forces to form a peerless array formation that enveloped the surroundings. There was nothing they could do about it. Once Lin Xian and the number 1 genius fought, the power and destruction caused would be extremely terrifying. They had to carefully protect themselves with array formations. Otherwise, if they alarmed Skyfire City, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Damn it, this guy actually dared to provoke them like this. They really wanted to kill him. These ancient lifeforms gritted their teeth. There were also elders who said in a low voice, "Don't be rash." These humans seem to have reacted. We can't let them reflect on it. Otherwise, if they join forces to resist, it will be much more troublesome for us in the future. Don't worry, we'll let this little guy jump around for a while. With just this kid and a mortal palace, they won't be able to stir up any waves. We have to play the role of leaders and rule makers and let the humans gradually fall into our trap. These ancient powerhouses communicated in low voices. They were using a slow infiltration method. Although it wouldn't be effective in a short period of time, after hundreds or thousands of years, the humans would have to bow their heads to them without even fighting. They wanted to let this relationship penetrate deep into each other's blood and bones. In the sky, countless runes flickered. An ancient primordial aura spread out, and a shocking array formation was formed, enveloping the surroundings. Seeing this scene, everyone frantically retreated and hid in the distance to watch. Nothing was important now. Only the battle between these 2 geniuses was the most important. The number 1 genius snorted coldly. Now, they could finally fight. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. The number 1 genius was extremely domineering. Lin Xian had no intention of making a move. He sneered. We can fight, but did I say we'll fight here? Follow me over there. As he spoke, he soared into the sky, turned into a sword light, and tore through the void. The number 1 genius was stunned at first, but his face soon darkened. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Kid, no matter where you go, you won't be able to escape death. He also stepped in all directions, and a pair of terrifying divine wings grew on his back. He directly turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. The others were also shocked. They could not understand why Lin Xian had to go through so much trouble. Why did he have to go against the 10,000 ancient races every time? The faces of the 3 ancient royal families were terrifyingly dark. The ancient monarchs were so angry that they were trembling. Damn it, if you don't want to fight here, you should have said so earlier. They had to set up so many ancient arrays. All of these required an enormous amount of precious resources. Lin Xian naturally did not do this casually. He did this for a purpose. He wanted to break the dominance of the 10,000 ancient races. What right did he have to set the rules? What right did he have to have the final say? Did he have to fight here just because he said so? What a joke. He, Lin Xian, was not the other party's slave, so why should he listen to the other party? No matter what the other human race cultivators did, Lin Xian would not be restrained. No one could affect him. He could do whatever he wanted. This was the mentality of the pinnacle of martial arts. Although he was still unable to fully achieve this, he would definitely continue to work hard in this direction. Cultivation was to transcend heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth could not control him, let alone the 10,000 ancient races. Want to control him? Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart as he flew. He was even more determined in this belief. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, Lin Xian stopped. Alright, let's fight here. Behind him, the #1 genius also walked over. Kid, I have to say, the place you chose for yourself to be buried is really not that good. There are no spirit veins here. Looks like you can only be a lonely ghost after death. The #1 prodigy's aura became sharper and sharper. The divine wings on his back transformed into 2 peerless divine swords that pierced through the 9 heavens and slashed forward. Boom! Lin Xian brandished the 9 suns god and punched forward. The battle between the two erupted, shaking heaven and earth. A terrifying aura swept through millions of miles of space. The surrounding people originally wanted to follow, but they were suddenly shocked back by a shocking aura. Everyone was terrified. Damn it, don't go forward. The two of them are too powerful. Use the formation to watch from afar, many elders and experts roared in anger. The people of the war tribe were even more active. They quickly set up the formation because they wanted everyone to see how Lin Xian was killed by their prodigy. Countless formations condensed and were about to be formed. However, they were destroyed in an instant. Damn it, who was it? The powerhouses and elders of the war tribe roared. In the next moment, they were shocked. Because above the 9 heavens, a terrifying wave of flame surged over. It turned into fire dragons, fire cheelants, and phoenixes. All kinds of strange flame beasts ran in the sky. It was Sky Flame City. Sky Flame City had changed, it seemed like it was about to open. Seeing this scene, those people no longer set up the formation. Although the battle between Lin Xian and the #1 prodigy was quite amazing. But now, the most important thing was still Skyflame City. Sure enough, even the 3 primeval theocrats had placed all their attention on Skyflame City. In the sky, the huge city bloomed with billions of rays of light. On the city walls, there were flame Dao runes that contained the Dao of heaven and earth. What a terrifying flame power! This was the power of the origin of fire. If one could comprehend it, they would definitely obtain great benefits. The city walls alone were so terrifying. The heavenly flames inside would definitely be even more heaven-defying. These people's eyes were red and shining. They swore that they would definitely obtain the heavenly flames inside. At this moment, Yi Wudao, the Alcade Sage, Yan Nantian, Fire Qilin Cave, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Nest of 10,000 Dragons, and all the other prodigies were excited. However, they did not act rashly. At this moment, the aura of Sky Flame City was too powerful. Moreover, the door was not open. How were they going to enter? That's right, where was the entrance? That was everyone's question. Because of Sky Flame City. It was simply too huge. Entrenched in the sky, one could not see the end of it. It was impossible to climb over the city wall. He could only walk through the door. But where was the door, they didn't know. They could only wait patiently. Sure enough, they did not have to wait for long before a flaming gate appeared in the sky. That door was incomparably mysterious, formed from flames. The flames were even more terrifying. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that they weren't flames, but formed from Dao patterns. It was a flaming gate formed by the flaming Dao patterns of heaven and earth. It was formed by the Dao sects. These people were shocked. This heaven fire city was too terrifying. No wonder even the great emperor couldn't see through it completely back then. Did it fall from the immortal world? The flame gate in the sky flickered, but in the end, it was formed. It was incomparably dreamy, like the gates of the immortal world, bringing with it endless temptation. Charge! In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures rushed over. Among them were 2 elders of the human race's 5 elements palace. The 3 invincible kings of the divine flame sect. In addition, there was an elder from the Fire Qilin Cave and 2 geniuses from the Fire Dragon tribe on the 10,000 ancient races side. There were also 2 prodigies from the Redwing race. In an instant, they arrived in front of the flaming gate, wanting to rush in. They had no choice. In such a mysterious place, they had to seize the initiative. Their speed was quite fast, but in the next moment, they screamed miserably. Ah, miserable screams rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. The bodies of those elders and powerhouses cracked open, directly shattered by the Tao patterns. Blood surged in the sky, and in an instant, it was burned clean by the terrifying flames, leaving not a trace behind. What? Were they all killed? Everyone was terrified. It was too terrifying. Those who wanted to move all stopped in their tracks. Even the powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races had extremely ugly expressions. There was danger. The flaming gate was actually dangerous and incomparably terrifying. That was the power of the Tao patterns, the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It was very difficult for those below the sage realm to resist. Damn it, how could it be like this? Could it be that they could only watch and not enter? Should they use their sacred weapons? Or should they activate their sage realm? The expressions of the sacred grounds and the 10,000 ancient races were incomparably solemn. They all looked at Fire Qilin Cave because they knew that Fire Qilin Cave should know more. However, this time even the powerhouses and elders of Fire Qilin Cave were dumbfounded. They also didn't know what was going on. Because according to their intelligence, this flaming gate shouldn't be dangerous. If there was any danger, it should be the danger in Sky Flame City. But now? They couldn't even enter the gate. No, that's not right. Look. The Queen Mother of the West exclaimed and pointed forward. The others were puzzled. Could it be that something had changed again? They also looked towards the sky. In the next moment, they exclaimed. They didn't die. They discovered that a few figures had walked into the flaming gate and didn't die. What was going on? Could it be that they could block the attack? That's not right. These are all young people. How can they compare to those ancient kings and the elders of the sacred grounds? The surrounding people were all stunned. The eyes of the sect master of the Saber One sacred ground lit up. I understand. There's an age limit. Perhaps only the younger generation can enter. The older generation powerhouses can't enter. As soon as these words were said, everyone was in an uproar. The 10,000 ancient races also understood. Indeed, there were some powerful secret realms and places that had restrictions. For example, there were restrictions on cultivation base or age. It seemed that this flaming gate should also have restrictions. Since they had found a way, they heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't impossible to enter. As long as they could send people in, there would be a chance. Were they sure it was an age limit? Perhaps it was a hypocritical limit. Although the few who entered were elites, they were all peerless mighty figures. They hadn't become invincible kings. And although the ones who were killed were of the older generation, they were also invincible kings. Therefore, they still needed to verify it. On the side of the 10,000 ancient races, the ancient king of the divine Emperor Ridge also frowned and said. That was easy. An old man from the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. He had a dragon's head, but he had 8 dragon hands. The pair of wings on his back carried a blood-colored light. At this moment, his 8 arms waved and instantly grabbed an old human martial artist who was only a peerless mighty figure. He instantly threw him in. No, the old man screamed crazily. Damn it, the people of the moon-worshipping sect also roared angrily because this was one of their people. However, they couldn't stop it. The nest of 10,000 dragons was too powerful and domineering. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the old man. They wanted to see whether or not the old man would be able to enter the palace. Whoosh, the old man from the moon-worshipping sect was instantly killed as soon as he approached the door. Not even a drop of blood was left. He was killed, damn it, it wasn't a cultivation restriction, it was an age restriction. It seemed that only the younger generation was allowed to enter. The Yi family head's eyes flickered. The Gu family head frowned. He didn't know if Skyfire City's understanding of the younger generation was the same as theirs. To the human race, those under 500 years old were considered the younger generation. However, if they wanted to find out, they would have to try. The Purple Dawn Sacred Ground sacred leader also frowned. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were also thinking of a way, but it wasn't difficult for them. They directly grabbed young martial artists of different ages and threw them in. In the end, they found that those under 500 years old were safe and sound. Those above 500 years old were killed regardless of cultivation. The younger generation? Everyone's eyes flickered as they took a deep breath. It seemed that they could only leave it to the younger generation. Elder, don't worry, I will definitely get that thing. The eyes of the younger generation of the Fire Qilin cave bloomed with dazzling light. They had unlimited confidence. So what if it was the younger generation? So what if their elders couldn't enter? They could stand alone and suppress the 8 desolates. Not only the Fire Qilin cave, but the Divine Phoenix Ridge, the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the other ancient royal families were also excited. They were originally determined to embark on the path of the Great Emperor and conquer the 8 directions. Now, exploring Sky Fire City wasn't a problem for them. On the other side, the humans were more worried, especially the Yi family head. He looked at Yi Wudao with a solemn expression. Wudao, are you sure you want to go? Yi Wudao was the hope of the Yi family. They didn't want Yi Wudao to suffer any losses. Moreover, this time even the older generation couldn't enter. If the 10,000 ancient races joined forces to deal with Yi Wudao, it would be dangerous. Don't worry, I can handle it. Yi Wudao said in a deep voice. The other party only sent in young geniuses. There are no older generation experts. We are all young people. I won't be afraid of anyone. Yi Wudao's eyes lit up. He was very confident in himself. In the competition between the younger generation, he was not afraid of others. He said, don't worry, family head. I still have a few treasures in my hands. With them, I will definitely be safe and sound. Hearing this, the Yi family head nodded. A few of the grand elders said, Wudao, come here. I'll give you a few more treasures. Okay. Leaf Dao Denier smiled helplessly. But in order to reassure the prime elders, he put the treasures away. In addition to Leaf Dao Denier, many of the other holy children and chosen were also preparing to enter. They had also obtained many Dharma treasures and life-saving items from the great sects in the Holy Land. Be careful. The Wavering Light Sacred Land sacred leader looked at the Wavering Light Saint and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Master. The Alcade Saint shone even more brightly. Morong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu also received treasures from the Holy Land. Morong Qingqing even received a bottle of Jade Lake holy water. A single drop could bring bones back to life. This was a true life-saving method. On the other side, the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races were also very excited. Without the older generation, they were confident that they could crush the human race with just the younger generation. Haha, when the time comes, the treasures will belong to the 10,000 ancient races. They were very excited. Let's go, these people prepared to move out. This time, the prides of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge were the first to come out. Many figures stood in the sky, suppressing everything. Their auras made the elders of the human race exclaim. They were so scared that they almost fainted. Heavens, how are they so strong? Yes, although they are all of the younger generation, their auras are too terrifying. They are even more terrifying than the elders of the older generation. I glanced around and found that there were several people who were even fiercer than Bai Qianshan. What kind of people are these? Even the patriarch of the Yi family and the others took a deep breath. Be careful, Wudao. They clenched their fists but did not stop him. If Leaf Dao Denier wanted to reach the peak of the martial path, he had to fight these people. Leaf Dao Denier, the Alcade sage, Morong Qingqing, Gu Santong, and the others also had solemn expressions. Indeed, the prides of the 10,000 ancient races were too strong. They really didn't know where the bottom line of the 10,000 ancient races was. Every time, more terrifying geniuses appeared. Yan Nantian stood in the void like a heavenly emperor, looking down on all sides. He was expressionless towards these new prides of the 10,000 ancient races. Soon, he took a step forward and came to the front. He stood side by side with the prides of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Fire Qilin Cave, and Divine Emperor Ridge. These people looked at him and frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Because they knew that he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor and was extremely powerful. He was the successor of a great emperor and was qualified to stand with them. More importantly, he had a special relationship with the Yan family. Let's go. A peerless genius of the Fire Qilin cave shouted coldly. He took a step forward and turned into a Fire Qilin, directly entering the Fire Dao Gate. At the same time, the prides of the nest of 10,000 dragons from Divine Emperor Ridge also entered Yan Nantian. Similarly, they entered together. Endless runes flickered on his body, turning into a chariot that carried him and flew into the distance. After them, the prides of the 10,000 ancient races also made their move. On the human side, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, Yao Guang Sage, Morong Qingqing, and the others looked at each other and also walked forward together. Among them, Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu turned their heads to look into the distance as they flew. Big brother Xian hasn't arrived yet, don't worry, when the palace master arrives, we will let him go immediately. Li Xuanxian and the others said loudly. At the same time, there was a trace of anxiety in their eyes. In the distance, 1,000,000 miles away, a shocking battle was still erupting. Qiu'er, believe in Big Brother Xian. With Big Brother Xian's strength, no one can threaten him. Morong Qingqing said. Shen Jingqiu nodded, and the two of them entered the Fire Dao Gate hand in hand. Soon, many young figures entered. Only the older generation experts and the elders were left. Their eyes flickered as they looked at the Fire Dao Gate. Because no one knew what was inside, and what kind of dangers were lurking inside. Fortunately, they had given these young disciples enough treasures and trump cards this time. Thinking about it, he should be able to return safely and obtain the treasure. Ah, scram, suddenly, a crazy roar was heard. It turned into thunder and spread in all directions. As soon as this voice sounded, the surrounding people all turned their heads, and the elders of the war tribe also changed their expressions. Not good. The reason for that was because they were able to tell that the furious roar came from their war clan's number one prodigy. Damn it, could it be that something happened to their number one prodigy? With a sway of their bodies, these elders wanted to rush over. On Immortal Palace's side, Li Xuanxian also brought people and moved quickly. From the looks of it, the battle in the distance should have ended. In an instant, the people from the war race and Immortal Palace arrived 1,000,000 miles away. Son of War, are you all right? The people from the war race were extremely anxious. On the other side, the Protector and the others also came to Lin Xian's side. Palace Master, are you injured? Lin Xian shook his head and looked forward with a cold smile. Why? Do you want to continue fighting, kid? I won't let you off. The number one prodigy gritted his teeth and his expression was abnormally cold. This made the people from the war race even more shocked. What was going on? Could it be that their number one prodigy was injured? But after looking around, they didn't say anything. They didn't see any injuries on the other party's body and there was no blood. Then what was going on? They asked one after another. However, the number one prodigy's face darkened. He didn't explain in detail, but no matter how they looked at it, he seemed to have suffered a great loss. Palace Master, the Flame Dao Gate has been opened and there is an age restriction. Only those below 500 years old can enter. The Protector quickly said in a low voice. Lin Xian raised his brows when he heard this. Only the younger generation can enter? That's great. He turned to look at the Flame Dao Gate in the distance and said, let Peacock and the others follow me in. Elderly, Protector, you guys wait outside. Next, Lin Xian brought Hui Dao, Peacock, Geely, and a few other young disciples of Immortal Palace. They quickly flew towards the Flame Dao Gate. On the other side, the elders of the war race also said, Son of War, don't fight with this kid for now. Let's enter the Flame Dao Gate first. That's right, that gate had been open for a period of time and they didn't know when it would end. It would be bad if they couldn't enter. After the number one prodigy of the war race heard this, he nodded. His eyes shone with a biting cold light. After entering, I'll kill this kid with my own hands, let's go. He waved his hand and led the young prodigies of the war race towards the Flame Dao Gate. Wush Lin Xian and the battle race's number one prodigy entered the Fire Dao Gate one after the other. The young geniuses of the various factions who had come to this place all led their people in. The remaining people were mostly experts of the older generation. Of course, there were also some young disciples. After all, no one knew what dangers lay within the Flame Dao Gate. These sacred lands and the 10,000 Archean races wouldn't let all their young disciples in. They wanted to keep some. Buzz Lin Xian and the others appeared and unleashed their king's domains, causing their bodies to shine with light. Lin Xian activated his 9-yang divine body and looked around. "What is this?" they cried out in surprise. Peacock and the rest behind him were shocked. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Their surroundings were fiery red, and the ground beneath their feet was fiery red. It was paved with huge stones, and there were red flames dancing on it. The road was very wide, and one couldn't see the end of it. On both sides of the road, there were rows of buildings, palaces, pavilions, and shops. They were all built with red boulders. There were flames rolling on the walls. What was even more shocking was the height of these palaces and pavilions. They were very tall, more than 10 times taller than the most magnificent cities of the human race outside. Standing here, they were as small as ants. What a terrifying aura! Huidao exclaimed. The surrounding buildings emitted a heavy aura, causing their bodies to tense up. They had to exert a certain amount of strength to withstand it. If a weak person entered this place, they would probably lose their strength after taking a few steps. However, this kind of pressure was almost negligible to Lin Xian. His 9-yang divine body could automatically cancel it out. However, it still shocked him. Was this the interior of Skyfire City? It was too spectacular. Too majestic. No wonder Skyfire City was said to be a city that fell from the celestial world. It seemed that it was true. Where were the others? He looked around, and there were golden runes in his eyes. However, after looking around, there was no one else nearby. Moreover, he noticed that his eye techniques and soul were being suppressed here as well. It wasn't that his strength was suppressed, but the distance was suppressed. He couldn't see the end of it at a glance. There was a force stopping him. He tried it, and the power of the heavenly secret divine eye was still there. Therefore, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he couldn't detect too far away, he wasn't worried. He could slowly search for it anyway. From the outside, Skyfire City was very big. Moreover, it was so strange. Who knew how big the space inside was? It might even become a small world of its own. Therefore, let's try not to split up for the time being. Lin Xian said to Huidao, Peacock, Ghostly, and the others behind him. The three of them expressed their understanding and warned the disciples behind them to hurry up and follow. Lin Xian strode forward, and the group quickly followed. After walking for an unknown period of time, everyone was extremely anxious. Just when they thought that they had entered an incomparably vast world, figures finally appeared in front of them. And there were more and more of them. Great, they finally saw people. Peacock and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If they kept walking like this, they would have thought that they had entered an array formation illusion. How could the road be so long? From the looks of it, Skyfire City was very vast, and they weren't trapped by an array formation. Lin Xian's gaze was calm. The Crimson Dragon had been by his side the whole time. If there really was an exceptional array formation, the Crimson Dragon would have warned him immediately. Now that he saw people, he heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he frowned. It was the people of the 10,000 Archean races. In front, the people of the 10,000 Archean races also noticed the commotion behind them. Buzz, many gazes pierced through the void. Damn it, it's this kid. They screamed. They also noticed Lin Xian. While they were screaming, Lin Xian had already led his people to the vicinity. In front of them were the three royal races, the Blood Moon race, the Blue Ghoul race, and the Xianxia race. The sky prides of the three royal races had somehow gathered together. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Xian with unusually gloomy expressions. Humph, the sky prides of the Xianxia race sneered. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so unlucky to have injured us. Why? You want to fight? Lin Xian looked at them and snorted in disdain. He stood with his hands behind his back, completely disregarding these people. They really didn't know what was good for them. The sky prides of the Blue Ghoul race's face darkened. I admit that you are indeed very strong. We are not your match in a one-on-one fight. But what if the three of us join forces? Do you think you can fight against us? Kid, your good luck has come to an end. I will take revenge for all the previous grudges. The prodigy of the Blood Moon race also gritted his teeth. Many skyprides of their race had been killed by Lin Xian. Today, he would definitely take revenge for their people. He wanted to tear this kid in front of him into pieces. 3 sides joining forces? You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If the 3 immemorial theocrats had joined forces, perhaps he would have backed out. But you trifling 3 royal families want to intimidate me? What a joke, hurry up and tell me what you're plotting. What did you discover? Tell me everything, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian had never had a good impression of the 10,000 Archean races. Let's not talk nonsense with him. Let's attack together. A skypride from the Xianxia race walked out. He was tall and had green hair that looked like a green viper dancing in the air. The triangular halberd in his hand emitted a cold light. On the other side, a person from the Blood Moon race also walked out. His body was emitting a dazzling bloody light. There was a bloody crescent moon between his eyebrows. That was formed by the power of his bloodline. It was extremely rich and condensed. A woman from the Blue Ghoul race walked out. She had a voluptuous figure, but her face was unflattering. She had a green face and fangs. She looked extremely ferocious, as if she was a devil that had crawled out of hell. These were 3 top skyprides. Although they were not as strong as by Xianxia individually, when the 3 of them walked together and joined forces, their strength still surpassed by Xianxia. That was why the 3 of them were so confident. Behind them, the 3 immemorial theocrats from the 3 immemorial theocrats sneered. Kid, this time, you can die in peace. You won't die in vain in Skyfire City. This place is magical enough to bury you. Temple Master, Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others were a little worried. They wanted to help together. The Crimson Dragon waved his hand. Don't worry, it's nothing. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be Lin Xian's match. The Crimson Dragon was very relieved. He knew Lin Xian's strength the best. Attack, the skypride from the Blood Moon race roared and took the lead. Behind him, a blood-red moon quickly appeared. It kept swaying and turned into 9 blood-red moons. They formed a row in the sky and suppressed the area. A terrifying aura spread out. Retreat, Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the other immemorial theocrats retreated quickly. On the other side, the 3 ancient royal races also retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. All of a sudden, only Lin Xian and the 3 Archean prodigies were left on the battlefield. A terrifying crack appeared in the void, but the ground and the surrounding buildings were not affected in the slightest. It didn't even sway. This was too inconceivable. Even the dark red divine dragon was astonished. What a strange city. With the strength of Lin Xian and the others, it was enough to destroy the world. Just this aura alone was enough to split the city apart, but now, the surrounding buildings were completely unharmed. It was truly unbelievable. Seeing this, the skypride of the Blood Moon clan laughed. It seems that this place is enough for us to go all out. There was no need to have any backup plans, and there was no need to worry about this place collapsing. That was indeed the case. The female from the Blue Ghoul race sneered. She wore jewelry on her hands, neck, legs, and even her ears. It was a piece of jewelry made of bronze. The design was strange and simple, but if one looked closely, they would discover that there were ghost faces drawn on it, and each ghost face was different. However, without exception, they were all terrifying. At this moment, she twisted her body, and the jewelry on her body made clanking sounds, creating a strange rhythm that could affect one's mind. Not good, quickly seal your hearing, Peacock and the others exclaimed. They sealed their hearing and activated their king domains. The Crimson Dragon's dragon blood also surged. The 10,000 ancient races behind him were the same. This was because the Blue Ghoul race was very strange and mysterious, and they could kill without leaving a trace. As soon as this sound wave appeared, the space around Lin Xian quickly fluctuated, and a strange rhythm swept toward him. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and thousands of rays of light bloomed from his body. Sword chi surged out from his body and spun around him. It turned into a sword screen that enveloped him. You want to hurt me with a mere crooked technique? You're overestimating yourself. Is that so? You're the one overestimating yourself, the sky pride of the Blood Moon clan shouted coldly, and the 9 blood-colored moons in the sky pressed down. Each of them was like a real moon, and they brought with them a terrifying force that directly shattered the void. The 9 moons connected with each other and formed a mysterious array. This caused the power of the array to skyrocket. Boom! In the face of the Blood Moon clan's great mystique, Lin Xian did not hold back and punched out with the 9 suns' divine fist. The golden fist collided with the moons in the sky. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy and storms swept out in all directions. Quite a number of people were blown away. It was too terrifying. A single attack from the 2 of them had caused such a terrifying commotion. However, the surrounding buildings did not move at all. In fact, they did not even shake. Crack! 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 The 9 blood-colored moons in the sky kept rotating like a millstone that could destroy the world. However, cracks had appeared on their bodies. It was a ghastly sight. Moreover, the cracks were spreading rapidly. Not good, the sky pride of the Blood Moon clan changed his expression. Damn it, this guy's strength is too terrifying. He turned his head and said to the 2 of them. What are you 2 waiting for, hee hee? The female sky pride of the Blue Ghoul race laughed. The green bracelet on her wrist shook and endless green smoke filled the air. She turned into a ghost blade and instantly charged out. She stabbed towards Lin Xian's forehead. The Yiksha sky pride at the side directly slashed down with his triangular halberd. This attack could split open the sky and the earth. They were too powerful. As expected of the top sky prides of the 10,000 ancient races. At this moment, the 3 sky prides had joined forces and their power was unparalleled. Retreat again, whether it was the Immortal Palace or the 10,000 ancient races, they all frantically retreated at this moment. The aura in front was too terrifying. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be killed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? In the endless light, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. He would use the 9 suns' divine fist and fight against the 3 sky prides. The 4 silhouettes continued to move and change. Terrifying energy and rumbling sounds burst out. Kid, it's useless. You can't fight against us at all. The 3 sky prides shouted coldly. But gradually, they started to become anxious. How was that possible? The other party was actually able to fight against them and not be at a disadvantage. It was unbelievable. Damn it, use your trump card to kill this kid. Blood Moon Illumination, Demonic Demon Sword, splitting the 9 heavens, the 3 of them used their ultimate skills and attacked Lin Xian from 3 directions. The light on Lin Xian's body was suppressed. He had to admit that the 3 sky prides were indeed very powerful when they joined forces. Haha, kid, go to hell. The 3 sky prides saw hope and attacked even more ruthlessly. Boom, berserk power burst forth. The terrifying light engulfed Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, the 3 sky prides flew out as if they were struck by lightning. Pung! 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 Everyone spat out blood in the air. Damn it, impossible, the 3 of them had ugly expressions. The other party had actually sent them flying. How was that possible? What did the other party do? Ah, the prodigy of the Blue Ghoul race screamed. The ghost sword that she had conjured was burned mercilessly, turning into a wisp of smoke and disappearing into the sky. Damn it, the 9-yang sword technique. He had used the 9-yang sword technique. Indeed, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body danced in the air like a flaming divine sword. There was a flaming sword in his hand that was incomparably dazzling. With a swing of the sword, it swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Damn it, this guy's strength is actually so strong. The prodigy of the Blood Moon race wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The other 2 prodigies also had gloomy expressions. It seemed that they had to take out some trump cards. Otherwise, they would really have to let this brat continue to be arrogant. The 3 of them planned to use their trump cards. 1 pound. Lin Xian snorted coldly and prepared to attack. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Blood covered his body as he entered the 2nd street. What was going on? What did that mean? Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. The 3 prodigies opposite him were also bewildered. Who was it? Come out if you're pretending to be mysterious. Crazy roars sounded, but no one came out. The cultivators of Immortal Palace and the Archean creatures also looked in all directions. Blood covered his body as he entered the second street. The voice sounded again. It sounded 3 times in a row before disappearing. At that moment, not only Lin Xian sighed, but everyone in Sky Flame City also heard it. However, they were all very puzzled. What did that mean? They understood that blood covered his body, but what did the second street mean? Which street were they on right now? Was it the first street? Also, who was the person who spoke? They didn't know any of this. Now, they finally sensed the strangeness of Sky Flame City. The voice probably came from a mysterious existence in Sky Flame City. We'd better follow it. The Fire Spirit Cave was the first to speak. The other 10,000 ancient races followed suit. After a fruitless discussion, the humans decided to follow the other party's instructions. However, they were unwilling to use their own blood. This was especially so when the 10,000 ancient races started attacking the human race in a frenzy. In an instant, an extremely tragic battle broke out. Lin Xian also came back to his senses. Blood all over my body? I'll use your blood to dye my entire body and enter the second street. Courting death, the 3 geniuses were infuriated too. Originally, they wanted to kill this brat in front of him. Now that there was an order from Skyfire City, they naturally wanted to kill him. All of a sudden, the 4 of them started fighting again. Behind them, the Crimson Dragon also came to Peacock and the others. This should be some kind of rule, we should do as he says. Follow me to kill those ancient lifeforms. Use their blood to dye our bodies red. Peacock, Hui Dao, and Gui Li led the martial artists of the Immortal Palace and followed the Crimson Dragon forward. Courting death, on the other side, the 3 archaic royal race beings were also charging over. A great battle broke out, and it was extremely tragic. Ah, the prodigy of the Blood Moon race screamed. The 9 moons in the sky were shattered by the sword. His body was also split in half, and his blood dyed the sky red. Lin Xian charged into the sky, allowing the blood to splash on his body. At the same time, he clenched his left fist and punched out. The golden fist turned into 10 golden crows, shining in the sky and enveloping the prodigy of the Blue Ghoul race. No, the prodigy of the Blue Ghoul race screamed crazily. The other party's 9 sons' divine fire was already restraining her, and now he was targeting her with all his strength. This caused her to be heavily injured in an instant. The 30 or so ghostly shadows she summoned were instantly turned into ashes, and the ghostly chi on her body was also ignited. Her aura was greatly reduced, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body split open and once again dyed Lin Xian's body. You're the only one left. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the prodigy of the Yiksha race. Courting death, the prodigy of the Yiksha race roared. Instead of retreating, he charged over again. This guy was indeed very powerful. He was very strong, and the weapon in his hand had the power to split the sky and earth. With one strike, he sent a lot of sword chi flying. He quickly charged in front of Lin Xian. Kill, with a furious roar, the killing intent on his body was shocking. His green hair danced non-stop, turning into 100,000 poisonous snakes that quickly coiled around Lin Xian. Scram, Lin Xian waved his hand like a peerless god of war. His eyes were extremely terrifying. His gaze swept across, and countless sword chi danced in the air, piercing through all the poisonous snakes. The 2 of them exchanged blows, and the sky and earth cracked. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. Millions of rays of terrifying light bloomed from their bodies. At this moment, everyone who was fighting began to tremble. It was too terrifying. How could the Yiksha king be so terrifying? The Yiksha race was violent and ferocious to begin with. The prodigies of their race were very powerful. The Crimson Dragon also muttered softly. But he wasn't worried. Because he believed that Lin Xian was enough to deal with everything. As expected, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He knew how to use the 9-yang sword technique to fight back. The 2 of them exchanged blows. It was as if 2 worlds were colliding. Terrifying light shone in all directions. Every corner of the space was filled with power and kept shattering. This was a destructive disaster. Everyone retreated frantically again. Many Archean creatures were affected and exploded into a bloody mist. The others also watched the battle in horror. In the endless light, the two of them were like immortals and demons. They kept exchanging blows. After exchanging more than 30 blows in a row, a sword light suddenly turned into a giant dragon and directly pierced through the body of the Xianxia prodigy. Ah! The Xianxia prodigy screamed crazily. He felt that his power was disappearing. Terrifying flames enveloped him. Damn it, the Xianxia prodigy was very decisive. His body self-destructed and reactivated in the distance. However, Lin Xian didn't hold back. He raised his longsword high in the air and kept shaking it. The flames in all directions quickly condensed towards him. On the tip of his sword, they formed a fire qilin that pounced forward. No, at this moment, the Xianxia prodigy was finally terrified. It was as if he wasn't facing a human, but an expert from the fire qilin cave. This made him scream loudly. In the next moment, he was swallowed by the fire qilin. The light between heaven and earth disappeared. Lin Xian was bathed in blood as if he was a peerless god of war. With a wave of his hand, the bodies of countless Archean creatures below exploded. The blood covered the immortal palace cultivators. No, those prodigies roared crazily, while the others ran away crazily. Run! Demon King! He's a demon, they didn't dare to compete with him anymore. In an instant, the people of the 3 Archean royal families ran away without a trace. Only Lin Xian and the immortal palace cultivators were left. They looked at Lin Xian excitedly. The immortal palace master was mighty. Lin Xian looked in all directions. Blood covered his body. How could he enter the second street? He wasn't the only one. Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, Gu Santong, Morong Qingqing, and Xin Jingqiu were all covered in blood. They were also very confused. The prodigies of the 10,000 ancient races were even more so. They were surrounded by countless human corpses. Buzz! Buzz! On the street, the buildings on the left suddenly burst into flames. The flames emitted mysterious runes. They illuminated the world. I know. Let's go in. The prodigies of the fire qilin cave were overjoyed when they saw the scene. They led their people and charged into the burning buildings. Soon, they were engulfed by the merciless flames. Temple Master, what should we do? Hui Dao and the others looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Follow me." He also charged into the flaming buildings. Behind him, the other immortal palace cultivators also followed. The crimson dragon swung its tail and roared. It tore through the flames and charged in. In the next moment, they were surrounded by flames. However, they didn't feel like they were burning. Instead, it was as if they had passed through a spatial barrier. In an instant, they passed through the flaming eaves buildings and arrived on the street again. It was still a vast street with tall flaming buildings on both sides. It was almost exactly the same as before. However, there were no corpses around. This meant that this wasn't the street from before. Perhaps this was the second street that Yi Wudao had mentioned. Lin Xian wasn't the only one. The others also came to the second street. The Yi family cultivators surrounded Yi Wudao. "Son, what should we do?" They looked at Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao's sacred body shone brightly. He said in a deep voice, "Don't act rashly. Observe first." Morong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also with the cultivators of their sacred lands. In the fire qilin cave, a group of powerful primordial creatures walked together. Among them, there were a few that had monstrous flames on their bodies. The fire qilin pattern shone brightly. It was very terrifying. Among them, one was the most dazzling. It was a youth who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. He had delicate features and looked like the boy next door. However, the flames on his body were too terrifying. There was a qilin totem on his neck. He was the 7th generation lord. The surrounding prodigies of the fire qilin cave were very respectful to this youth. The young man's eyes were crimson red, and there was even an illusory image of a qilin. He looked around and a smile appeared on his face. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Come to think of it, this was not the final destination. How many streets like this were there? According to the ancient emperor's deductions, this place was very mysterious. It shouldn't be like this, so he decided to investigate the surrounding buildings first. Yes, 7th generation Lord. The Archean creatures of the Fire Qilin cave quickly moved out. Divine Phoenix Ridge. Their bodies were also covered in flames. One of the women, who was about 20 years old, looked at the surrounding flames and squinted her beautiful eyes. What a magical flame aura. It is of great use to our Phoenix clan. Lord 9th generation, I suspect that the Fire Qilin cave definitely knows other things. It's just that they didn't tell us. Next to him, a tall man spoke in a deep voice. After the beautiful woman heard this, she laughed tenderly. This was natural. Their Fire Qilin cave also cultivated fire cultivation methods. Similar to our Divine Phoenix Ridge, they must have come for the heavenly flames. Naturally, he wouldn't tell us everything. However, no matter what, he could not let them obtain the heavenly flame this time. It has to be our Divine Phoenix Ridge. A bright light bloomed in the beautiful woman's eyes. There was even a phantom of a phoenix on her body that soared into the sky. That was natural. The other geniuses of the Divine Emperor Ridge were also full of confidence. So what if it was the Fire Qilin cave? Their Divine Phoenix Ridge had never been afraid of anyone, nest of 10,000 dragons. A group of dragon-like creatures were entrenched there, and no one dared to approach. Some of them were directly in the state of a dragon. Some had human dragon heads or dragon wings. In short, the dragon blood on their bodies overflowed into the sky, making people faint with just a glance. At the front was a young man. He had a handsome face and was wearing a yellow robe. There was no dragon on him at all. Those who didn't know better would think that he was a human youth. However, the surrounding Archean creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons were very respectful to this young man. That was because this was their young king, Fire Dragon King. This title was incredible because it wasn't a simple compliment. The other party was really an invincible king. A very young invincible king. Moreover, he had an extremely strong bloodline of the dragon clan. This was definitely a young and extremely terrifying genius. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. Beside him, there was a flying dragon circling there. The flying dragon's eyes emitted an incomparably strange light as if it was investigating some kind of situation. Gradually, the strange runes in the flying dragon's eyes disappeared. The Fire Dragon King beside him asked in a deep voice, "How is it?" "My king, it's not very good. There's a 9th generation grandson on the Divine Phoenix Ridge's side." "What about the Fire Qilin cave?" Hearing this, the other Archean creatures also asked. The flying dragon's expression was very solemn. The Fire Qilin cave was even more extraordinary this time. A 7th generation grandson had come. What? A 7th generation grandson? As soon as these words were said, the Archean creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons were also moved. Even the Fire Dragon King frowned, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. Around him, it instantly turned into a world of flames that could devour everything. Damn it, this Fire Qilin cave's ambition was really big. They actually sent out a 7th generation grandson. If someone was here and heard this, they would definitely scream in fear and faint. Because by Xianxia, this 10th generation grandson was already very terrifying. As soon as he appeared, he swept in all directions, suppressing the humans so much that they almost couldn't raise their heads. And now, a 9th generation grandson had walked out of the Divine Phoenix Ridge. What was even more shocking was that the Fire Qilin cave directly sent a 7th generation grandson. How powerful and terrifying was this? No wonder even a powerful existence like the nest of 10,000 dragons had a solemn expression. So what if he was a 7th generation grandson? Our Fire Dragon King was not afraid of him. At this moment, an Archean creature snorted coldly. The others also agreed. Hope was restored in their eyes as they looked at the young figure in front of them and said excitedly. If this time, they didn't send a 7th generation grandson, but a Fire Dragon King came, his strength would be unimaginable. He wouldn't be weaker than the other party's 7th generation grandson. Moreover, the Fire Dragon King was also of the fire lineage and had dragon blood in his body. Perhaps he would obtain a great opportunity in Skyfire City. All of this made the creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons full of confidence. The young Fire Dragon King even had an evil smile on his face. A 7th-generation grandson? I'm looking forward to fighting him. I hope that when the time comes, he won't disappoint me. My king, do you want to investigate the humans? The flying dragon in the sky asked as it circled in the sky. There's no need. There's nothing to see on the humans' side. There are only a few top-notch ones. Among them, South Emperor shouldn't dare to make a move against us easily. When the time comes, we might even cooperate. The rest are Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, and that Lin Xian. According to his speculation, their strength was about the same, and Lin Xian was able to kill Bai Qianshan, so his strength surpassed that of the 10th-generation grandson. However, no matter how strong he was probably only at the level of the 9th-generation grandson. Compared to me, he was far too weak. At this point, his eyes were filled with disdain. After the other ancient creatures heard this, they also sneered. That's right, how could a mere human be compared to our nest of 10,000 dragons? On the fiery red street, Lin Xian stood there with a golden light in his eyes. Soon, he sighed in his heart. It seemed that the situation was very similar to the first street. Although his soul was not suppressed, his vision was. He couldn't see the end at a glance. Therefore, if he wanted to know what was ahead, he had to see it for himself. Lin Xian walked forward, and the Crimson Dragon and the others followed. After walking for about 2 hours, another figure appeared in front of him. Eh? It's that girl. The Crimson Dragon was surprised, and Lin Xian also smiled. He shouted, Qiu'er. In front of them were the people from the Purple Dawn Holy Land. Xianxia puffed up her cheeks and was about to walk forward or backward. Suddenly, she heard a shout from behind. It was Big Brother Lin Xian's voice. Xianxia was very happy. She quickly turned around. Big Brother Lin Xian, it's really you. She threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Behind them, the people from the Purple Dawn Holy Land also said respectfully, Greetings, Hallmaster Lin. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Then, he asked, Qiu'er, were you injured in the previous battle? How could that be? Big Brother Lin Xian, I'm very strong. Xianxia raised her small face and said, then frowned. However, it was really despicable to let blood stain her body. As a girl, she naturally liked to be beautiful and clean. She was unwilling to do such a thing. However, in order to enter the second street, she gritted her teeth. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian held Xianxia's hand and walked into the distance. The people from the Purple Dawn Holy Land also heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. With Lin Xian here, they would be even safer. Behind him, the cultivators from the 2 Holy Lands followed. Where's Little White? Let him come out and play with me. I brought a lot of spirit fruits. Xianxia took out a few spirit fruits from her storage ring. As soon as the fragrance came out, the little white monkey came out of the black earth and jumped into Xianxia's arms. It hugged the spirit fruit and chewed happily. Little White, you can't just eat. Look around and see if there are any treasures. Xianxia also knew that the snow-white monkey's ability to find treasures was unparalleled. Therefore, she wanted him to take a look. Lin Xian and the rest were also looking forward to it. The little white monkey looked around and shrugged helplessly. This scene made many people sigh. Could it be that there were no treasures in this heavenly fire city? That shouldn't be the case. This damned monkey was only interested in eating recently. It probably didn't have any spirit fruits or spirit herbs. There must be other treasures. The Crimson Dragon said. After everyone heard this, they came to a realization. Indeed, for example, strange flames, weapons, and cultivation techniques, the snow-white little monkey probably wouldn't know how to investigate them. It seemed that they still had to search patiently. After walking for about half an hour, the little white monkey suddenly jumped up and pointed at a pavilion in front of them, chirping non-stop. What was going on? Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped. He frowned. Could it be that there was something in front? The others were also excited. Great, there was finally a treasure. Could it be a spirit herb? The spirit herbs here were really valuable. One of them was probably comparable to the king herbs outside. They were very excited as they looked forward. They saw a half-open door of a building in front of them. It was pitch black inside and they couldn't see what was inside. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Oh no, he threw out a punch. A cold light suddenly flashed in the dark door. Lin Xian realized that it was the light of an eye. Was there something inside? He didn't know. It was better to strike first. A terrifying light shone in all directions, causing the surrounding space to shatter. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand why Lin Xian wanted to attack. However, Shen Jingqiu and the Crimson Dragon saw it. The two of them were also surprised. Whoosh, a fiery red figure rushed out from the huge building and pounced at Lin Xian. With a bang, the figure was sent flying. He hit it. There was something actually appeared in the building. Behind them, the cultivators of Immortal Palace and Purple Dawn Holy Land also exclaimed. They didn't notice it at all. Fortunately, it was Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would have been attacked inexplicably. Damn it, who was it? How dare they hide in the building and attack us? Could it be someone from the 10,000 ancient races? It must be them. These people gritted their teeth. In their opinion, only the 10,000 ancient races could be so vicious. Lin Xian stopped and frowned because he realized that it wasn't someone from the 10,000 ancient races in front of him. It was a cheetah. However, it was different from the cheetahs outside. The cheetah was covered in flames as if it wasn't a real creature. However, at this moment, it was hit by Lin Xian. The cheetah's body split open and blood flowed out. This made Lin Xian know that the other party was indeed a real creature that existed in Sky Flame City. Moreover, it was hidden in the building. This wasn't a good sign. This was the only place in the city. Was there a mysterious creature? Were there any in the other buildings? Was there something even more terrifying? Su Chen thought of many things in an instant. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that the other party's body didn't turn into a bloody mist after taking his punch. Instead, it only split open. This was too inconceivable. One had to know how terrifying his punch was. Ordinary invincible kings wouldn't be able to withstand it. If it was a peerless almighty, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all and would probably turn into a bloody mist in an instant. Could it be that the body of this flame cheetah was the same as that of an invincible king? The others also noticed this. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. However, what made them feel at ease was that along the way, only a flame cheetah had appeared in this place. It seemed that even if there were such fiery creatures, there shouldn't be many of them. The dark red creature waved its dragon claw and grabbed the corpse of the flame cheetah. Let me see what this is. Although the flame cheetah was dead, the flames on its body didn't disappear. The crimson dragon stretched out its dragon claw. The flames were actually trying to burn its dragon claw. With a rumble, dragon aura wrapped around the dragon claw and directly sent the flames flying. It forcefully snatched the flame cheetah's corpse. At the same time, it was very dissatisfied. Damn it, what the hell was this place? The flames were actually so terrifying. Indeed, an ordinary person probably wouldn't be able to withstand such a flame attack. However, the Crimson Dragon was a little excited. Why do I feel like this flame cheetah's corpse is even more delicious than those ancient creatures? It was drooling. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He glanced at the flame cheetah's corpse and didn't pay any more attention to it. However, in the next moment, he frowned and exclaimed softly. What was this? He found that a red crystal had fallen out of the body of the flame cheetah. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian caught the red crystal in his hand. What pure fire energy! Lin Xian was surprised. It should be something like a demon core. The Crimson Dragon glanced at it. Lin Xian tried to absorb it. He was very surprised. It was much stronger than ordinary demon cores. After saying that, a dragon shadow appeared behind him. The dragon opened its mouth and directly rushed in the thorny red crystal. This dragon shadow was the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian now would infinitely improve the Great Dragon Sword Soul as long as he had the chance. After swallowing the red crystal, Lin Xian did not waste the flames on the corpse. He directly used the Nine Suns' divine fire to merge with it and devoured it. It was to improve the power of the Nine Suns' divine body. It was too little. It would be great if there were more of these flame beasts. Lin Xian felt a little regretful. He opened the heavenly secret divine eye and looked around, hoping to find a few more flame beasts. However, after a round of investigation, there were no others. Let's go. Lin Xian shook his head. It seemed that these beasts could only be encountered by chance. The group continued on their journey. After flying for another hour, another figure appeared in front of him. It was not the archaic 10,000 herbs. The crimson dragon glanced at it. Xianxia, who was next to him, exclaimed. It was the people of the Purple Glow Holy Land. Oh, the Purple Glow Holy Land. Lin Xian was surprised. The people of the Purple Glow Holy Land separated. One had to know that Xianxia was now leading a group of Purple Glow Holy Land martial artists. Yes. Xianxia nodded. This time, in addition to me, there are a few top geniuses. Even the previous generation saint and saintess appeared. They also led a group of disciples and left alone. So that was what was going on. Lin Xian nodded. He asked, do you still want to go? Before Xianxia could answer, the people in front of them had already discovered their tracks. Who is it? Someone exclaimed. It's the saintess of our holy land. Soon, they discovered Xianxia and quickly walked over. Jingqiu, is that you? Were you hurt? Let me have a look. A group of people quickly flew over from the front. These people were surrounded by a mysterious purple aura. Among them, a tall and handsome man stared at Xianxia with fiery eyes. He asked with concern. Seeing this scene, the Immortal Palace's cultivators immediately frowned. All of them had unkind expressions. Who is this person? What was the meaning of this? He actually dared to have designs on their boss's woman. After all, Xianxia and their hall master had an extraordinary relationship. But now, this person actually dared to poach him? They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, wishing they could beat the other party into a pig head. The Crimson Dragon also laughed. There would be a good show to watch. Humph, Lin Xian frowned slightly and looked at him. This young man was tall and had a handsome face. He wore a purple robe with clouds drawn on it. The purple aura on his body was abnormally dense, and his aura was even more powerful. These people far surpassed ordinary holy sons and holy daughters. He shouldn't be the current holy son. It seemed that he was the previous holy son of the Purple Glow Holy Land. Lin Xian guessed in his heart. This person should be almost 400 years old. He was very powerful, but Lin Xian didn't take him seriously. The tall young man continued. Jingqiu, this place is too dangerous and mysterious. There might be terrifying arrays and unknown existences. How about this? Come with me. With me around, I can definitely protect your safety. I won't let you be in any danger. This time, my grandfather gave me a few very powerful Dharma artifacts. Even if I encounter those archean geniuses, I won't be afraid. The tall young man was very confident. His grandfather was a very terrifying Grand Elder in the Purple Glow Holy Land. In this case, coupled with the tall young man's identity, if it were any other female cultivator, they would have eagerly agreed. However, Xianxia shook her head. No, I don't need your protection. Was he rejected? The Purple Glow Holy Land cultivators behind the tall young man also frowned. The tall young man was stunned. In the next moment, he turned his gaze and looked at the person beside Xianxia. He finally saw Lin Xian. It's you, the tall young man's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of astonishment. He knew about Lin Xian. The latter's terror had long since spread throughout the entire True Spirit continent. He had also seen Lin Xian a few times. Therefore, he recognized him with a single glance. Lin Xian was also coldly looking at the tall young man. Their gazes collided in the air, instantly shattering the void. The people of the Purple Glow Holy Land were extremely nervous. Lin Xian was a demonic godlike existence. He could even kill the 10th generation Grand Elder. Most likely, no one would be able to easily suppress him. So powerful. The Purple Glow Holy Land's previous generation Saint Sun's heart was also beating wildly. The other party was indeed too powerful. Even the light god's gaze seemed to be able to pierce through him. In an instant, his face became incomparably gloomy. He also liked Xianxia and wanted to take her for himself. However, the relationship between Xianxia and this Lin Xian was not shallow. Moreover, Lin Xian was so powerful. This made him incomparably jealous. Humph, so what if you're powerful? This time, my grandfather gave me a few magical treasures. Once I use them, I don't believe I can't subdue you, the tall young man coldly snorted in his heart. However, he was still unwilling to casually make a move against Lin Xian. His gaze once again retracted from Lin Xian and looked at Xianxia. Jingqiu, you're too naive. You don't know how sinister people are. Some people look good on the surface, but have other ideas in their hearts. But I'm different. We both belong to the Purple Glow Holy Land. I'm absolutely sincere to you. Big brother Lin Xian, let's go. The previous generation's saint's son hadn't even finished speaking when Xianxia grabbed Lin Xian's hand and walked forward. The two passed by the tall young man. The tall young man, the previous generation's saint's son of the Purple Glow Holy Land, was stunned. His expression became incomparably unsightly. A biting cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Damn it, he actually ignored me, he even held my hand in front of everyone. The previous generation's saint's son's lungs were about to explode from anger. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Feeling this aura, the surrounding people's expressions changed. This person was so powerful. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He turned around and frowned. Why? Are you going to make a move? A biting cold light appeared in his eyes, causing the previous generation's saint's son to tremble and retract his aura. Very well, kid. I'll remember you. I don't know you. You're not qualified for me to remember you. Lin Xian turned around, pulled Xianxia, and continued on their way. Behind them, the Immortal Palace's martial artists quickly followed. The Crimson Dragon also glanced at the previous generation's saint's son and revealed a sinister smile. If you're looking for trouble, I'll eat you, Buzz. He swung his dragon tail and followed. When Lin Xian and the others were far away, the martial artists behind the previous generation's saint's son walked up. Why is this Lin Xian so arrogant? That's right. Does he really think he's invincible? Our Lord just doesn't want to fight with him. That's right, with our Lord and the Supreme Elder's treasures, it's easy to kill this kid, these people sneered. The tall youth's face darkened. Damn it, the other party was too arrogant. How dare he ignore him? He swore that if he had the chance, he would kill him. In front, Lin Xian, Xianxia, and the Crimson Dragon walked forward. Not long after, they stopped again. They arrived in front of a palace. This was a very huge palace, as majestic as the Flame Divine Palace. There were many figures near the palace. There were humans and 10,000 ancient races. Obviously, these people had all entered the second street and came here. Seeing Lin Xian arrive, these people also turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they exclaimed. Whether it was the human race or the 10,000 ancient races, after seeing Lin Xian, they all had an instinctive fear. That was because Lin Xian's current reputation was simply too powerful. Probably, other than some of the top geniuses, no one dared to go against him. Big brother Xian. In the crowd, Morong Qingqin called out. She rushed over with the people of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground to meet up with Lin Xian. Lin Xian asked about Qingqing's previous situation, then the three of them sat down cross-legged. Where is this place? Lin Xian asked. Morong Qingqin came early, but she didn't know much about it. She said that this place was probably a treasure trove. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people gathered here. Well, let's wait and see if there's a way to crack it. After some discussion, Lin Xian and the others decided to wait here. Gradually, more and more people came. Behind them, the previous Holy Son of the Purple Sun Sacred Ground also came with his people. When they arrived and saw the huge Flame Divine Palace, they were first amazed. When they saw Lin Xian and Xianxia sitting at the side, their expressions changed. Especially the previous Holy Son, his face was terrifyingly dark. However, he still didn't make a move. He snorted coldly and brought his people to the other side. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, Dustless, and the other young geniuses also arrived. Lin Xian greeted them. The 10,000 ancient races had also arrived. The three immemorial royal families were extremely powerful. Lin Xian, in particular, was moved by the few figures he saw. Their auras weren't very strong, but Lin Xian could feel that their bodies contained an extremely terrifying power. These people must have deliberately concealed their strength and cultivation. Golden runes flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as he took a deep breath. Leaf Dao Denier, Dustless, and the other top human experts could also sense that, and were all staring at the newcomers. Fire Qilin Cave. A 15 to 16-year-old youth was walking at the front. He had delicate features, like the boy next door, but all the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave followed behind him respectfully. Along the way, these people from the Fire Qilin Cave were incomparably domineering. Get lost, they occupied a very advantageous position, and the other humans and primordial creatures fled one after another. At the same time, these people were shocked as they looked at the 15 to 16-year-old youth. Who was this person? How could he be leading these geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave? Could it be another 10th-generation grandchild? That was possible. Heavens, another 10th-generation grandchild had appeared. And this time, it was a 10th-generation grandchild of the immemorial royal family. Everyone exclaimed. On the Divine Emperor Ridge's side, a beautiful woman around 20 years old also came. She was surrounded by a phoenix phantom, and a group of people arrived domineeringly. After arriving, she stared at the 15 to 16-year-old youth of the Fire Qilin Cave, and her eyes were filled with hostility. The youth turned his head, glanced at her, and no longer paid attention to her. This scene made the 9th-generation Lord of the Divine Emperor Ridge very angry. A fierce look appeared in her beautiful eyes. How dare he look down on her? How preposterous! However, before she could say anything, the phoenix phantom on her body suddenly let out a cry and turned into a flaming phoenix. The moment this aura appeared, it suppressed the surroundings, and many people were directly pressed to the ground. The primordial creatures trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. How terrifying! The expressions of the people of the Fire Qilin Cave also changed. What was going on? Was the Divine Emperor Ridge going to make a move? Although they knew that there would be a battle in the future, the other party couldn't wait to make a move before they found the heavenly flame. Even the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons, who had just arrived, changed their expressions. The young Fire Dragon King also narrowed his eyes. He first stared at the 9th-generation Lord of the Divine Emperor Ridge. Then, he looked at the 15 to 16-year-old youth of the Fire Qilin Cave, and the corners of his mouth raised into a sneer. On the side of the human race, their expressions changed. They were too powerful. These people from the immemorial royal family made them tremble and feel despair. Yi Wudao, the Alcade sage, Wuchen, and the others all had solemn expressions. Lin Xian also took a deep breath, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. To be honest, even the people of the Divine Emperor Ridge were stunned. Was their 9th-generation lord really going to make a move? Just as they were about to ask, someone exclaimed. No, look beside Lin Xian, beside Lin Xian? What's wrong, what's going on? Everyone turned their heads to look. Previously, their gazes were attracted by the 15 to 16-year-old youth and the powerful woman. They didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all. Now that someone reminded them, they all turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they screamed. Lin Xian was majestic, and a beautiful woman with a face full of surprise. She also had a phoenix phantom around her body. It seemed like it was going to soar into the sky. This phoenix phantom wasn't made of flames, but of 5 colors. A phoenix, another phoenix. Everyone was shocked. The 10,000 ancient races were also stunned. Heavens, was this woman also a powerful existence of the divine Phoenix Ridge? On the other hand, the people of the human race were dumbfounded. No, it was Murong Qingqing, the Jade Lake Saintess. They naturally knew Murong Qingqing, but they didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen to Murong Qingqing. Not to mention these people, even Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were surprised. Murong Qingqing was also stunned. It was rumored that the Jade Lake Saintess had the Phoenix bloodline. It seemed to have been confirmed before, but they didn't expect her bloodline to be so powerful. A man from the Daoi Holy Ground said in a deep voice. He was the current holy son of the Daoi Holy Ground. As soon as he spoke, everyone came to a realization. Yes, Morong Qingqing had the phoenix bloodline. However, everyone thought that Morong Qingqing might have a trace of the phoenix bloodline. But now, that didn't seem to be the case. The power of her bloodline was probably very powerful and terrifying. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a phenomenon. At the Divine Phoenix Ridge, the 9th generation Lord turned her head, her beautiful eyes emitting a biting cold flame. She stared fixedly at Morong Qingqing. Behind her, the primordial creatures of the Divine Phoenix Ridge exclaimed one by one. A 5-colored phoenix, she was actually a 5-colored phoenix. The 5-colored phoenix was a very rare existence among the phoenixes. Their Divine Phoenix Ridge had 2 or 3 of them, but now there was none. But now, there was someone with the 5-colored phoenix bloodline among the humans. This was really unbelievable. For a moment, the people of the Divine Emperor Ridge couldn't believe it. The 5-colored phoenix bloodline, how could it be? The Fire Dragon King was also very surprised. On the other side, the 7th generation Lord of the Fire Kylan Cave was also surprised. A piercingly cold light burst out from his clear eyes. Everyone's eyes were focused on Morong Qingqing. Lin Xian was also surprised. What was a 5-colored phoenix? The Crimson Sacred Dragon exclaimed. It was equivalent to the royal family of the Dragon Clan. So terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. Although he knew that Morong Qingqing had the phoenix bloodline, he didn't expect it to be of such a high grade. It was even higher than these ancient creatures of the Divine Emperor Ridge. Not good. If this is the case, will Qingqing be in danger? Lin Xian frowned. He immediately thought of this matter. Now that you mention it, it really is possible. The Crimson Dragon also whispered. Morong Qingqing quickly formed a seal with her palms and suppressed the phoenix phantom on her body. She knew that her phoenix bloodline should have resonated with these people of the Divine Emperor Ridge. That was why this situation happened. She also looked at the 9th generation Lord, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She could feel the hostility in his eyes, and even a trace of envy. Yes, envy. The other party was envious of her. This was not a good thing. Morong Qingqing felt that she was being stared at by a terrifying ancient royal family. So she smiled bitterly. The surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, this Jade Lake Saintess was really amazing. Yes, she actually had such a high-grade phoenix bloodline. Do you think this is a good thing? How could the Divine Phoenix Ridge allow a human to have such a high-grade phoenix bloodline? Are you saying that the Divine Phoenix Ridge wants to kill her? That's for sure. Everyone was talking, and at the same time, some people sighed. As expected of someone who was with Lin Xian, he was still being hunted down. Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword spirit and was hunted by countless experts. Now, the woman beside him also possessed a top-notch bloodline. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful anymore. Boom. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the fire godly palace in front of them changed. The flames on them rolled and condensed into 2 flame giants. Every one of them was indomitable, as if they were gods and devils, standing on both sides of the palace. The sudden appearance of the scene attracted everyone's attention once again. Everyone's gaze shifted from Morong Qingqing to the fire godly palace. Had there been any changes? The 7th generation Lord of Fire Chilan Cave was overjoyed. The others also cried out in alarm. The Flame Dragon King and the 9th generation Lord's eyes flickered as they stared ahead. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others also withdrew their thoughts. It seemed like the Flame Godly Palace was about to open. One's own mind, the little white monkey, jumped out of Xianxio's embrace, looking very excited. It seemed like he had found some good treasures. The Immortal Palace's martial artists were overjoyed. The little white monkey was an expert at finding treasures. His performance had given them confidence. It seemed like there was indeed something good in the palace. Everyone was overjoyed, but soon, they began to tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear. Because a terrifying pressure was being emitted from the 2 flame giants, bringing with it a monstrous aura as if it was going to suppress heaven and earth. Damn it, this aura, is it the aura of a sage? Why do I feel like they have the power of laws? Everyone was terrified. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, the Flame Dragon King, and the 7th generation Lord's expression changed. They felt an irresistible force. But fortunately, it was just the aura of the two flame giants, and it wasn't directed at them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. So terrifying, Heavenly Flame City was indeed mysterious. A palace could emit such an aura, and it could even kill everyone. He wondered what kind of dangers awaited him inside. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Opportunities were often accompanied by risks, and the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. This was a principle that hadn't changed since ancient times. The Fire Dragon King, the 9th generation patriarch, and the 7th generation patriarch, these three primeval theocrats, were also shocked. There was nothing they could do. Although they thought they were strong, the aura of the two flame giants was too powerful. They couldn't resist at all. Sure enough, everyone below the sage was an ant. This saying wasn't wrong at all. Who was the one who built this heavenly fire city? Could it really be something that fell from the immortal world? They were extremely shocked. Just as they were guessing, a figure suddenly rose into the sky, turning into a hurricane, and rushed forward. Not good, someone was going to beat them to it, everyone's expression changed. The figure in the sky was extremely tall, roaring at the sky, his dark green hair dancing in the wind. It was a Yiksha race's expert genius. That's right, it was the Yiksha race's expert genius, the one who fought with Lin Xian previously. Previously, Lin Xian had injured the three Archean race's skyprides, but he didn't kill them. He only let their blood stain his body. They didn't expect that the other party would want to enter the fire sacred palace alone. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He had to admit that the other party's strength was still terrifying even though he had lost to him. He had about 35,000 Archean power, which wasn't any weaker than those old undefeatable kings. He's courting death, the Flame Dragon King snorted coldly when he saw this. On the other side, the 9th generation lord and the 7th generation lord had a mocking look in their eyes. They didn't move. Did the Yiksha race really think they could beat them to it? The Yiksha race's skypride was extremely terrifying. He rushed forward like a demon king. In an instant, he was in front of the fire sacred palace. In the next moment, he was about to break open the red door and enter. However, a terrifying flame suddenly formed on the red door. In an instant, the flame enveloped the Yiksha race's skypride. Ah! The Yiksha race's skypride screamed in agony. His body turned into ashes in the flame, and even his soul didn't manage to escape. Spurt, a peerless Archean race's skypride vanished into thin air just like that. What? He was killed, everyone was shocked when they saw this. The Archean race's skyprides were also trembling. The Yiksha race's skypride was extremely powerful, and he was famous among them. However, he was easily killed by a wisp of flame. What kind of palace was this? Could the flame be the heavenly fire? Their hearts raced. The human warriors were trembling and their faces were pale. They swore that they must not act rashly. Otherwise, they would probably be reduced to ashes. They wouldn't even be able to cause a ripple. Is it a formation? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The Crimson Dragon nodded. That's right, it's a formation. It's a super powerful protective formation. It's too profound. It's definitely set up by an unparalleled expert. What should we do? Could it be that we can't go in? Peacock and the others' faces changed when they heard that. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to break it even if they worked together. They wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. The treasury was right in front of them, but they couldn't go in. It was a terrible feeling. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. That might not be the case. It's just that idiot from the Yiksha race. Can't he wait a little longer? We didn't do anything and the two flame giants appeared. It's obvious that the palace can be opened. We just need to wait patiently. The dark red dragon god was right. After waiting for about 4 hours, the red door in front of them made a rumbling sound and slowly opened a crack. Great, it's really open. The Immortal Palace warriors were excited. The other human warriors also held their breaths. The 10,000 ancient races' eyes lit up. Everyone was waiting. No one dared to act rashly. When the red door finally opened, the Fire Dragon King of the nest of 10,000 dragons smiled. It's time to go in. He waved his hand and led his people forward. At the same time, the 7th Lord of Fire Qilin Cave and the 9th Lord of Divine Phoenix Ridge did the same. Let's go too. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingqing. Xianxia, the Crimson Dragon, and the others also walked forward. Everyone set off quickly. The whole process was very quiet. No one made a move. After all, the two flame giants were eyeing them. They didn't dare to act recklessly in front of them. After entering, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others also opened their small mouths wide. Crimson Dragon also exclaimed. Damn, where is this place? Did we come to the wrong place? Screams rang out as the scene inside the Flame Godly Palace was completely different from what they had imagined. To be honest, these people were all top-notch geniuses. Who hadn't explored ancient ruins before? Lin Xian had also been there many times. He had even entered the tombs of saints. However, it was completely different from the scene in front of him. Behind the flaming door was an incomparably vast hall. This hall was very normal, but the scene inside the hall was abnormal. At this moment, the main hall was covered in blood, and all kinds of corpses and remains were scattered all over the place. It was clear that this place had experienced an incomparably tragic battle. On the ground, on the walls, on the stone pillars, there were terrifying cracks everywhere. The blood still hadn't dried up completely. One could only imagine how terrifying those who had died were. Damn it. Just what is this palace? Why are these people fighting? Could it be that they were all fighting for some treasure? Who are these people? Are they the experts of the true spirit world? Everyone was puzzled. Be careful. The Fire Dragon King, 7th generation, and 9th generation said to the ancient creatures behind them. They took the lead and walked forward. When their feet stepped on the dried blood, their bodies trembled. They felt a terrifying aura as if it was going to devour them. Fortunately, the blood had dried for tens of thousands of years. Although there were still remnants, the baleful aura on it was already very weak. Otherwise, a drop of blood would be enough to kill them. We should be careful too. Lin Xian activated the 9-yang divine body, and the 9-yang divine fire enveloped the immortal palace's martial artists. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia also activated their king domains and followed Lin Xian forward. Everyone was very careful. Fortunately, they hadn't discovered any danger so far, and they hadn't been attacked. Wuji, the Snow White monkey suddenly jumped up and waved its little paw, grabbing a broken sword on the ground. Buzz, a terrifying light shone in all directions, and a terrifying murderous aura swept over like a tide. In an instant, it filled the entire void. Everyone's bodies trembled, and their scalps went numb. They stopped and turned their heads. Damn it, who is it? Who is it? Are they trying to kill us? They screamed crazily. Lin Xian was also shocked. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed, Damn it, damn monkey, what are you trying to do? He was also scared. Who knew if there were any formations here? Why was the Snow White monkey moving around? Lin Xian was very puzzled. Little White, on the other hand, made funny faces at the crowd and went to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian was very surprised. Little White picked up a broken sword, but it didn't cause any terrifying consequences. Moreover, the broken sword in the Snow White monkey's hand was very sharp. It seemed to be a top-tier heaven-grade weapon. Little White casually grabbed a top-tier heaven-grade weapon. It was really surprising. One had to know that although he had a half-step sacred artifact in his hand, top-tier heaven-grade artifacts were not cabbages. They were very terrifying. Especially this short sword. It had been tens of thousands of years, but it still emitted such a terrifying aura. One could imagine how terrifying it was in the past. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone else also noticed this. They looked at the weapons on the ground in shock and exclaimed. Heavens, we're rich, this was a rare treasure. Some of them took action, pulling out long sabers and spears. They found that each of them was incomparably sharp. Although they were broken, they were even more terrifying than the weapons in their hands. Oh, no, it's not a top-tier heaven-grade artifact. Crimson Shenong shook his head. This should be a high-grade heaven-grade artifact. What? A high-grade heaven-grade artifact has such power? Everyone was in disbelief, but Yi Wu Dao and the others nodded. That's right, it was indeed a high-grade heaven-grade artifact. The primordial genius's expressions also flickered. They found that it was just as the Crimson Dragon had said. These were only high-grade heaven-grade artifacts. But their sharpness was not inferior to their own top-tier heaven-grade artifacts. This weapon is even stronger than our own weapon. The 10,000 ancient races were shocked. Just what era were these weapons from? Could it be that these people who died were all people from before the primordial era? That was too shocking. Cries of surprise rang out, and many people's eyes turned red. These were all treasures. If they were taken out and refined, they would definitely be divine weapons. Too good, we're rich, how could there be no treasures in Skyfire City? These people were extremely excited. Even the primordial creature's eyes turned red. Damn it, this is ours. They were extremely arrogant as they stared at the humans. The human martialists looked gloomy as they gritted their teeth. Damn it, how overbearing, they want to take the treasures as soon as they see them, don't fight with them. This hall is so big. Let's just go to another area. Many people were discussing this matter. They didn't want to clash with the 10,000 ancient races, but they wouldn't give up on the treasures here. Fortunately, the hall was big enough for them to search in other areas. In an instant, the human martialists spread out and searched in all directions. Even the 10,000 ancient races had distanced themselves from each other. The group that had originally gathered together quickly disintegrated at this moment. Peacock, go and search the surroundings. Pay attention to your own safety. Lin Xian turned around and said to the martialists of Immortal Palace. Yes. Peacock and the rest were overjoyed. The martialists of Immortal Palace were even more excited. Lin Xian and the rest didn't care about treasures of this grade, but that didn't mean that these people didn't care about them. In their eyes, this was a divine weapon. Therefore, after getting Lin Xian's permission, the martialists of Immortal Palace quickly spread out in all directions. Let's go and take a look. Only the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia were left beside Lin Xian. He didn't plan to separate from these people, because he had a feeling that the Flame's Sacred Palace wasn't that simple. Therefore, it was better for them to stick together. The previous saint of the Purple Dawn's sacred ground gnashed his teeth in anger as he watched Xianxia and Lin Xian leave. On the other side, the Ninth Lord of the Royal Ridge also stared at Morong Qingqing. His eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King also looked in Lin Xian's direction. He was staring at Lin Xian. Was this the kid who possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul? How could a puny human like him possess such a thing? Just wait and find an opportunity to kill him. The Great Dragon Sword Soul belongs to us. The people from the Fire Qilin Cave also glanced at Lin Xian. They were also tempted by the Great Dragon Sword Soul. After all, that was one of the 5 swords of the world. There was no one who wouldn't be jealous. However, Lin Xian's current strength was simply too strong. Ordinary people simply did not dare to have any ideas about him. However, they were not afraid. They were confident that they could kill the other party. Of course, this Fire Qilin Cave 7th generation had another idea. That was Lin Xian's 9-yang divine flame. In his opinion, eating Lin Xian would increase the power of his flames. Of course, now was not the time to make a move. Lin Xian and the others walked forward cautiously. Lin Xian also activated his heavenly secret god eyes and carefully observed his surroundings. What is this? Morong Qingqing reached out her hand and grabbed out a broken ring. She probed with her soul and was astonished. The inside of the storage ring is broken, but there are still some things. She discovered that there were 2 weapons and a few bottles of pills inside. Other than that, there was nothing else. From the looks of it, there should have been a cultivation technique, but because the storage ring was broken, the cultivation technique was destroyed. The hairpin was also a treasure. Xianxia was also looking for it. Who are these people? Any piece of jewelry they wore was a top-grade treasure. They were extremely amazed. At this moment, the Snow-White Fox exclaimed and pointed in a direction, chattering non-stop. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light. He looked forward and then exclaimed in surprise. There are spirit herbs. Let's go and take a look. The group of them flew forward. Soon, they arrived. There was a fiery red spirit herb in front of him. It was growing out of the ground and blood. The spirit herb was not very tall. It was only as tall as 2 palms. There were mysterious patterns on it, and there were small flames dancing on it. The blazing flower was actually such a thing, it was almost extinct in the outside world. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning. Indeed, it was a fire attribute spirit herb. It was an extremely precious spirit herb. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This thing was very useful for improving his 9-yang divine constitution. That's great. I didn't expect to find such a treasure so soon after coming to the Fire God Palace. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Just as he was about to move, his eyelids twitched, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression darkened as he looked around. That was because he discovered a few hidden auras around him. These auras were almost invisible. Even an invincible king might not be able to detect them. Fortunately, he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. Otherwise, he would not have been able to detect them. Damn it, it's a trap. Lin Xian grabbed Little White and told it not to act rashly. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia. When the 3 of them learned about it, they were also very surprised. There's someone in the dark. It seemed that these people had discovered the blazing fire flower but did not take it away. Instead, they hid in the surroundings and waited for others. When others saw the blazing fire flower, they would definitely be overjoyed. That would be the time when people were the most relaxed. Then, they would be able to kill the other party. How vicious. They should be from the 10,000 ancient races. Lin Xian said through voice transmission. They were probably the only ones who had the idea and the strength to plot against others. Can you tell which race they are from? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. No, they must have used some kind of treasure to hide themselves. If not for the heavenly secret divine eyes, I wouldn't have discovered them. That was indeed the case. The Crimson Dragon, Xianxia, and Morong Qingqing did not discover them. Therefore, this made them feel a lingering fear. What should we do? Xianxia asked. Lin Xian said through voice transmission. Since they want to kill us, they should be prepared to be killed instead. We'll pretend that we don't know and directly pluck the blazing fire flower to lure them out. When the time comes, we'll give them a thunderous blow. I want to see who dares to plot against me here. Okay, I'll go. Morong Qingqing nodded and walked forward. Soon, she arrived in front of the blazing fire flower. There were indeed a few figures hiding in the dark. There were a total of 3 people. The 3 of them were gathered together. Their bodies were covered in a light shadow that completely isolated their auras. Even invincible kings could not detect them. That was why the 3 of them dared to set up a trap here. Damn it, it's actually that human brat? Is it him? He has the 9-yang divine body and the dragon sword soul. Can we defeat him? There were 2 men and a woman hiding in the dark. The 3 of them looked like humans, but they had red feathers on their bodies and red wings on their backs. Obviously, they were from the ancient royal family. They were the 3 geniuses of the ancient royal family, the Red Wing race. They naturally recognized Lin Xian, so they were very surprised. They were considering whether to make a move or not. One of the tall young men snorted coldly. What does that brat have? Although he's powerful, he doesn't know about our existence at all. Later on, we'll kill him in 1 strike and that's it. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least severely injure him. It would be easy to kill him later. That was indeed the case. The female prodigy next to him also said. I have a Dharma treasure here that can damage a person's soul. When the time comes, we can attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill this kid. The 3 of them sneered malevolently. But soon, they were stunned. It wasn't Lin Xian who attacked, but a peerless beauty who was next to Lin Xian. It was the Saintess of Jade Lake. She had the 5-colored phoenix phantom on her body just now. The female prodigy frowned. The short young man sneered. That's even better. We can capture her and hand her over to Divine Phoenix Ridge. Divine Phoenix Ridge will definitely give us a precious treasure in exchange. That was a good idea. The tall prodigy also nodded. The three of them smiled malevolently. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't have to face Lin Xian immediately. This allowed their success rate to increase a little. At the same time, Morong Qingqing had already arrived in front of the fiery flower. She stretched out her slender hands and grabbed at the flower. There was a hint of joy on her face, as if she didn't notice the danger around her. Buzz, the prodigy of the Red Wing clan who was hiding in the dark, made her move. Who was the one who attacked? A red longsword appeared in her hand. It seemed to be made of feathers. It was abnormally strange. It emitted a scorching and terrifying aura. The longsword pierced through the void. The longsword was pointed at Morong Qingqing's forehead. It was obvious that she wanted to kill her in one strike. If she didn't know that there was someone here, Morong Qingqing would probably be injured or even killed. But now, she already knew that there was someone hiding in the dark who wanted to attack her. Therefore, although Morong Qingqing seemed to be careless, she was always prepared. The moment the void fluctuated, Morong Qingqing shouted. Her beautiful eyes emitted a bright light. She raised her slender hands and slammed them forward. Buzz, the runes in the sky shone and turned into a phoenix that rushed out. Morong Qingqing hadn't received a title. She had been keeping a low profile recently, but that didn't mean that she was weak. She possessed the most powerful bloodline power, so how could her strength be weak? He was definitely standing at the top of the human race. Moreover, as an extreme Dao holy land, the Jade Lake sacred ground had the inheritance of a great emperor. Although he had only come into contact with Morong Qingqing for now, its power was still extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The sound of being knocked back rang out as the killing sword made of feathers was smashed into pieces. Morong Qingqing's palm shone even brighter as it pressed toward the void. In an instant, the phoenix silhouette enveloped the woman who had attacked. Damn it, this is impossible, the woman's expression changed drastically as she screamed. At the same time, her body materialized and she quickly retreated. She was too shocked. Her opponent was actually able to break her attack with a single move, and was even attacking her in the opposite direction. She simply couldn't believe it. In her eyes, only Lin Xian was a threat. Other than Lin Xian, they didn't care about anyone else. However, the woman beside Lin Xian was so powerful. Damn it, was it because she had the bloodline of the five-colored phoenix? The primordial woman's expression was cold as she moved extremely quickly. The pair of fiery red wings on her back flapped and carried her away quickly. Kill! At the same time, the other two prodigies of the Red Wing clan who were hiding in the dark also made their move. The tall youth snorted coldly as a fiery red spear pierced toward Lin Xian like a bolt of red lightning. The other short youth had a dagger in his hand. His target was Xianxia. The two of them appeared very suddenly and were very fast. Their strength was no weaker than the woman who had attacked before. It could be said that they were going to kill him. However, Lin Xian sneered. He had already discovered their tracks. When he saw them attack, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hand. It was like a golden mountain as it slammed forward. You're courting death, the tall youth from the Red Wing clan roared angrily. How dare Lin Xian fight him barehanded? He was underestimating him. He swore that he would chop off Lin Xian's hand. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The fiery red spear collided with Lin Xian's hand, causing sparks to fly. The surrounding space quickly shattered as the runes in the sky trembled nonstop. What? The tall youth from the Red Wing clan widened his eyes in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian had grabbed his spear and swung it forcefully. Clang! The spear broke into two halves. As for him, he was also sent flying by an enormous power. Lin Xian had broken his weapon with his bare hands. This was driving him crazy. In the next moment, he screamed before he could react. Lin Xian leaped high into the air and stomped down on Yifu Tian's body. With a loud boom, his body was trampled into pieces. Poof! Ah! Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, a scream was heard from the other side. It was not Xianxia, but the short youth who had attacked the neurosphere. Although Xianxia looked innocent, she was not weak at all. Purple chi surged around her body and turned into a purple gourd. A wisp of chi knocked away the short youth's dagger. The other 3 wisps of chi pierced through the short youth's body. Feathers fell from the short youth's body as he screamed in agony. Damn it, how could this be? They roared as if they had gone mad. They couldn't believe it. The short youth retreated frantically. The tall youth who had his body crushed was also regenerating his body in the distance. His face was extremely pale. The other primordial female was sent flying by Murong Qingqing. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Damn it, they could not believe that the 3 of them were too strong. They could accept it if Lin Xian had injured them. However, what was going on with Murong Qingqing and Xianxia? They had never heard of such a powerful saintess in the human race. Damn it, they were too careless. They had underestimated them, they had to leave quickly. They were not to be trifled with. The 3 of them discussed for a while and turned to leave. You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? Lin Xian sneered. The other party had tried to assassinate them in the dark, and they wanted to leave after failing the assassination. How could there be such a good thing? Was he someone who could be assassinated so easily? He waved his hand, and the 9 suns' divine fire in the sky formed a large net that enveloped the entire world. Bang! 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 The 3 prodigies from the Red Wing clan crashed into the flame net and were knocked back. Damn it, how dare you stop us? They were furious. We are from the Red Wing clan. So what? Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He even dared to kill the 10th generation of the Silver Group, let alone the 3 of them. How dare you assassinate me? Kneel down and accept your death. At that moment, he was like a demon god, and his body shone brightly. The 3 crimson lunar prodigies' hearts pounded wildly when they heard that. Oh no, he's going to make a move. They regretted it now. They had been too arrogant. Previously, they thought that they would succeed if they launched a sneak attack. Who would have thought that their opponent was so powerful that he was not afraid of their sneak attack at all? Moreover, their opponent was very powerful. Even the 10th generation of the Crimson Lunar Prodigy had been crippled by him, let alone them. Don't fight him head-on. Hide so that he won't be able to find you. The 3 of them flashed and instantly disappeared from the void. They disappeared again. Murong Qingqing exclaimed. Xianxia also frowned. They could not find any trace of them. Damn it, they should have a Dharma treasure. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Xiao Xuanzi, hurry up and kill them. Snatch the treasure. Lin Xian did not say anything. His eyes shone with a piercing golden light as he activated his heavenly divine eyes. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and looked down mercilessly. Boom! Suddenly, he waved his fist and smashed it in a certain direction in the void. With a bang, the void split open, and 3 figures were sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and many of their bodies were torn apart. Damn it, how did you discover us? The 3 of them were about to go crazy. Their faces were filled with disbelief. It's over. We've been tricked. That brat already knew about our existence. The 3 of them finally understood that the other party must have discovered them in advance. Otherwise, the assassination earlier would have been a success. But how is that possible? They had a precious treasure from the Crimson-Winged clan that could conceal their auras. Even an invincible king would not be able to detect it. No one below the sage level would be able to detect it. How did the other party discover us? Look, what's that? One of them pointed at the sky, his body trembling. Even his teeth were chattering. The other 2 looked up and felt their scalps go numb. A pair of golden eyes was looking down at the world. Damn it, he knows our techniques. In an instant, they realized that the other party must have mastered an incomparably terrifying eye technique. That was how he discovered their tracks. But what kind of eye technique could be so powerful? However, the situation was critical, and they did not have time to think too much. The other party's huge golden hand grabbed out once again, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like the 5-finger mountain, enveloping the entire world. The 5 fingers gradually closed together, and the surrounding space kept shattering and squeezing. The pressure was so great that even their bones were broken. Damn it, get lost, the 3 geniuses of the Crimson Wings race roared out in a frenzy. Their bodies shone with a radiance that could destroy everything. However, he was unable to escape from Lin Xian's grasp. They were in despair. They were also geniuses of their respective clans and were extremely powerful. Killing people was as easy as slaughtering dogs. However, in the hands of Lin Xian, they seemed to have become ants. Bang bang bang. In the end, their bodies shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The three souls floated out, wanting to escape. The god's eye in the sky spun and emitted wisps of soul flames. They floated out and ignited the souls of the three. "Ah no, damn it, you dare to kill me, ah, spare my life, spare my life, I will never find trouble with you again." Angry roars, threats, and pleas for mercy rang out, but it was useless. In an instant, their souls were burned clean. In the sky, a feather floated down. It was sparkling and translucent, giving off a strange glow. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the feather, studying it carefully. Then, he frowned and said, "This must be the thing that hid the aura of the three." "Really, let me see." The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up after receiving the feather. "This must be the feather of the Crimson Wings race's sage. It has such a remarkable ability. Qingqing, this feather is for you." Lin Xian gave the feather to Murong Qingqing. Because Murong Qingqing had just been found out that she had the five-colored phoenix bloodline, the people of the divine Phoenix Ridge might harm her in the future. If she had this feather, she could hide her body at any time. It would be a good way to escape. Murong Qingqing did not stand on ceremony. She took the feather and imprinted her mark on it. Then, she put it away. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey's figure flashed and picked up the flaming fruit. Then, it jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder excitedly. Lin Xian said, "Good, good, good. Little guy, you've done well." He waved his hand and divided the flaming fruit into 5 portions, one for each of them. "Haha, then I won't stand on ceremony." The Crimson Dragon swallowed it directly. Then, it stared at the others while drooling. The snow-white monkey hugged a flaming fruit and ate it happily. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Xianxia also swallowed the flaming fruit. Lin Xian sat cross-legged. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body bloomed and quickly absorbed the pure energy inside. Murong Qingqing and Xianxia did the same. Not long after, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The divine fire on his body shone even brighter. "Kid, you've become stronger again." After the Crimson Dragon absorbed the blood essence of the 3 Red Wing clan members, it flew over. The dragon blood on its body surged. Its terrifying aura shocked Lin Xian. In terms of bloodline, even the Fire Dragon King could not compare to the Crimson Dragon. He wondered if the Dragon Crown Prince of the Dragon Clan or the Crimson Dragon's bloodline was stronger. While Lin Xian was absorbing the flaming fruit, other battles were happening in other parts of the hall. There were many treasures here, some broken weapons, and some spiritual herbs. Naturally, there were many battles. Among them, the most intense battles were between the humans and the 10,000 Archean tribes. Both sides did not hold back. Not only that, but there were also clashes between the humans. There were even massacres between the 10,000 Archean tribes. The originally dark red floor was now dyed red with blood. There were many new corpses on the ground. It was a hair-raising sight. "Let's go." Lin Xian and the others continued on their way. Along the way, they found some broken storage rings and some spiritual herbs. Gradually, they realized that the items in the hall could no longer satisfy them. They wanted to see what was behind the hall. After all, such a magical palace could not only have one hall. Everyone else felt the same way. Hence, they gathered in the center again. Many people were overjoyed. Of course, there were also some who felt heartache. Many people had died. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Who knew if there were other magical places in Skyfire City? How many geniuses would die because of the heavenly fire this time? Someone sighed. That's right. It was not easy to get out alive, let alone find treasures. Many of the ancient tribe members gritted their teeth. They could not accept that the humans, especially the powerful geniuses, had killed their members. Ah! Who dares to kill the geniuses of the Red Wing clan? Suddenly, a roar sounded, shaking the 9 heavens. Everyone's bodies trembled, and they all turned their heads to look. On the left, a man with wings and feathers all over his body roared crazily. His body emitted a monstrous aura that suppressed the surroundings. Everyone's expression changed. Damn it, an invincible king. He was actually an invincible king. The man with feathers was indeed an invincible king below 500 years old, and a prodigy of the ancient royal family. This person's strength was absolutely terrifying. The human cultivators trembled. Under normal circumstances, those below 500 years old were mostly of the younger generation. These people's strength was heaven-defying, and they could fight above their level. Killing an invincible king would not be a problem. However, their cultivation was at the level of an 8-star king, a peerless almighty. However, the other party was an invincible king, coupled with his talent in fighting above his level. The other party's strength was unimaginable. Even the primeval lifeforms and other Archean chosen felt their eyelids twitch. The members of the 3 archaic theocrats also frowned. What was this Red-Wing king doing? To be honest, although they were high and mighty and did not put the other ancient royal family members in their eyes, this time, there were a few prodigies from the ancient royal family who were worthy of their attention. Because they were all invincible kings, and they were all young kings. Red Moon King was one of them. Some of the ancient race members who were on good terms with the Red-Wing tribe asked. Red-Wing King said with a sullen face. 3 prodigies of my Red-Wing tribe have been killed. Who did it just now? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Previously, everyone was busy fighting for the treasures here, and even Red-Wing King did not notice. Moreover, he did not think that anyone would dare to attack them. Therefore, they were very surprised that 3 prodigies had fallen. The other ancient creatures from the Red-Wing tribe were also roaring. Who was it? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death, we can give you a quick death. Otherwise, if we find you, we will tear you to pieces and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Damn it, who dared to kill the prodigies of the Red-Wing tribe? The ancient creatures from the Red-Wing tribe looked around. This scene caused the humans to panic. However, some of the prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races were very dissatisfied. However, when they felt Red-Wing King's cold gaze, their hearts skipped a beat, and they did not say anything. However, he still snorted coldly. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Lin Xian, in particular, narrowed his eyes. It seemed like the 10,000 ancient races were not of one mind. There were many internal conflicts, and no one was willing to submit to the other. Let's go. The Fire Dragon King turned around and led the members of the nest of 10,000 dragons forward. No one dared to stop him. The people from the Red-Wing clan were also silent. They didn't even dare to look. There was nothing they could do about it. Although they were strong, the nest of 10,000 dragons was stronger than them. After the nest of 10,000 dragons, Shen Huangling also led a group of people forward. They wanted to be the first to explore further. The others wanted to leave as well, but King Red Feather snorted and looked around coldly. Those people were so scared that they quickly stopped in their tracks. Among them, the Golden Rocks, the Silver clans, and a few other top clans that were no weaker than the Red-Wing clans also left with their people. The others were left here because no one could compete with Red Feather King. Tell me, who killed the genius of my clan? Or did someone see who did it? You can tell me. The 10,000 ancient races have always been on good terms. Why would we attack you? Immediately, a few of the ancient races spoke up. The others also chimed in one after another. We can't do it, but I think it's very likely that the humans did it. That's right, it's the humans, only they would be so reckless as to attack us. Many of the ancient races sneered and pointed the finger at the humans. Hearing this, the humans' faces turned green. Bullsh*T, why would it be us? What evidence do you have? That's right. These people were furious. They didn't want to be thought of as the murderer. King Red Feather was too powerful. He was probably even more terrifying than Bai Qianshan. After all, Bai Qianshan was only a peerless almighty, but King Red Feather was an invincible king. The people from the Red-Wing clan stared at the human martial artists with unfriendly expressions. Who was it? Stand out. Wherever their gazes landed, the human martial artists trembled. King Red Feather's mind was clearer. He said that ordinary human martial artists couldn't kill their prodigies, not even the saints. It had to be the top prodigies of the human race. That was true. This was indeed the case. The human martial artists were panic-stricken. The weaker martial artists let out a sigh of relief, but the top martial artists were frowning. Especially the sacred grounds of their clans. They were facing a great enemy. Among them, the Yi clan, Gu clan, Daoi Sacred Ground, Jade Pool, Alcade, Grand Xia Dynasty, Myriad Buddha Temple, and others were all facing a great enemy. After all, their saints were the top prodigies and had the ability to kill each other. Brother Lin Xian, what should we do? Morong Qingqing asked through voice transmission. Lin Xian replied, don't worry about it. Don't speak. Leave it to me. Firstly, when he killed them, the Crimson Dragon had set up a layer of array. No one could see it. Secondly, the whole process was very short. He killed them almost instantly. He believed that no evidence would be left behind. Therefore, he wouldn't admit it. Of course, if the Red Feather tribe still wanted to attack him, he wouldn't mind playing with them. The king of the Red Feather tribe glanced at Yi Wudao, the Alcade sage, Wu Chen, the Grand Xia prince, and Lin Xian. These people looked solemn, but they weren't afraid. They were prodigies and could suppress everything. Although the king of the Red Feather tribe was strong, they still had the ability to fight. King, I suspect it's this kid. That's right. Only this kid would dare to attack our Red Wing clan. Many of the Red Feather tribe members stared at Lin Xian. The other primordial beings and archaic geniuses also walked over, their eyes flashing with a cold light. That's right. Lin Xian was very strong and arrogant. He didn't hesitate to kill the 10,000 Archean tribe members. It was as if they were killing human martial artists. This made them mad and scared at the same time. But now, they were gloating because Lin Xian had offended the king of the Red Feather tribe. That was a young primordial king. His strength was definitely heaven-defying. Lin Xian probably wouldn't be able to fight him. Kid, are you the one who did it? The king of the Red Feather tribe asked. Where's the evidence? Lin Xian sneered. He didn't admit or deny it. Instead, he asked for evidence. If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense. You should have heard of this saying. Disaster comes from the mouth. So I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Lin Xian spoke again. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The primordial creatures were also in an uproar. Lin Xian dared to threaten the king of the Red Feather tribe. Heavens, this kid really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right, the Red Wing tribe already suspected him. Now that this kid is so arrogant, the Red Wing king will definitely not let him go. Damn this kid, he's too despicable. I'll kill him. The archaic creatures of the Red Wing clan were also enraged. A few of them looked gloomy. The Red Wing king's eyes shone with a fiery red light. It was like a red sword piercing through the void. He stared at Lin Xian. Good kid, you have guts. I suspect that you're the one who did it. Kneel down obediently, kowtow and accept your death. His voice was incomparably cold. Lin Xian was not afraid. He said indifferently. I've said it. Where's the evidence? You want evidence? Simple. I'll capture you and search your soul. Then I'll know. The Red Wing king also stood out. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings, causing everyone to be frightened. They couldn't breathe. At this moment, the human race's faces were ugly. Especially the warriors from the Immortal Palace, they looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, there was an exception. That was the previous saint of the Purple Dawn Holy Land. He was ecstatic. Attack! Attack! Kill this kid. To be honest, he was very eager for the Red Wing king to attack Lin Xian and kill Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian was dead, Xianxia would be his. Therefore, he was looking forward to it. Brother Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia were also very worried. After all, the Red Wing king was not an ordinary ancient prodigy. Lin Xian waved his hand to calm the two of them. He looked at the Red Wing king and said coldly. Don't you want to know the result from me? Sure, 3 moves. If you can block 3 of my moves, I'll tell you. What? Lin Xian actually dared to attack the Red Wing king. And he was so arrogant, those primordial life forms were going crazy. The other primordial elites were also stunned. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Did this brat really have no idea of life and death? Or was he tired of living? What a brat, he was indeed insolent. However, it's a pity that you're too arrogant. Do you think that just because you defeated Bai Qianshan, you can contend against me? Let me tell you, I am the real invincible king. My strength is above Bai Qianshan's, you have no chance of winning against me. So, you agree? Lin Xian asked. Red Feather King waved his hand. Kid, don't talk about defeating me. If I take a step back within 3 moves, I'll admit defeat. Okay, that's what you said. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes shining brightly. At this moment, the god of the 9 suns rise was released, suppressing the area. It was like a peerless overlord, causing people to tremble. Brat, I will let you know what despair is in front of me. Red Feather King's entire body was covered in flames. His red feathers fluttered in the wind. The dazzling divine light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. His gaze was even more so like a divine rainbow, clashing with the golden gaze, exploding in the sky like brilliant fireworks. The first punch, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. With a boom, the 9 suns' divine body shone brightly, as if 10,000 lightning bolts were about to fall. They trembled and retreated quickly. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's strength was indeed incomparably powerful. The immemorial creatures also retreated frantically. Do you think Lin Xian can win? What a joke. Red Feather King was such a powerful existence. Just wait, he will definitely lose this time. They discussed animatedly. The immemorial creatures of the Red Feather clan sneered. They had absolute confidence in their young king. Red Feather King stood there like a demon god. The red feathers on his body bloomed, and the surrounding void could not withstand it. Boom, Lin Xian made his move. His golden fist shone brightly like a golden crow as it pierced through the void and charged toward Lin Xian. Small fry, break for me, Red Feather King was disdainful. The blood in his body surged, and a fierce energy burst out, causing people to tremble. He formed a strange hand seal with both hands. Get lost, the red flames on his body jumped and formed an ancient shield in front of him. In the next moment, the golden fist and the red shield collided. With a boom, the entire world exploded. The huge palace shook, and cracks spread all around. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Ka suddenly, the red shield made a cracking sound and shattered into pieces. However, the golden fist also disappeared into thin air. It was blocked. The two were evenly matched, the human warriors exclaimed, and the immemorial creature screamed. The immemorial creature of the Red Feather clan laughed wildly. What Central Emperor Lin Xian? In front of Red Feather King, he could not withstand a single blow. That was, King Red Feather could block his strongest attack with just a wave of his finger. These people laughed crazily. Red Feather King grinned. I told you, you're not my opponent. Not to mention 3 moves, even 300 moves will not be able to shake me. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected of the invincible king, he was indeed powerful. But, so what, the punch just now was just a test. Next, he would use his real attack. Boom, he punched out again, and the terrifying 9 suns divine fire spun in the sky. Soon, a large cauldron was formed above his fist. The large cauldron was hazy and emitted a heavy aura, as if it was refined with immortal gold. As soon as it appeared, the void collapsed, and the raging flames spread. That is? The Celestial Emperor Cauldron, the Yi family warriors were the first to scream. They were shocked and could not believe what they were seeing. When the others heard this, they felt dizzy. Their heads were about to explode. What? The Celestial Emperor Cauldron? You are saying that the other party used the Celestial Emperor Cauldron? Damn it, how is that possible? The Celestial Emperor Cauldron was an extreme weapon. Not to mention the human race, even the 10,000 immemorial races were going crazy. The faces of the immemorial prodigies changed. It was as if they were facing an extreme weapon. Yu Wudao's eyes shone with a cold light. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was simulated by the Great Dragon Sword Soul. One of the immemorial prodigies screamed. The others were envious. Was this the power of the great dragon sword soul? It was hard to imagine that he could simulate an extreme weapon with just a raise of his hand. At this moment, these people were all tempted. If they could obtain the great dragon sword soul, their strength would go through a heaven-defying change. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. However, when they felt the aura emitted from Lin Xian's fist, they shrank back. King Redwing's pupils shrank. Humph, it's just an imitation. Do you really think it's an extreme weapon? You want to suppress me? What a joke, he snorted in disdain, and the light on his body became even brighter. Today, I will let you know what it means to be unparalleled in strength. The feathers on his body burned fiercely, and his two wings were like heavenly blades. They slashed the void and collided with the celestial emperor cauldron. With a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding space quickly shattered. King Qiyu let out a muffled groan as the wings behind his back dimmed. Countless feathers fell to the ground, and a crack appeared on the ground beneath his feet. He blocked it, everyone exclaimed, but King Qiyu's heart was filled with shock. Although he blocked it, he could no longer feel his wings. The other party's attack was really too powerful, far exceeding his expectations. Damn it, he roared, wanting to resist. However, Lin Xian's third punch came. Under the punch, the celestial emperor's cauldron disappeared, and endless light turned into fire dragons. Thousands of them, densely packed, intertwined in the sky, forming the 10,000 dragons diagram. When the 10,000 dragons diagram appeared, the immemorial creatures almost knelt on the ground. I don't believe it. It's fake, die for me, King Qiyu roared. He also waved his fist, and a huge flame shadow soared into the sky, wanting to tear everything apart. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram also fell crazily. Another earth-shattering collision. King Qiyu grunted and took 5 steps back. The blood in his body was boiling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was completely suppressed by him. What? King Qiyu was forced to retreat. Everyone exclaimed. The immemorial creatures could not believe it. King Qiyu roared, "Kid, I want you dead." He could not bear it. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly, 3 moves have passed, and you've been forced to retreat 5 steps. You've lost this battle. He stood with his hands behind his back, and he had no intention of attacking. However, the aura on his body became even colder. Nonsense. How could I lose? King Qiyu roared. The immemorial creatures of the Qiyu clan also snorted. What? You want to slap yourself in the face? Lin Xian sneered. When he said that, everyone shook their heads. Lin Xian said it in front of everyone. If King Qiyu did not admit it now, it would be humiliating. The other immemorial creatures would probably look down on the Qiyu clan. King Qiyu naturally thought of this, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. To be honest, he had been too careless. Previously, he had been full of confidence in himself, thinking that it was impossible for him to be forced back. Even if he defended passively, there wouldn't be any problems. How could he have imagined that his opponent would actually transform into an extreme weapon and launch an attack? He was forced to retreat. Although he wasn't injured, and although he was powerful, he couldn't make a move right now. This kind of feeling was really too sullen. Looking up to the sky, King Redwing roared. Endless flames surged from his body, turning into a divine bird that covered the sky. His cold eyes swept across the area. Good, very good, no one has ever been able to make me suffer. You are the first. I will remember you. Just you wait. The next time I see you, I will kill you with my own hands. Let's go. After saying that, he flapped his wings and flew forward with the archaic life form of the Redwing clan. The other archaic creatures also felt their scalps go numb. The other party was too strong, so strong that they were terrified. They didn't dare to provoke him. Therefore, the 10,000 ancient races quickly followed behind. The human cultivators were also shocked. Lin Xian landed and led the people of the Immortal Palace, Morong Qingqing, and Shinjingqiu forward. How could this kid be so powerful? The previous saint of the Purple Dawn sacred land was terrified. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He was scared out of his wits. Just now, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The other party was too strong. He was so strong that it made him terrified. In front of him, Lin Xian and the others strode forward. However, when they reached the depths of the hall, they found that the three archaic theocrats had already disappeared. It seemed that the other party had left very quickly. Damn it, the Fire Qilin cave knew more information. If we followed him, it might have been easier. But now, we have lost them. Now, we have to figure everything out by ourselves. The Crimson Dragon frowned. Lin Xian also looked around. Indeed, the Fire Qilin cave knew more information, but even without the other party, it wasn't impossible for them to slowly figure it out. It just so happened that they could thoroughly understand the heavenly flame formation. This should be the end of the hall. They should be able to leave after pushing open this door. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the red door in front of him. His eyes flickered. The surrounding archaic creatures and human cultivators also walked up. When they saw the red door, their eyelids twitched wildly. Previously, the Xianxia race's prodigy wanted to force his way through the red door. In the end, he was inexplicably killed by a wisp of flame. That scene was still fresh in their minds. Seeing a similar red door, they didn't dare to move at all. There shouldn't be any danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He took the lead and walked out. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light as he pressed his palm on the red door. Immediately, a terrifying flame appeared on the red door and enveloped him. It really appeared, the surrounding people exclaimed. Lin Xian was also shocked, but in the next moment, he roared and resisted. He blocked it. When everyone saw the scene, they screamed again. That's right, Lin Xian blocked the terrifying flames on the red door. However, his situation wasn't good. He was completely surrounded by these flames and it seemed that he would be burned to ashes at any moment. Temple Master, Peacock and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian's big brother. Morong Qingqing and the others were also worried. The archaic creature sneered. This kid really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to touch this red door casually. Even if he was burned to death, it wouldn't be an injustice, if he dies, we can snatch the great dragon sword's soul. These people had a good idea. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Strange flames? Just what I want. He needed that sort of flame to temper his 9 sons' divine flames to begin with. Thus, with a loud laugh, he began to completely unleash his cultivation technique. Soon, the red flames were refined, absorbed, and gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene, the archaic creatures frowned. No way, this kid can actually resist it, how strange. So what? I'll secretly attack him. A cold voice sounded. Then, everyone felt their vision blur as if something had passed by. However, they couldn't detect it at all. Whoosh, the void behind Lin Xian split open and a thin black sword pierced towards his head. This moment appeared very suddenly and no one noticed it. When they saw it, it was too late to exclaim. Go to hell. A black shadow appeared. It was a woman with a hazy figure. The black sword in her hand stabbed down mercilessly and was about to pierce Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge. Instead, he slammed his palm towards the red door in front of him. With a bang, endless red flames rushed out from the door and spread in all directions, enveloping the surroundings. Not good. Run. Seeing this scene, those people frantically retreated. The archaic creatures and human warriors also roared. They raised their domains to resist. The red flames were too terrifying. They couldn't resist it at all. You're courting death. In the air, the woman wrapped in flames also screamed. She didn't expect the other party to do this. It caught her off guard. The red flames pounced on the black slender sword, causing it to turn into a pool of black liquid and fall into the air. The woman also screamed. One of her arms melted, causing her to retreat in fear. However, Lin Xian wouldn't allow her to retreat. He swept his leg out like a coiling dragon, coiling around her body. The woman in the black mist and Lin Xian were both enveloped by the red flames that filled the sky. Ah! Miserable screams rang out, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. The primordial creatures were also terrified. This time, the red flames were twice as large as before. I'm afraid both of them are done for. As expected, the woman didn't last long before she stopped breathing. She must be a prodigy of the ghost race. What a pity. That's right. No one would have thought that Lin Xian would want to perish together with them. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. However, they were still a little excited. If they could burn Lin Xian to death, so what if one or two primordial prodigies died? Die together? You really think highly of yourself. Amidst the flames that filled the sky, a cold voice rang out. Everyone's scalps went numb. Damn it, that kid isn't dead yet. How is that possible? His physique shouldn't be so strong, right? Could it be that he broke through again? Lin Xian's body bloomed with the light of the 9 suns. The 9 suns' divine fire turned into vortexes and crazily absorbed the power of the red flames to temper his body. Every time he absorbed, a sharp light would appear on his body. However, after it healed, the 9 suns' divine body became even more terrifying. Soon, all the flames were completely absorbed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there like a flaming god of war, and his presence was like a thunderbolt. This scene made everyone tremble. At the same time, their hearts burned with passion. The red flames had a strange energy. If Lin Xian could cultivate his physique, why couldn't they? Immediately, a few people stepped forward. Among them were a few ancient race prodigies. Leaf Dao Denier, the crown prince of the Grand Xia, and the others all stepped forward. They bombarded the red door, attracting flames to temper their bodies. Others tried as well, but the 2 geniuses from the 5 Elements Palace were instantly burned, and their souls escaped. On the other side, the 3 ancient race beings were also screaming miserably. 2 of them were completely reduced to ashes, and even their souls did not escape. This scene was frightening. If one was not a top-notch genius, no one would dare to use such a flame to temper themselves. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out the 9-layered pagoda and quickly absorbed the scarlet flames. This 9-floored pagoda was a half-step sacred artifact, and he had obtained it from the war race. At this moment, it was the best time to use it to collect the flames. After absorbing the endless flames, Lin Xian put away the pagoda and said, "Brother Yi, let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, the good stuff would be taken away by those people." Indeed, the 3 ancient royal race prodigies had left, and so had the other ancient royal race prodigies. Yan Nantian, the number 1 genius of the war race, and the others had all left. Therefore, they had to leave as soon as possible. Leaf Dao Denier, the crown prince, and the others nodded. Leaf Dao Denier took out a bronze cauldron and collected the flames. The others did the same. They could collect some of the flames on the way or cultivate in the future. Only half-step sacred artifacts could receive the flames, because other than that, there was nothing else that could withstand the might of the flames. Next, Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others worked together to open the red door. Among them, Lin Xian's 9 yang divine fire bloomed. Leaf Dao Denier's body was overflowing with golden blood. One of them had the 9 yang divine body, while the other had the saint body. It could be said that they were 2 extremely powerful constitutions. The 2 of them were like gods of war. With a roar, they pushed the red door with all their might. In addition to the 2 of them, the Alcade sage was surrounded by fiend gods. He was abnormally terrifying, and he also punched out. Wuchen was like an ancient Buddha, his body dancing with Buddhist light. In addition, the Daoi sage, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Wu Hua, Gu Santong, and the other top geniuses all made their moves. The 10,000 ancient races were not idle either. They also made their moves. The 1,000 ghost race, blood moon race, stone race, and the other primordial royal races geniuses were all outstanding, and their auras were terrifying. The many geniuses worked together, and finally, the red door slowly opened. Boom, boom. Boom, it finally opened. Everyone was incomparably excited. Lin Xian also looked forward. There was a very dark passage ahead, and the surrounding light could not shine in at all. However, they could not care less. "Let's go." Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others took the lead. After they entered, they were like the sun in the darkness, shining in all directions. but soon, the light on their bodies dimmed. It could be said that they were suppressed. The people who came in later also exclaimed in surprise. They also encountered the same situation. In here, they could only illuminate a few meters around them. Any further, and they could not see anything at all. Humph, as more and more people entered, the primordial geniuses looked at Lin Xian and the others and sneered. Their eyes flashed with cold killing intent. In particular, the royal race from the Red Wing race looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. It seemed that they would not give up if they had the chance. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His eyes were like rainbows as he looked around. The 10,000 ancient races were shocked. Many of them retracted their gazes, because they felt a biting cold-killing intent explode from Lin Xian's eyes. Qingqing, Qiu'er, come over. Lin Xian called Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu over. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon also rushed over. They gathered together. On the other side, Yi Wudao and Wu Chen also called the geniuses of their sacred ground families to prepare to leave together. Hey, kid, look at the wall. The Crimson Dragon looked around and suddenly pointed at the walls on both sides of the passage. Lin Xian also turned to look. Buzz, his pupils constricted. These runes. Are they runes? Or Dao runes, he did not know. The walls were covered with dense runes. They were very mysterious and made one dizzy at a glance. Lin Xian felt a mysterious energy coming from these runes. What a mysterious rune. The Crimson Dragon was also amazed. As he spoke, he waved his dragon claw and pressed it against the wall. Buzz, his dragon blood surged, and red light flowed quickly along the runes. One rune after another flickered. A terrifying energy slowly spread out. The entire space seemed to solidify, as if it was going to crush everyone. Damn, what the hell, the Crimson Dragon was shocked. He quickly released his dragon claw, and the terrifying energy instantly disappeared. This made him feel a lingering fear. The others were also shocked. They looked at Lin Xian. They were looking at the wall. There was something on the wall. The primordial beasts and human skyprides all looked at the wall. The passage was very long, so they could see the wall without fighting for it. There were runes on the wall. Heavens, were these Dao runes? What profound runes! They all tried. When they channeled their energy into the runes, a terrifying aura spread out, as if some peerless beast was about to awaken. They quickly took action. However, some didn't believe it. One of the top skyprides from the unfettered sect continued to channel his energy. In the end, his body exploded into a bloody mist. He was killed by the runes on the wall. On the other side, a powerhouse from the Stone tribe was the same. The Stone clan was a king clan, possessing boundless strength and powerful bodies. It was terrifying and heaven-defying. However, one of their skyprides was killed in an instant. This scene made the primordial beasts tremble. They knew that the runes on the wall were too terrifying and couldn't be touched easily. Otherwise, they would end up in a miserable state. The Crimson Dragon shrunk its neck. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, Ben Huang was quick-witted. Indeed, if he hadn't released his dragon claw, he would have ended up in a miserable state. On the side, Lin Xian sucked in a deep breath, his expression grave. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also astonished. Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, and the others were even more so. They stared at the runes in front of them, wanting to see the secret behind them. Heaven Fire City was really strange. Just a single passage contained such a terrifying killing intent. Once the runes were activated, none of us would be able to resist it. A skypride from the Blood Moon tribe frowned. The other skyprides nodded. That was indeed the case. Although they were arrogant and didn't put anything in their eyes, they still felt a trace of fear in front of this mysterious passage. Needless to say, the skyprides of the human race were even more terrified. This time, not only were the current generation's saints here, but even the previous generation's saints were here. They were all under 500 years old, but their strength was comparable to the current generation's saints. There were too many of them. Some of them weren't inferior to the primordial skyprides. At this moment, they quickly took 2 steps back to distance themselves from the runes. Let's hurry up and leave. This place is too strange. Let's leave the passage and see what's ahead. When these words were spoken, many people cried out in alarm, wanting to leave as soon as possible. However, Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others didn't leave. Lin Xian looked at the mysterious runes on the wall, his eyes flickering. The Crimson Dragon at the side also said, "If we can use these runes, who will be our opponent?" It turned out that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were after the mysterious runes. Indeed, if they could release such a terrifying rune attack with just a wave of their hands, there probably wouldn't be many people in Skyfire City who could be their match. That's easy. Although the runes are complicated, it's not difficult for us to figure them out with our strength. Morong Qingqing said from the side. Xianxia, let me try. A purple glow appeared in her eyes as she stared at the wall in front of her. She wanted to comprehend the runes. But soon, she puffed up her cheeks. No, she couldn't remember it or comprehend it. What the hell is this? Xianxia was very dissatisfied. Her talent was extremely high. She could learn all the martial arts in the sacred ground in one go. But now, she couldn't comprehend or use these runes. Not only her, but the top geniuses around her also began to try. Even some of the Archean geniuses had the idea of using the runes. But soon, cries of surprise sounded in the passage. Damn it, I can't comprehend it either. Not only can I comprehend it, I can't even remember it. Damn it, there's something wrong with these runes. They were very familiar when I looked at them, but when I looked away, my mind went blank. It seems like they can cut off the connection between us. Lin Xian also frowned. He tried, and found that the runes were deeply imprinted in his mind. But when he turned around and tried to use his spiritual power to create the runes, he found that his mind was blank. The Crimson Dragon tried a few times, but failed. He was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Damn it, this can't be a Dao rune, right? If it was Dao Wen, then it was understandable. With their current strength and vision, they couldn't understand it. Because it was the means of a sage. It wasn't a Dao rune. However, even if they didn't know the runes, they weren't far from it. It seemed that they couldn't use these mysterious runes. Yi Wudao sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. On the other side, Wu Chen also shook his head and sighed. The Alcade sage's expression was solemn. He was silent, and the light on his body became even brighter. On the other side, the Blood Moon race, Blue Ghoul race, and Yiksha race's geniuses were the same. They said in a deep voice that they would try one last time. If it didn't work, they would give up immediately. There were many treasures in Skyflame City. There was no need for them to waste too much time here for a passage. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Golden light bloomed in his eyes as he activated the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. In addition to the 9 Yang Divine Body and Dragon Sword Soul, he had an even more terrifying eye technique. Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. So at this moment, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes to forcibly memorize these mysterious runes. Buzz. Buzz, in his eyes, the golden runes kept spinning, forming strange patterns. Fortunately, the surrounding geniuses were trying their best to memorize the runes on the wall. Otherwise, they would have screamed when they saw Lin Xian's eyes. The reason for that was because Lin Xian's eyes were simply too mysterious. They were like gods. Xianxia and Morong Qingqing were also shocked. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. He hurriedly set up a formation to cover this strange scene. Gradually, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. He frowned, took out a few soul recovery pills from the black earth, and quickly swallowed them. "Kid, how are you?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Beside him, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also concerned. Lin Xian shook his head. "I'm fine. I just used some soul energy." "Did you memorize it?" "I memorized 3. These runes are too strange and mysterious. I can only memorize 3 with the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. I'm very suspicious. Who carved these runes? They're probably not weaker than a sage." Indeed, 3 was his limit now. This was also because he had the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. He probably couldn't memorize any of the others. If he wanted to forcibly memorize them, he would probably use up too much of his soul energy. In such a place, it was very dangerous to have a weak soul. So Lin Xian decisively gave up. Memorizing 3 runes was already an unexpected surprise for him. Big brother Lin Xian is so powerful. I can't remember any of them. Xianxia pouted her lips and said. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed her head. Let's go. Since Lin Xian was the only one who could remember the runes, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Therefore, everyone walked forward. As expected, other than Lin Xian, even people as strong as Yi Wu Dao and the Alcate sage had given up. On the other side, the primordial creatures were also roaring. Damn it, one of the Yiksha prodigies was so angry that he attacked the passageway like a madman. He wanted to destroy the entire passageway. An earth-shattering force surged toward him. It was as if the punch could destroy the world. Boom, the punch landed on the wall, and the runes on it began to dance. The Yiksha prodigy was instantly killed. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. The Crimson Dragon sneered. No, you're courting death. What did you say? The Skybrides of the Yiksha tribe turned their heads and glared at him. They had just lost another prodigy, and their hearts were bleeding. Now, someone dared to mock them? Did you want to die? What did I say? I said that you're idiots. The Crimson Dragon said disdainfully. These runes contain unfathomable power. Do you think you can destroy them? If you want to die, you can. But what if you activate all the runes in the passageway? Who would be able to resist then? Are you trying to drag everyone down with you? The dark red divine dragon roared at the end of its sentence. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. That's right. They looked at the Yikshas with unfriendly expressions. These Yikshas are arrogant and crazy. What if they really attack the passageway? If they activate all the runes in the passageway, no one will be able to resist them. Damn it, they're a bunch of lunatics. The human prodigies muttered softly. The primordial creatures also tried to dissuade them. They did not want to die here for no reason. The Yikshas were so angry that they trembled. However, they were the center of attention now, so they could not attack. They were arrogant, but they were not fools. Fighting against all the geniuses by themselves? They would never do such a thing. So, they snorted coldly. Fine, kid. I'll remember you. You still want to use a dragon like you? Just you wait. One day, I'll tear you apart with my own hands. I'll have a taste of dragon meat. The Yiksha prodigies stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon ferociously. Why wait? There's a chance now. The Redwing prodigies also sneered. Everyone's hearts pounded wildly. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon was angry. What? You want to fight? Your King Qiyu is not here. Be careful or he will kill you all. That was indeed the case. In order to chase after the Fire Dragon King, the 7th generation master, and the others, the Red Feather King had left in advance. Although the Redwing clan had their own prodigies, without the Redwing King, the dark red godly dragon would not be afraid of them. Arrogant, Crimson Dragon too, that's right. Don't think that you can show off just because you forced Crimson Dragon to retreat. Crimson Dragon was defending passively. Moreover, if Crimson Dragon attacked with his full strength, do you think you can defeat him? The prodigies from the Redwing tribe sneered. Even if our king isn't here, we can still kill you. Kid, it's time for you to die. One of the prodigies from the Redwing tribe sneered. He waved his arm, and a fiery red light surged into the runes on the wall. Boom, the runes flew forward and enveloped Lin Xian. Damn it, he's using someone else to do his dirty work. That works too? Many people exclaimed and retreated. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Qingqing, Qiu'er, retreat. His body shone brightly, forming a fire qilin that charged forward. He did not expect his opponent to use such a method to communicate with the runes on the wall. At the same time, Lin Xian used the yin-yang steps. His speed was extremely fast, and he turned into an afterimage on the spot. A strand of runes floated in the sky, piercing through the fire qilin and shattering Lin Xian's afterimage. How terrifying. Even Lin Xian's attack could be easily shattered. How terrifying were the runes on the wall? The prodigies were terrified. At the same time, they were surprised. They did not expect the prodigies from the Redwing tribe to be so powerful. They could even think of using someone else to kill. Doesn't that mean we can use it too? Some of the prodigies from the human race were overjoyed. They were prepared to use the same move. Perhaps they could kill a few prodigies from the Archean era. However, after trying for a while, their faces darkened because they realized that it was not easy to get someone else to do the dirty work for them. It seemed that the prodigies from the Red Wing tribe were stronger than they had imagined. They were definitely a terrifying tribe. Kid, how dare you provoke the Red Wing tribe? Today is the day you die. One of the prodigies laughed maniacally. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. How dare they try to kill me? It seems that the lesson I taught them was not enough. How dare you provoke me? Do you think I'll let you go? He replied coldly. Good kid, you're really arrogant. However, don't even think about using the runes on the wall to fight me. I don't think you can do it. The prodigy from the Red Wing tribe sneered. Shameless. What's the point of using the runes on the wall? If you're so capable, fight Big Brother Lin Xian fairly. Xianxia snorted coldly from behind. What do you know, little human girl? The winner is the king. As long as I kill him, I can use whatever I want. The prodigy from the Red Wing tribe was not ashamed at all. Instead, he was proud of it. Looks like you really want to die. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's body was also surging with killing intent. His patience had reached its limit. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were shocked. What? Does Lin Xian want to fight? Can he really fight against the runes on the wall? What a joke. None of the people there had the confidence to fight against him. Even Yi Wudao furrowed his brows. It's not wise to fight him now. The faces of the people from the Red Wing tribe darkened. Their bodies trembled. The other party is too arrogant. We already know how to kill with a borrowed knife, yet he still dares to show off in front of us? Does he really think we don't dare to kill him? So what if he's the master of the Immortal Hall? We'll kill him without hesitation. Go to hell, kid. The prodigy from the Red Wing tribe roared crazily. He couldn't stand Lin Xian's arrogance. Therefore, he activated the runes on the wall again, wanting to kill with a borrowed knife. Buzz, the runes on the wall lit up and flew toward Lin Xian. The void shattered, and the terrifying energy caused the entire passage to shake. The surrounding prodigies of the human and Archean races trembled and retreated frantically. They were afraid of being affected. Many people were so shocked that they knelt down on the ground, trembling. Be careful, Big Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing and the others also cried out in alarm. They were extremely nervous. There was nothing they could do. The runes were too terrifying, and the energy they contained was unfathomable. Now that the Red Wing tribe was using a borrowed knife to kill, its power was incomparably terrifying. Even the young Archean kings couldn't block it. Hee, that kid is dead meat. Many primordial paragons sneered. That's right, he definitely won't be able to stop them. There was no doubt about it, those people revealed sinister smiles because they had wanted to kill Lin Xian for a long time, but many of them did not have the strength to do so. Now, it was worth celebrating that they could use the mysterious rune to kill him. Lin Xian's expression was cold. To be honest, he did not expect the Red Wing race's prodigy to be able to borrow the power of the rune. It was really surprising. At the same time, he made up his mind to kill him. The Red Wing race controlled the power of fire and had a mysterious bloodline. Their potential was terrifying. Now that they were his enemies, he naturally would not give them any more chances. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian used the yin-yang steps and rushed forward. In an instant, he created countless doppelgangers in the passage. What? He's rushing over? Many people exclaimed, and the Archean creatures felt their scalps go numb. Impossible. How dare he rush over? Does he have a death wish? They could not believe that Lin Xian should be trembling and running away in the face of such a terrifying rune. However, Lin Xian did the opposite and directly rushed toward the mysterious rune. Does that kid think he can fight against the mysterious rune? What a joke. Hee, you overestimate yourself. It's a miracle that you're still alive. But now, you can die. The Red Wing race's prodigy laughed sinisterly. He did not think that Lin Xian could fight against the mysterious rune. He speculated that even the young invincible realm cultivator would not be able to fight against it. Moreover, even if that kid had a half-step sage artifact, he would not be able to fight against it. That was because the power of the rune was too terrifying. He had tried before, but half-step sage artifacts did not work. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian rose into the air. Light bloomed from his body, making him look like a god of death. He waved his hand, and a white hand bone flew out of the black earth to meet the attack. The hand bone was infused with power, and it immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. Boom, many people were pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Damn it! The aura of a sage. Heavens, what did I do? Could it be that he has a sage artifact? These people are crazy, half-step sage tools couldn't block the dreadful runes. However, sage tools could certainly block them. No, with his strength, there was no way he could activate a sacred artifact. The ancient lifeform screamed as well. That was indeed the case. Normally, only people at the sect master level could activate a sacred tool. Even though they were peerless geniuses right now, it was still a little difficult for them to wield sage weapons. He reckoned that his energy would be depleted in just a few moves. At that time, he would be at the mercy of others. Therefore, even if he had a sacred artifact, it would not be of much use. But if it wasn't a saint artifact, then what was it? That power was too terrifying. It made people tremble. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the aura emitted by the mysterious runes. Bone, it was a section of bone, could it be the bones of a saint? One of the Stone Tribe's geniuses exclaimed. What? The bones of a saint, this kid actually had such a thing in his hands. They were surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. No wonder he was fearless in the face of the mysterious rune. Boom, in the void, the sound of an intense collision rang out as the space shattered. However, the saint's hand bone managed to block the attack of the mysterious runes. Humph, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. On the other side, the Red Wing Tribe's genius trembled and his expression became extremely ugly. Damn it, he blocked it, his opponent actually had a way to block the attack of the runes. His heart gradually sank. He had miscalculated, the biggest reason he dared to fight Lin Xian was because of the talisman characters on the stone wall. In his opinion, he could easily kill Lin Xian as long as he borrowed someone else's knife. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have the bones of a saint to block the mysterious runes. If he were to face Lin Xian directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh, in an instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of the Red Wing Tribe's genius and grabbed his head with a large golden hand. Get lost, the Red Wing Tribe's genius roared and threw out a terrifying fiery fist. Light flickered and shot up into the sky. However, it was mercilessly extinguished by the large golden hand. In just one move, the Red Wing Tribe's genius's arm exploded. Blood gushed out and he screamed in agony. The Red Wing Tribe's genius screamed crazily. No, you can't kill me, I can't kill you? Give me a reason. Lin Xian sneered. The young king of the Red Wing Tribe is right here. If you kill me, our King Redwing will not let you off. King Redwing? Is that what you're relying on? To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid of him. If he dares to cause trouble, I'll definitely kill him. Lin Xian's voice was cold. At the same time, the large golden hand fell and smashed the Red Wing Tribe's genius into pieces. Buzz, at the same time, a dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out of his body and turned into a giant dragon. It carried an astonishing power and destroyed the Red Wing Tribe's genius's soul. No, the other Archean creatures of the Red Wing Tribe screamed crazily, but they couldn't stop it. They could only watch as the genius of their tribe fell. Damn it, you killed our genius. You're dead meat, our King Redwing will never let you off. We'll tear you into pieces, they screamed crazily. Noisy, Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand, slapping many of the Red Wing Tribe's creatures away. More than half of their bones were broken, and they screamed on the ground. If you dare to make another sound, I'll kill you all. Lin Xian stared at the primordial life forms of the Red Wing race. Those primordial life forms trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. Although it was painful, no one dared to do it again. Lin Xian looked at them with disdain and ignored them. The surrounding people were terrified. Lin Xian was too strong. King Redwing was in Skyfire City, and he dared to attack the Redwing tribespeople. Could it be that he could really fight against King Redwing? Impossible. Although he had forced King Redwing back, King Redwing was only defending. If he really fought with all his strength, he definitely wouldn't be King Redwing's opponent. King Redwing was a genius who could compete with the three immemorial theocrats. How could this human be able to stop him? The crowd discussed. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Lin Xian was still fearless. He didn't want to attack these people in the first place. However, these Redwing tribes creatures were too arrogant. They wanted to kill him several times. Did they think he was easy to bully? They wanted to attack him? They had to pay the price. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and led the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the Immortal Palace's warriors forward. No one dared to stop them. The others also left. After all, they couldn't remember these mysterious runes. It was useless to stay here any longer. They might as well go deeper. After walking for about 2 hours, they finally reached the end of the passage. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The passage was too oppressive. If they were careless, they would be killed by the mysterious runes. But fortunately, they had left. At the end of the passage was another hall. It was much smaller than the first one, and there were no corpses or broken weapons inside. It was very clean, and there was only something that looked like an array platform there. Is it an array formation? Everyone was shocked, and many of them looked forward with flickering eyes. Why does it look like a teleportation array? Is it? I think so too. Where are we teleporting to? Could it be the next area? These people discussed animatedly. They didn't know where the teleportation array would teleport them to. Would they be teleported to the 3rd Street, or directly out of Skyflame City? Therefore, for a moment, everyone just watched and didn't act rashly. Moreover, they still had a doubt in their hearts. Is this really a teleportation array? This place was incomparably strange, and they didn't dare to be 100% sure. Look, why are the runes on this array formation so similar to the ones in the passage? An archaic skypride pointed at the array formation in front of them and screamed in horror. The others looked carefully and sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed. Fortunately, they didn't act rashly. Otherwise, they might have been killed mercilessly. It's definitely a terrifying trap. Lin Xian also frowned. His eyes flickered as he asked, Ruzalong, is it dangerous? The Crimson Dragon swam around the array formation quickly. The runes on it were similar to the ones in the passage, but their functions should be different. It seemed that this was really a teleportation array. Moreover, the teleportation distance wasn't too far. They probably weren't teleporting out of Skyflame City, but to the next area. After all, the Crimson Dragon was an expert in array formations, so it came to this conclusion after studying it for a while. After hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that those people should have left through this array formation. Although that was what he thought, the others didn't leave that way. After all, they didn't see it with their own eyes. Who knew how those people left before? Since that's the case, let's use the teleportation array. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. It seemed that this was the only way now. Everyone else remained silent. Even the skyprides of the human race were frowning. This was because they didn't really believe Lin Xian's words, let alone the ancient creatures. Who knew if this was a trap set up by the other party to kill them? Lin Xian sneered when he saw the suspicious looks on their faces. Let's go up the arena. He called out to Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and Immortal Palace's people, preparing to ascend the arena. Seeing the actions of Lin Xian and the others, the human martial artists were shocked. As for the ancient life forms, their complexions changed. They quickly discussed, and the geniuses of the Yiksha race walked up. Wait. Why? Do you have something to say? Lin Xian asked with a frown. The genius from the Yiksha race snorted coldly. Of course there was something. Why should they leave first? Right, there are so many king clans here, so it shouldn't be your Immortal Palace's turn. As soon as he said this, Lin Xian's expression darkened, and the crimson dragon spat out its saliva. F*ck, you guys are shameless. Previously, all of you were afraid of death and didn't dare to step forward. Now, you want to be the first to leave? Are you dogs? You're courting death. The geniuses of the Xianxia race roared angrily, but no matter what, they would not allow the other party to leave first. Firstly, it seemed that this was really a teleportation array. What if Lin Xian and the others went to the other side first and destroyed the other teleportation array? They would never be able to cross over. Was the teleportation array that easy to destroy? Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The Crimson Dragon said. It was fine. They wouldn't be able to destroy it even if they attacked it for a year. The mysterious runes were used to protect the array. Alright, Lin Xian was relieved. Since you want to leave, you can be the first to leave. As he said that, he stood to the side and sneered at the other party. A bad premonition arose in their hearts. Damn it, could it really be a trap? But this kid's acting was too realistic. Was he trying to bait them? For a moment, the geniuses of the Xianxia race were in a dilemma. They were stunned. The disdain in Lin Xian's eyes grew stronger. These primordial geniuses were really afraid of death. If they didn't even dare to take this little risk, how could they compete for the throne? No need. Let them go first. Yes, let this kid scout the way first. A few voices sounded from the crowd. One of them was a genius from the stone race. He was tall and his body was also covered in runes. His powerful aura caused the space to tremble. The stone race was one of the top royal races in the far ancient era, so their words carried a lot of weight. The other person who spoke was pitch black with white runes flickering on his body. He was from the Black Tiger race, which was also one of the terrifying royal races. Lin Xian glanced at the two of them and realized that their auras were very powerful. They should be top geniuses. In the next moment, he retracted his gaze and said, in that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Brother Yi, Brother Gu, I'll be leaving first. Lin Xian cupped his fists at Yi Wudao and the others. Then, he led the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the cultivators of the Immortal Palace onto the teleportation platform. After dropping a few divine crystals, the teleportation array was activated. Terrifying runes spun and wrapped around them. Did Xuanzong leave? Everyone watched nervously. They wanted to see if Lin Xian was in danger. However, in the next moment, they screamed. Because they realized that the runes on the platform were quickly floating and spreading. The entire hall was completely enveloped. Not good, what's going on? They looked at the mysterious runes flickering under their feet and the terrifying spatial power they emitted. They were extremely shocked. Damn it, why are we being teleported too? The primordial geniuses were stunned. Yi Wudao, the Alcade sage, and the others' pupils shrank. Not good, it's really a trap. Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens, Yi Wudao roared angrily. A golden Immortal King rushed out of his body, holding a bronze cauldron. It instantly covered him and the cultivators of the Yi family. On the other side, Dustless shot out a Buddha phantom. Buddhist runes filled the sky and enveloped the people of the Buddhist sect. The Alcade sage also shot out a dragon-pattern cauldron replica. 2 black dragons circled around him and the cultivators of the Alcade sacred land. In an instant, everyone took out their trump cards. The 10,000 ancient races also activated their bloodline power and took out terrifying treasures to cover their bodies. In the next moment, the surrounding space shattered, and countless black holes appeared, swallowing these people. Damn it, what's going on? In the arena, Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. Will they be fine? Morong Qingqing and Xianxia's faces were pale, while the Crimson Dragon's mouth twitched. Damn it, there's actually a hidden mystery in this array. This platform should only be the key part in the center. In fact, the entire hall was a teleportation array. Only then did the Crimson Dragon realize. The person who set up the array is too exquisite. I can't see through it for a while. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Would they be teleported together with these people? No one knew. In the next moment, they felt a surge of spatial energy wrap around them. Then, they disappeared as well. Whoosh, the world spun, and Lin Xian and the others appeared on the street. The fiery red street was burning with raging flames, and the surrounding tall buildings were all wrapped in flames. The fire aura here was stronger than before. However, the style was still the same. It seemed that they had been teleported to the next area. After Lin Xian and the others came out, they quickly recovered and looked around. Morong Qingqing also said that it must have been those runes that protected us. But, I wonder if those people are okay or not, hehe. It would be best if we could kill those 10,000 ancient races and teach them a lesson. The Crimson Dragon sneered. At the same time, figures appeared in other areas of the fiery area. Roar, the Golden Immortal King roared, and the bronze cauldron suppressed the surroundings, but it had dimmed a lot. Fortunately, no one was injured. Yi Wudao heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Dustless and the Alcade Sage also came out. They had also been affected, but their losses were minimal. However, the other sacred grounds and sects had suffered some injuries. Some were even seriously injured. It was the same for the 10,000 ancient races. Many primordial beings were injured. They were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah, damn brat, I won't let you off, Lin Xian, I'll tear you to pieces, it's a trap. I told you it was a trap, the Xianxia race and the Blood Moon race roared crazily. At this moment, their killing intent was overflowing. They couldn't wait to find Lin Xian and kill him immediately. Brat, where are we going? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian looked around and saw a fiery tower in the distance. It was very eye-catching. Let's go to that building. In the second area, they had gone to a fiery palace, and now there was a fiery tower. Perhaps it was a place similar to the fire shrine. Alright, let's go from there. The group walked in that direction. Yi Wudao and the other geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races also headed for the fiery tower. The flaming tower had a total of 19 floors. It was extraordinarily mighty and shot straight into the clouds. It was like a gigantic flaming mountain, with flames surging up to the heavens. At this moment, there were already several figures standing below the flaming tower. Some of these figures belonged to the human race, while others belonged to the 10,000 ancient races. But without exception, the information on them was abnormally powerful. One of them was covered in fiery red feathers that tore through the void. It was King Redfeather of the Crimson Moon clan. At this moment, King Redfeather's face didn't look good. Damn it, he was still shaken off by those guys. The person next to him was as black as ink. He had 2 demon horns on his head and a black ghost sword on his back. His aura was ice cold, as if he was a demon from hell. His gaze was deep, as if he could see through everything. There's nothing we can do about it. That damned Fire Qilin cave knows a lot. The 3 great imperial clans are working together to shake us off and leave us behind. However, they shouldn't be too fast. They should only be 1 region ahead of us. I think they should know where the heavenly flame is. A beautiful woman said in a delicate voice. She was very beautiful, and her figure was even more graceful. One could say that she had the body of a devil and the face of an angel. However, there was a silver tail on her back. That tail seemed to be made of steel and had a cold metallic luster. She was a Skyprite of the Scorpio race. The few top prodigies frowned because they felt that the longer they delayed, the further they would be from the top prodigies of the ancient imperial clans. If the other party obtained the heavenly flame, they would have to return empty-handed. Yes, someone is coming, the Skyprite of the Scorpio race turned his head to look. The other prodigies also turned their heads. Indeed, someone had appeared. Countless streaks of light tore through the void and rushed over. These people were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were nearby. These people aren't slow. The few prodigies snorted. The people who rushed over were none other than Lin Xian and the others. There were humans and ancient beasts. When they arrived at the flaming tower, they were also stunned. There were people, they didn't expect that there would be people below the flaming tower. It seemed that they had arrived earlier than them. The Archean prodigies, as well as the human warriors, narrowed their eyes. He naturally saw those people. At the same time, he also saw the tall Scarlet Feather King surrounded by flames. Swoosh! Swoosh! These people landed on the surrounding streets and looked ahead cautiously. The few top prodigies looked at these people and frowned. A bunch of ants. I say, why don't we join forces to clear the field first? The woman from the Scorpio race said coldly. Scarlet Feather King and the others nodded and prepared to take action. However, before they could move, a few figures ran over. These figures were covered in flames. They flapped their wings and arrived in front of Scarlet Feather King. They knelt down on one knee and bawled their eyes out. This scene had all the top geniuses of the ancient immortal realm stunned. Scarlet Feather King was also stunned. Then, his face turned gloomy. Damn it. Stand up. Why are you crying? His face turned black because this was too embarrassing. The Scarlet Feather race was also a royal race. They were extremely powerful. Now, his people were crying out loud. This made him feel like he had lost all his face. These Scarlet Feather race archaic creatures stood up. However, their eyes were still crying and their feathers were shaking. Your Majesty, you must avenge us, that's right. Kill that kid. Kill that Lin Xian. Their faces turned hideous. They pointed at Lin Xian and trembled. What's going on? Scarlet Feather King frowned. Did something happen? He looked at the few of them and suddenly asked. Why is one person missing? He realized that other than these archaic creatures, another prodigy was missing. That prodigy was highly valued. Our prodigy was killed by that kid. The Scarlet Feather race archaic creatures cried. He was killed. The few top prodigies were stunned. Scarlet Feather King roared. In the next moment, his eyes shone with a sharp light. His body was filled with killing intent. What did you say? This kid killed our prodigy? Lin Xian, I want you dead. Scarlet Feather King raised his head. His eyes were cold as he shouted. The martial artists were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Previously, he already had the intention to kill this brat. He was prepared to make a move and kill him when he saw him again. Who would have thought that before he could do anything, Lin Xian had already killed one of their prodigies? Previously, he had suspected that 3 of their prodigies were killed by Lin Xian. However, there was no evidence. Now, there was finally conclusive evidence. How dare you kill our prodigy? That's right. Now that the evidence is conclusive, let's see how you deny it. With Scarlet Feather King backing them, the Scarlet Feather race archaic creatures roared crazily. Lin Xian was extremely calm. So what if I killed him? He deserved to die. He wanted to sneak attack me in the dark tunnel. Do you think I won't fight back? That's not a reason. If the Redwing tribe wants to kill you, you have to stretch out your neck and accept your death. How dare you fight back? I'll tear you into pieces. Lord Redwing did not care at all. It was not his tribe that attacked first. Lord Redwing was so powerful that he could kill anyone he wanted in one move. If you dare to resist, you have to die. Hearing that, the human prodigies felt their scalps go numb. He's too arrogant. He's simply bullying us. However, did Lin Xian look so easy to bully? Sure enough, Lin Xian sneered. How overbearing. Do I have to stretch out my neck to die just because you want to kill me? What a joke. To tell you the truth, I was the one who killed the 3 Redwing tribe prodigies. Why? Do you want to kill me? If you don't like it, come and bite me. Lin Xian was also angry. His opponent was too arrogant and did not take him seriously at all. He did not plan to let this enemy go. I'll settle everything today. Good boy, you admit it. I won't let you go for killing my prodigies. Now, die. With a roar, Lord Redwing attacked mercilessly. He was embarrassed when he was pushed back by his opponent. So now, he attacked with a fatal blow. His arms were covered in red feathers. Flames overflowed into the sky, and light shone brilliantly. He turned into a divine bird and swooped down. The divine bird was extraordinarily mighty. It was 100 feet long and covered the sky. With a wave of its claws, it tore through the void. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. Just the aura alone was enough to make their bodies split open. I'm not afraid of you. Do you really think you can show off in front of me just because you're an invincible king? Lin Xian also shouted angrily. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body surged. His palm turned into a golden crow and charged forward. The golden crow and the divine bird collided in the sky. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 30 moves. Each move was earth-shattering. So this is Lord Redwing? He's too powerful. The prodigies on the human side exclaimed. The previous generation's saints and the previous generation's saints had solemn expressions. Many of them were trembling, and the qi and blood in their bodies had frozen. Of course, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian was able to contend with King Qiyu. Lin Xian was not at a disadvantage. How could this brat have such formidable strength? Those archaic life forms trembled. The top prodigies of the Sky Scorpion race and the Stone race also frowned. This brat was a great enemy, and he had to get rid of him quickly. With Red Feather King attacking, he would definitely be killed. Indeed, the Red Feather King was powerful. His bloodline was heaven-defying, and he was an invincible king. His strength was far beyond the human race. The reason why this kid could fight back now was because Red Feather King did not use his trump card. Kill, Lin Xian roared in front of him. He waved his hand, and 10 golden crows appeared. They connected with each other and formed a Tao diagram. He rushed over and trapped the divine bird. The divine bird spread its wings, but it was firmly suppressed. Many cracks appeared on its surface. How could this be? Red Feather King was shocked. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. He never thought that his opponent would be able to contend with him. He had never fought with Lin Xian before. In his opinion, so what if his opponent was famous? However, the archaic prodigies he had challenged before were all weak. He was a true invincible king. Once he made a move, he would definitely be able to defeat the other party. Previously, he was forced to take 3 of Lin Xian's moves. Although it was embarrassing, he did not take it seriously. He was only passively defending. If he really attacked, how could his opponent be his opponent? But they had already exchanged more than 50 moves. He did not hold back in any of them. Even so, his opponent was still able to withstand them. His opponent's strength had even numbed his arm. Now, there were cracks on his body. This was not something that could be explained by underestimating his opponent. This meant that his opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. This brat could not be left alive. He had to be killed. Red Feather King's killing intent surged. His opponent was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a powerful enemy in the future. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. Buzz, thinking of this, a fiery red light appeared on Red Feather King's body. His strength suddenly erupted. The divine bird also let out a furious roar and shattered the 10 golden crow illusions. However, in the next moment, the divine bird's illusions disappeared. Lin Xian and Red Feather King both retreated 10 steps and faced each other. They were evenly matched. They were really evenly matched. Yes, he could actually contend with Red Feather King. It was too unbelievable. The surrounding martial artists screamed. The archaic creatures looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had to admit that Red Feather King was indeed strong. He had the right to be arrogant. His opponent's strength was even above by Qianshan's. He was indeed a young invincible king. You're strong. You deserve my full strength. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What? Full strength? Once these words came out, everyone went crazy. What did he mean? Weren't those ferocious attacks from before all of them? They could not believe it. Red Feather King snorted. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Next, I'll let you see my ultimate move. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. His aura suddenly erupted. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a terrifying sword qi soared into the sky. Damn it! His aura became stronger again. Red Feather King's pupils shrank. He realized that his opponent was not bluffing. He could actually increase his strength. Humph! Die! Red Feather King roared and waved his hands. His hands turned into the Red Feather Divine Bird again. This time, the Divine Bird was incomparably real. It was as if a real archaic beast had been resurrected. With a cry, it tore through the void. Red Feather Divine Claw, this was the Red Feather clan's super powerful ability. This was their bloodline ability. Many archaic skyprides screamed. Even the top skyprides of the Stone Clan and Scorpio Clan looked solemn. It seemed that Red Feather King was really angry. "Brat, you're dead." Red Feather King revealed a sinister smile. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank and his figure retreated. At the same time, his face became incomparably ferocious. "Get lost," because just as he used the Red Feather Divine Claw, the void split open. A biting cold sword light slashed directly at him, wanting to split him in half. In shock, he quickly retreated and waved his Red Feather Divine Claw. In an instant, dozens of archaic divine bird phantoms flew out and attacked the sword light. Boom! Boom, boom! Energy exploded, and tens of thousands of auras surged. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The surrounding people frantically retreated. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the dozens of archaic divine bird phantoms were cut into pieces. That sword chi was too sharp. It was like an eternal divine light. It was unstoppable. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. After shattering dozens of divine claws, the sword light once again shot towards King Red Feather in an extremely cold manner. "Ah!" Red Feather King roared. The divine wings on his back turned into a heavenly blade and slashed at the void, deflecting the sword light. At the same time, he soared into the sky with flames on his body. "Damn brat, you've completely angered me." Scarlet Moon King roared. "Is that so? Not only will I anger you, but I'll also kill you." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 9 Suns Divine Fire formed a flaming divine sword. 9 suns split the sky, the sword slashed out, and the entire world seemed to be split apart. At this moment, even the top prodigies trembled. They sensed a deadly threat. "Oh no, this brat's sword chi is too strong." Scarlet Feather King's face was extremely gloomy. He roared and activated his bloodline power without hesitation. Behind him, the shadow of a bloodline appeared. This was the ancestor's shadow in their bloodline. At this moment, it was displayed, and together with the immemorial divine claw, they clawed forward. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. Even the other prodigies did not dare to take it head-on. There were probably not many people in the human race who could withstand it. Boom! The moment the two attacks collided, the space was mercilessly torn apart. The entire world was dyed red by flames and angry roars. Whoosh! A moment later, a miserable cry was heard. An arm fell from the sky. Scarlet Feather King screamed and retreated. The ancient shadow that was activated by his bloodline was destroyed and dissipated in the sky. Not only that, but one of his arms was also chopped off by the sword. There was no blood left because the blood had already evaporated in the terrifying 9 Suns Divine Fire. What? Scarlet Feather King was injured. Heavens, everyone was terrified and could not believe it. Scarlet Feather King was an invincible king of the younger generation. His bloodline was extremely strong, but he was injured by Lin Xian's sword. How terrifying was Lin Xian! Scarlet Feather King's face was also filled with malevolence. He could not believe that he was injured, although it was only a broken arm, it was a great humiliation to him. "Ah!" He roared into the sky, and the feathers on his body expanded. His body was also constantly growing. In the end, he was no longer in human form, but a beast with blood-red feathers. It was a divine bird. Its feathers were as if made of blood-red metal. The flames on it were monstrous, and its cold eyes were emitting monstrous killing intent. He had transformed into his true form. The Archean prodigies were shocked. Normally, they would not transform into their true forms unless they had no other choice. But now, King Red Feather didn't even have a trace of his human form. This meant that the other party was truly furious. After transforming into his true form, his battle prowess would increase enormously, reaching an unimaginable level. Whoosh! As expected, King Red Feather's speed increased a lot in an instant. He tore through the void and arrived behind Lin Xian. A pair of sharp claws mercilessly tore down, carrying with them the will of his bloodline and terrifying flame runes. This attack tore apart the divine flames on Lin Xian's body and blasted towards Lin Xian's head. Not good. Seeing this scene, a lot of people started to scream. Even Morong Qingchen gasped. If she were to be caught like this, her heart would probably be crushed. Those archaic creatures laughed. The Redwing King was indeed angry. After transforming into his true form, that brat would definitely not be able to contend against him. He would probably be killed in one move. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. King Red Feather retreated once again, flapping his wings and tearing through the void. In an instant, he was thousands of miles away. His face became incomparably ferocious. His sharp claws had been shattered. Lin Xian turned his head. "You're just SOSO, the attack just now had caused his blood to boil, and he had suffered some internal injuries." However, the 9-yang divine body was too powerful. His opponent couldn't break it. Even if he transformed into his true form, it still wouldn't work. Hearing this, King Red Feather roared. "I'll make you die without a burial place." Then, he launched a storm-like attack. One had to admit that King Red Feather was terrifying. Other than Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and a few other geniuses, no one else could resist him. They couldn't even withstand a single move. Even the human race's holy sons couldn't find any trace of King Red Feather. It was too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. Lin Xian also felt the pressure, but fortunately, the 9-yang divine body was incomparably strong. Although he had been hit many times, it was still fine. However, his body didn't break. Instead, his opponent's claws had been shattered 7 or 8 times. "Die for me!" King Red Feather descended from the sky. His 2 wings intertwined in the sky, forming a cross shape, and slashed down. A terrifying aura overflowed, bringing with it flaming divine chains that descended from the sky. This was a one-hit kill. Buzz, Lin Xian didn't hold back. He waved the 9-yang sword art, combined with the power of the great dragon sword soul, and a dragon-shaped sword chi sword into the sky. Those flaming runes collided with a terrifying sound that made one's soul tremble. So powerful, Lin Xian was shocked. King Red Feather was actually able to block his 9-yang sword art. It was too unbelievable. Perhaps even Bai Qianshan would have been killed by this attack. However, King Red Feather was actually able to block it. One had to admit that it was really shocking. Humph, King Red Feather snorted again, and a rumbling sound came from his body. The terrifying power skyrocketed again. With a puff, the sword chi pierced through the flaming runes. King Red Feather's wings were shattered. With a cracking sound, the bones of King Red Feather's wings cracked and deformed. King Red Feather was sent flying. His face was full of shock. What kind of power was this? It was unbelievable that his wings could be broken. These divine wings were the hardest part of his body. Not only did they allow him to fly quickly, but they were also his weapons. His wings were comparable to a half-saint tool, however, they were shattered by King Red Feather. Kill! Lin Xian soared into the sky like a true dragon, rushing towards the 9 heavens and attacking King Redwing. He already had the intention to kill. How could he let King Red Feather live? Ka ka ka. King Red Feather's body was covered in flames, and his broken bones were all restored. He was incomparably ferocious, and he also attacked. His 2 wings kept dancing, like a heavenly blade that could destroy the world, cutting through the void. However, they were shattered by Lin Xian's powerful strength again. This time, not only were the wings broken, but they were also torn into pieces. Blood mist filled the air. "Let's see how many times you can regrow them." Lin Xian was abnormally strong. Endless sword chi wrapped around his hands, turning into 2 dragon heads, and directly grabbed King Red Feather's wings. "Damn it, get lost," King Red Feather kept shaking. His strongest weapon was caught by King Red Feather. How could he endure it? At this moment, he was in the form of a divine bird. Although he was caught, his mouth and claws could still be used. He opened his mouth and spat out a monstrous divine flame that could destroy the world, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian was enveloped by the flame, and traces of cracks appeared on his body. One could imagine how terrifying the flame was. However, he was not afraid at all. The 9-yang divine body was invincible. Although the divine flame was terrifying, he could still withstand it. Ka ka, his palms were like 2 real dragons, coiling around King Red Feather's body, causing the pair of divine wings that had just grown out to crack again. Not only that, it seemed like Lin Xian wanted to pull out the wings completely. This scene made King Redwing go crazy. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. If he really pulled it out, he would probably be seriously injured, and it would be difficult for him to recover. Therefore, he attacked crazily. Two sharp claws with mysterious runes bombarded fiercely. Boom! 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 Lin Xian's body was badly mutilated, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that this attack had left him traumatized. However, Lin Xian's eyes glowed even brighter. Shatter, with a furious roar, he forcibly plucked the two pairs of wings out of his body. King Redwing fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a deafening sound. Skyfire City was very sturdy. Although it was a battle between top prodigies, it did not shatter. Below, all the bones in King Redwing's body were shattered. It was too tragic. Everyone's scalp went numb. Morong Qingqing and the others also exclaimed. Lin Xian's brother, they were worried about Lin Xian. Blood flowed on Lin Xian's body. Although it was shining, there were countless cracks on it. It seemed that it would shatter at any time. Lin Xian was still extraordinary. He stood there, surrounded by divine fire, and used the longevity art to quickly heal his injuries. At the same time, he swallowed treasures in big mouthfuls. In his hand, he held two flaming wings, which were hanging down mercilessly. King Redwing's back was a mess of flesh and blood. There were two bloody holes there, and blood flowed wildly. It was difficult to heal in a short time. The reason for that was because that strike had injured his source energy. Invincible king? That's all you got? You think you can look down on me with such strength? Lin Xian's voice was cold as he strode forward. Following his footsteps, the cracks on his body quickly healed. Swords circled around him. Bang, he waved his palm, and the broken wings in his hand slashed forward. With a clang, it slashed King Redwing's body, sending him flying. King Redwing flew backward, and a few more cracks appeared on his body. Damn it! He roared crazily. At this moment, he was extremely sullen. He actually brought it, and he was seriously injured. He was defeated by his opponent. This was unbearable. He wanted to fight back. However, his two divine wings had been pulled out, causing him to receive damage to his origin. For the time being, he was unable to recover. Although he had consumed the primordial divine medicine, he could only recover about half of his strength. This little bit of strength was simply unable to contend against the other party. Lin Xian waved his hand again and sent his opponent flying. At the same time, he descended from the sky and stomped on the other party's head. With a loud bang, the other party's head was stomped out of shape. King Red Feather raised his head and roared madly. A terrifying power burst out once again. This time, he burned his bloodline power. Lin Xian also received heavy injuries. His saws were cracked and countless cracks appeared on his body. His 9-yang divine body almost collapsed again. However, he did not back down at all. Even though the soles of his feet were cracked, he still stomped down. Puff! Puff! King Redwing's head was completely deformed, and countless cracks appeared on his body. At this moment, both of them were seriously injured. However, one was standing there like a god of war, while the other was being trampled underfoot, suffering all kinds of humiliation. No, damn it! Let go of our king, the primordial beasts of the Redwing race screamed crazily. They could not accept this scene. Kill him, he is seriously injured. Let's join forces and break his 9-yang divine body, these primordial beasts roared crazily. These people also made their move. They also transformed into their true forms. Primordial divine birds danced in the sky. They charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void around Lin Xian shattered. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his arm. The sword chi in his hand turned into hundreds of fire dragons and sent the primordial beasts flying. Looking at this scene, everyone's eyes widened, and their expressions were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's body was now covered with countless cracks, and his body was dyed red with blood. However, his combat strength was still so strong. He sent so many primordial beasts flying with a single strike. Especially the primordial geniuses. They looked at Lin Xian, and their souls trembled. This was because they felt that the other party was like a god of war. damn it, how could this kid be so strong? Many people's faces were gloomy. On the ground, the Red Lunar King, who was being stepped on, was trembling. How could he not die? He was about to go crazy. He suspected that Lin Xian was not human at all. He was a demon, a monstrous demon that could not be defeated. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and snorted coldly. He directly took out endless treasures from the black earth. Among them was an 8,000-year-old king medicine. He directly swallowed it. When they saw this king medicine, the surrounding people were amazed, and their eyes burned with passion. The Red Lunar King's pupils constricted, and his heart gradually sank. King medicine was an extremely precious existence. Although he was a young invincible genius, he did not have such a thing. This was used to extend one's lifespan. It was only available to those elders whose lifespans were about to dry up. However, the other party actually had such a king medicine. Moreover, he took it out and swallowed it to heal his injuries. Many people's mouths twitched. What a waste! If this king medicine was outside, those living fossils would fight over it. Buzz. Buzz. When Lin Xian had fused with his greater success divine body, he had swept through all four directions, intimidating many of the 10,000 ancient races. At that time, the 10,000 ancient races had handed over a large number of treasures to protect their safety, including several king medicines. Now, Lin Xian took it out and consumed it. When he swallowed the king medicine, he felt a powerful force explode in his body, quickly healing his body. The cracks on his 9-yang divine body were quickly healing. His body healed. This was impossible. Damn it, how did he do it? Even if the king medicine's effects were strong, it was impossible to heal so quickly. This was simply a legend. At this moment, the geniuses of the Scorpio race, the Stone race, and the human race, Yi Wudao, Dustless, and the others were all shocked. Was this the power of the 9-yang divine body? Yi Wudao's eyes shone. At the side, Dustless frowned. That shouldn't be. He seemed to have an extremely powerful recovery technique. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. As for the other geniuses, their faces were terrifyingly dark. The other party was simply unkillable. If this continued, who would be his match? Any last words? Leave them. Lin Xian stared at King Redwing and said coldly. What? You want to kill me? King Redwing's body trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Then, it turned into rage. Damn it, you dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? Do you know what the consequences of killing me are? Indeed, he wasn't even 500 years old, but his cultivation had reached the level of an invincible king. He was definitely one of the top geniuses of the Redwing race. Such a person was no weaker than the descendants of the previous generations. If he died, the Redwing race would definitely go crazy and kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. Such threats are useless against me. Since you dare to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Since you have no last words, I'll send you on your way. Lin Fan raised his palm slowly. Wisps of 9 suns divine fire turned into terrifying sword chi and swept across the sky. No, Lord Redwing roared crazily. But this time, his body was crushed by the golden foot and blood gushed out. He could not resist at all. Those Redwing tribe members were also sent flying by Lin Xian's sword and landed heavily on the ground. They could only watch helplessly. Ah, damn brat. Let go of our king. If you dare to kill him, our Redwing tribe will hunt you down no matter where you run to, they roared crazily. However, Lin Xian's palm was still descending slowly. There was no sign of stopping. Not good. Quick, stop that brat. Don't let him kill Lord Redwing. In the distance, the top prodigies of the Scorpio tribe and the Sure tribe looked at each other and quickly made their moves. Buzz, the lady from the Scorpio tribe swung her tail and drew a silver ribbon. It pierced through the void and brought with it runes that filled the sky. On the other side, the void trembled. Terrifying yellow runes flashed and a giant stone hand fell from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. In an instant, the 2 top prodigies from the Archean era attacked mercilessly. Not good. Seeing this, the martial artist's eyelids twitched. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His body swayed and disappeared from the spot. With a loud boom, the void exploded. Scarlet Feather King roared and escaped. Thank you for your help. I can't thank you enough. If you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Lord Redwing looked at the top prodigies of the Scorpio tribe and the Sure tribe with gratitude. If it weren't for the two of them, he probably would have been killed by that attack just now. On the other side, Lin Xian dodged the attacks of the two prodigies and appeared in the void. His face was extremely gloomy. You two want to fight too? Stop. You've already won this battle. There's no need to kill. The prodigy of the Scorpio race said. The geniuses of the Stone tribe also nodded. They would protect this person. You guys protected him? Lin Xian's face turned extremely cold. So, you want to be my enemy? Kid, enough is enough. Although you are very strong, you are not a match for the two of us. With the two of us working together, it's easy to kill you. So you'd better think it through. The words of the Stone tribe's genius were laced with a thick threat. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. If I want to kill someone, not even the Heavenly Emperor can stop me, therefore, he must die today. Lin Xian raised a hand and pointed at the Scarlet Moon Monarch. Red Feather King's body trembled, his eyes filled with anger. Damned brat. The fact that the other party still wanted to kill him made him furious. The Skybrides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe also darkened their expressions. They had already made it clear that they would protect King Red Feather. However, the other party actually wanted to kill him. What was the meaning of this? Were they looking down on him? Humph, I want to see how you are going to kill me. King Red Feather sneered. Although he was seriously injured and was not a match for the other party, he was definitely safe with the protection of the Skybrides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe. As expected, runes bloomed on the bodies of the Skybrides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe. They would not allow the other party to kill King Red Feather. Lin Xian did not move. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The golden runes quickly intertwined, forming a mysterious pattern that flew forward. The moment the pattern appeared, it brought with it an extremely strong aura. Everyone's expression changed. The pupils of the Skybrides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe shrank. Damn it, what kind of attack is this? They were about to go crazy because when they were stared at by the eyes, even their souls began to tremble. Not good. King Red Feather's eyelids twitched wildly. When the eyes swept past him, the cracks on his body became even more severe. What kind of gaze was this? What was the other party using? He did not have time to find out. The runes in the sky flew out. Damn it. Block it for me, the Skybrides of the Scorpio tribe and the Stone tribe roared. The two of them joined forces and launched a shocking attack. They turned into two divine rainbows and rushed forward, wanting to block the mysterious golden runes. Not good, everyone retreat quickly. Don't be hit by this energy, the surrounding primordial creatures and human Skybrides roared crazily. They knew that the shocking attack of the three of them would definitely be extremely terrifying. They quickly retreated to the back. But soon, they were stunned. That was because they realized that there was no terrifying explosion of energy as they had imagined. The golden runes were like a divine sword that directly broke the attacks of the two Skybrides. They charged forward. With a puff, the powerful defense of the two Skybrides was pierced through. Moreover, it pierced through King Red Moon's head. Puff, puff, blood splattered. A bloody hole appeared in King Red Feather's head. His eyes were wide open. Not only was his physical body destroyed, but his soul was also pierced through. Impossible, King Red Feather spat out 3 words with difficulty before falling to the ground. He was no longer breathing. Dead, everyone was dumbfounded. The Skybrides of the Scorpio tribe and the Stone tribe were stunned. Their bodies were cold, and their scalps were about to explode. What was that attack just now? How could he so easily break through the powerful attacks of the two of them? It killed King Red Feather. If this attack was used on them, would they be able to block it? They did not know. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with a face full of fear. The others were trembling. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden runes as he frowned slightly. The attack just now was one of the 3 runes he had obtained from the Black Passage. Previously, he had used his heavenly secret divine eyes to copy the 3 runes. When he used them, their power was truly terrifying. However, this attack had consumed 1/3 of his soul power. He felt a little dizzy. Therefore, he would not use this unless he had no other choice. After swallowing 2 pills, he looked at the Skyprides of the Scorpio tribe and the Stone tribe again. Do you two still want to fight? The Skyprides of the Scorpio tribe were stunned, while the Skyprides of the Stone tribe snorted coldly. Their faces were extremely ugly. How could they fight? Lin Xian had already killed King Red Feather and used such a powerful trump card. They were not fools. If they fought, they would either be killed or seriously injured. Why bother? They did not have a strong conflict with Lin Xian yet. Therefore, the two of them did not say anything. They turned to look at the fiery pagoda and tried to break through it with all their might. The primordial creatures of the Red Feather tribe screamed crazily. They held King Redwing's body and cried, but they were all slapped away by the dark red dragon's claw. Get lost, this thing was Benhuang's. It was Benhuang's lunch today. The Crimson Divine Dragon kept King Redwing's corpse. The other 10,000 ancient races and human race geniuses were terrified. Lin Xian was too strong. He had killed King Redwing. King Redwing was a young invincible king. How strong was he? His Archean power was definitely above 40,000, however, he was killed so easily. Even the geniuses of the Stone tribe and Scorpio tribe didn't dare to fight him. This kid was too terrifying. Perhaps only the 3 Archean theocrats could subdue him. Yi Wudao, Dustless, and the others looked solemn. What were those runes? Why did they feel like they were the runes in the Black Passage? Impossible. Even we can't copy them. How can he copy them? They were extremely puzzled. However, if Lin Xian didn't say anything, they wouldn't understand. After killing King Redwing, Lin Xian looked up at the flame pagoda. At this moment, the geniuses of the Stone tribe and Scorpio tribe looked solemn. They held the flame pagoda and communicated with their souls. Damn it. Can you see what this kid is using? I don't know. It's very similar to the runes in the Black Passage. Does he have a way to copy them? This kid is too strange. We can't provoke him. Don't worry. He killed King Redwing. The Redwing tribe won't let them off. We don't have to do anything. Someone will kill him. Let's break the pagoda and find the Archean theocrats. While the geniuses were preparing to break the flame pagoda, in another region, in front of a mysterious palace, a group of powerful Archean creatures stood there. They were the 3 theocrats of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The first 3 were the Fire Dragon King, the 7th, and the 9th generations. Among them, the 9th Lord of the Divine Emperor Ridge had a pair of phoenix eyes that were filled with anger. Her beautiful face was also covered with ice. Damn you, Vhumad. Tell us how to break the formation and enter the palace. She looked at the handsome young man from the Fire Chilan cave and gritted her teeth. They were one step ahead of the others and reached the 4th region. At this moment, they wanted to break the formation and enter the palace. This palace was even more majestic than the flame shrine in the 2nd region. However, it was also more dangerous. Previously, they had used their powerful strength to break through the first 3 regions. But now, he couldn't. If they tried to break it by force, they would probably be seriously injured. It was very likely that he would be killed. Therefore, they could only slowly crack the formation. In this way, time was delayed. More importantly, the Divine Emperor Ridge had used several powerful array masters to crack the array. However, there was no effect at all. Even the people from Huanlong's lair were frowning. However, the people from the Fire Chilan cave had an expression of watching a show. This was especially true for Vhumad, who was addressed as the 7th master. His words carried a hint of mockery. This made the 9th generation Lord of the Divine Phoenix Ridge so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Xianxia, you can't crack it yourself, could it be that you want to vent your anger on me? Vhumad sneered. Damned fellow, do you think you have a way? Don't think I don't know. Xianxia was so angry that her face turned deathly pale. This was because she had been following these people from the Fire Chilan cave all along the way, which was why her speed was so fast. The other party definitely understood Heavenly Flame City. Therefore, at this moment, she also believed that the other party definitely had a way to break the formation. However, the other party didn't want to say it. Don't try to shake us off. your Fire Qilin cave can enter on your own. Let me tell you, no way, right, Fire Dragon King? Feng Yinxue glanced at the Fire Dragon King. It seemed that she wanted to join forces with the nest of 10,000 dragons to pressure the Fire Qilin cave. Sure enough, the Fire Dragon King also said indifferently, Brother Muzhen, if you have a way, just say it. Our three great imperial families should be of the same breath and branch, advancing and retreating together. Of the same breath and branch? Advancing and retreating together? The experts from the Fire Qilin cave rolled their eyes. They didn't believe such nonsense. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Vhumad said with a smile, actually, I do know a little about this method of breaking the formation. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King frowned. Feng Yinxue, who was at the side, gnashed her teeth in anger. Damn it, I told you, you know it, yet you don't crack it, you made me waste so much effort for nothing. What are your intentions? Facing Feng Yinxue's strong questioning, Vhumad wasn't afraid at all. Although he had a delicate face and looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, his eyes were incomparably old. The stars inside were extinguished. He said in a deep voice, we can break it, but our Fire Qilin cave won't provide the method for free. Looking at the majesty of this hall and the strength of the formation, this should be an extremely important place. Then, the things inside are naturally very precious. I really want to know, after we break in, how should we distribute the things inside? Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King narrowed his eyes. So, this was the other party's idea. No wonder the other party hadn't made a move. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Feng Yinxue naturally knew this. Her face was cold. How do you want to distribute it? It was very simple. Vhumaz's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light, and the shadow of a Fire Qilin surrounded him. He said, I can provide the method to break it and bring you in. However, after entering, our Fire Qilin cave wants half of the treasures inside, we don't care about the rest. You two can divide it. What? Half of it? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor scale all changed. The Fire Dragon King frowned, and Feng Yinxue sneered. Half of it? Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? Does your Fire Qilin cave really think you're the best in the world? At this point, a fire phoenix shadow also rose from his body, emitting a resplendent aura that stirred up the winds and clouds in all directions. The Fire Dragon King didn't say anything. However, the pressure on his body also became terrifying. Countless large cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Behind them, the geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge were the same. All of them had unfriendly expressions as they stared at the Fire Qilin cave. The other party was really too despicable. They were all ancient royal families, and no one was stronger than the other. However, the other party opened his mouth and asked for half of the treasures. What did this mean? Was he looking down on them? Brother Muzhen, isn't your request a little too much? The Fire Dragon King's voice was cold. Too much? I don't think so. If you think this distribution method is unreasonable, fine, we won't cooperate. The two of you, think of a way to go in yourselves. Vhumad was looking at the sky with his hands behind his back. Damn it, do you really think you're invincible? Before the Fire Dragon King could speak, Feng Yinxue stood up. The phoenix shadow on her body became even more solid. Terrifying flames overflowed into the sky, carrying mysterious runes as they flew toward Vhumad. Vhumad also sneered. Feng Yinxue, do you really think I'm afraid of you? In terms of bloodline, you're far inferior to me. There was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Indeed, he was the 7th generation lord, and the other party was the 9th generation lord. In his opinion, the other party was courting death for daring to fight him. Roar! On Vhumaz's body, flames surged into the sky, dazzling and resplendent. Around him, the phantom of a Fire Qilin appeared, letting out a ferocious roar. A ferocious aura surged out, confronting the flaming phoenixes that filled the sky. Seeing this scene, the people of the three archaic royal families were extremely nervous. The expressions of those elites changed, and they frantically retreated. They had no choice, these two were too terrifying. One was the 9th generation lord, and the other was the 7th generation lord. Both of them were extremely terrifying elites. Probably no one present was a match for them except for the Fire Dragon King. Now that they were fighting, just the shockwaves from the energy waves were too much for them to bear. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King did not retreat, but he also did not make a move. The phantom of a fire dragon circled around his body, and his powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. It seemed that he was thinking about how to not fall out with them, and how to get the people of the Fire Chilan cave to help. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire space was very tense, and a battle could erupt at any time. In the third region, Lin Xian and the others raised their heads and looked at the burning flame pagoda in front of them. Kid, be careful. The flames on the pagoda are very powerful, and it seems that the higher you go, the more terrifying it is. The Crimson Dragon reminded from the side. Lin Xian nodded. As expected, he also realized that the flames on the pagoda were even more terrifying than the flames in the second region. It should be able to refine his 9-yang divine body again. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. Great, now that he was already at the 3rd level of the 9-yang divine body, he must cultivate to the 4th level of the 9-yang divine body in Skyfire City. Because if he reached the 4th level, his body would undergo another earth-shattering change. At that time, there would not be many invincible kings who could break his body. However, he also knew that it would be more and more dangerous. He might not be able to protect all the immortal palaces. Therefore, at the next moment, Lin Xian turned his head and said to Peacock, Hu Yidao, Ghostly, and the other immortal palaces martial artists behind him. Next, you must be more careful. I may not be by your side all the time. Firstly, do what you can and don't take too many risks. Furthermore, he had to be careful of the other 10,000 ancient races. Don't worry, Palace Master, we will be careful. Peacock and the rest nodded, their expressions solemn. He wasn't the only one. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others all gave similar orders to the disciples of their clans. From the looks of it, these top geniuses were going to act alone. Let's go. Sure enough, the Skyprites of the Scorpio race, the Stone race, and the other Archean prodigies all shouted coldly. He quickly rushed into the flaming pagoda. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia also rushed forward. Soon, they entered the fiery pagoda. After entering the 1st level, they were surrounded by an endless sea of fire, which surged toward them from all directions. Every inch of space was filled with the power of flames. It was extremely terrifying. What a terrifying flame energy. Damn it, get lost. Furious roars sounded out as many people unleashed their king's domains to resist. Some of the weaker ones were instantly burned to ashes. Some were even blasted away by the shockwave. Terrifying scenes were taking place one after another, scaring the martial artists who wanted to get close and forcing them to retreat. It was too terrifying. Without super strength, it was impossible to enter. Moreover, this was only the 1st level. This fiery pagoda had a total of 7 levels, only the heavens knew how terrifying the cities above were. Lin Xian activated his 9-yang divine body, and light bloomed to resist the surrounding flames. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia also activated their king's domains, and runes circled around them. They couldn't resist the power of the flames with just their physique like Lin Xian. There probably weren't many people like Lin Xian. Lin Xian was one, Wu Dao was another, and the Crimson Dragon and Dustless were the others. The last one was the Skyprite of the Stone race. These were all top geniuses with super strong physiques. The others used their own methods to resist. Lin Xian sensed for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Qingqing, Qiao, you two be careful. Don't worry, brother Lin Xian, I can do it. Brother Xian, you don't have to worry about me. The two of them said. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although the flames on the 1st level were strong, he wasn't satisfied. He decided to go to the 2nd level. Lin Xian strode towards the 2nd level. This scene caused the hearts of the geniuses from the supreme ancient immortal realms to tremble. This kid is too scary. Yeah, we're almost at our limits, but he's fine. Ha 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 ha, Ben Huang went too. The Crimson Dragon's body was also extremely strong. His dragon blood surged as he rushed out. On the other side, Yi Wudao, Dustless, the Skybrides of the Stone Race, Silver Race, and some other powerful archaic creatures all headed towards the second level. The other humans and archaic Skybrides gritted their teeth, unwilling to give up. They also tried their best to advance. Everyone wanted to climb higher. The flames on the second level were even more terrifying. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Interesting. He turned around and saw that Yi Wudao and the others had also reached the second level. A few of them tried to force their way up, but their bodies were instantly blasted apart, and they fell to the first level. Lin Xian glanced and saw that there were many archaic creatures and even human Skybrides. Shaking his head, he ignored them. The second level wasn't enough. Lin Xian sensed for a moment and decided to go to the third level. Damn, many of the archaic Skybrides were cursing. This guy was too sick. They couldn't keep up. The Skybrides of the Stone Race and the Scorpio Race shouted coldly. Ignore them and experience it yourself. Damn it, these people suppressed the anger and jealousy in their hearts for the time being and watched Lin Xian walk forward. Beside him, Yi Wudao's figure flashed as he headed towards the third level. He had a saint body, and was extremely strong. Therefore, the flames on the second level naturally couldn't satisfy him. A few other archaic Skybrides left at the same time, including Dustless of the Western Desert. When he reached the third level, Lin Xian stopped temporarily. He began to guide the flames around him to temper his 9-yang divine body. Yi Wudao and the others did the same. Everyone settled down on the third level for the time being. The atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. However, the silence only lasted for an incense stick's worth of time before a violent tremor spread out. The entire flame pagoda seemed to be on the verge of cracking. The surrounding sea of flames continued to spread, shattering the void. Many people screamed again. Damn it, what happened? The power of the flames here had actually increased. Lin Xian also suddenly opened his eyes. With a cold shout, his body bloomed with light and quickly absorbed the flames. At the same time, he frowned. What happened? It came from above. Yi Wudao raised his head and looked up. Could it be that someone had gone up? Some of the other primordial geniuses were also shocked. The Scorpio race's genius said, "We are not the first group. The 3 ancient royal families have already gone there. In addition, there are some terrifying geniuses who went there earlier than us. Most of them acted alone." Indeed. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. It seemed that someone must have gone to a higher level. But who? Why would it cause such a vibration? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Golden light flickered in his eyes as if it could pierce through everything. He seemed to see a few blurry figures above. At the same time, there was a sea of fire that filled the sky. Those flames had turned purple, different from the red flames here. Obviously, it was a more terrifying flame. Among those flames, there was a purple bead that was constantly hovering. The aura of the flames was even more terrifying, bringing with it a monstrous destruction. It even made him tremble slightly. What was that purple bead? So terrifying, it could actually make his 9-yang divine body tremble. Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be the legendary heavenly fire? Through the heavenly secret divine eye, he saw that the purple bead was wrapped in endless purple flames. It was much more intense than the surrounding flames, almost purple to the point of turning black. He did not know if it was the legendary heavenly fire. However, he felt the excitement in his body. That's right, it was the cheers of the 9-yang divine body. This kind of flame was definitely of great help to the improvement of the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian did not doubt this point. Obtaining it could greatly improve the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a fiery light. This is, on the other side, Wuchen raised his head with a look of surprise. To be honest, this Wuchen was very similar to the 7th generation lord. They were both 15 or 16 years old, but their eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and endless secrets. Rumor had it that this Wuchen was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, so he must have many secret techniques in his hands. Sure enough, at this moment, it was unknown what kind of divine ability he used, but symbols erupted from his eyes. He was extremely shocked. From the looks of it, he seemed to have noticed the purple flame pearl above as well. Fire Spirit Pearl. He didn't expect to find a Fire Spirit Pearl here. Dustless was shocked. What? There's a treasure above? The other human and Archean Skyprides were shocked to hear this. Where is it? The fourth floor or the fifth floor? They didn't know. Someone's expression became serious. It couldn't be the seventh level, right? Let's go and take a look. These people's eyes were burning with passion. Lin Xian also stood up. As long as he could obtain the purple Fire Spirit Pearl, it would definitely be 100 times better than cultivating here, therefore, he had to speed up. Of course, not everyone wanted the Fire Spirit Pearl. For example, the wavering light Saint Sun stopped when he reached the fourth level. He seemed to have found something and sat down cross-legged. Meanwhile, Leaf Dao Denier was stuck in the fifth level. Apart from them, everyone else wanted to ascend to the sixth or even the seventh floor. The flames on the sixth floor instantly turned purple. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they felt despair. As soon as they took half a step, their bodies cracked. Some of them even had half of their bodies burned to ashes. Don't be rash, the purple flames are terrifying. Someone reminded them. Everyone stopped. It seemed that the Fire Spirit Pearl should be in the purple sea of flames. Was it on the sixth or seventh floor? Someone used a powerful ability and directly streaked across the void to look ahead. The sixth and seventh floors seemed to be open and connected. In other words, from here on out, it was the sixth floor. The depths of the purple sea of flames was the seventh floor. Someone else is coming? But you bunch of trash, hurry up and go back. Just as everyone was discussing how to enter the Sea of Flames and obtain the Fire Spirit Pearl. Suddenly, a disdainful sneer came from the Sea of Flames. What? Someone's here, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect someone to be able to enter the purple flames. Who was it? Was it a prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave? Or was it a prodigy of the other two Archean theocrats? They didn't know. They saw a figure walking over in front of them. What? A human. These Archean creatures were stunned. Not to mention them, Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. Because it was indeed a person. It was a man bathed in purple flames. This person was handsome and had a terrifying aura. His eyes turned into a monstrous sea of flames that seemed to be merging with the surrounding purple flames. It was him, the Five Elements Palace's saint from 2 generations ago, Fang Yuntian. He was very strong and should have reached the level of an invincible king. He was actually a top prodigy of the Five Elements Palace. Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian was also surprised. He was no stranger to the Five Elements Palace. He had even killed the Five Elements Palace's saint. Up until now, the Five Elements Palace had already changed several saints. However, the more the saints changed, the weaker they became. He didn't expect the Five Elements Palace to have such an outstanding prodigy. However, when he heard that he was from 2 generations ago, he understood. Although the other party was also from the younger generation, it was obvious that he was not from the same generation as them. He should have lived for almost 500 years. However, this was not important. What was important was that at this moment, the other party's gaze was like 2 flaming sabers that were looking at everyone. Feeling this gaze, many people's hearts trembled. Even the Archean creatures were the same. Lin Xian frowned because he realized that the other party's gaze stopped on him for 2 seconds. However, it quickly moved away. Get lost. A bunch of ants. This is not a place where you can come so easily. For the sake of your lives, you'd better hurry up and leave. Fang Yuntian waved his hand impatiently. Then, he turned around and strode forward. Following his footsteps, the surrounding flames actually dispersed on their own. Damn it, how dare you look down on us? The Archean creatures roared angrily. The Stone Tribe's prodigy's expression was cold. He took a step forward and directly shattered the void. His entire body was bathed in a sea of purple flames. Endless stone runes flickered on his body, blocking the purple flames. The Scorpio Tribe's prodigy laughed but did not make a move. Instead, she looked around with her beautiful eyes. But she did not make a move, but a woman in a black dress walked up. This woman opened her mouth and spat out a jade gourd. The gourd opened and poured out a merciless black water that enveloped her. Underworld river water, damn it, she actually has such a thing, she's from the Black Tiger tribe, right? Many people stepped back one after another. A drop of the Nether River and a million skeletons. The Nether River was formed from countless corpses and had an extremely sinister aura. It could be said that it could only be formed in the primordial battlefield. Who would have thought that the Black Tiger race would have so much Nether River? The moment the extremely cold black water appeared, it enveloped the black-dressed woman and blocked the surrounding purple flames. The black-dressed woman chuckled and quickly walked forward. Someone else made a move. That person walked out with a half-saint artifact. The half-saint artifact turned into a green storm and enveloped his body. He should be a prodigy of the Nether Ghost race. Many people displayed their powerful techniques. On the side of the human race, a few people also walked out. The Saint of Dian spat out a fire-repelling pearl. Wherever it passed, the purple flames would give way. It seemed that many people were eyeing the fire spirit pearl. A 1-pound crimson dragon whispered, "Kid, what are you going to do?" Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Of course, he would make a move. I must get this thing. It's very important to me. However, there was no hurry. Let's wait and see. It was a good opportunity to use these people to gauge the strength of the people inside. At the same time, he could see how powerful the purple flames were. Previously, Lin Xian had used his heavenly secret divine eyes to see that there were at least 3 figures around the fire spirit pearl. Now that Fan Yuntian had appeared, there should be 2 more who had not come out from the depths of the purple sea. He wondered who those 2 people were. Those people unleashed their various abilities and rapidly proceeded forward. Soon, they were surrounded by an endless sea of purple flames. However, their expressions gradually changed. That was because the purple flames in front of them had suddenly become violent. Balls of flames appeared in the depths of the sea of flames, turning into flaming beasts that roared. Buzz, many people looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies were charred black, and some even cracked. Damn it, even the terrifying geniuses were roaring furiously. Among them, the Nether River water on the Black Tiger race woman's body was also emitting white smoke. It looked like it was about to evaporate. The black-dressed woman did not dare to move forward. On the other side, the prodigy with the half-saint artifact on his head also stopped. That was because his accompanying sacred artifact had received a fierce impact. Although there was no immediate danger to his life, the collision of energy still caused his blood to churn. There was even one person whose magical treasure was torn apart. He was rammed into by a flaming beast. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of roasted meat wafted through the air. The geniuses who were standing at the edge of the crowd gasped when they saw the scene. What a terrifying sea of purple flames! Those people were powerful and had many treasures, but they were still unable to reach the innermost part. I really don't know how those people got in. Had their strength already reached such a terrifying level? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had seen enough, so there was no need to wait any longer. Kid, are you going to make a move? The Crimson Dragon asked. Why don't we wait and let those people kill each other for a while? When it's about time, we'll clean up the mess. No, those people were very strong. Perhaps some of them could really seize the treasure. Lin Xian's expression was grave. How about this, I'll go alone first, and you'll help me out outside. Alright, then be careful. Lin Xian nodded and strode forward. As he took a step forward, white smoke rose from under his feet. Endless purple flames swept toward him crazily, trying to burn him to ashes. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly, and the 9-yang divine fire fought against the purple flames. At the same time, he activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the flames as he walked. This kid actually went in on foot, that's right, he didn't use any special ability, nor did he use any powerful treasures. As expected of the 9-yang divine body, one of the strongest physiques in the world. Many people were amazed and envious. The people in front also turned their heads and frowned. Deeper in, 3 figures stood in front of the fire spirit pearl, guarding against each other. At the same time, their eyes were burning with passion. At this moment, Fan Yuntian, the previous saint of 5 Elements Palace, suddenly frowned. He turned his head to look. Is that kid making a move? He really doesn't know what's good for him. He originally wanted to get rid of him after getting the fire spirit pearl, but he didn't expect him to be in such a hurry to die. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. He naturally recognized Lin Xian. Lin Xian had killed many of their Five Elements Palace's prodigies, so Fang Yuntian wouldn't let him go. However, it was only a matter of time. Not far away from him, there was also a figure. This figure only looked like a human, but it was actually a dragon. A two-headed dragon. His body was covered in scales, and his two dragon heads were incomparably ferocious. Obviously, he was a prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The last one was a woman. A huge Qilin pattern crawled across half of her body. Her gaze also pierced through the sea of fire and looked into the distance. Is this that guy? He actually wants to get his hands on the fire spirit pearl, what a reckless thing. The two-headed dragon of the nest of 10,000 dragons also sneered. However, in the next moment, they frowned. In the distance, many people even screamed. Behind them, Lin Xian took a few steps and suddenly became extremely fast. He seemed to have transformed into a golden sword light, piercing through the purple sea of fire. That speed was shocking. As a result, the pupils of the Black Tiger Clan, Silver Clan, and Stone Clan's prodigies all constricted. They were all stopped previously and couldn't move forward at all. They could only resist here. However, Lin Xian actually surpassed them in an instant, reaching deeper into the sea of fire. Could it be that this kid wanted to die? Impossible. His body definitely couldn't withstand it, these people roared crazily. However, Lin Xian's speed didn't slow down at all. In fact, it became even faster. Because at this moment, not only did he activate the Nine-Yang divine body, but he also activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Terrifying sword energy formed on his body. The terror of the Great Dragon Sword Soul obliterated everything. The purple flames couldn't hurt him at all. Therefore, very soon, Lin Xian arrived at the depths of the purple sea of fire. Damn brat, he actually had such ability. In the depths of the sea of fire, the three figures frowned. The two-headed dragon snorted coldly. The woman from the Fire Qilin cave also frowned. She looked up at Fang Yuntian and said coldly. How about this, with the two of us here, you won't be able to get the fire spirit pearl. Why don't you help me block that kid, and I can give you other benefits. What benefits? Fang Yuntian asked with a frown. Indeed, he didn't have much confidence in facing two primordial prodigies. I'll give you a 5,000-year-old earth core flame. Hearing this, Fang Yuntian's pupils constricted, then he smiled. You said it. Don't worry, as long as you block him, I'll give you a wisp. It's about the size of a finger. The woman from the Fire Qilin cave said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I have a grudge with this kid and wanted to get rid of him. Fang Yuntian smiled. Although he could not obtain the fire spirit pearl, to be able to obtain a portion of the 5,000-year-old earth core flame was also extremely good to him. The next moment, he turned around and walked outside. Very soon, he welcomed Lin Xian and blocked Lin Xian. When those people outside saw this scene, they exclaimed in shock. Five Elements Palace's previous generation holy son, Fang Yuntian, he actually made a move. Was he going to intercept Lin Xian? Heavens, I saw that there seemed to be two people inside. Who were those two people? No idea. But this Lin Xian was most likely doomed. Yes, that Fang Yuntian was so terrifying. Just relying on his own divine ability, he could enter and exit the purple fire sea calmly. He was definitely one of the pinnacle prodigies. This Lin Xian absolutely could not block it, definitely, Lin Xian was just a little stronger physically. But in terms of divine abilities, he was not Fang Yuntian's match at all. Far away, those people were discussing animatedly. They naturally knew about the grudge between Lin Xian and Five Elements Palace. Facing off against Lin Xian, Fang Yuntian absolutely would not show mercy. You're that Lin Xian, right? Gutsy, actually still having ideas about the fire spirit pearl. Do you think that you have the qualifications? Fang Yuntian's voice was icy cold. Are you trying to intercept me? Lin Xian frowned. Didn't expect that you're actually working for primordial creatures. Really shameful. Just now, when Fang Yuntian came out, he brought along an endless sea of fire. Lin Xian saw that those two figures were not humans but primordial creatures. He did not expect that this Fang Yuntian actually reached an agreement with two primordial creatures. Looks like he should have obtained some benefits from the other party. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Even if there are no primordial creatures, I'll still kill you. Do you really think that those things that you did to my Five Elements palace previously, I can let you leave alive? Speaking up to here, his eyes erupted with piercing cold-killing intent. So, you want to stand up for Five Elements palace? When Lin Xian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, do you have the qualifications to do so? What an insolent brat. I can't help but want to tear you to shreds. Fang Yuntian's originally handsome face had a trace of malevolence. He was the holy son of the previous generation. He was very powerful and had entered the invincible king realm 50 years ago. Now, it had completely stabilized, and even reached a higher level. Among the younger generation, there were not many who were his match. Previously, he had been able to enter the Sea of Purple Flames and compete with the geniuses of the ancient theocrats. This was enough to prove how terrifying his strength was. However, this kid in front of him actually dared to look down on him. This even made him feel unreal. Tear me to shreds? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. Let me give you a piece of advice. Get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Reckless guy, anyone who dares to say such things to me has already gone to hell. You are no exception. The killing intent on Fang Yuntian's body completely spread out. He hooked his finger, and the surrounding flames immediately spread out, turning into extremely terrifying flame beasts that charged forward. In an instant, 5 flame beasts were formed, and they were incomparably ferocious. Buzz, Lin Xian used the Yin-Yang 8 steps, and like a phantom, he instantly dodged the attacks of the 5 flame beasts and appeared in another direction. Your speed is quite fast. It's beyond my expectations. However, do you think you can escape from me? Fang Yuntian was not angry when his attack missed. Instead, he revealed an even more cruel smile. At this moment, his body was covered in flames, and he was like a flame god of war, releasing a biting cold aura. I want to escape? Are you an idiot? It's obvious that your attack speed is too slow, and you can't hit me at all. Lin Xian fiercely counterattacked. 9 suns divine fire spread out from his body, and he was like a fire god. His voice boomed like thunder. It made people's faces turn pale. What a sharp-tongued brat. Let's see if your strength is as good as your mouth. If you don't have the ability, then die. Fang Yuntian had completely lost his patience. He formed a seal with his palms, and the surrounding sea of fire surged as if it had come to life. In an instant, another 8 purple beasts appeared. Each of them was incomparably huge, as if they were real beasts. They surrounded Lin Xian. Die, with a furious roar, these flame beasts completely exploded, and boundless energy engulfed Lin Xian. How terrifying, this move could directly kill an invincible king. Yes, as expected of Fang Yuntian. He was too terrifying. He could definitely compete with the top 10,000 ancient races. The human race actually had such a prodigy. It was truly terrifying. In the distance, those people were discussing animatedly. Even the primordial prodigies had solemn expressions. Indeed, they did not expect the human race to have such a terrifying prodigy. It seemed that they had still underestimated the human race. After so many years of reproduction, the human race had produced many powerhouses, and there were even more prodigies. It was just that many of them had not appeared before. Now that it was gradually revealed, the strength of some people truly shocked them. For example, Fang Yuntian in front of them could actually control the purple flames. This was something that even they could not do. It's just a mere flame. What can it do to me? In the violent energy in front of them, a cold roar sounded. Following that, a wisp of sword light appeared and split all the flame beasts apart. Lin Xian strode out. The light on his body was still as bright as before, and he did not receive any damage. Is this all you've got? If that's all you have, then you can get lost. Lin Xian shouted coldly. That attack just now was just a casual attack. I didn't even use half of my strength. Next, I'll show you my true strength. Accompanied by Fang Yuntian's voice, a purple fist blasted out. Fist of fire, the purple sea of fire surged and turned into a purple vermilion bird. It tore through the void and charged forward. Feeling the phantom of the purple vermilion bird, the people in the distance were terrified, and their souls trembled. It was too terrifying. Even though they were so far away from this punch, they were still terrified. One could imagine how terrifying the attack Lin Xian was facing was. "I'm not afraid of you." Lin Xian also waved his hand and charged forward. In an instant, the battle between the two erupted. The entire sea of fire turned into a purple vortex, and endless energy spread out from the vortex. "Not good, retreat." The prodigies of the Black Tiger tribe, Stone tribe, and Silver tribe who were still holding on in the sea of fire also frantically retreated. They were already on the verge of collapse, and now with the addition of the violent energy, they could not stay any longer. Some of them were even slower and were directly pierced by the energy. Blood splattered everywhere, and they evaporated before they hit the ground. In the midst of the violent energy, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He had to admit that Fang Yuntian was quite strong. He was not weaker than King Qiyu. However, he did not have the time to waste on Fang Yuntian. There were two figures in front of him, and they seemed to be trying to get the fire spirit pearl. If they succeeded, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to end this quickly. He had to get rid of Fang Yuntian first, and then snatch the fire spirit pearl from the two primordial elites. "I wanted to play with you, but I don't have time to deal with you now." Lin Xian's eyes turned sharp. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared out, and the purple flames around him surged like waves, crashing in all directions. Behind him, 8 purple fire dragons formed and spewed out in all directions. They intertwined and formed a picture of a fire dragon. "The great dragon sword soul?" Fang Yuntian frowned. He knew that Fang Yuntian not only had the 9 yang divine body, but also the great dragon sword soul. Feeling the sharp aura, he was sure that Fang Yuntian had activated the great red dragon sword soul. It really made people envious. Fang Yuntian snorted in his heart, and his eyes turned red. He wanted to kill Fang Yuntian and snatch his great dragon sword soul. Fang Yuntian could not believe that such a precious treasure was obtained by Fang Yuntian. "Well, since you're in a hurry to die, I'll show you my trump card." Fang Yuntian's face was ferocious, and endless flames emerged from his body, turning into flaming lotuses that bloomed in the air. Earth-shattering heavenly lotus, countless lotuses gathered in the sky, and they flickered continuously. A terrifying fiery aura spread out. It made people tremble. What shocked them even more was that there were shadows within the lotuses, as if they were trying to break free. "What are those?" Seeing those shadows, many people were terrified. Even the primordial elites felt a chill run down their spines. They felt that a peerless beast was about to crawl out. Even Lin Xian could feel the aura. Immediately, he frowned. He had to admit that Fang Yuntian's method was very powerful, and even he felt threatened. "Humph," he snorted, and the great dragon sword soul in his body was completely activated. The 8 fire dragons behind him let out deafening roars. Every time they turned their bodies, the void would shatter. It was too terrifying. These 8 fire dragons were like real dragons, making people tremble. Even the 2-headed dragon, who was in the deepest part of the sea of purple flames, frowned. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes. Damn it, this brat actually dared to use the mystical ability of the dragon race. It wasn't only him. The woman from the Fire Qilin cave also frowned. That was because the 8 fire dragons were becoming more and more powerful, as if they were going to break through the heavens and earth. In front of him, Fang Yuntian was also frowning. No, he couldn't let his opponent's aura grow any stronger. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, he quickly attacked. "Go to hell, brat!" Xiaochen threw a palm strike, and the fire lotuses in the sky charged forward together with the mysterious illusions. Even invincible kings couldn't withstand this attack. Lin Xian also waved his arm. Following his sword light, the 8 fire dragons behind him roared ferociously and charged forward. Boom, boundless power exploded, like a sea wave that covered the sky, sweeping in all directions. The fire lotuses in the sky were shattered by the 8 fire dragons, and countless cracks appeared. Those mysterious phantoms also disappeared along with him. "No. Damn it. How can you be so powerful?" Fang Yuntian's expression changed for the first time. He didn't expect his mystical ability to be broken by his opponent. How can the 8 fire dragons be so powerful? I've said it before. With your strength, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian quickly charged over. He stepped on the 8 fire dragons and attacked like a fiend god. Damn it, it was the power of the dragon sword soul. Fang Yuntian exclaimed. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the dragon sword soul. Therefore, he wanted to escape now. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? With a stomp of his foot, the 8 fire dragons under his feet coiled and enveloped the entire world. Stay here. Lin Xian's palm transformed into a golden mountain of flames and descended from the sky, wanting to suppress Fang Yuntian. Damn it! Fire element fist, block it. He struck out with the fire element fist again, and a vast fist resisted. However, it was shattered in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sea of flames red. Ah, Fang Yuntian screamed. His fist was shattered, but this was just the beginning. In the next moment, he was sent flying by a sword. His body was also split in half. No, Fang Yuntian was terrified. At the same time, he was very decisive. He used the blood that flowed out to draw lotus flowers again and quickly burned them as he rushed into the distance. Soon, he tore through the sky and escaped. What? This guy burned the power of his bloodline? Oh heavens, he's running away. Was Lin Xian so powerful? No one expected the 5 Elements Palace's saint from 2 generations ago to burn his bloodline and escape in a panic after exchanging a few blows. This scene was really beyond their expectations. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He looked at the other party's fleeing figure and didn't chase after him. It was too late. He had to hurry and snatch the fire spirit pearl. His body swayed, and he stepped on 8 fire dragons as he quickly charged into the depths of the purple sea of flames. Damn it, he actually lost. What a piece of trash. He couldn't even hold on for such a short time. In the depths of the sea of flames, the 2-headed dragon and the woman from the Fire Qilin cave looked gloomy. Especially the prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave. She was very dissatisfied. She originally thought that this human prodigy could help her solve a problem. She didn't expect him to run away. Long Ao, help me. After it's done, I'll give you something of equal value in exchange. This fire spirit pearl is very useful to me. The 2-headed dragon pondered for a moment and then said, okay, but I want you to give me a Qilin stone. Qilin stone, the prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave was furious. Damn it, this guy was really asking for too much. The Qilin stone's value was no less than the fire spirit pearl in front of her. Moreover, this stone was only available in the Qilin cave. It was a stone that was transformed from the ground when they were born. It could be said to be very precious. However, this fire spirit pearl was indeed very important to her. Therefore, the woman nodded and said, okay, I'll give you a piece. Deal. The 2-headed dragon's lips curled into a smile. In the next moment, his body swayed and he rushed out. Let me deal with him. As he moved, the surrounding sea of flames kept shaking and spreading to both sides. In the end, it formed a vacuum. Terrifying dragon silhouettes dashed out from the sky. Accompanying them was a power that made one's soul tremble. Damn it, did someone come out again? Everyone had just recovered from the shock of Fang Yuntian's defeat when they trembled again. Even the primordial prodigies looked as if they had seen a ghost. They screamed. The prodigy from the nest of 10,000 dragons had attacked. What? The geniuses of the nest of 10,000 dragons, they finally made a move. This time, everyone screamed. Even the geniuses of the human race were facing a great enemy. Nest of 10,000 dragons, the legendary dragon race, their geniuses, had finally made a move. They wondered how powerful they were. Just from this aura alone, it had already surpassed Fang Yuntian's. Nest of 10,000 dragons, dragon race? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He stopped, stepped on the 8 fire dragons, and looked ahead. Kid, get lost. This is not a place you can touch. The 2-headed dragon said coldly. Someone said that to me just now. However, he has already been beaten away by me. Why? Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Humph, don't compare me to that trash. Let me tell you, if I make a move, you have no way to survive. I will send you on your way now. The two-headed dragon made a move. He was very decisive because in his opinion, killing the other party was no different from crushing an ant. As he stretched out his palm, a terrifying dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. The surrounding sea of fire also followed his movements, turning into purple dragons that rushed forward. In the distance, those people gasped as they looked at the scene in front of them in horror. It was too terrifying. Just a casual palm strike was enough to create such a heaven-defying phenomenon. Was this the power of the dragon race? It was really shocking. In the sky, 18 purple flame dragons twisted in the air, roaring and emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Roar, then, they tore through the void towards Lin Xian, wanting to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Destroy, Lin Xian roared as the divine flames on his body bloomed, turning into a long flame sword that he held in his hand. With a slash of the sword cut through all directions. The sky was filled with sword light. Boom! Boom, boom! It collided with the 18 purple fire dragons in the sky. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the void as endless flames surged into the sky. The 18 purple fire dragons roared non-stop, turning into a sea of fire that descended. Lin Xian's sword light also slowly faded and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the distance, everyone was terrified. This attack was simply too terrifying. Both of them were top-notch geniuses. Lin Xian stood in the void, his eyes flickering. It had to be said that this double-headed dragon was very powerful. It was even above Vhumad. His opponent was actually able to block it. His sword light had indeed surprised him. No wonder you were able to defeat Vhumad. He had some strength. The two-headed dragon also nodded slightly. However, it's still not enough to deal with me. That palm strike just now was just a casual strike of mine. Next, I will use my full strength. Can you block it? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with disdain. When these words were spoken, the martial artists in the distance were shocked. Heavens, was it really just a casual attack? The dragon race was truly formidable. Even those archaic paragons felt their scalps tingling. Is that so? That sword strike just now was just a casual strike of mine. You being able to block it is nothing to be proud of. Lin Xian's expression was also calm. Humph, you are indeed a stubborn brat. I know that you possess the great dragon sword soul. However, even if he had the great dragon sword soul, you are also no match for me, brat. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to live, kneel down obediently and offer up your great dragon sword soul. How can an ant like you be worthy of the great dragon sword soul? Only the dragon race is worthy of it. As he spoke, the aura on the two-headed dragon's body became fierce again. Purple dragons circled around him and roared continuously. Their voices shook heaven and earth. Boom, another palm strike came. This time, in addition to the terrifying purple flames, there was also monstrous lightning that filled the sky within the flames. Obviously, the power of this palm strike was greatly increased compared to before. In the distance, the paragons were terrified. They were already unable to withstand the previous palm strike. Now, they were even less of a match for this palm strike. Most likely, no one present would be able to stop him. That brat was really dead, you're welcome. That was a divine beast of heaven and earth. How could a human fight against it? In their opinion, this time, Lin Xian was bound to lose. Humph, Divine Nine Suns fist, Lin Xian shouted coldly and waved his fist. The Divine Nine Suns fire completely erupted and transformed into a golden crow that rushed forward. Otherwise, the great dragon sword soul in his body rumbled and transformed into streaks of sword light that erupted with blazing light. He also slashed out. This time, Lin Xian was furious. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The purple flames and lightning palm were blasted away by the punch. The remaining energy was shattered into pieces by the sword chi that filled the sky. Not only that, the fist and sword chi attacked the two-headed dragon in a fierce manner. This time, the two-headed dragon's expression darkened. Previously, the other party was able to block its casual attack. It did not think much of it, but this time, it was surprised. This time, its strength had increased. In its opinion, the other party should not be able to block it. However, it did not expect the other party to not only block it, but also attack it so powerfully. Damned brat, I will skin you alive with my own hands. I will extract the great dragon sword soul from your body. Buzz, he snorted coldly, and a red saber rushed out from between his eyebrows and was held in his hand. The saber was extremely terrifying. It emitted a monstrous murderous aura. As soon as it appeared, it swept in all directions. It caused everyone's souls to tremble, and many people knelt on the ground. Damn it, the flood dragon saber, it's made of the bones of a flood dragon. Moreover, it's probably a very terrifying flood dragon. Many archaic creatures screamed in fear. It was a terrifying half-step sacred artifact. Boom, the saber slashed down, and flames surged in the sky. The terrifying saber light tore through the sky and split the earth. This time, it was even more terrifying. Obviously, the two-headed dragon was furious. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hands, and the divine Nine Suns fire combined with the great dragon sword soul quickly appeared in front of him. A large bronze bell appeared. The bell was very simple and unadorned, and runes covered it. Although it was just an illusion, it seemed to be a real divine artifact. It carried a monstrous aura. Clang, a terrifying sound rang out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Flower Protector. Damn it, he summoned a terrifying killing weapon, Flower Protector. These people screamed in fear. Flower Protector was a famous killing weapon in ancient times. Once Flower Protector was used, it could kill 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian was too confident. He had Flower Protector, but he didn't take it out. He was just relying on his ability. Did he think that the divine ability he summoned could contend against the other party's treasured saber? Screams sounded one after another, and the two-headed dragon's face darkened. To be honest, the bronze bell that appeared in the sky also gave him a feeling of fear and trepidation. Especially that sound wave, even his soul shook a little. Buzz. Buzz, boom, the terrifying sound wave and the terrifying saber light collided in the sky, erupting with dazzling divine light. In the end, both of them vanished into thin air. He blocked it again, many people exclaimed. The two-headed dragon's face was gloomy. Lin Xian stepped into the air. His voice was cold. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my divine power. He raised his palm, and the sword chi in the sky intertwined, turning into a black steel that descended from the sky. Suppress it, the steel emitted a thick demonic chi that made people tremble. Heavens, the great dragon sword soul was too terrifying. Everything it evolved was incomparably real. Nonsense. That was an offensive sacred art of heaven and earth, whoever obtained it would definitely be an incomparably terrifying existence. Lin Xian was really terrifying. Many people were terrified and envious. Although they didn't know what the other party had evolved this time, the terror was definitely not inferior to the Flower Protector. What Lin Xian had evolved this time was the terrifying demonic steel in Black Demon Cliff. At this moment, it descended from the sky and could really suppress everything. Boom, the two-headed dragon couldn't reach it in time. He was blasted by the black demonic steel and fell into the flames. With a boom, the ground trembled. The huge demonic steel pressed down on his body. The dragon scales on his back dimmed and even shattered. Dragon blood dyed the void red. Ah! Damn it! I'm going to kill you, I must kill you, the two-headed dragon screamed crazily. His eyes were bloodshot. He was injured. He was actually injured by the other party, moreover, at this moment, he was being pressed to the ground by the other party. This kind of humiliation was unbearable. Boom, he roared, and the dragon blood in his body surged, forming a powerful force that shattered the black demonic steel above him. He stood up and charged towards Lin Xian. Like a red hurricane, the frenzied blade in his hand was even more powerful. This time, he was completely enraged. Moreover, he had the intention to kill. As a prodigy of the dragon race, he was extremely powerful. Usually, no one dared to challenge him. The other ancient royal family members had to be respectful when they saw him. But now, he had been injured by a mere human, moreover, so many people saw it. If he didn't kill the other party, how could he establish himself in the future? Whoosh, the saber slashed down like a peerless wild saber. Together with the flames that filled the sky and the terrifying lightning, its power was shocking. This saber strike could cut down invincible kings. Lin Xian used his yin-yang 8 steps and shifted his position, instantly dodging the sword. A terrifying black hole appeared where he had been standing, swallowing the purple flames. Brat, you can't escape. No matter where you run to, you will definitely die today. The double-headed dragon was brimming with killing intent. His body had also become 3 times larger than before. The 2 heads emitted a terrifying light. One of its heads was surrounded by flames, while the other head was surrounded by lightning. Lightning and fire intertwined, providing him with powerful energy. Annihilation cut, another slash came. This time, he used the power of his bloodline. In the sky, the power of lightning and fire intersected. Together with the power of the bloodline, they turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed down from the sky. The surrounding space froze. Everyone's bodies trembled, unable to dodge at all. They could only crawl on the ground. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He let out a long laugh. He reached out with both hands and grabbed upward. It seemed that he wanted to take the saber strike with his bare hands. Heavens, in the distance, everyone exclaimed in disbelief. You're courting death, do you think that your 9-yang divine body can block my saber strike? What a joke. The double-headed dragon kept roaring. The dragon blood on his body emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian roared. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another, and the 9-yang divine fire burned fiercely. His body shone brightly, making him look like a golden god of war. His palms were incomparably resplendent, carrying with them a supreme power as they blasted forward. Clang, many of the genius's ears bled, and many of them fainted. The flames on Lin Xian's body were torn apart. The terrifying saber light hit his body, making clanging sounds. White traces were left behind. However, it did not break his body. This scene shocked everyone. Not only that, Lin Xian even put his palms together, grabbed his opponent's long saber, and swung it forcefully. Get the hell out of here, his attack could shatter 100,000 mountains. Although the double-headed dragon was from the dragon clan, had a strong physique, and the power of his bloodline was even more powerful. However, under Lin Xian's heaven-defying divine power, his long saber was snatched away. They kept arguing in the sky. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light, which turned into 2 sword lights and blasted on the long saber. Boom, the long saber dimmed. In the next moment, Lin Xian grabbed the hilt and slashed at the double-headed dragon. Roar, the long saber let out a terrifying roar. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul roared. A mysterious and terrifying power burst out. The saber turned into a giant dragon that was 100 feet long. It descended from the sky and directly enveloped the double-headed dragon. No, the double-headed dragon screamed crazily. His body turned into a giant dragon that was a few hundred feet long and soared into the sky. Thunder and fire surrounded his body, and the power of his bloodline turned into mysterious runes that carried a powerful force. It was as if a divine dragon was fighting against a shocking saber. Boom! Boom, as the saber fell, the sea of fire surged and hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts fell. A terrifying black hole appeared in the void, and a scream was heard. Then, dragon blood floated, and a dragon claw fell from the sky, shattering the void. It fell to the ground, and the surrounding purple sea of fire could not spread at all. In fact, it kept retreating. What? He was injured, the dragon clan's prodigy was injured. The Archean prodigies widened their eyes in disbelief. What did Lin Xian do? Lin Xian cut off a dragon claw with a saber. Was this guy trying to slay a dragon? They were horrified. Lin Xian let out a long howl and kicked the 2-headed dragon's head, causing it to fall to the ground. At the same time, he said, Ruzalong, I'll leave this guy to you. I'll go and get the fire spirit pearl. Ah, roar, the double-headed dragon kept rolling on the ground. That kick had deformed one of his heads. Many of the scales on his body had also fallen off. He roared crazily, and a series of dragon roars resounded through the world. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. He spoke in human language, and the dragon aura on his body surged into the sky, turning into a terrifying light that shot into the clouds. He wanted to soar into the sky and kill Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, a red claw fell from the sky like a red mountain and slapped its head again. Its head that had just healed was deformed again. "Stop running, I'm your opponent." A strange cry sounded in the sky, and the double-headed dragon was furious. "Who is it? Who dares to stop me?" He let out a terrifying roar. At this moment, the dragon might spread, and everyone trembled. That was the suppression of bloodline. However, the voice in the sky was indeed disdainful. "Two-headed kid, how dare you compete with me in terms of dragon might? Do you have a death wish?" As soon as that voice fell, a dragon roar that shocked the 9 heavens and 10 lands sounded. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even the two-headed dragon was stunned on the spot. Its body began to tremble, and intense fear appeared on its 2 enormous dragon heads. "Damn it, dragon roar! What pure dragon blood!" The other party's dragon might was actually stronger than his, and it even suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe. "Who is it?" He raised his dragon head with difficulty and looked forward. In the sky, a dark red divine dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking at him with disdain. "Damn it, it's the snake beside that kid. How could the other party have such a terrifying dragon might?" The others were also stunned. They knew that Lin Xian had a dragon beside him, but they did not expect that dragon's aura to be so terrifying. Could it be that the other party's bloodline power was above that of the primordial paragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Thinking of this, they felt dizzy. In the depths of the purple sea of fire, the paragon of the fire Qilin cave trembled when she heard the terrifying dragon roar, and the blood in her body almost froze. Shock appeared in her eyes. "Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that the two-headed dragon was defeated?" She could not believe it. Also, what's with the dragon roar? Has an even more terrifying paragon of the dragon clan arrived? She turned her head to look. However, in the next moment, she was so scared that her face turned pale as she screamed and dodged. A piercing saber light descended from the sky, tearing apart the divine flames that filled the sky and slashing towards her, wanting to cut her in half. Fortunately, he was strong enough. At the critical moment, he quickly dodged, turning into an afterimage. However, this saber still brushed past her body. Immediately, a strand of hair on her head was cut off, and even her neck felt cold. All the hair on her body stood on end. "Damn it, who is it?" The female paragon screamed crazily, and her eyes turned into 2 fire Qilins that roared in the sky. In the next moment, she was extremely shocked. "Damn kid, it's you." She saw clearly that it was Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian holding the purple dragon's saber and charging over quickly. Damn it, could it be that Long Ao was defeated? He was extremely shocked. That was a two-headed dragon with great strength. How could it be defeated? Previously, he did not observe the battle as she had used all her strength to seize the fire spirit pearl. After all, this fire spirit pearl might be a precious treasure, but it was too terrifying and had to be sealed carefully. Otherwise, she would definitely be burned to a crisp. Therefore, she did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, she probed with her soul spirit, and her face turned gloomy. Outside, Long Ao and a dark red dragon were fighting, but Lin Xian had already arrived in front of her. Damn it, this kid actually has a dragon as a helper. Fang Yuntian and the two-headed dragon have already been defeated. You are the only one left. Do you still want to fight me? Lin Xian looked at the other party. I advise you to leave obediently. As Lin Xian spoke, he released his soul force and scanned the surroundings. He saw that not far from him, there was a fist-sized purple bead that was spinning non-stop. It was covered with mysterious patterns. He could clearly feel that the fire spirit pearl was emitting a terrifying power of flames. The power of the flames caused even his 9-yang divine body to tremble slightly. One could imagine how terrifying it was. No wonder this woman in front of him did not succeed after such a long time. The woman from Fire Qilin Cave snorted. The flames on her body formed a Qilin armor, covering her beautiful body. At the same time, a terrifying light burst out from her eyes. With a wave of her hand, she kept sliding in the sky. The flames in the sky condensed into a terrifying fire qilin, surging and roaring. You are courting death. Since this is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xian shouted coldly. This time, he did not use his divine eye, but took out Flower Protector directly. Now that his 9-yang divine body had reached the small success stage, he was not as careful as before when he used Flower Protector. Sure enough, after taking out Flower Protector, he held it in his hand and shook it non-stop. The terrifying sound waves swept in all directions, and the surrounding purple flames were suppressed and dimmed. Qilin's shield. Seeing this scene, the woman shouted and turned into shields with Qilin patterns engraved on them. There were a total of 8 shields around her, forming a strong defense. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his hand and pushed the great dragon sword soul, sending a wave of energy into Flower Protector. Immediately, Flower Protector enlarged, and the runes on it also spread out. Together with the sound waves, it swept in all directions. The sound waves hit the Qilin shield, making earth-shattering sounds. The terrifying sound waves and the power of the great dragon sword soul worked together to destroy the Qilin shield. In the end, the flames on the Qilin shield dimmed and made cracking sounds. With a bang, 3 Qilin shields shattered, and a hole appeared in the defense of Fire Qilin Cave's prodigy. The sound waves in the sky finally found an opportunity and turned into a torrent, quickly surging in. Damn it, the female prodigy's expression changed. A hint of fear and anger appeared in her eyes. Ah, she screamed, opened her mouth, and spat out a light wave that surged forward. It was a treasured furnace. It was incomparably simple and had a very strange shape. As soon as the treasured furnace came out, it kept enlarging, like a small mountain, spiraling in the sky. At the same time, it attracted countless purple flames to provide energy. Above the treasured furnace, wisps of purple smoke emerged. The purple smoke was like divine swords that could destroy everything. Die for me. The Qilin prodigy roared angrily. The purple sword light slashed toward Lin Xian. The divine might on it was vast and mighty, terrifying everyone. This primordial prodigy really had a lot of treasures in his hands. This purple treasured furnace should also be a half-step sage artifact. Lin Xian snorted coldly, grabbed Flower Protector, and activated his divine power. Flower Protector continued to expand, covering the sky like a giant bronze mountain. Lin Xian waved it and smashed it down. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the terrifying sound waves shook all directions. The purple sword light that filled the sky was shattered. The Qilin prodigy was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her expression became ferocious. Damn it, the other party didn't play by the rules at all. That was a half-step sage artifact. Who would use it like that? One had to know that the power of a half-step sage artifact was unfathomable, far surpassing that of a heaven-grade treasure artifact. Some could even emit Dao patterns. That was a supreme killing weapon used in conjunction with a great divine power. But what about this kid in front of her? He didn't use the divine power that a half-step sage artifact should have at all. Instead, he relied on brute force and the hardness of the half-step sage artifact to go on a rampage. This scene was truly driving the woman mad with anger. She tried hard to take a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Once again, she controlled the treasured furnace and quickly attacked. Ha, Lin Xian sneered. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm going to collect the fire spirit pearl. At this point, he clapped his hand and took out the saint's hand bone. After tearing open the seal, the saint's aura spread between heaven and earth. Oh no! The Qilin prodigy's expression changed. She did not expect the other party to have the bone of a saint. Humph! She gritted her teeth and shouted. Kid, I admit that I've underestimated you. You actually have such a treasure. But do you think you can stop me with that? You're too naive. Fire Qilin sword, the female prodigy shouted, opened her mouth, and spat out another flying sword. It was a fiery red flying sword that was about the size of a palm. As soon as it appeared, it kept expanding until she grabbed it in her hand. She waved the long sword gently, and a terrifying sword light slashed in all directions. It was like a peerless immortal light. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was a peerless swordsman. How could he not be excited when he saw a peerless sword? Previously, he used the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. Although it was also a treasure, it was only a top-tier heaven-grade artifact. Now, it could not keep up with his strength. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would directly use the Nine Suns' divine fire and transform it into sword qi. In times of danger, he would use the flower protector and the nine-layered pagoda. However, although those two half-sage artifacts were powerful, they could not allow him to unleash 100% of the power of his sword Dao. Now, when he saw the fiery red longsword in the woman's hand, he immediately became interested. This sword suits me very well. He stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed in front of him. You're courting death. The prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She took out that sword to kill the enemy. Who would have thought that the other party would take a fancy to her sword before she even made a move? He even wanted to take it by force. Damn you, I'll chop off your claws. She shouted and waved the Fire Qilin sword, slashing forward. With a clang, she slashed at the golden hand. Sparks flew, and the Fire Qilin sword trembled non-stop. The woman's hand was numb. Lin Xian's palm was also forced back, and there was even a crack on his hand. It can actually injure me. As expected of the sword that I've taken a fancy to. The light in his eyes became even brighter. I must have that sword. He charged forward again. In the sky, countless palm shadows shot out in succession, each one grabbing at the blazing Qilin sword. Be destroyed, the paragon of Fire Qilin Grotto wielded the Fire Qilin sword and slashed in all directions. In an instant, the countless golden palm shadows were all destroyed. It had to be said that this treasured sword was too powerful. No wonder Lin Xian was moved by it. In fact, the origin of this treasured sword was indeed extraordinary. This blazing Qilin sword was forged using the scales of a blazing Qilin and the 10,000-year starry sky iron. It could be said that it was extremely frightening. It was a well-known existence even among semi-sage tools. After dozens of moves, Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that this sword was really too sharp. He had actually destroyed all of the palm prints that he had sent out. There were even 2 more cracks on his palm. It seemed like he had no choice but to use some tricks. Although you have a treasured sword, your sword art is not that good. Next, let me show you what a real sword art is. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. The divine flames on his body flickered, forming a flaming long sword that he held in his hand. 9 Yang sword art, with a slash of the sword, sparks flew and easily broke the other party's sword qi. The golden sword art and the treasured sword in the other party's hand fought for more than 100 moves. Lin Xian used 9 suns open the sky and directly cut off the other party's arm. Ah! The woman screamed. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the blazing Qilin sword like a dragon head. When he grabbed it, the blazing Qilin sword struggled crazily. On the sword, many blazing Qilins appeared and charged at Lin Xian. The distance was very close. In an instant, the blazing Qilin pounced on Lin Xian. With a boom, Lin Xian was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. It was indeed a peerless sword, you can't escape. He reached out his hand again and transformed into 5 giant dragons to seal the fire spirit sword. The blazing Qilin phantoms were forcefully destroyed by his 9 Yang sword qi. In the end, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul and fused it with the blazing Qilin sword. With a boom, the blazing Qilin sword completely exploded. The terrifying sword qi enveloped the entire sea of fire. At this moment, the people outside were all stunned. Many people were sent flying by a powerful force. They rolled far away and were dumbfounded. Damn it, what happened? What happened in the depths of the sea of fire? The battle inside was too intense. The Crimson Dragon and the Two-Headed Dragon were still fighting outside. Therefore, they had no idea what was happening to Lin Xian inside. Who was the one who unleashed that sword qi? Was it Lin Xian or Lin Xian's opponent? The Two-Headed Dragon's eyelids were also twitching. Oh no, could it be that she had failed? I say, don't worry about others, worry about yourself first. The Crimson Dragon laughed sinisterly and charged over again. In the sky, the 2 giant dragons were hundreds of feet long. They were constantly roaring and clashing with each other. The scene of the giant dragons fighting was too terrifying. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was shocked by the energy in the depths of the sea of fire. Everyone wanted to find out what was going on. In the depths of the sea of fire, Lin Xian held the blazing Qilin sword in his hand and smiled. The great dragon sword soul forcefully infused into it and destroyed the blazing Qilin mark. Now that he had infused the power of the great dragon sword soul into the sword, it completely belonged to him. It really was a good sword, thank you very much. Lin Xian looked at the other party and smiled. Damn it, the blazing Qilin Skypride was about to go crazy. Her broken arm had grown back again, but her heart was bleeding. Such a powerful treasure had actually been snatched away by him. Furthermore, her imprint had been instantly obliterated by him. The mark was not only hers, but also the blazing Qilin sword itself. It could be said that no one below the sage level could destroy it. However, the other party destroyed it so easily. This was completely beyond her knowledge. Let me try the power of the blazing Qilin sword. Lin Xian slowly raised his arm. In the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul. Buzz. 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 The blazing Qilin sword trembled and shone brightly. The entire sky was quickly torn apart. Golden sword chi circled the 9 heavens. Damn it, how can he unleash such power? On the other side, the blazing Qilin Skypride's face was extremely ugly. Even she could not unleash the blazing Qilin sword to such an extent. However, the other party, a human youth, was able to unleash the power of their clan's treasure to such an extent. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. Buzz, 9 suns open the sky. Lin Xian slashed down with his ultimate move, splitting the entire sky in half. The Qilin Skypride on the other side screamed and threw out countless Qilin shields to defend herself. She even used the furnace to block in front of her. However, it was useless. The furnace was sent flying and her body was split in half. Damn it, the prodigy was so angry that her eyes and ears were on fire. This time, not only did she not get the fire spirit pearl, but she also lost her treasure, the fire Qilin sword. She swore that she would kill this brat and take back the fire Qilin sword at all costs, even if she had to use some secret techniques that would harm her body. With a shout, she was enveloped by endless bloodline power. Her body fused together, and her palms quickly formed a seal. The bloodline power burned rapidly. A terrifying aura burst out. Brat, I won't let you go. Her voice was cold. Humph, Lin Xian's eyes were intertwined with golden runes, forming a mysterious pattern. He directly attacked. With a puff, the opponent's body was penetrated. This pattern was one of the 3 patterns he had obtained in the dark tunnel. It was also the method he used to kill the Red Moon King. This time, it directly drained 1/3 of his soul power. However, Lin Xian did not care about this as he wanted to end the battle quickly. The fire Qilin prodigy wanted to use a great mystique, but it was instantly shattered. The power of that rune had nearly destroyed her soul. She screamed in fear and did not dare to fight with him again. She quickly fled, turning into a stream of light. Damn it, she actually ran away. How could this be? The 2-headed dragon sensed this and was stunned. He did not expect the prodigy of the fire Qilin cave to escape. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the brat had already reached such a terrifying level? He did not dare to imagine. After defeating the prodigy of the fire Qilin cave, Lin Xian did not chase after her. He also did not join forces with the Crimson Dragon to kill the 2-headed dragon. He turned around and looked at the fire spirit pearl not far away. Right now, the most important thing was to collect this fire spirit pearl to prevent any undue delay. Taking a deep breath, he put away the fire Qilin sword and flower protector. The energy in his body kept surging. Previously, the female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave had spent so much time but still failed to get the fire spirit pearl. One could imagine how terrifying the fire spirit pearl was. Thus, he had to be careful. Buzz, his 9-yang divine constitution and dragon sword soul circulated together, enveloping his palm and turning it into a dragon head. He grabbed forward. With one grab, it covered the fire spirit plant. Buzz. Caught. Lin Xian was delighted. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly constricted and his expression changed. This was because the moment he grabbed the fire spirit pearl, the fire spirit pearl in his palm suddenly trembled at an extremely fast speed. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes were rumbling. Boom, his palm instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. His 9-yang divine body was actually injured. Just because of a single strike from the other party. It was too terrifying. How much energy did this fire spirit pearl contain? Wang. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian used a magical incantation to heal his broken hand. Wrapped in dragon-shaped sword energy, he reached out again. Boom. Boom, at the instant he grabbed it, the terrifying power once again spread through his body, causing his palm to split open once again. Hold your ground, Lin Xian roared, pushing his 9-yang divine body to the limit. This time, although cracks appeared on the palm, it did not explode into a bloody mist. Be destroyed. Seeing this scene, the great dragon sword radiance in his body surged out crazily, turning into sword energy that exploded from his palm, bombarding the fire spirit pearl, trying to subdue it. However, the fire spirit pearl was too terrifying. The mysterious runes on it flickered, and wisps of purple flames surged out, resisting the sword energy. Not only that, but the power also spread through Lin Xian's body through his hand. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared on his 9-yang divine body. At this moment, he was like a broken porcelain doll, about to collapse at any moment. If the people outside saw this scene, they would definitely scream in horror. They had never seen Lin Xian suffer such serious injuries. Even when he was fighting with King Red Feather, his body did not collapse to such an extent. Damn it, be destroyed, Lin Xian's eyes widened, his eyes red. Although his body was broken, he still did not let go. The 9-yang divine fire and the great dragon sword soul kept intertwining, turning into seals, trying to seal the fire spirit pearl. However, this fire spirit pearl was too terrifying. He did not know who left it behind. He did not know what grade it was. Lin Xian guessed that no one among the invincible kings would be able to subdue it. Probably only a saint would be able to do it. Did he really have to give up this thing? Lin Xian shook his head. He was unwilling, but the power coming from it was too terrifying. Especially the runes on the fire spirit pearl. They were like Dao runes, emitting a mysterious power. Even if those sect leaders came, they might not be able to seal it. Lin Xian sighed. He was unwilling. Although he knew it was dangerous, Lin Xian still did not let go. He roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The 9-yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul were stimulated by him, and they even began to burn the 9-yang divine fire. The great dragon sword soul was wrapped in a ball of divine fire, burning fiercely. Lin Xian's body was covered in flames. However, the fire spirit pearl seemed to have been stimulated. With a bang, the runes on it exploded again. Suddenly, the entire sea of fire surged, and countless large cracks spread out from the depths of the sea of fire. The Crimson Dragon and the Two-Headed Dragon, who were fighting outside, were instantly sent flying. Both of them vomited dragon blood. Damn it, what happened? The Two-Headed Dragon was terrified, and the Crimson Dragon was also worried. Kid, are you okay? There was no reply, only Lin Xian's angry roar. The geniuses and primordial geniuses who were watching the battle from afar were also sent flying by the energy. Many people's bodies directly cracked, and they screamed crazily. Retreat, retreat quickly, they did not dare to stay at the edge anymore and directly pushed to the 5th floor. Some even pushed to the 3rd and 2nd floor. However, it was not safe. The entire flaming pagoda was shaking and could break at any time. It was as if it was really going to collapse. Run quickly. The humans and primordial geniuses fled one after another and completely left the flaming pagoda. They fled outside and looked at the pagoda in front of them in horror, trembling. Damn it, what happened at the end of the day? The Crimson Dragon wanted to rush to the 6th floor to rescue Lin Xian, but he was directly blasted out by a force. This made him gnash his teeth in anger. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also very nervous. They did not go to the 6th floor. Instead, they went to other places to look for opportunities. Both of them had gained a lot, but at this moment, they were chased out by the flames. What happened? They asked the Crimson Dragon. When they learned that Lin Xian was in danger, the two of them were very nervous. No, they had to save Big Brother Lin Xian. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were about to force their way into the flaming pagoda. However, a terrifying power and purple-veined patterns blocked their path. Everyone had come out except for that Lin Xian. It's over. That Lin Xian must have been trying to snatch the fire spirit pearl. What mechanism did he trigger? He actually unleashed such a terrifying power, everyone was talking about it. However, the two-headed dragon roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. His two gigantic heads laughed maniacally. Kid, you're really courting death. I didn't expect the power of the fire spirit pearl to be far beyond my expectations. If we had snatched it, we might have been banned by now. He was feeling very good now because the fire spirit pearl should have been theirs. However, they were defeated by the other party. But it didn't matter. So what if they were defeated? That kid was strong, but in front of this power, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. This power was not weaker than a saint's. No one below a saint could resist it, even if they had a saint artifact. That was indeed the case. When the primordial elites sensed this power, they all revealed sinister smiles. Even the injured Qilin race's prodigy had returned. There was a sinister look on her cold face. Great, kid, go to hell, damn kid, nothing must happen to you. The Crimson Dragon roared, shocking the 10,000 ancient races. At the same time, he looked ahead worriedly. The 10,000 ancient races were intimidated by the dragon's aura and didn't dare to speak. However, everyone was laughing coldly in their hearts. In their opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die this time around. At this moment, there was still no one left in the blazing flame pagoda. Of course, Lin Xian was the only exception. Lin Xian was on the 7th floor of the blazing flame pagoda, surrounded by countless purple flames. Previously, he had forcefully raised his strength and burned his body to seal the fire spirit pearl. However, he had triggered the fire spirit pearl's ferocious nature. It exploded with an attack that was not weaker than a saint's. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Xian's body was instantly shattered. Boom, Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body exploded into pieces. Blood flowed, and his corpse flew everywhere. This scene was extremely terrifying. This was the most serious injury that Lin Xian had ever suffered. However, he didn't die. At his level, unless his soul was completely obliterated, he wouldn't die. Lin Xian's soul was wrapped up by the great dragon sword soul and had already fused with it. At this moment, he let out a crazy roar. So what if my body is destroyed? My soul is not destroyed. His fighting spirit was inextinguishable. Condense for me. With a furious roar, Zhou Yang's body condensed again, and his palm reached for the fire spirit pearl again. However, it shattered once again. Just like that, it shattered 9 times in a row. Lin Xian reformed 9 times. His face was incomparably pale, and his strength and soul were both extremely weak. Although he possessed the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian was not an immortal existence. Thus, if they continued to forcefully seize the heavenly Tao, they might really be destroyed in the end. However, although the situation was critical, Lin Xian would never give up. His eyes were filled with determination and unyielding determination. I am a swordsman. A swordsman is a sharp weapon, and he is unyielding. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous like thunder. He held on to the belief that he would die. Even if he died, he would seal the fire spirit pearl. This was the last time. Lin Xian didn't hold back and used all his ultimate moves. At the same time, the mysterious little sword in his body began to change again. This mysterious small sword had been with him since he started cultivating. It was given to him by his father. Usually, it didn't do anything in his body. In fact, he had almost forgotten about it. However, at this critical moment, a strange change occurred again. A sword light appeared on the mysterious small sword, and it directly enveloped the fire spirit pearl. Instantly, the incomparably powerful fire spirit pearl, which was comparable to a saint, calmed down. The flames on it were also constantly weakening. Then, it rushed towards the mysterious small sword. With a whoosh, it disappeared into the mysterious small sword. Was it taken in? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He reformed his body. He didn't probe the mysterious small sword at all. He realized that it was even more mysterious than the great dragon sword soul. He only knew that there was a strange space in the mysterious small sword. Back then, Lord Jiu was in it. He had also entered it before, but he could only move in a very small area. Usually, he couldn't activate the mysterious small sword on his own. He didn't expect the mysterious small sword to show its power at this critical moment. It took in the incomparably terrifying fire spirit pearl. Not only that, but he also felt the world spinning. He was actually taken in by the mysterious small sword. In the next moment, he was once again in that strange space. The ancient tree in front of him had already withered. It had been tens of thousands of years. He vaguely remembered that Lord Jiu had drunk wine under this ancient tree and guided him in his cultivation. Now that Lord Jiu had left and become a super saint, he was no longer the ignorant youth from back then. The space in the small sword had a special power. It made the violent fire spirit pearl as docile as a kitten. Lin Xian was tempted. He tried to absorb the power in the fire spirit pearl. On the surface of the fire spirit pearl, purple patterns spread out again. Terrifying flames spread. However, this time, it wasn't so fierce. Although the power was terrifying, Lin Xian felt that it was no longer a fatal threat to him. Great, I can absorb it. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Although he still didn't understand the secret of the mysterious small sword. However, he didn't have the time to think so much now. He had to quickly use the flames in the fire spirit pearl to increase the power of the nine-yang divine body. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his hand and sent out the great dragon sword's soul, allowing it to absorb the power of the fire spirit pearl. At the same time, he activated the power of the fire spirit pearl to temper the nine-yang divine body. He definitely wouldn't let go of such ferocious power. In an instant, Lin Xian started cultivating. Outside, the Crimson Dragon and the others didn't leave the Flame Pagoda. They were all waiting anxiously. If Lin Xian didn't come out, they wouldn't leave. However, those primordial creatures didn't wait. There were many other places in the 3rd district besides the Flame Pagoda. They started searching for other places. Among them, the Red Wing race, the Baiyin race, and the Blood Moon race started working together to kill those related to Lin Xian. The main targets were the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia. After all, Lin Xian and these primordial races had a deep grudge. Previously, Lin Xian was so strong that they couldn't defeat him. But now that Lin Xian was dead, they had nothing to worry about. They swore that they would kill everyone who was related to Lin Xian. They wanted to send all of them to hell. A huge battle broke out. Although Lin Xian was no longer around, the Crimson Dragon and Morong Qingqing weren't jealous. Xianxia was also very strong. In addition, they had the support of their sacred grounds. Therefore, the battle was very fierce. However, the 10,000 ancient races were too strong. Many prodigies started working together. In the end, the two-headed dragon and the female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave that Lin Xian had injured earlier also attacked. The two of them directly injured Morong Qingqing and Xianxia. Luckily, both of them had powerful trump cards, so they were not killed. Ha 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 ha. I heard you two are that kid's women? Today, I will kill both of you in front of everyone. I will humiliate both of you to death. I will let everyone know the consequences of offending the 10,000 ancient races. Not only will they die, everyone else will die. I will kill you in the most humiliating way possible. The twin-headed dragon roared as he stared at Morong Qingqing and Xianxia. On the other side, the prodigies of the Scarlet-Winged race, the Silver race, and the Blood Moon Rental race also surrounded them. Don't kill this woman. Cripple her, break her limbs, and disfigure her. I want to take it and exchange it with the Phoenix clan. The female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave said coldly. She knew that Morong Qingqing's bloodline was extraordinary, and that the Divine Emperor Qilin wanted it. Although she did not get the Fire Spirit Pearl, as long as she captured Morong Qingqing and handed him to the Divine Phoenix Ridge, the Divine Emperor Ridge would definitely give her a treasure even more precious than the Fire Spirit Pearl. Alright, then I'll kill this dragon. His bloodline power is even stronger than mine. If I eat him, I will definitely evolve. When that happens, I will become the strongest bloodline below the Crown Prince. The twin-headed dragon was also excited. Give this woman to me. The prodigy of the Silver race stopped Xianxia. I just happen to be lacking a slave and a furnace. I will use that kid's woman as my slave. As for the people of Immortal Palace, all the women will be slaves, and the men will be sent to the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated. The 10,000 ancient races stared at the martial artists of Immortal Palace, grinning maliciously. Damn it, how dare you! Gu Santong roared angrily and led the Gu clan over. Yi Wudao also stepped forward with a cold snort. I will not allow you to do this to Brother Lin's friends. They were on good terms with Lin Xian, although Lin Xian's fate was unknown. However, they would not allow the 10,000 ancient races to attack Murong Qingqing and the others. Seeing Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others stepped forward, Immortal Palace's martial artists breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone was helping them. However, in the next moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. What? You want to stand up for that Lin Xian? The two-headed dragon sneered. This is a personal grudge between us and that brat. If you stand out, it will become a grudge between the human race and the 10,000 ancient races. Do you think the 10,000 ancient races will be afraid of you? As they spoke till here, the other geniuses of the supreme ancient immortal realms laughed out coldly as powerful figures appeared one after another. All of them walked out. What? Do the humans want to fight us again? I'll play with you guys. In this battle, all of you will definitely die here. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others frowned when they heard this. Damn it, this fellow actually wants to unite all the 10,000 ancient races. Holy Sun, we can't be impulsive. The disciples of the Yi family quickly tried to persuade him. The other holy sons and holy daughters also said, Brother Yi, please reconsider. Brother Yi, please don't start a war between the human race and the 10,000 ancient races. We can't withstand such a blow. Damn it, how despicable. The Crimson Dragon stomped its feet in anger. It originally had hope, but it didn't expect that hope to be extinguished. Double-headed dragon, don't blame me for stewing you with the dragon bloodline of the thoughtless dragon clan. The Crimson Dragon was truly enraged. With a roar, it charged forward. The two-headed dragon snorted. You think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'll drink your dragon blood and evolve. The two dragons collided in the sky, and a terrifying sound wave surged in all directions. At the same time, the Fire Qilin Grotto's prodigies, the Silver Race's Heaven Sex prodigies, and the Blood Moon Race's prodigies all attacked Murong Qingqing and Xianxia. Humph, Murong Qingqing snorted, and the Phoenix Phantom on her body spun rapidly from a lotus platform beneath her feet. Kill! With a delicate shout, she used Jade Pool's divine ability and fought against the Fire Spirit Grotto's prodigy. On the other side, Xianxia also used Xiao's divine ability and attacked quickly. The two of them could be considered top-notch saintesses. They were powerful and could reach 35,000 units of archaic power. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. Sure enough, as soon as the two of them attacked, countless people cried out in surprise. Heavens, they were actually so powerful. Yes, Murong Qingqing was powerful, but they didn't expect Saintess Xia to be so powerful. They hadn't seen her fight many times, but she was also so terrifying. Many people looked at Xianxia's figure in shock. Even the 10,000 ancient races had solemn expressions. Of course, there were also people who sneered. So what if she's powerful? It's only 35,000 units of archaic power. She's not a match for us at all. Besides, we have the Heaven Sect on our side. We can overwhelm them with numbers. That was indeed the case. Apart from Murong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, and Xianxia, the others like Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the members of Immortal Palace were slightly weaker. However, they were the elites of Immortal Palace and had many ultimate techniques in their hands. At that moment, they didn't fight alone. Instead, they joined forces to form powerful killing formations to contend against Murong Qingqing. It's useless. You can't beat me. I have 40,000 units of archaic power. The Fire Qilin Cave's prodigy laughed coquettishly. With a wave of her hand, a Fire Qilin rushed out and collided with Murong Qingqing's Phoenix Phantom. In the sky, countless lightning bolts shot out like flood dragons, piercing through all directions. Murong Qingqing didn't say anything. Her beautiful face was incomparably cold. Indeed, the other party was right. She was a top-notch existence in the human race, but her opponent was too powerful. This battle seemed to be evenly matched, but it made the blood in her body boil. If it wasn't for her special bloodline, she would have been killed by now. As expected of the five-colored phoenix bloodline. It was unbelievable that she could grow to such a level without the corresponding inheritance. However, it was time to end it. The Fire Qilin Cave's female prodigy said coldly. To be honest, she was also extremely surprised. One had to know that in addition to the power of their bloodline, they also had a bloodline inheritance passed down from ancient times. This kind of inheritance was a kind of cultivation method. Only this kind of inheritance method could allow one's bloodline power to be maximized. Without it, one wouldn't be able to use the advantage of their bloodline power at all. However, the woman in front of her didn't have the bloodline inheritance of the Phoenix clan, but she had already grown to the top of the human race with the power of her bloodline alone. If she was given the secret bloodline inheritance method, she would definitely soar into the sky. She might even be a peerless prodigy among the 10,000 ancient races. However, she wasn't afraid. She thought that the people of Divine Phoenix Ridge would definitely not let her grow. She just needed to capture her opponent now. Buzz, with a wave of her hand, she took out the purple furnace. Endless smoke turned into rays of purple sword light that shot forward. Buzz buzz buzz, the purple sword shadows that filled the sky were like lightning and thunder, cutting through the void and stabbing towards Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing waved her phoenix-winged golden fan, which shone brightly. She cut through the void and instantly appeared on the other side. The place where she was originally standing was drowned by endless sword chi and turned into nothingness. Damn it! She's too strong. Murong Qingqing's expression was ugly. In the distance, the spectators also exclaimed. It was too dangerous. If they were hit by the sword chi, even an invincible king would be instantly killed. 40,000 units of the ancient era's power was truly terrifying. That was for sure. The 10th generation son by Qianxia only had 38,000 Archean power. This woman was even more terrifying than the 10th generation son by. Is this the strength of the Archean theocrats? Everyone exclaimed. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground cultivators, on the other hand, were in despair. That was because Murong Qingqing was really in danger. Do you think you can dodge it? Just as Murong Qingqing was about to heave a sigh of relief, a cold voice came from behind her. Immediately after, a palm carrying a sky full of flames slapped her body. Puff, Murong Qingqing shot out countless lotus shadows to block behind her, but she was still sent flying by the palm. In the next moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Oh no, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground is injured. Everyone exclaimed. Sacred Ground. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground cultivators screamed and rushed forward, but more Archean creatures appeared and stopped them. You want to leave? Stay here. Those were the Archean creatures of the Blood Moon clan and the Redwing clan. Their faces were ferocious as they blocked the Jade Lake Sacred Ground cultivators. Not only Jade Lake, but the Immortal Palace and Xianxia Sacred Ground cultivators were also affected. Many of them were injured, and some of them were even blasted into pieces. This scene could be said to be extremely miserable. Sister Miss Seductress. Xianxia cried out when she saw the scene. She turned her head anxiously. Kid, you should worry about yourself first. The prodigy of the Silver clan smiled sinisterly. He waved his hand, and silver runes flashed, turning into a silver mountain that blasted toward Xianxia. Puff, Xianxia also spat out blood and flew backward. Oh no, Xianxia Sacred Ground is also injured. Damn it. The Crimson Dragon roared, his whole body trembling with anger. Just you wait. When Xiao Xuanzi comes out, I will make him kill all of you. He was about to go mad with anger. What? Do you still want that brat to live? How could this be? The aura within the flame tower was comparable to that of a sage. Perhaps even those sect leaders would not be able to withstand it. Do you think that kid will be able to survive? What a joke, he has already gone to hell. Soon, I will send you to hell and let you reunite in the netherworld. Ferocious voices rang out one after another. Murong Qingqing and Xianxia's injuries worsened. However, they weren't killed because the 10,000 ancient races didn't want to kill them. In the sky, countless purple sword chi weaved into a net and enveloped Murong Qingqing. She was about to be sealed. Not good, Morong Qingqing's heart sank. Am I really going to be captured by someone? If that was the case, he might as well die. At this moment of crisis, a golden fist appeared in the sky and shattered the seal in the sky. Had Lin Xian come out, everyone exclaimed in shock. That golden fist was too terrifying. However, they soon realized that it wasn't. It wasn't Lin Xian, but Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao had made a move. At this moment of crisis, Yi Wudao had saved Morong Qingqing. Damn it, do you want to fight the entire 10,000 ancient races? The female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave screamed. Yi Wudao's strength was terrifying. He was a sage physique and could definitely pose a threat to her. However, he probably wouldn't dare to use his full strength. Otherwise, the 10,000 ancient races would definitely slaughter these people mercilessly. You think too much. I won't use the Yi family's power. However, Brother Lin and I will be fine. I will stand up for him. It doesn't count as fighting the 10,000 ancient races. Yi Wudao soared into the sky. Me too, Gu Santong and Wu Hua stepped forward. The three of them had a good relationship with Lin Xian, so the three of them attacked together. As for their sacred grounds and families, they didn't move. They watched the battle from afar. This way, it wouldn't count as a war between the humans and the 10,000 ancient races. Yi Wudao, right? I've always wanted to test my sage physique. Today, I'll play with you, the female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave cried out and formed hand seals. The Fire Qilin symbol on her body shone even brighter. Her bloodline power condensed into a clone that charged at Morong Qingqing. Meanwhile, her main body charged at Yi Wudao. I'll fight you. Bai Yinwu and the Blood Moon race sent two more celestial sects to meet Wu Hua and Gu Santong. The battle erupted once again. There were too many prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races, and each one of them was incomparably powerful. We humans are no match for them. Many people shook their heads. Although Yi Wudao and the other two had made a move, it didn't look like they could turn the tide. Sure enough, Morong Qingqing was already heavily wounded. Although she was only facing a doppelganger, the power of this doppelganger was extremely frightening. It was roughly equivalent to Bai Qiansan's, with 38,000 units of Archean power. Morong Qingqing was already difficult to deal with when she wasn't injured. Now that she was injured, she was even more difficult to deal with. In less than 100 moves, she would be in danger of being sealed again. Xianxia was in mortal danger. The Silver Race was the uncrowned king. Their primeval prodigies were incredibly powerful. The fact that Xianxia could hold on until now was enough to shock the humans and primeval prodigies. This woman was incredible. She probably also had a mysterious bloodline. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Become my cauldron and dual cultivate with me. I guarantee your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. The Silver Race prodigy threw his head back and laughed. His eyes were fiery red as he stared at Xianxia. She was too perfect. Not only was Xianxia beautiful, but she also had a powerful bloodline. This was the best outcome for him. He reached out with a large golden hand. Countless runes flickered, forming a cage that completely enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia resisted with all her might, but she couldn't break out of the silver cage. It's useless. The difference between us is too great. Even if you attack with all your strength, you won't be able to break my cage. The Silver Race prodigy sneered. Although he wasn't as strong as Tian Xiao from the Fire Qilin cave, he still had 38,000 units of Archean power. Big brother Lin Xian, Xianxia's face was pale. She turned to look at the flame pagoda, revealing a sad but beautiful smile. Although she was trapped, she wouldn't give in no matter what. Even if she was killed, even if she self-destructed, she wouldn't let him have his way. On the other side, Morong Qingqing was also surrounded by countless purple sword qi, completely sealed. She also looked at the flame pagoda. Big brother Xian, I'll accompany you in my next life. A hint of determination appeared in her eyes. There was no helping it. The difference was too great. Although she had bloodline power, she didn't have a bloodline inheritance. In addition, she was seriously injured. Just one of her opponent's avatars could sweep through everything. How could he seal her? in this place, perhaps only Leaf Doudenier and the Crimson Dragon could fight evenly with him. No one else could. Goodbye, Morong Qingqing's blood began to burn. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu's energy was also becoming chaotic. Both of them wanted to self-destruct to destroy their enemies. Damn it, self-destructing isn't that easy. If you dare to self-destruct, I'll kill everyone who says there's a jade lake. The female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave also screamed. However, they couldn't stop it. As the energy in their bodies became more and more chaotic, a terrifying aura burst out. Not good. Run. As for the surrounding people, they were running away in a frenzy. The self-destruction of two top geniuses of the human race was absolutely devastating. Don't, the Crimson Dragon screamed like a madman. On the other side, Gu Santong and the other side. Was there no turning back? Just as everyone felt despair, a pair of shining palms appeared in the sky and enveloped Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. Soon, the destructive energy disappeared. What happened? Those people who were running away all stopped and looked behind them in bewilderment. Could it be that they didn't self-destruct successfully? Were they sealed again by the 10,000 ancient races? They turned to look. The prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races were also stunned, especially the prodigies from the Silver Tribe and Fire Qilin cave. Were those Hanji Wudao's? They looked at the fiery golden palms and cried out in shock. Many people looked at Yi Wudao, but he also frowned. No, it wasn't Yi Wudao. Could it be? It was Lin Xian, it was the temple master. The cultivators from Immortal Palace cried out in shock. The Crimson Dragon also looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. How could that kid die just like that? Kid, hurry up and come out and kill with me. We have to kill them. What, is it that kid? Damn it, that's impossible. How could he still be alive? That saint-level power had long since crushed him to pieces. There's no way he's still alive, many archaic prodigies screamed. The prodigies from the Fire Qilin cave, the two-headed dragon, and the Silver Tribe all narrowed their eyes. They stared at the glowing palms in the sky. Brother Lin Xian, is that you? Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also very surprised. They originally wanted to die together, but they didn't expect that at the last moment, someone would suppress their strength. He had saved them. Boom. Boom, in the sky, the two golden hands exerted force and shattered the purple sword chi. On the other side, the silver cage that sealed the world was destroyed by a single slap. Two large hands wrapped around Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu and brought them to a safe place. Then, they turned into two balls of flame and protected the two of them. What? It shattered in an instant? The eyes of the Sky Pride of the Argent Tribe and the woman of the Fire Qilin cave widened. Who was he? His methods were actually so powerful. Was it really that kid? Impossible. They still didn't believe that the other party couldn't survive that kind of violent energy. Damn it, who are you? Acting all mysterious, the Silver Clan's genius roared, his voice like thunder. Everyone looked in all directions. In front of him, a vortex appeared above the flames. A figure walked out from the vortex. What? It's that kid, it's really Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't die, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. How did he survive? That's right, the one who came out was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by divine flames. His face was incomparably cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He first looked at Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. When he saw the two women's pale faces and bloodied bodies, he was instantly enraged. The Nine Suns' divine fire on his body turned into countless sword chi that shot into the sky. He took a step forward and instantly arrived beside the two women. With a wave of his hand, a pile of natural treasures appeared. Qingqing, Qiu'er, you're injured. Brother Xian, I'm fine. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Jingqiu was about to cry. Brother Lin Xian, that's great, you're not dead. They were too excited. Lin Xian waved his hand. The Nine Suns' divine fire melted the natural treasures and turned them into two balls of pure energy that surged into the two women's bodies. At the same time, he asked, who injured you? It's that big bad guy. Shen Jingqiu said as she pointed at the silver-white figure in the sky. Morong Qingqing, who was beside her, didn't say anything. However, she couldn't look at the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave. I know. I'll avenge you. Lin Xian nodded and glanced at the two women. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he glanced at the Crimson Dragon. When he saw that the Crimson Dragon wasn't injured, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the martial artists of Immortal Palace again. When he saw that Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others were also seriously injured and many of them were killed, he was shocked. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He came in front of these people and took out countless natural treasures again. Palace Master. Peacock and the others were extremely excited. Many of them knelt down on one knee. Palace Master, we didn't protect you well enough. The Jade Lake Saintess and Xianxia Saintess were injured. Palace Master, please punish us. Lin Xian shook his head. No, you did well. Now, leave it to me. I'll avenge you. Who injured you? It's them. Peacock and the others raised their heads. Their eyes were burning with anger as they pointed at the Blood Moon clan, the Silver clan, and the Crimson Winged clan. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the primordial creatures. The primordial creatures trembled and fear appeared in their eyes. However, they still braced themselves and said, "Damn it, what do you want? Kid, you're not dead. You're really lucky. So what if you're not dead? We'll kill you with our own hands after you come here." That's right. Do you think you're a match for us? They screamed crazily. Lin Xian's expression was cold. A fiery red sword appeared in his hand. Fire separation sword, buzz, he took a step forward. His speed was so fast that no one could see him clearly. Countless sword chi flickered in the sky. Every sword cut open a primordial creature. With every sword, a corpse fell. Soon, blood dyed the sky red. Hundreds and thousands of primordial corpses fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Shocking, absolutely shocking. Almost instantly, the Blood Moon clan, the Silver clan, and the Crimson Winged clan were all killed. The corpses piled up like a mountain. Blood surged in the sky, turning it into azure hell. No. The other primordial creatures screamed crazily as if they had seen a ghost. They retreated frantically. The human warriors felt their scalps go numb. Many of them were about to faint from fear. What kind of scene was this? Killing these primordial creatures was no different from killing ants. When the Immortal Palace warriors saw this, they clenched their fists in excitement. Great, their palace master was still alive. Not only that, he even helped them take revenge. Damn it! How dare you! The Blood Moon clan and the Silver clan's prodigy screamed crazily. The two-headed dragon and the Fire Qilin cave's female prodigy also narrowed their eyes. Especially the Fire Qilin cave's female prodigy. Her eyes were red, and the flames on her body surged. She was about to go crazy. The sword in the other party's hand was her treasure. How could he still be alive? Could it be that the other party had successfully sealed the Fire Spirit Pearl? Thinking of this, her expression turned cold. Kill this kid, take back the sword, and retrieve the Fire Spirit Pearl. However, before she could make a move, the two skyprides from the Blood Moon clan charged over. Bloody light filled the sky from their bodies. Their bodies completely transformed into two full moons, descending from the sky and shrouding Lin Xian. They wanted to use their terrifying bloodline power to crush him. Buzz, Lin Xian did not dodge. Instead, he waved the blazing Qilin sword and shot out two rays of sword light that looked like peerless immortal light. He slashed forward. With a poochie sound, the two sword lights struck the blood-colored moons. With one strike, the two blood-colored moons split in half. Ah, two screams were heard. Then, the corpses of the two Archean skyprides from the Blood Moon clan fell from the sky. What? Dead, everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. Lin Xian killed two Archean skyprides with a single slash. Oh my god, how is this possible? They were Archean skyprides, they were not the same as the Archean creatures from before. The two Archean skyprides from the Blood Moon clan had at least 30,000 Archean power. They were so powerful that they could dominate an area. But now, they were killed with a single slash. Their souls did not even have a chance to escape. How can this kid be so strong? Why do I feel that his strength has increased? Many people were terrified. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the skypride from the Silver Clan. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The skypride from the Silver Clan trembled when he was stared at by Lin Xian. But very quickly, he became furious. Damned brat, I want you dead. Although he was crazy, he was not stupid. He knew that his strength was on par with Bai Qianshan. If Lin Xian could kill Bai Qianshan, he could definitely kill him. Therefore, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the female skypride from the Fire Qilin cave. He asked her clone to cooperate with him. His clone had 38,000 units of Archean power, so the two of them combined could fight against an existence with 40,000 units of Archean power. It was definitely enough to kill Lin Xian. Attack! With a roar, the skypride from the Silver Clan rushed out. At the same time, the clone of the skypride from the Fire Qilin cave also rushed over. The two of them attacked Lin Xian from the left and right. Not good, they are actually working together. Many people were terrified. Morong Qingqing and the others were also nervous. That was because the geniuses of the Silver Clan were not weak themselves. That clone of hers was also incomparably terrifying. If the two of them joined forces, they would definitely be a force to be reckoned with. Let's see how this brat dies this time. Many ancient lifeforms sneered. Thundering heavens, the prodigy of the Silver Clan waved his fist, which transformed into 8 stars. Each of them carried incomparable lightning as they descended from the sky. Everyone was terrified. This was an extremely terrifying lightning divine ability. At this moment, when the 8 lightning stars appeared, they could destroy everything. The avatar transformed into a flame Qilin, roaring non-stop. The flame Qilin had a pair of fiery red wings on its back, with blood flowing through them. Running in the sky, he easily cut open the void. Another peerless divine ability. Both of them were attacking with all their might. Go to hell. Terrifying lightning exploded and flames filled the air. The entire world was overturned. Buzz buzz buzz, he should be dead now. Many people looked at the violent energy in the sky and sneered. Amidst the violent energy, 3 sword lights flew out. One sword light split the energy. One sword light split the prodigy of the Silver Clan, and the other sword light destroyed the avatar. 3 swords, only 3 swords. Lin Xian destroyed everything. He walked out of the energy vortex again, unscathed. Sizzle, sizzle, the avatar turned into blobs of blood that scattered in all directions. The corpse of the Silver Clan prodigy fell to the ground, lifeless. What? He's dead again. Everyone was terrified. That was the prodigy of the Silver Clan. He was powerful and not weaker than Bai Qianshan. However, he was still killed by a single sword strike. Impossible, how did this kid become so powerful? That's right. Previously, when I fought Bai Qianshan, I used all my means to kill him. But now, he can kill a powerhouse of the same realm with a single sword strike? What exactly did this kid go through? The ancient lifeform screamed crazily. The female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave also narrowed her eyes. Damn it, he actually killed my avatar with a single sword strike. She couldn't believe it. However, even though it was just an avatar, it still had 38,000 units of Archean power. A single avatar was enough to wipe out all the other human prodigies except for Yi Dao Denier. One could imagine how terrifying the avatar was. But now? It was killed by Lin Xian with a single sword strike. What kind of shock was that? You dare to attack my people? You've touched my bottom line. Therefore, you will die today. Lin Xian's cold voice echoed in all directions. He stared at the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave. You escaped last time, but you still don't know what's good for you. You dare to attack my woman? You can die now. Damn kid, I was careless last time. This time I won't lose to you. The female prodigy was furious. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. He turned to look at Yi Dao Denier. Brother Yi, thank you for helping me this time. I'll remember this favor. Yi Dao Denier nodded. I'll leave this to you. With that, his figure flickered and he left. In the sky, Lin Xian strode forward. Remember, don't touch my people. Lin Xian's aura became more and more terrifying. The female prodigy sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? I'll show you my true strength. She roared and began to burn the power of her bloodline. The purple smoke brilliant furnace spun continuously above her head, transforming into countless purple sword chi. Not only that, but this time, the female prodigy took out a demonic beast claw. It was a withered claw that looked like a corpse. The moment it appeared, a terrifying aura pressed down on the surroundings. Qilin claw. Damn it, she actually has such a thing. Many people's eyelids twitched, and the ancient creatures were terrified. The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave laughed sinisterly. Die, kid. She activated the Qilin claw, and at the same time, 10,000 purple sword chi rushed out from above her head, attacking Lin Xian. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the void, and the terrifying Qilin claw continued to expand, covering the sky and earth. It was like the palm of a fiend god. This claw could crush the sun and moon, and overturn heaven and earth. Under this claw, even those powerful invincible kings would be reduced to ashes. It's too powerful. Is this the prodigy of the ancient theocrats? As expected, no one could stop her. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. His aura erupted like a wave. The fire Qilin sword in his hand suddenly expanded, as if it had come to life. It stabbed out, piercing through the sky. The sky was filled with flames and terrifying sword chi. It was like thunder, soaring into the clouds. Pooh, the sword illuminated the entire world, and the terrifying Qilin claw was pierced, forming a large hole. The sword chi passed through the Qilin claw and attacked the female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave. Pfft. The sword chi tore through the purple sword light and arrived in front of the female prodigy. What? How is that possible? He broke the Qilin claw? I don't believe it, the female prodigy screamed. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, filled with shock and fear. The Qilin claw was formed from the claw of a terrifying archaic king from the fire Qilin cave. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even killing those powerful invincible kings would not be a problem. But now? It was destroyed by the other party. Although she knew that the power of the fire Qilin sword played a part, the other party's strength had definitely increased. He was even stronger than when she fought with him previously. And much stronger. Impossible. Damn it. Could it be that this kid's strength increased again? But how long had it been, from the time they were forced to leave Flame Tower to the time they attacked Dark Red Godly Forest, Morong Qingqing, and the others? Only 3 days had passed. However, the other party's strength had increased tremendously in these 3 days. That was impossible, it was simply a myth. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave temporarily suppressed the shock in her heart. The most important thing now was to dodge the sword. Roar! At this critical moment, the female prodigy could no longer care about anything else. With a roar, cold scales began to grow on her body. They were densely packed and covered her entire body. Her body also became bigger, like a small mountain, completely turning into a Qilin. After transforming into a Qilin, her strength increased again. Not only that, but her body also became incomparably tough. Those ice-cold scales were comparable to the toughest treasured weapons. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't block it, the female prodigy of the Qilin tribe screamed crazily. She wanted to use her body to block the sword. Pfft, the sword pierced through her body. The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave widened her eyes. She looked at her body in disbelief. How could it be pierced through? Her incomparably tough fire Qilin body was pierced through, leaving a bloody hole. Moreover, her heart was smashed into pieces. Not only that, there was a sword intent that could destroy everything in the wound. It began to spread throughout her body. Soon, countless cracks appeared on her body. Even her head was the same. Her soul wanted to escape from her body, but it was tightly enveloped by a biting cold sword intent. No. Damn it, this was impossible. I don't believe you? The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave screamed as if she had gone mad. She found it hard to accept. She was a genius of the royal clan. How powerful was 40,000 Archean power? if she stomped her feet, those human saints and saintesses would be annihilated. However, the man before him was able to easily kill him. What level had the other party's strength reached? Boom, she didn't have time to think anymore, because the sword chi exploded out and cut the fire spirit grotto Skypride's body into pieces. His soul was annihilated. Blood rained down from the sky, and not a single spot was left intact. Dead. The Great Fire Chilan Paradise sect was killed by the other party. This scene was simply too shocking. This caused the bodies of the Archean elites to tremble, and many of them knelt on the ground. How did this kid become so strong? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Morong Qingqing and the others also opened their mouths wide. On the other side, Leaf Dao Denier also gasped. He had fought with the female prodigy of the Fire Chilan cave. Naturally, he knew how powerful she was. If he wanted to kill her, he would have to use some powerful trump cards. But now, Lin Xian had killed her with a single sword strike. This method definitely surpassed his. It seemed that he had obtained some kind of opportunity in the Flame Pagoda. Leaf Dao Denier exclaimed in his heart. On the other side, the two-headed dragon screamed. Damn it, I don't believe it. How can you be so strong? He was going crazy. His strength was on par with the female prodigy of the Fire Chilan cave. He also had 40,000 Archean power. He usually flaunted his strength, but now, he was truly afraid. Was that sword strike of his opponent an ordinary sword strike? Or had he used all of his strength and unleashed a world-shaking sword strike? He was more willing to believe the latter. However, he didn't plan to attack anymore. He wanted to leave as soon as possible because he was scared out of his wits. You want to leave? Can you leave? The Crimson Dragon sneered and spat out flames and lightning to stop the other party. Damn it, how dare you stop me? The two-headed dragon was furious. So what if I stop you? The Crimson Dragon struck the other party with another bolt of lightning, causing the other party to roll in the sky and shatter countless voids. Lin Xian walked up again. He held the Fire Chilan sword, and his aura was extremely powerful. Next, it's your turn. He stared at the two-headed dragon. Being stared at by Lin Xian, the two-headed dragon's body stiffened, and fear appeared in his eyes. No, damn brat, you can't attack me. I'm from the nest of 10,000 dragons. If you dare to attack me, the nest of 10,000 dragons won't let you off. We are the dragon race, and we command the 10,000 races of the ancient era. If you touch me, you will become an enemy of the 10,000 races of the ancient era. Become an enemy of the 10,000 races of the ancient era? So what? Lin Xian didn't care at all. There was only one outcome for those who dared to threaten the people around him, and that was death. He raised his hand and swung his sword. This sword strike was incomparably peerless. Damn it, block it for me. The two-headed dragon roared angrily and shot out lightning and fire that filled the sky. Damn brat, have a taste of my ultimate move, World Destruction Lightning. Lightning surged on his body, forming black lightning that carried a strong aura of destruction. It was as if it could destroy the entire world. Ha ha ha, brat, go to hell. This destructive lightning was condensed from his bloodline power. This was his full-strength attack, and he didn't hold back at all. As far as he was concerned, this attack was more than enough to kill an expert with 40,000 levels of Archean power. No matter how strong the other party was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the sky, sword energy flickered and collided with the destructive lightning, emitting sizzling sounds. Those black thunderbolts were quickly annihilated by this sword. No, damn it, how is this possible? The two-headed dragon was dumbfounded, not daring to believe it. That was the lightning of destruction, and it carried an extremely strong aura of destruction. However, it was easily destroyed by the other party. How did the other party do it? Damn it, how much ancient power do you have? At this moment, the two-headed dragon's body trembled. He realized that he had made a fatal mistake. He had underestimated the other party too much. The other party's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Not good, run. The dragon swung its tail, tore the void, and turned around to escape. Lin Xian looked at the other party's fleeing figure, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He raised the Fire Chilan sword and stabbed out. A fire dragon spewed out, turning into a divine light that directly pierced through the other party's body. No. Boom, a miserable scream accompanied by a corpse resounded in the sky. The huge dragon's body was split in half. The two heads were smashed into pieces, but the soul didn't escape. Ha 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 ha. I'll stew you now, Dark Red roared with laughter and kept the huge dragon corpse. Lin Xian stood in the air as he coldly asked. Who else had acted earlier? He looked at the 10,000 ancient beasts. The ancient beasts were trembling. Most of them were prostrating on the ground, while a small number of them were gritting their teeth. Damn it, the three royals are here. You're dead meat. As soon as he finished speaking, his head was split open. Lin Xian's voice was cold as streaks of sword chi burst forth. Is that so? Then, let's see if the royal family in your eyes can save you. Those who resisted were killed mercilessly by the sword chi. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the god of death. The remaining ancient beasts were completely subdued. Their bodies were trembling, and many of them fainted. Even the elites of the human race were the same. Brother Yi, Brother Gu, Brother Wu Hua, thank you for your help. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Xian was extremely grateful to the three of them. If not for their help, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia would have been in even more danger. I believe the ancient royals should be in the next region. I'll open the passage to the third region now. Lin Xian turned to the flaming pagoda and formed hand seals. 9 suns split the heavens, the blazing Qilin sword surged forward and split the flaming pagoda in half. The purple sea of flames within the flaming pagoda spun continuously, forming a purple spatial gate. They just had to enter the spatial gate. Lin Xian turned and said to Yi Wudao and the others. Then, he led Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, the Crimson Dragon, and the people from Immortal Hall forward quickly. After entering the purple spatial gate, they disappeared. Behind them, Yi Wudao and the others took a deep breath. Let's go too. Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others did the same. They led their own people and flew forward quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were sent to the next region by the purple spatial gate. The flames here were even more monstrous. The architecture was even more spectacular. After coming out, the Crimson Dragon couldn't wait to ask, "Boy, how strong are you now?" That was way too powerful, he was truly stunned. One had to know that he had fought with the two-headed dragon for a long time. Although he could suppress the other party, it was still very troublesome to completely kill the other party. However, Lin Xian had arrived and killed him with a single slash. Even the Crimson Dragon was shocked by such means. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "I've already reached 50,000 archean powers." What? 50,000 archean powers? Hearing these words, the dragon jumped up. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Peacock and the rest were even more shocked. 50,000 archean powers. It was no wonder that the two-headed dragon and the female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave both had 40,000 archean power. As for Lin Xian, he had reached 50,000 units of archean power. No wonder he could kill the other party so easily. With a difference of 1,000 units of archean power, he could defeat the other party. With a difference of 3,000 units of archean power, he could suppress the other party. Not to mention 10,000 units of archean power. Boy, what have you been through? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said, I took the Fire Spirit Pearl and absorbed the energy inside. It improved my dragon sword soul and 9 yang divine body. That was why my strength had undergone a drastic change. Indeed, Lin Xian had absorbed the energy of the Fire Spirit Pearl in that mysterious space, allowing his 9 yang divine body to enter the 4th level directly. His dragon sword soul had also been greatly improved. That was why his strength had undergone such a drastic change. 50,000 archean powers. Boy, you're defying the heavens. I don't think many people are your match. The Crimson Dragon was too excited. At this rate, they had a high chance of obtaining the heavenly flame. Lin Xian nodded, but he had doubts in his heart. Was the Fire Spirit Pearl the so-called heavenly flame? Did he not know? Or was there an even more terrifying heavenly flame in the depths of Heavenly Flame City? He needed to find out all of this. On the other side, in front of the terrifying palace, the Fire Dragon King, the 9th Lord Xianxia, the 7th Lord Vhumad, and the geniuses of the 3 royal families were all standing there. They looked ahead, extremely excited. Vhumad heaved a sigh of relief. They had broken through. Previously, the 3 royal families had finally reached an agreement after a tense confrontation. Once they entered, the Fire Qilan cave would get 40% of the treasures, while the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge would each get 30%. Both sides had agreed, so Vhumad led the 3 royal families and began to break the array. After a difficult break, they finally tore a hole in the array in front of them. The hole was only 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was very small, but it was enough for everyone to enter. Let's go. Vhumad took a deep breath. The hole could only stay there for 30 minutes. After that, it would be restored again. After we enter, those people behind us probably won't be able to enter at all. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly. As he spoke, Vhumad took the lead and led the geniuses of the Fire Qilan cave forward. They turned into flames and disappeared into the array. Let's go too. The Fire Dragon King and Xianxia also led their people and set off. After they left, a figure walked out. He was as tall as a fiend god. He looked at the broken array in front of him and did not say anything. His body and mind shook as he directly rushed in. If a human cultivator was here, he would definitely scream. Because he was the South Emperor, Xianxia. After him, the #1 prodigy of the war tribe also came. He looked ahead, sneered, and also quickly disappeared. After entering the mysterious palace, Vhumad led his people and quickly advanced. Behind them, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge followed closely. Seeing this scene, Vhumad's delicate face was expressionless, but his heart was somewhat gloomy. Damn it, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Phoenix Ridge were really haunting him. They knew a lot about Skyflame City, so they naturally knew where the treasures were. If they kept bringing the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge, there would definitely be a great battle. This was not what Vhumad wanted to see. However, he could not shake them off because they were not weaker than him. Moreover, they were all ancient royal families and had many trump cards. However, he was unwilling to lead these 2 groups to search for treasures. Although they were all ancient royal families and seemed to be working together, in reality, there were many conflicts between the 10,000 ancient races. Especially these royal families, they were even more serious and competitive with each other. One had to know that their princes and princesses would definitely have a battle in the future. Moreover, it was a battle of life and death. How could they coexist peacefully? According to the records of the ancient emperor, there were 3 treasures in Skyflame City. Those 3 treasures were the Qilan's, the Heavenly Fire, and the Void Divine Furnace. The Qilan's is of the same origin as us, so only we can get it. It's impossible for the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge to get it. However, it might not be the case for the Heavenly Fire and the Void Divine Furnace. The Qilan Crown Prince asked us to bring the Void Divine Furnace back. 7th Generation Master, what should we do? The genius of the Fire Qilan cave asked. After Vhumad heard this, he sighed. He thought that things would be simple, but now it seemed that it was much more difficult than he had imagined. Just breaking the formation outside and coming in has cost us too many of our trump cards. And this was the outermost array formation. One could imagine how difficult it would be to obtain the Void Divine Furnace. I'm afraid that I only have a 10% chance of taking it out. However, I have a 70% chance of obtaining the Heavenly Fire. Vhumad said. Let's get the Heavenly Fire first, and then see if we can get the Void Divine Furnace. If we really can't get it, we will return with the Heavenly Fire. I don't think the Crown Prince will blame us too much. Alright. The people of the Fire Qilan cave nodded, and one of the young men revealed a cold smile. 7th Generation Master, why don't we play a small trick and let the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge fight for the Void Divine Furnace? When the time comes, let them kill each other or be killed by the array formation. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The people of the Fire Qilan cave were thinking of a way to kill the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Emperor Ridge. On the other side, outside, Lin Xian and the others walked in. What a majestic palace! It was even more terrifying than what they had seen before. From the looks of it, it seemed to have been passed down from ancient times. Seeing this scene, Peacock and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The array formation had been broken. It seemed that the people of the three ancient royal families had already entered. What are we waiting for? Let's go in directly. The Crimson Dragon couldn't wait any longer. He was an expert in array formations, so he could tell at a glance that the cracks in the array formation wouldn't last long. He estimated that it would be completely healed in half an incense stick's time. Looking at the power of the array formation, it won't be easy for us to open it. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he sensed the power within. Then, he said, Peacock, don't go in. The flames inside are too strong. You can go outside and search for other opportunities. Yes. Peacock and the rest answered respectfully. That was indeed the case. Even as they stood outside, they felt a sense of trepidation. The energy inside was simply too terrifying. Even if they went in, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long before they were forced to retreat in defeat. Thus, it was better for them to search for opportunities outside. Alternatively, they could return to the top 3 regions to search for opportunities. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia also gave instructions to the people from their respective sacred grounds. Most of the people from the Purple Sun Sacred Land and the Jade Lake Sacred Land stayed behind. However, there were a few people who wanted to give it a try. Lin Xian didn't care about any of this. The dangerous flames inside were not something that ordinary people could withstand. After giving instructions, Lin Xian led the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia into the crack in the array formation. Behind them, the previous holy son of the Purple Sun's sacred land gritted his teeth as a look of struggle appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he roared and charged in as well. Of course, there were 2 other figures following him. Most of the others stayed behind. They were prepared to go to other places to search for opportunities. Not long after, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the other sacred grounds and sects of the human race arrived. When they arrived, they looked at the palace in front of them and sighed in amazement. The fiery aura made their souls tremble. At this moment, Peacock stood up and said to Yi Wudao and the others, Holy Sun Yi, our hallmaster has informed us that the array formation is cracked and won't last long. Moreover, it's extremely dangerous inside. We hope that Holy Sun Yi and the others can make a decision as soon as possible. Hearing this, the humans were stunned. Yi Wudao and the others' eyes flickered. He said, Thank you for the information. He knew that this was a reminder from Lin Xian. Soon, Yi Wudao and the others made a decision. You guys stay here. It's too dangerous inside. I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous for you guys. Yi Wudao decided to go alone. On the other side, Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others did the same. These top prodigies decided to go in. As for the others, they were prepared to stay outside. One by one, the figures entered quickly. Finally, the crack slowly closed. The entire array formation once again emitted a terrifying aura. After Lin Xian and the others entered the crack, they completely entered the mysterious palace. They were in a vast hall supported by 16 heavenly pillars. There were 9 passageways around them that led in different directions. Everything inside was grand and majestic. Everything carried a monstrous fiery aura. The flames made the Crimson Dragon and the others have to pay attention. Why do I feel like this is a little like the palace of the fire god? Xianxia whispered. Indeed, Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well. This place was simply too strange. Strange beasts were carved on the pillars of flame. It was as if they were alive. It gave them a very uncomfortable feeling. Forget it. Let's go. Lin Xian said, waving his hand. He wanted to see what treasures were in this mysterious palace. One had to know that he had obtained the Fire Spirit Pearl in the 3rd area. The treasures in the 4th area should be even more precious than the Fire Spirit Pearl. Boom, just as Morong Qingqing was about to ask which passageway to take, a low voice suddenly came from afar. Following that, flames rushed out from one of the passageways like a giant dragon. Someone was fighting. It should be the 3 from the ancient theocrats. He wondered if they were fighting because they couldn't split the loot evenly, or if they had encountered the array formation's trap. The Crimson Dragon said quickly. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden light. He knew more about the Fire Spirit Cave. Therefore, he was right to follow him. Lin Xian and the other three flew toward the third passageway on the left. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, Yu Wudao and the others also came in. When they saw the huge palace and the 9 passageways, they all frowned. It seemed that they could only rely on their own luck. Wu Hua shrugged and walked in after finding a passageway. See you later, everyone. Yu Wudao and Gu Santong nodded and found their own passageways. The Alcade Sage, Wu Chen, and the others also took their own passageways. In the third passageway on the left, Lin Xian and the others walked carefully. They didn't want to be discovered by the people in front. Qingqing took out the feather. Morong Qingqing took out a flame feather and covered them. All of a sudden, these people disappeared into the void. This feather was a treasure that they had obtained from the Crimson-Winged Race's prodigy. It could hide them from their enemies. This was the perfect time for them. The group slowly set off. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at the front. He discovered that the area in front of him was a mess. Countless fragments were scattered everywhere, and there was a terrifying aura lingering on them. From the looks of it, it must have been the 3 ancient theocrats who had broken one of the tremor mechanisms. Are those puppets? Lin Xian looked at an arm made of metal and was extremely surprised. His figure flashed as he wanted to grab this thing and study it. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from afar. Who is it? Get out here. Oh no, we've been discovered. The Crimson Dragon was stunned. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also extremely nervous. Lin Xian frowned. He said, I'll go out. The 3 of you continue to hide. Don't attack again and stay by my side. Okay. The Crimson Dragon and the others nodded. Lin Xian's expression was extremely grave. He did not expect the people from the immemorial royal families to be so powerful. He had been discovered as soon as he came out. Fortunately, Morong Qingqing and the others did not attack, so they could still hide. Who's behind us? Get out here quickly, or I'll attack you mercilessly. The cold voice came again with an extremely powerful flame aura. It seemed that they had been discovered by the people from Fire Qilin Cave. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he charged forward in a flash. He did not hide anymore. He turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared into the passage. Behind them, the Crimson Dragon and the others kept a safe distance. They followed carefully. This time, they did not release any aura. Other than Lin Xian, no one knew of their existence. Lin Xian was very fast, so he soon arrived in front of him. In the next moment, he was stunned. That was because at that moment, there was a great hall in front of him. However, the great hall was too vast, as if it was on the other side of the universe. On the walls of the great hall, there were all kinds of reliefs. They looked like statues of gods and demons that looked down on the world. There were many figures with powerful auras in front of him, but in the great hall, they were like ants. They were almost ignored. However, Lin Xian still noticed it at a glance. They were from the 3 ancient imperial families. The 3 primeval theocrats naturally saw Lin Xian as well. The next moment, they frowned. A human brat, and Lin Xian no less. Brat, I didn't expect it to be you. You actually came here on your own. Just nice, I'll kill you here. Many Archean prodigies sneered. Among them, the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons were incomparably ferocious. The Fire Dragon King stared at Lin Xian with a fiery gaze. He knew that Lin Xian had the incomparably mystical Great Dragon Sword soul in his body. He must find a way to get it. The people of the Divine Emperor Ridge were just as excited. Not only that, they looked around in disappointment to see if Morong Qingqing had arrived. But they didn't notice. The geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave looked at Lin Xian and sneered. A mere human ant wants to compete with us for treasures, you really don't know what's good for you. Originally, I wanted to let you go. But since you're here, then obediently die for me. These people were ferocious. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Of course, they didn't know what happened in the third area. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have such an attitude. At the back, in a corner, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia were covered by mysterious feathers, blocking their auras. No one noticed. At this moment, seeing the arrogant expressions of the 10,000 ancient races. These guys were really courting death. The Crimson Dragon sneered. That's right. Xianxia was also angry. How powerful was Lin Xian? He could definitely kill them instantly. Morong Qingqing said nervously. Let's be careful and not expose ourselves. In front, Lin Xian was threatened by so many people, but he wasn't afraid at all. He was very calm as he looked around and said indifferently. If you want to take my life, let's see if you have the ability. Humph, I'll kill you, a domineering voice appeared in the sky. It was like a god of war as a palm pressed down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter. The #1 genius of the war race. Zhan Wushuang. Many Archean geniuses exclaimed. They didn't expect that the other party would come too. Lin Xian frowned. The other party dared to attack him? He was courting death. He snorted coldly and was about to attack. At this moment, the 7th generation lord shouted coldly. Stop. He waved his hand and directly shot out a flame that turned into boundless flames and blocked Zhan Wushuang's palm. What was going on? The surrounding people were puzzled. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and the Emperor Ridge were stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. How could this guy be so kind? In the sky, Zhan Wushuang also frowned. His cold voice sounded. Why? Could it be that you want to protect this kid? I don't care about your feud with him, but you can't fight here now. Vhumad said coldly. He looked at the sculptures around him. When you attacked, they were still emitting a peerless killing intent. Do you think Sky Flame City is so simple? This starry sky hall contains countless killing intent. If you act rashly here and activate the peerless array formation, all of us will die here. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. They looked around at the god-fiend sculptures and trembled. Indeed, this starry sky hall was too terrifying. It gave them a feeling of endless desolation. Zhan Wushuang's eyes flickered after hearing that, but he didn't attack. Alright, I'll let him live first. I'll take his life after we leave this starry sky hall. Zhan Wushuang was very domineering. After that attack, he didn't attack again. Below, the geniuses of the 3 ancient royal families were whispering. This Zhan Wushuang was too arrogant. That's right, how dare he be so domineering in front of us? Many of the ancient theocrats were extremely displeased. After all, no matter how strong the war race was, they were only a royal family. On the other hand, they were royalty. However, some people frowned. This Zhan Wushuang was incredible. Judging from the way he attacked just now, he had at least 45,000 units of Archean power. Moreover, it was probably not his full strength. A casual attack had 45,000 units of Archean power? Many people gasped when they heard that. That was too terrifying. They estimated that the other party's full strength was at least 48,000 units of Archean power. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. One had to know that even the strongest geniuses of the royal family only had about 40,000 units of Archean power. For example, the 2-headed dragon and the female genius of the Fire Qilin cave both had 40,000 units of Archean power. Zhan Wushuang was clearly superior to some of the ancient royal family geniuses. Of course, compared to the Fire Dragon King, the 9th generation, and the 7th generation, he should still be a little weaker. However, there was no doubt that he could crush this kid. That's right, this kid probably didn't even have 40,000 Archean power. That was for sure. After using all his trump cards, he probably only had 39,000 Archean power. After all, it was so difficult for him to kill by Qianshan previously. The people of the 3 archaic empires discussed animatedly. 39,000 Archean power was very strong, but in front of them it couldn't cause any waves. Of course, this was only their guess about Lin Xian. They were only guessing based on Lin Xian's previous battle results. They didn't know what happened in the 3rd area previously. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't think so. Let's go. In front, Vhumad led the people of the Fire Qilin cave and quickly set off. The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge followed closely. In the sky, Zhang Wuxuang also followed silently. A wisp of his aura was locked onto Lin Xian. It seemed that he was afraid that Lin Xian would escape. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. This Zhang Wuxuang really didn't know what was good for him. If the other party dared to make a move against him, he wouldn't mind letting the other party experience the taste of despair. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes. That was because through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he discovered that there were actually a few figures hiding in the dark. It seemed that there were many experts who came in this time. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His figure flickered and he quickly followed. He wondered what treasures were inside. Gradually, Lin Xian frowned. This hall was too big. They had been flying for nearly an incense stick's worth of time, but they still hadn't flown out of the hall. The surroundings were very dark and even a little oppressive. Above and around them were those mysterious statues. They were cold. There was an indescribable aura. Suddenly, a low voice sounded, as if a beast was howling, as if a demon had just awakened. As soon as this voice sounded, the people of the three archaic empires stopped in their tracks. They were bewildered. What happened? Did someone appear again? Many archaic paragons frowned. Huimuxian's expression changed. Not good, be careful, I'm afraid that some array formation mechanism has been activated. Array formation, those archaic creatures were facing a great enemy. The power in their bodies was circulating, ready to erupt at any time. They were indeed nervous. The universe starry sky great lightning hall was simply too strange. After flying for so long, he still couldn't fly out. One could only imagine how terrifying the formations here were. Lin Xian also frowned. A golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked around. His heart pounded wildly because he discovered that the surrounding fiend god relief sculptures had actually changed. Quite a few of them had savage looks on their faces. They pressed their hands against the wall, as if they were going to leap out at any moment. No way, could these reliefs be alive? Lin Xian was shocked. The surrounding ancient theocrats also noticed this scene and cried out in surprise. Boom! Boom! Finally, under everyone's horrified gazes, those fiend god relief sculptures rushed out. They stood in the void like fiend gods that had come into being. His cold eyes stared down at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, this should be a puppet, the prodigies cried out in alarm. The archaic creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons also had solemn expressions. Judging from their auras, I have a feeling that they have at least 40,000 units of Archean power. It was about time. It was indeed a terrifying array puppet. Many people's hearts sank. Lin Xian was also speechless. About 40,000 units of Archean power was about the same level as the two-headed dragon and the fire Qilin cave's prodigies. And this was just the relief sculpture puppets. Fortunately, he did not let Peacock and the others in. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist at all. Indeed, there were not many relief sculptures in the sky, but it made the three archaic theocrats feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Boom, boom. Boom, a fiend god relief sculpture had a pair of fiendish wings and a single horn on its head. It held a stone spear in its hand. It walked towards the people from the fire Qilin cave. Those who did not know would think that it was a member of the 10,000 ancient races. Oh no, it's coming, the archaic creatures from the fire Qilin cave had solemn expressions. Huimuxian, on the other hand, sneered. He pointed with his finger. Whoosh, boom, a small flame flew out from his fingertip. It was so small that it was almost negligible. However, when they came into contact with the relief sculpture puppets, they exploded with a loud bang and turned into a sea of flames. Crack! Crack, crack! Rumbling sounds came from the fiend god relief sculpture. Countless cracks appeared, and then it shattered with a loud bang. Killed in one move, this scene made the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine phoenix ridge suck in a breath of cold air. They stared at Huimuxian, and their scalps went numb. As expected of the 7th generation lord. His methods were too terrifying. That's right, someone with 40,000 archaic power was easily killed by him in one move. What level had his strength reached? Needless to say, he definitely had 50,000 archaic power. However, no one knew how much he had reached. "Tell me, between him and our Fire Dragon King, who do you think is stronger?" these people discussed animatedly. As they spoke, the Fire Dragon King also made his move. Dragon shadows filled his body, accompanying his fist as he punched forward. In an instant, the two fiend god relief sculptures were killed. This scene was also extremely shocking. This Fire Dragon King was so strong. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Fist. This was a great divine ability of the Dragon Clan, and he had cultivated it to such a level. The people from the Fire Chilan cave also had solemn expressions. The people from the nest of 10,000 dragons were smug. It seemed that their Fire Dragon King was still stronger. On the other side, Xianxia of the Divine Phoenix Ridge also made her move. She directly took out a jade flute and gently blew it. A mysterious sound wave rushed out. Crack! Crack! Similarly, a fiend god relief sculpture that was charging over was torn into pieces. This fiend god relief sculpture seemed to contain a mysterious power. Xianxia waved her palm, and flames flew out to collect the fragments. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King and Vhumad did the same. They also collected these fragments and brought them back to study. Perhaps they could create such a fiend god puppet. That's great, the people from the 3 ancient royal families heaved a sigh of relief. With these 3 super geniuses taking action, they had no fear at all. Behind them, Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. It had to be said that the Fire Dragon King and the other 2 were too strong, far surpassing the 2-headed dragon from before. They were probably stronger than Zhan Wushuang. That was interesting. Xian was very interested in these people. He yearned to fight with these people. Of course, now was not the time. He had to hide his strength now and follow behind silently. When he found the real treasure, he would strike like lightning. Along the way, Vhumad, the Fire Dragon King, and Xianxia led the way. The fiend god puppets they encountered were all destroyed by them. After killing about 20 fiend god puppets, they walked for a long time. No matter what, it was about time to go out. Xian's expression was solemn. He had to admit that Skyflame City was too strange. There were a total of 9 passages, and this was only one of them, yet there were so many terrifying puppets. A single puppet was equivalent to 40,000 archean powers. The hall was vast and boundless, and there were hundreds of thousands of fiend gods and demons. If all the fiend gods and demons were to be revived, the Fire Dragon King and the others would not be able to escape. Fortunately, it seemed that most of the fiend gods and demons did not react. Only a few fiend gods and demons struggled to crawl out. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Who in the world built this heavenly fire city? Was it a super saint? Or a terrifying great emperor? The Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others were even more shocked. It was especially so for Morong Qingqing and Xianxia, who were both stunned. Were all puppets so powerful? The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Damn it, I really want to get the fragments of those puppets. Indeed, it was very tempting to him. He guessed that there was probably a mysterious formation inside those puppets. If he could study it thoroughly, then his attainments in array formations would be greatly improved. However, he could not get it yet. No, I have to think of a way to get that kid to give me some. The Crimson Dragon muttered softly. Moreover, there were also exclamations of surprise because they realized that they were about to reach the end. The front was no longer as empty as before. A passage had appeared again. It seemed to be a passage to leave the vast hall. Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his heart pounded wildly. Why did he feel that danger was about to descend? He activated his heavenly secret divine eye and looked around. Soon, he stared ahead. There were 2 statues in the passage ahead. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. If the 2 statues suddenly appeared at any other time, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. However, the 3 ancient theocrats were already numb to it. The entire starry hall was densely packed with hundreds of thousands of fiend gods and demons. Every one of them was more ferocious and terrifying than those 2. Therefore, they didn't care at all. However, Xian was different. As he possessed the heavenly secret god eyes, he was naturally able to discover the difference between the 2 statues. He discovered that these two statues contained a terrifying power that far surpassed the previous puppets. Moreover, this power was becoming more and more berserk, and it seemed like it was about to explode. It was just that it was calm on the surface. Most likely, no one in the entire hall would notice it except for him. There must be danger. Lin Xian unconsciously slowed down his footsteps. He didn't want to remind these people, nor did he want to bear the inexplicable danger. Just as well. Let the formation mechanism deal a heavy blow to the three immemorial dynasties. Let's see if these people will still be so arrogant then. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the passageway ahead. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, so no one paid any attention to Lin Xian. Even Zhang Wushuang, who was above, did not care. Although Lin Xian's speed had slowed down, he still hadn't escaped his range. Humph, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Through the heavenly secret god eyes, he knew that the two fiend gods and demons would soon attack. Indeed, in the next moment, the two fiend gods and demons on both sides of the passageway suddenly launched an attack. The two fiend gods and demons instantly came to life. The tails behind them turned into long spears that pierced through the void. Poof, the void split open as the two tails swept across. In an instant, some immemorial creatures were sent flying. There were even people who were split in half. Not good, Huamujian's expression changed because he was from the Fire Qilin cave. At this moment, they were the ones being attacked. Not only were the creatures behind him injured, but he was also enveloped by the black shadow. Get lost, Huamujian roared and struck out with his palm. He was the 7th generation descendant. His strength was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary immemorial prodigies. At this moment, under his furious roar, a terrifying energy burst forth as runes flashed across the sky and instantly blasted forward. Boom, poof, such terrifying energy could directly kill an ordinary immemorial prodigy, but it couldn't block the attack of the black shadow. With a pff sound, the runes were pierced and blood splattered out. This time, it directly pierced through Huamujian's shoulder. This scene stunned everyone. Even the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine phoenix ridge behind them were stunned. Huamujian was injured, that was the 7th generation descendant. He was extremely powerful. His ancient power had reached 50,000, suppressing all the others. Such a terrifying person was actually injured. Who was the one who did it? Was it the fiend god puppet? They didn't dare to imagine. Quickly defend, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also shouted angrily. However, just as their voices sounded, someone beside them screamed. Among them, in the Fire Qilin cave, a dragon-like creature with black wings was instantly pierced through the head. On the Divine Emperor Ridge's side, a beautiful woman was split in half. Her eyes were wide open. That was because even at the moment of her death, she did not manage to clearly see what had attacked her. Seeing this scene, the front was in chaos. In the sky, Zhang Wushuang and a few figures in the darkness frowned. In the distance, the Crimson Dragon and the others' hearts were beating wildly. Damn it, it was too dangerous. Fortunately, someone took the lead. They felt a lingering fear. Lin Xian looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes, but he sneered in his heart. Because all of this was within his expectations. However, the only thing that surprised him was that the attacks of these two fiend god puppets were too terrifying. They could actually injure Huamujian. It had to be said that Sky Flame City was really full of fatal dangers. The Fire Qilin cave was at the front, so it was attacked the most fiercely. In an instant, another 2 heavenly secrets of the Fire Qilin cave were killed. This scene made Huamujian instantly turn ferocious. He roared angrily, "Retreat!" At the same time, he charged towards the black shadow. Buzz, fiery red runes flickered on his body, and a red long saber appeared in his hand. He held it and slashed forward. Clang, the red long saber swept across the sky, and terrifying killing intent and runes flickered as it tried to split the opponent in half. However, such a terrifying saber only made a clanging sound when it struck the fiend god puppet in front of him. It only made a crack, but it didn't split the opponent in half. So powerful? Huamujian's pupils constricted. It wasn't that he hadn't killed these fiend god puppets before. Although these puppets were powerful, they couldn't withstand a single blow from him. He could kill them with just a casual blow. However, the puppet in front of him was clearly different. The opponent was very strong and could injure him. Moreover, its defense was even more shocking. His powerful saber didn't pose a fatal threat to the opponent. Not good, this thing is troublesome. Attack together. The Fire Dragon King also roared angrily. After all, this puppet was a huge threat to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Roar, a dragon's roar sounded. The dragon blood on the Fire Dragon King's body surged, drowning the entire world. At this moment, he was like a giant dragon that had been born. No one could stop him. He punched out. A terrifying fist accompanied by a dragon's roar blasted towards the godfiend puppet. With a clang, the fist landed squarely on the puppet's body. The puppet was forced back a few steps. A few terrifying cracks appeared on its body, and it almost split apart. However, this puppet was not human after all. It did not feel pain at all. If it were a martial artist, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced after suffering such a heavy injury. They would be in so much pain that they would die. However, these puppets did not react at all. Their attacks did not weaken at all. Whoosh, they opened their mouths and spat out endless flames that swept in all directions. Vhumad snorted coldly. His body also ignited endless flames that turned into a Qilin to resist. The Fire Dragon King did the same. On the other side, Xianxia also made her move. She urged her jade flute to launch a mysterious sound wave attack. At the same time, a pair of blue divine wings grew out from her back. She was using the ice element to attack. The puppet was of the fire element, so the fire attack did not cause much damage to it. As she spoke, the pair of blue ice wings spat out ice and snow that filled the sky, instantly freezing the entire world. Half-saint artifact, frost wings, many ancient creatures screamed in surprise. Divine Phoenix Ridge, Phoenix Clan. In addition to the Fire Phoenix, there were also Ice Phoenixes in the clan. Although Xianxia was a Fire Phoenix, she had the half-saint artifact left behind by Bing Feng after his death. This pair of blue wings was it. At this moment, it could really freeze everything. The three top prodigies attacked the two godfiend puppets. An earth-shattering battle broke out. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. The surrounding three ancient royal creatures quickly retreated. Lin Xian also retreated to the side. He sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others, telling them to follow from afar and not to get close. After a great battle, the two puppets in front of them were shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The three ancient royal family members had gloomy expressions. This was especially true for Vhumad and the other two. Although they had killed their opponents, they were not happy at all. Due to their carelessness, the three royal families had lost some geniuses. Even Vhumad had been injured. One had to know that this was simply too inconceivable. Who could injure top geniuses like them? This was only within the palace, and the time to obtain the treasures had yet to arrive. Who knew how terrifying the dangers would be at that time? Everyone's heart was heavy. Vhumad harumphed coldly as he collected the corpses of the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Grotto. At the same time, he collected a portion of the fragments of the fiend god Golem. The same was true for the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia. They would not allow the corpses of geniuses to be spread outside. After doing all this, Vhumad said coldly, "Everyone from Fire Qilin Cave, follow closely behind me." This time, they couldn't afford to be careless. Not only the Fire Qilin Cave, but the people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge were also on high alert. Even Zhan Wushuang, who was in the sky, had a serious look on his face. Lin Xian, who was following behind, sneered. All of this was similar to what he had expected. Once again, he silently followed behind. Finally, the group of people left the Universe Starry Hall. After passing through the long passage, the front gradually became brighter. After exiting the passage, everyone exclaimed. This was no longer a palace, but a garden. Inside, rockery, flowing water, waterfalls, and all kinds of rare herbs were everywhere. However, most of them were ornamental and had no medicinal value. This made the people from the three primeval empires sigh. At the front, Vhumad's eyes flickered, and a mysterious light appeared in his eyes. Soon, he arrived near a rockery and stood there with his hands behind his back. It was as if he was sensing something. This scene attracted the attention of the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia. The Fire Dragon King asked, "Why, is Brother Muzhen interested in the scenery here?" He didn't believe that this was just an ordinary scenery. With Muzhen's identity, what kind of scenery had he not seen? Why would he stay beside a rockery for so long? Could it be that there was some treasure here? Muzhen turned his head and revealed his white teeth. "It's nothing. I'm used to seeing mountains and rivers. It's not bad to look at small bridges and rivers." As he said that, he smiled slightly and walked away with the people of the Fire Qilan cave. Humph. The Fire Dragon King narrowed his eyes, while Xianxia snorted. She also walked over. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered with a shocking light, and countless runes shrouded the rockery. It seemed that she wanted to see through everything. However, after looking for a long time, she didn't find anything unusual. In the end, she could only leave resentfully. The Fire Dragon King also probed and found nothing. Even Zhang Wushuang and a few people hiding in the dark did the same. They also quickly followed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that Muzhen did this for no reason, unless he wanted to confuse them. Eh? He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes and observed silently. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. The aura in the garden was a little strange. It seemed normal, but he discovered that there seemed to be a strange energy here. Sure enough, at that moment, the Crimson Dragon also transmitted his voice to him. He directly used the disc array, so it was more covert than a voice transmission. It would be difficult for those people to discover it. The Crimson Dragon said. "Kid, you found something." This garden contained an astonishing array formation. An array, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Was it a killing array? Damn it, was Muzhen trying to kill them with a borrowed knife? It was not a killing array, but a teleportation array. Moreover, it was a very ancient teleportation array. It seemed that it had not been activated for tens of thousands of years. However, the entire array was complete. It could be activated as long as energy was injected. A teleportation array, Lin Xian was surprised. The Crimson Dragon's attainments in array formations were very high. He definitely wouldn't be mistaken. He thought about Muzhen's previous actions and immediately understood. Muzhen must have been sensing whether the teleportation array was complete or not. It seemed that he had already thought of a way out. Lin Xian sneered. He guessed that Muzhen wanted to use the teleportation array to quickly escape from everyone's pursuit after obtaining the heavenly fire. "Ruzalong, can you change the array? Make it ineffective." Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The Crimson Dragon was stunned, then silently became ecstatic. "Kid, are you trying to trick him? Great, I've been wanting to do that for a long time. But I have to study it." Lin Xian said that there was no need to make too big of a move. Just change one or two key positions so that he wouldn't be able to activate it. In a hurry, he would not investigate it carefully. Also, Lin Xian said, "Don't break it. We might have to use it when the time comes." "Don't worry, leave the array to me." The Crimson Dragon smiled cunningly. He began to quietly set up the teleportation array. The array was very old, but the Crimson Dragon was very skilled in it. He needed to change it a little. Therefore, it did not take long for him to change the teleportation array. Apart from them and Lin Xian, no one else knew about it. Morong Qingqing secretly smiled. "I want to know how the people of the Fire Qilan cave will react when they find out that the teleportation array is no longer working. Hee, they'll probably vomit blood." Xianxia was also looking forward to it. "Let's follow them." The Crimson Dragon and the other two quietly followed behind. As they moved forward, it became even more dangerous. One of the prodigies of the Divine Emperor Ridge accidentally activated the mechanism and was immediately pierced by a flying sword. His soul was instantly destroyed. This scene made the others even more terrified. It was too terrifying. There were dangers everywhere in Skyfire City. They might be killed mercilessly at any time. Once the mechanism was activated, very few people could escape. Muzhen and the others slowed down, especially Muzhen. The image of a Fire Qilan circled around him as if he was facing a great enemy. the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia looked solemn. They knew that perhaps the legendary heavenly flame was not far away. Therefore, they also activated the power of their bloodlines, ready to attack at any time. The people of the three Imperials also looked very solemn. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The sword chi in his body surged, and the heavenly god eye shone with a mysterious light. Finally, after walking for another 2 hours, something changed in front of him. It was a magnificent mountain, and there was a cave at the foot of the mountain. There were 2 stone doors at the entrance of the cave. The 2 stone doors were closed, and the mountain was like a divine volcano, emitting a terrifying aura. Even the Fire Dragon King and the others felt their eyelids twitch. They felt a tremor in their souls. How terrifying! Lin Xian looked up in surprise. Through the heavenly god eye, he saw that the huge mountain carried an extremely powerful force. That was the power of the origin of fire between heaven and earth. Is this the place? Was there a terrifying heavenly fire buried here? The surrounding Archean prodigies discussed fervently. Vhumad looked at the cave in front of him with a fiery light in his eyes. On the stone door of the cave, there was a mysterious flame rune. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were dancing divine flames. Have we arrived? Vhumad's face was expressionless, but his heart was wild with joy. According to the ancient texts left behind by their ancient emperor, they knew that there should be a terrifying heavenly flame buried in the cave. However, he did not dare to be careless at all. Although there were no ancient books left behind to tell him how dangerous it was inside, he knew that it was definitely much more dangerous than the outside based on the formations and mechanisms he had encountered along the way. If he wasn't careful, he might die here. Behind him, the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia also walked up. Among them, the Flame Dragon King clapped his hands and laughed loudly. As expected of the Fire Qilin Cave's 7th generation Great One, his divine bravery was unparalleled. He was actually able to find the place where the heavenly fire was buried. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and open the cave entrance. Next to him, Xianxia also could not wait. Vhumad snorted coldly. He did not say anything. Since they had already come here, it was impossible to retreat. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's do it together, the 2 of you." As he said that, the 3 of them pressed their palms on the red stone door. As the 3 of them unleashed their powers, the red stone door slowly opened. The heavenly fire that was originally dancing on the stone door was also divided into 2. It's open. It's finally open. Behind them, the archaic creatures were extremely excited. Even Lin Xian became nervous. He could not help but clench his fists. Squeak, he looked forward in surprise. At this moment, the stone door was completely open, revealing the scene inside. However, it was different from the cave he had imagined. It did not seem to be a cave, nor was it a palace or a pavilion. Instead, it was a strange scene. Could it be that this was a paradise in the human world? Heavens, could this be a mysterious space that fell from the immortal realm? The archaic creatures also screamed. That was because the inside was too beautiful. It was completely different from what they had imagined. It was definitely a paradise. Not to mention them, even Vhumad was stunned. The Fire Dragon King and Xianxia were also extremely surprised. Along the way, they had encountered too many dangers, formations, and traps. But now, a paradise in the human world had suddenly appeared. It was difficult for them to adapt for a while. Vhumad looked forward and carefully sensed. Indeed, in this paradise, he could feel a faint flame power. It should be the legendary heavenly fire. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and was the first to enter. After him, the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia also entered, unwilling to fall behind. After the 3 apex heavenly secrets entered, they activated their king domains and bloodline power, as if they were facing a great enemy. After walking for a while, they did not find any danger, and the 3 of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. When the 10,000 archaic creatures saw this scene, they were also happy. Let's go, they all entered. In the sky, Zhang Wuxuang snorted coldly, turned into a golden stream of light, and quickly rushed in. On the other side, a few mysterious figures also entered. Lin Xian also walked in. In the dark, the Crimson Dragon and the other 2 also quietly followed in. After Lin Xian entered, he was speechless. He was surrounded by a celestial scene, but he could also sense a faint flame origin power. After entering, the 9 suns' divine fire in his body became cheerful. Dark nether grass, heavens, it was actually dark nether grass. A prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed. This was a spiritual herb that no longer existed in the outside world. He was very excited. He turned into a dragon's shadow and instantly rushed over to put away the dark nether grass. This scene made the surrounding archaic creatures extremely envious. Vhumad glanced at it and did not care. Although the dark nether grass was precious, compared to the heavenly fire, it was insignificant. His goal was the heavenly fire. As for the rest, he would not care. But gradually, he changed his mind. Because as the surrounding people dispersed, screams of surprise could be heard. Metal spirit fruit, ink flower, F*ck, could this be a king medicine? Screams could be heard. They realized that this was indeed a paradise on earth. The spirit medicines here were either extinct or king medicines. It was really enough to make people scream. This was a peerless treasure trove. Ha 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 ha, this is great. This is a great harvest. The 3 primordial royal family members were excited. Lin Xian was also delighted. He did not expect to encounter so many spirit herbs here. How could he miss it? With the yin-yang 8 steps, his speed was extremely fast. Whoosh! Whoosh! At once, he picked up 2 spiritual medicines that were extinct and 1 king-level medicine. This scene naturally won the dissatisfaction of the others. After all, although there were many spirit herbs here, they were not cabbages. The other party had snatched 3 of them at once. How could these people tolerate this? More importantly, the other party was not a member of the immemorial theocrats. He was merely a human ant. In their eyes, such a person was an existence that they could crush at any time. Previously, they did not kill the other party because they were worried about the formation outside. Now, there did not seem to be any peerless formation here, so they did not have to worry about it. Moreover, the other party was so reckless. It seemed that they had to take action and deal with this human brat in front of them. Do you think that we don't dare to make a move on you now? Without the formation, you are probably just an ant. Go to hell. Many primordial geniuses walked up and stared at Lin Xian with sinister sneers. Obediently hand over the spirit herbs you obtained and the great dragon sword soul. I can give you a quick death. I will give you the time of an incense stick to write down the cultivation method of the 9 yang divine body. Otherwise, I will break all the bones in your body. Kid, hand over the great dragon sword soul and the 9 yang divine body, and I can spare your life. I will let you be my servant, and after 1,000 years, I will set you free. These people sneered sinisterly and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian closed his eyes. Why? Finally couldn't help but make a move. It was a good time to exercise his muscles and bones. His figure flashed and he took the initiative to attack. Courting death, when those people saw this scene, they roared angrily. The other party actually dared to take the initiative to attack them? Go, kill him. These people shouted coldly and directly attacked. 2 figures were like gods and demons. They stretched out their large palms and grabbed at Lin Xian. One of them had red claws. He was a genius from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The other was a prodigy of the fire Qilin cave. The flaming Qilin claw shone even brighter. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was so powerful, why would he be afraid of these people? The light in his eyes flickered and turned into 2 beams of divine light that pierced through the void. The whole place began to tremble. Terrifying waves of air surged to the heavens. Bang bang, the 2 primordial geniuses were sent flying. Their attacks were shattered and their bodies were penetrated by the sword qi. What? How could he be so powerful? The surrounding ancient life forms all went crazy. Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations. Damn it, let's attack together. These people acted quickly. Lin Xian sneered. His figure flashed and disappeared. When he appeared, the sword in his hand flickered and enveloped these people. Ah, cries of surprise rang out one after another as a sword mark appeared on each of their bodies. Not only that, but they also discovered that the spiritual herbs they had just plucked had also been snatched away by a monkey. Damn it, how dare you! These prodigies were so angry that they vomited blood. They originally wanted to rob the other party, but who would have thought that not only did they fail, but they were also robbed by the other party. Boom boom boom, powerful auras erupted. These ancient life forms gritted their teeth in anger. They finally stopped holding back. A terrifying aura surged between heaven and earth. Why, do you want to fight? I don't mind playing with you. Lin Xian sneered. The nine-yang divine body bloomed with light, and a terrifying sword intent also erupted. Your opponent is me, I will kill you with my own hands. In the sky, Zhang Wushuang revealed a sinister smile. He couldn't wait any longer. However, at this moment, the Fire Dragon King, Vhumad, and Feng Yinxue frowned. Especially Vhumad. He discovered that after Lin Xian activated the nine-yang divine body, a terrifying flame aura surged up from the ground. This made his expression turn solemn. The Fire Dragon King also said loudly, "All of you, stop." As soon as he said this, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons retreated. Feng Yinxue also called back the people of the Divine Phoenix Ridge. They said that it was better to obtain the heavenly fire first. After all, they were already at the last step. They wouldn't give up the heavenly fire for a human brat. Alright, I'll let you live a little longer then. Zhang Wushuang didn't make a move. Instead, he looked into the distance. The heavenly fire was equally tempting to him. Lin Xian sneered. This time, he obtained another king medicine and 3 extinct spiritual herbs. To him, it could be said to be a great harvest. He happily stored these king medicine and spiritual herbs into the black earth. With his hands behind his back, he looked into the distance. He wasn't in a hurry. He would let these people fight first. After the heavenly fire came out, he would make a plan. In front of him, there was a majestic waterfall. However, what flowed in this waterfall was not water, but flames. Monstrous flames and lava poured down from it. The flame aura here was very dense. Below the waterfall was a large lake. It was also incomparably fiery red and filled with lava. Vhumad arrived in front of the flaming lake, his eyes flickering. He sensed that the heavenly fire was probably below. However, he didn't act rashly. The others didn't move either. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue's expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. They felt a sense of trepidation, as if the power below could tear them apart. Brother Muzhen, don't hide anymore. Hurry up and do your best. The Fire Dragon King said in a deep voice. Feng Yinxue, who was beside him, also looked over. Vhumad sneered. Do your best? Make a wedding dress for your disciple? He wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that when the heavenly fire appeared, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue would attack mercilessly. Then what do you want? Feng Yinxue frowned. Vhumad said, it's simple. Along the way, I've been leading you to break the array, especially into the 4th area. I've also spent a lot of trump cards and treasures. Now, you'll pawn the treasures in your hands to me. I'll break the array. Otherwise, don't even think about it. You. Feng Yinxue's face was red with anger. The Fire Dragon King nodded. No problem. Isn't it just some treasures? I'll give them to you. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a storage ring flew out. After Vhumad received it, he probed it with his soul and smiled with satisfaction. Very good. What about you? He looked at Feng Yinxue. Feng Yinxue's face was red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. However, she still stretched out her hand and threw out a storage ring. Vhumad also probed it, and then put it away with satisfaction. Good. Both of you, lend me a hand. We'll break the array together and seize the heavenly fire. Alright, no problem. The two of them nodded. Buzz, Vhumad's eyes shone with a piercing light. His robe fluttered, and the phantom of the fire Qilin appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With a wave of his hand, he began to crack the array. Array discs appeared one by one and were displayed by him. In front of him, the flaming lake flickered with mysterious runes and covered the surroundings. It was obvious that this was a very terrifying array. If anyone attacked rashly, they would probably be burned to ashes immediately. Buzz. Buzz, Huamujan's eyes focused as he held a flaming array disc in his hand. There were 49 small fiery red flags on it. Under his control, the flags expanded in the wind and turned into 49 large flags that covered the sky and were inserted into the ground. Each flag was incomparably red and covered with runes. A ferocious qilin was drawn on the flag. Huamujan controlled the array disc with both hands, and the 49 qilin flaming flags kept changing positions with raging flames burning on them. A terrifying force burst out, enough to destroy the heavens and earth. In front of them, the ancient array trembled slightly but did not break. One could imagine how terrifying this array was. "What are you two waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Huamujan shouted coldly at the Fire Dragon King and Feng Xinyue. The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. He sighed and attacked. Feng Xinyue also attacked. To be honest, the two of them did not want to attack because it was a waste of energy to break the array. Once the array was broken, it would definitely be a chaotic battle. Without energy, it would be difficult to win the battle. Therefore, the Fire Dragon King shouted coldly, "Zhan Wushuang, are you still not going to attack?" Feng Xinyue also shouted coldly, "And those hidden in the dark, I know you are all here." However, it was impossible to reap without sowing. It seemed that Feng Xinyue wanted to drag all the hidden experts into the water. Figures appeared one after another, and some of them had gloomy faces. Damn it, this woman was so smart that she did not let anyone go. 3 more figures appeared in the surroundings. In addition to Zhan Wushuang, there was South Emperor Yan Nantian, and the last one was a pale and coquettish man. "Huaxinyan, from the Demon King Palace?" Yan Nantian looked at him and said with a frown. "I didn't expect the famous South Emperor to recognize an insignificant person like me." "How surprising." The coquettish man chuckled. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others frowned. Demon King Palace, from the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan was one of the 10,000 ancient races. However, he was different from them. The demon race had always existed and hadn't gone into hibernation. Therefore, although they were also part of the 10,000 ancient races, their relationship wasn't that close. On the contrary, the relationship between the demon race and the human race was inextricably intertwined. Lin Xian stood at the side and watched. With his heavenly fortune divine eyes, he naturally knew that someone was hiding in the dark. However, to his surprise, it was actually Yan Nantian and the people from the Fiend Imperial Palace. What was the relationship between Huaxinyan and Huatiandu? Thinking about it, he should be an extremely powerful genius of the Demon Monarch Palace. This time, did Yan Ryu come? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It had been a long time since he last saw the other party. He wondered how the other party was doing. "Alright, since they're all here, let's attack together," Huamujan said in a deep voice. The others nodded. As long as the formation was not broken, they would not have a chance to seize the heavenly flame even if they wanted to. Several top geniuses joined forces to break the formation. The other ancient creatures were extremely nervous. Lin Xian also retreated far away. He didn't make a move. At this moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes as he quickly analyzed the formation. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon and the others quietly came to his side. "Kid, this formation is not simple. I estimate that their chances of success are less than half." "Is it that difficult?" Lin Xian was surprised when he heard that. One had to know that this lineup was already very powerful. Moreover, looking at the other party's attainments and formations, they should be quite good. In particular, the 49 qilin flags were a sharp weapon to break the formation. But now, they didn't even have a 50% chance of success. If the two of us work together with them, I estimate that the success rate will be about 70%. The Crimson Dragon secretly transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded slightly after hearing that. The Crimson Dragon's attainments and formations were very strong, and his was not weak either. If the two of them worked together, the success rate would be greatly increased. However, Lin Xian would not act rashly. Especially the Crimson Dragon, he could not come out. Otherwise, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia would be in danger. Therefore, Lin Xian waited silently. Boom, countless runes flickered in front of them, and terrifying energy surged. Suddenly, a crack appeared on one of the Chilean flags. It was very ferocious. Everyone's expression changed when they saw that scene. With a boom, the Chilean flag broke in half. Oh no! Many people screamed. Huamujian's pupils constricted. He had been prepared for this. He shouted coldly, and a young man walked out from among the prodigies of the Fire Chilean cave. He instantly took out a flag to replace the broken one. Continue to break the formation. Huamujian's expression was cold. He had more than one formation, so it did not matter if a flag was broken. Fortunately, he had taken the storage rings of the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia. Otherwise, the loss caused by the destruction of a single banner would make him feel the pinch. However, good things did not last long. Not long after, 3 more terrifying sounds were heard. 3 Fire Chilean flags were broken in half. Furthermore, there were 4 other flags that had cracks on them. There was a loud boom. A violent energy burst out, and all the Chilean flags were sent flying. In front of them, the flaming lake emitted a boundless flame power, forcing everyone to retreat. Not good, the prodigy's expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. The void where they were standing was shattered and burned into nothingness. Damn it, how could this be? Zhang Wushuang frowned. The Fire Dragon King, Xianxia, and the others looked solemn. Huamujian's small face was even more ferocious. His eyes were burning, and his aura was abnormally terrifying. Damn it, he had failed, this time. Too many Chilean flags were broken, so much so that he could not repair them. However, that was impossible. The formation plate was a precious treasure of the Fire Chilean cave. Previously, it had been successful in breaking the formation. But now, not only was he unable to succeed, but he had also lost a lot. He could not believe it. Damn it, the power of this formation was still above his imagination. Could it be that they were going to return in failure this time? However, if they could not even get the heavenly fire, they could forget about the void divine furnace. In the end, they could only return with the Chilean eye? In this way, the Chilean crown prince would definitely not be satisfied. In the distance, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, just as the Crimson Dragon had guessed, they had failed this time. However, would the Fire Chilean cave really give up? Did they have any trump cards? He did not know. Therefore, he was prepared to wait and see. The other archaic lifeforms sighed. The Fire Dragon King's gaze was cold, and Xianxia's face turned cold. The other geniuses also looked unfriendly. Among them, Huamujian's expression was even more ferocious. The ancient creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge saw that there was no hope, so they prepared to search the surroundings to see if there were any more treasures. Since they couldn't get the heavenly fire, they wanted to get more spiritual herbs to make up for their losses. The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered as he asked, "Brother Mujian, is there really no other way?" He didn't believe that the Fire Chilean cave only had such means. From the looks of it, the other party was obviously very familiar with Skyflame City. How could they not have prepared some backup plans? Huamujian shook his head. The array formation is stronger than we imagined. For a while, I have no other way. Hearing this, Xianxia snorted. No other way? You took our things and said there's no other way? Then, hurry up and return the storage ring to me. She was really angry. Damn it, she originally thought that the people of the Fire Chilean cave had a way to open it, but she didn't expect to be happy for nothing. How could Xianxia be happy? What did you say? You want it back, damn it, if it weren't for me, would you have been able to make it here? Huamujian was also angry. Along the way, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge followed them like dog skin plaster. And the Fire Chilean cave was the one who cracked the array formation. Especially the defensive array formation on the 4th level. It consumed a lot of his treasures. But now, the team actually wanted to take back the storage room. What a joke, how could he give up what he had obtained? Huamujian's expression was cold. What did you say? Say it again, don't think that I don't dare to attack you. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Xianxia, who was at the side, shouted, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you just because you're the 7th generation? Although Feng Yingxue was the ninth generation, she didn't seem to be afraid of Huamuzhen at all. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser, Lin Xian, who was in the distance, smiled. Why, had they started to fight? If both sides could fight, it would be a good thing for him. Lin Xian's expression was relaxed, but on the other side, it was gloomy and worried. Especially those from the Fire Qilin cave, each and every one of them had gloomy expressions. Their crown prince had given them the task, so if they couldn't get the heavenly flame, they didn't have to go back. Brother Muzhen, is there really no other way? Fire Dragon King said with a frown. It was not that there was no way. Huamuzhen's voice was cold. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. What method? Feng Yingxue asked quickly. The eyes of Zhang Wushuang and the others burned with passion. Huamuzhen snorted coldly and said. Of course, it was to break the formation. Although this formation is powerful, it has been here for countless years. I don't believe that it is unbreakable. Besides, as long as it's a formation, there's a way to break it. If we study it patiently, we'll be able to break it one day. However, it might take a little longer. At this point, Huamuzhen looked at the people of Fire Qilin Cave and said loudly, I don't care what you guys do. My Fire Qilin Cave has to break this flame formation and obtain the heavenly flame. How confident are you? The Fire Dragon King thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice. Huamuzhen stretched out a hand. 50%. However, I'm not sure how long it'll take. It depends on how many people are willing to join forces with me. The Fire Dragon King thought for a moment and said, I'm willing to join forces with you. I'm willing too. Seeing that the Fire Dragon King had agreed, Feng Yingxue naturally did not want to fall behind. All right. Huamuzhen's eyes shone with a cold light. Great. He smiled. If the Fire Qilin Cave were to do it alone, who knew how long it would take? However, with the help of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Spirit, it would take a long time. However, it was much stronger than them. Thinking of this, they looked at Zhang Wushuang. Yan Nantian and the others, what do you think? Since you're here, how can you go back so easily? Zhang Wushuang said coldly. Hu Xinyan also nodded. They were still very young and had plenty of time to wait. Once they obtained the heavenly flame, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. It was definitely a good deal. Lin Xian retreated far away and looked at this scene with a sneer. It seemed that these people were really unwilling to give up. He did not have the time to accompany these people to obtain the heavenly flame. Perhaps, he should try to see if there was any other way. Thinking of this, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Countless runes appeared in his golden eyes. Suddenly, he frowned as if he felt a force. Could it be? He quickly combined and formed a rune that he had obtained in the Black Passage. In the next moment, he was shocked, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. That is? He saw that in the distance, in the void, there seemed to be a divine furnace that was spreading terrifying flames. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, he found that it was gone again. Could it be an illusion? Impossible. Lin Xian had full confidence in the heavenly secret divine eyes. If even the heavenly secret divine eyes had an illusion, probably no one would be able to see it clearly. In that case, there were other treasures in this place besides the heavenly flame, and these people did not know about this treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. Let's go take a look. He secretly sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon trio. At the same time, he quietly retreated. Of course, he had to pretend to be disappointed. Sigh, I originally wanted to see what the heavenly flame was like. I didn't expect you guys to be so useless that you can't even open a formation. Forget it, I'll go and see if there are any king herbs that I missed. As he spoke, he strolled around the surroundings. Damn it, this kid is too despicable. Hearing this, the ancient creatures in front vomited blood in anger. How dare he call them useless? What a joke. This is the incomparably mysterious Heavenly Flame City. Do you think the formation is so easy to break? Zhang Wushuang glanced at the other party, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, he did not make a move. The most important thing now was to think of a way to obtain the heavenly flame. As for the other party, he would deal with him after obtaining the heavenly flame. He did not believe that the other party could escape. After all, the Fire Qilin Cave had led the team along the way. Without the Fire Qilin Cave, these people would not be able to leave at all. Sensing that Zhang Wushuang's gaze had shifted away from him, Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. Great, it seems that these people have indeed let down their guard. Thinking of this, he slowly walked towards the place where he saw the mysterious furnace. Behind him, the ancient royal prodigy gritted his teeth. Damn it, attack, kill that kid. Yes, capture him first, skin him alive, and make him suffer a fate worse than death. The two of them were so angry that they were driven mad. One of them was from the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the other seemed to be from the fire spirit cave. The two of them looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. They quickly followed behind Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he sped up. The entire paradise was huge. Other than the flaming waterfall and flaming lake in front of him, there were other strange phenomena in the surroundings. In the distance, there was a valley. In front of the valley, Lin Xian stopped because he saw the mysterious divine furnace in the valley. Kid, is what you said true? Are there really other treasures? The Crimson Dragon and the other two were still hiding in the void. They quickly asked through voice transmission. I did see it, but I only saw it once. When I looked again, it disappeared. Don't panic. I'll try using the 3 mysterious patterns. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had activated one of the mysterious patterns before, and now he was going to activate another one. He wanted to see if he could see the divine furnace in the void again with 2 mysterious patterns. Countless runes flashed in his eyes, forming a mysterious pattern that shrouded the area in front of him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Xian saw a divine furnace floating in the void of the valley. The divine furnace was extremely terrifying. There were all kinds of rare beasts on the furnace, and there were also terrifying flame runes. It was like an immortal fire. It was incomparably mysterious. There really is one? Lin Xian was delighted. However, at this moment, he frowned. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others also exclaimed. Oh no, someone's coming. They quickly retreated and opened up a distance. Lin Xian turned around and frowned as he looked behind him. Behind him, 2 rays of light flashed quickly and soon arrived near the valley. Kid, you're quite good at hiding. But do you think you can survive by hiding here? Humph, how dare you provoke us? You're dead meat. Kneel down obediently and hand over all the treasures on you. The two of them were very ferocious. Both of them had powerful auras that had reached 40,000 arcane power. Kid, I know you defeated Bai Qianshan, but in front of us, you're still an ant. Each of us can easily kill Bai Qianshan. We are the geniuses of the imperial family. It's not something you can imagine. Now that the two of us have joined forces, you have no chance of survival. So, kneel down obediently. Humph, a mere 40,000 units of arcane power? You dare to say such words in front of me? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The two of you are no match for me. If you want to die, then go ahead. What a reckless fellow. The expression of the prodigy from the nest of 10,000 dragons darkened. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Dragon blood surged on his body, and his dragon scales shone with a dazzling light. His killing intent turned into killing swords that enlarged in the sky and slashed forward. Not good, retreat quickly. In the dark, Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu's expressions changed. These 2 prodigies were no weaker than the 2-headed dragon from before. Was this the prodigy of the immemorial theocrats? Every single one of them was so powerful. Facing the blood-colored killing swords, Lin Xian's face was filled with disdain. He stretched out a palm and grabbed forward. The sky was filled with golden light. His palm was like a god-fiend, shaking the 9 heavens. With a boom, he grabbed the blood-colored killing swords and shook them forcefully. All the killing swords were shattered. I've said it before, 40,000 units of arcane power is no match for me. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold aura appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. His heart was filled with killing intent. He had to kill these two prodigies. Otherwise, the secret of the valley would be exposed. Damn it, this kid is so strange. His physique is very strong. Let's attack together. The prodigy from the nest of 10,000 dragons shouted. On the other side, the prodigy from the fire Qilin cave also nodded. He opened his mouth and spat out a small red flag. It was very similar to the Qilin flag that Vhumad had used previously. There was also an incomparably ferocious Qilin drawn on it. This time, it was not just a Qilin head, but a complete Qilin pattern. As soon as it appeared, it quickly enlarged and buzzed in the sky. Terrifying flames shrouded the surroundings. Kid, go to hell. The heavenly secret from the fire Qilin cave grabbed the red flag and waved it non-stop. Terrifying energy erupted and swept over. On the other side, the prodigy from the nest of 10,000 dragons also sneered. He took out a purple spear and thrust it forward, piercing through the 8 desolations. If the two of them attacked together, they could definitely kill the other party easily. However, they were wrong. The current Lin Xian was no longer the same as before. He had 50,000 units of Archean power. Even if the other party joined forces, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Sure enough, Lin Xian punched out with both fists, and the 9 suns' divine flames burned fiercely. Destroy, the punch landed on the red Qilin flag, causing it to dim and lose its luster. It broke in half from the middle. With his other hand, he grabbed the dragon-shaped spear and broke it into 6 pieces. In an instant, their magic treasures shattered. The two of them were also affected and spat out blood. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Damn it, impossible. How can you be so strong? They were about to go crazy. The two of them had 40,000 units of Archean power. How terrifying was it when they joined forces? There was probably no one in the human race who could be compared to them. But now, the ant in their eyes had actually shattered their weapons so easily. They even suffered internal injuries. This scene was simply like a dream. Damn it, this kid has been hiding his strength. His strength was above 40,000 units of Archean power. No, I have to report this to the 7th generation. The expressions of the two changed drastically. They realized that they had been careless. The other party had been hiding his strength. He must be up to something. The two of them turned around and wanted to leave. You still want to leave? Stay. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. How could he let the two of them leave? So in the next moment, he pulled out the fire Qilin sword. With a stab of the sword, the two heads flew up and their souls were instantly destroyed. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all with this sword. Puff. Puff, blood burst out, dyeing the ground red. The two of them widened their eyes with infinite fear. They didn't expect the other party to kill them so easily. The 9 suns' divine fire appeared in Lin Xian's palm, and he wanted to burn the two corpses to ashes. However, he didn't notice that a portion of the blood of the two prodigies flew into the valley and landed in the void. That was the blood of Archean prodigies, and it was the blood of the dragon race and the Qilin pearl. It had a mysterious power. Therefore, when it landed in the valley, it finally alarmed the mysterious furnace. Buzz, crack. Crack, the surrounding void shattered, and a terrifying power surged out, causing the entire world to lose its light. Violent tremors came, as if a god was awakening. Oh no! Lin Xian's expression changed. Retreat! The Crimson Dragon and the other two had long been pushed far away. Lin Xian also used the Yinyang 8 steps, turned into a stream of light, and left in an instant. As soon as he left, a ball of flame rippled out from the valley. It was completely formed by interweaving runes and spread in all directions. In an instant, the void shattered, and the corpses of the two archaic prodigies were instantly burned into dry corpses and fell to the ground. In front of the flaming lake, Vhumad, Fire Dragon King, and the other top heaven rankers did not immediately make a move. They sat down cross-legged and prepared to adjust their bodies to their peak. Then, they would make a move. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying fluctuation coming from afar. Buzz, these people all opened their eyes in shock and bewilderment. Damn it, what happened? Such a terrifying power. Could it be that someone triggered a peerless array formation? As they spoke, the expressions of these top prodigies changed. Because they knew that many archaic creatures were looking for spiritual herbs in the surroundings. Perhaps someone had accidentally touched the array formation. If that was the case, things would be troublesome. Damn it, let's go and take a look. Xianxia shouted and took the lead. Fire Dragon King and the others also rose into the air. They turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. In front of the valley, the void slowly closed, and Lin Xian landed on the ground again with a gloomy expression. That attack just now was very terrifying, enough to destroy everything. Perhaps only a saint would be able to withstand it. However, the strange thing was that the surroundings did not collapse. It should be related to Skyfire City. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, Fire Dragon King and the others arrived near the valley. They floated in the sky and looked down, frowning. When they saw the two charred corpses on the ground and Lin Xian, they were instantly enraged. Damn brat, how dare you! They roared crazily. Damn it, the other party is so reckless. They could not tolerate the fact that he dared to kill the disciples of the archaic royal family. Soon, their gazes were attracted by the things in the ravine. Someone screamed. What is that? Heavens, could it be that it's a treasure? Many people screamed. Many primordial creatures had already arrived. They looked into the valley and saw the divine furnace floating in the void. They were extremely shocked. In the sky, the pupils of the Fire Dragon King, Xianxia, and the others also shrank. They felt a tremor in their souls. The aura emanating from the divine furnace was simply too terrifying. The flames dancing on them were capable of easily annihilating them. In the sky, Vhumad looked at the valley, and his pupils shrank. What is this? His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. The other skyprides from the Fire Spirit Cave were also shocked. Why is this thing here? They were all stunned. Seeing this scene, the Fire Dragon King frowned while Xianxia's face darkened. Damn it, do you know there's a treasure here? He was truly mad with rage. This Fire Chilan Cave's people were too hateful. He knew that there was a treasure, yet he kept it a secret. If it weren't for the energy fluctuations, they would have been kept in the dark. Zhang Wushuang and the others also came and went. Vhumad also coldly snorted. I don't know either. This thing is here, so I have no reason to lie to you. So, you still know about the existence of the treasure? Xianxia did not back down. Vhumad sneered. What a joke, why should I tell you? Besides, do you think you have the strength to obtain this void divine furnace? You can't even get the heavenly fire, and you still want the void divine furnace? What a joke. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the aura emanating from the void ahead was too terrifying. A wisp of flame could probably kill them instantly. To obtain such a treasure, at least a saint had to make a move. Below, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Void Divine Furnace, so this treasure was called the Void Divine Furnace. It seemed that the people from the Fire Chilan Cave had long known about the existence of this treasure. Damn it, he really knows a lot about this. I wonder, what other secrets do they know? Above, Xianxia and the others also landed. They looked at the Void Divine Furnace in the valley ahead with flickering eyes. I don't believe it. Is it really as powerful as you said? As she spoke, she formed a seal with her palms and spat out a drop of blood essence. Accompanied by flames, it turned into a phoenix and rushed forward. Everyone watched with rapt attention. As soon as the blood-colored phoenix arrived at the valley, it was attacked by a terrifying attack and was instantly enveloped by countless flames. Boom, in an instant, it was burned to ashes and no longer existed. What? So powerful, many archean creatures screamed. Xianxia's eyelids twitched wildly. She knew the power of this attack. However, they could not even rush into the valley. One could imagine how terrifying the valley ahead was. The Fire Dragon King, Zhang Wushuang, and the others also looked solemn. Vhumad sneered. Don't waste your energy. The Void Divine Furnace is protected by the 8 Barons Divine Fire Array. That array is even more terrifying than the array that protects the Heavenly Fire. We can't even break the Heavenly Fire Array, let alone the 8 Barons Divine Fire Array. Many people sighed. It seemed that the void divine furnace was much more difficult to obtain than the heavenly fire. They should think of a way to break the heavenly fire array. Perhaps they could even obtain the heavenly fire. If they stayed here, not only would they not be able to break the array, but they would also be in danger. As everyone prepared to leave, Vhumad stared at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, tell me, how did you find this place?" At this point, an incomparably terrifying killing intent surged from his body. Although the two corpses on the ground had been roasted into charcoal, he could still sense that one of the corpses belonged to the Fire Qilin cave. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Lin Xian. This kid was a living eyewitness. Perhaps they would be able to obtain some information from him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I came here to look for the Herb King. However, you 10,000 Archean tribes were reckless and insisted on barging into the valley. In the end, you were burned into a dried corpse." Lin Xian would not say that he had found the void divine furnace on his own initiative. That was impossible, Vhumad frowned. If the void divine furnace had been here all along, we would have sensed it. It was obvious that it did not appear before. It must have appeared because you triggered some array mechanism. "Tell me, what is going on?" On the side, Zhang Wushuang sneered. There was no need to talk nonsense. Wouldn't it be more convenient to capture him and search his soul directly? As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out a large hand and grabbed Lin Xian's head. From the looks of it, he wanted to seal Lin Xian and then forcefully take his soul. "Do you think I'm really afraid of you?" Lin Xian was also furious. This Zhang Wuhan had provoked him time and time again. Did he really think that he was a pushover? In the next moment, a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He waved his arm and turned into a golden sword light that slashed forward. Boom, the flaming sword streaked across the sky, emitting a dazzling light. With the roar of a dragon, it collided with the giant palm in the sky. With a loud bang, the giant palm was pushed back. What? The Archean prodigy's expressions changed when they saw that. That kid blocked Zhang Wushuang's attack? Even the Fire Dragon King and the others frowned. How can that kid be so strong? Has he been hiding his strength all this while? Feng Yingxue and the others also stared at Lin Xian, trying to see through him. Zhang Wushuang's face darkened. He did not expect that Lin Xian could block his attack. "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You will die today. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come, let's fight to the death." Lin Xian was furious. "Since I can't get the heavenly fire or the void wave divine furnace, I might as well fight to my heart's content." As he spoke, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Zhang Wushuang sneered. Although Lin Xian could block his attack, he did not care. That was just a casual attack from him. He did not believe that Lin Xian could block his attack with his full strength. Therefore, he turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. "Damn it! The rest of you should go and take a look." Vhumad ordered his Archean creatures to follow him secretly. At the same time, the Archean creatures of the three Imperials flew into the distance. Firstly, they wanted to see how strong Lin Xian was. If Lin Xian was really captured, they could not let Zhang Wushuang take advantage of him. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were extremely nervous. The Crimson Dragon transmitted his voice to them. "Don't worry, that kid should be fine. Don't forget. He has 50,000 Archean power now. Let's wait and see. These guys. What should we do next?" Since Vhumad had sent people to keep an eye on Zhang Wushuang and Lin Xian, he was not too worried. If anything happened, he would rush over immediately. Therefore, he planned to go back and crack the formation to see if he could get the heavenly fire. The Fire Dragon King and the others had the same plan. However, Yan Nantian did not leave. Not only that. He even walked towards the valley ahead. What was this guy trying to do? Could it be that he had gone mad? This scene surprised Vhumad and the others. The surrounding Archean creatures exclaimed in shock. The Crimson Dragon and the others also frowned. This guy was rumored to have obtained the inheritance of the Great Emperor. They wondered how terrifying his means were. But no matter what he did, he couldn't block that terrifying flame. Therefore, everyone was very confused. What was Yan Nantian trying to do? Whoosh, Lin Xian landed on the plains. In the sky, Zhang Wushuang sneered and looked down like a demon. Brat, have you chosen a place to be buried? But don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. I'll catch you first. I'll take your soul. Then, I will pull out your tendons and flay your bones. I will let you know. This is the result of provoking my battle clan. Zhang Wushuang's murderous aura soared to the sky, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Humph, Lin Xian did not say anything. He pulled out the blazing Qilin sword and slashed forward. This scene made the Archean Skypride's eyelids twitch. Was this brat crazy? He actually dared to fight Zhang Wushuang. Zhang Wushuang was comparable to the 7th generation of the Great Emperor. He was a top-notch Skypride. How could this brat block him? Hee, just wait and see. He's definitely dead. These people watched the battle from afar with cold smiles on their faces. What a reckless brat. Zhang Wushuang was also furious. His eyes shone with a cold light. Who was he? What was his strength? Even the Fire Dragon King and the others would not dare to attack him. However, this brat in front of him dared to attack him? He swore that he would make him regret it. Get lost. With a cold shout, his fist moved forward. Heavenly Divine Fist, the terrifying fist shadow bombarded the sword chi. The sword chi was sent flying into the void, creating a terrifying and bottomless crack in the void. This scene made the Archean Skypride's eyelids twitch. How could this brat's swordsmanship be so powerful? He had indeed concealed his strength. It seemed that his Archean power was above 40,000. Damn it, how was this possible? The Archean Skypride's faces darkened. This was already comparable to them. They were the high and mighty dragon race. They had the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor, which was why they were so powerful. How could a human ant be so powerful? He was not the descendant of the Arch. Zhang Wushuang's face darkened. This time, his strength had increased again. However, it was only to send the sword chi flying. This made him realize that this brat in front of him was very powerful. It was beyond his expectations. However, he was confident that he could kill this brat. However, before he could do anything, Lin Xian attacked again. Interesting. No wonder you dare to kill me. But it was a pity. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my Nine-Yang swordsmanship. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as the divine flames on his body surged. The blazing Qilin sword in his hand emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. All the spiritual energy in the world turned into seawater and gathered toward the long sword in his hand. Buzz, the blazing Qilin sword seemed to have come alive. Its light intensified, and even the shadow of a blazing Qilin flashed. This scene instantly caused the expressions of the other Archean prodigies to change. Damn it, that's the blazing Qilin sword. How could the treasured sword of the fire Qilin cave be in his hands? These people were crazy. However, they did not have time to think too much because Lin Xian had attacked. He slashed out with his sword, which turned into a divine rainbow and slashed directly at Zhang Wushuang. In the sky, the sword light shone like a fire dragon and descended from the sky. The terrifying power pierced through all directions. Humph, you overestimate yourself. I'll let you know the difference between us. Zhang Wushuang's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out like a god's fist. The entire world trembled as countless large cracks erupted. Clang, this punch collided with the longsword again, and with a sonorous sound, the longsword was sent flying. However, that godlike fist had also disappeared. However, the power on Zhang Wushuang's body became more and more terrifying. Especially his eyes, which seemed to have turned into two divine lamps. His biting cold-killing intent was firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Kid, you've completely angered me. He rose into the air and strode towards Lin Xian. In the distance, the Archean Skyprides were extremely shocked. He blocked it again, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Damn it, impossible, that kid definitely couldn't be so strong. It must be the treasured sword in his hand. That should be a sage-level artifact, the Archean Skyprides of the nest of 10,000 dragons said coldly. The Skyprides of the fire Qilin cave gritted their teeth. That's right, the blazing Qilin sword was definitely the treasured sword of the fire Qilin cave, but why was it in his hands? Damn it, I have to get to the bottom of this. How did he get it? These people are going crazy. That sword belongs to one of the Fire Qilin case prodigies. However, it's in Zhang Wushuang's hands. Could it be that something happened to one of their prodigies? Now, I can't get out of here. Only by capturing Zhang Wushuang can I find out what happened outside. In front of him, Lin Xian looked at Zhang Wushuang, who was walking towards him, and sneered. He waved his arm and attacked again. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword Qi turned into a Fire Qilin and roared. Roar! The power of this slash was even more terrifying. As soon as the Fire Qilin appeared, it suppressed all directions. Countless large cracks appeared in the void and a black hole appeared. As if it was connected to hell, the Fire Qilin roared in the black hole. Damn it, how can he be so powerful? In the distance, the Archean prodigy's body started to tremble. Zhang Wushuang also frowned, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. That sword technique is indeed very powerful. But so what? He shouted coldly, clenched his fist, and attacked again. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. 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 Each of them was like the sun. Not only that, his body swayed, and his speed was extremely fast. He tore through the void and charged towards Lin Xian. That was because he was completely enraged. He did not intend to be entangled with Zhang Wushuang anymore. He wanted to capture Zhang Wushuang in the most ferocious manner and forcefully take his soul. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die, kid. He revealed a sinister smile and attacked at lightning speed. His large hand carried a sky full of lightning and struck in all directions, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was penetrated by the lightning and disappeared. Oh no! An afterimage. Zhang Wushuang's pupils constricted. He could feel a biting cold murderous intent behind him. A sword light cut through the void and slashed towards his back. God of War armor. Zhang Wushuang roared, and mysterious runes appeared on his body. They quickly intertwined to form an armor to protect his body. At the same time, he changed positions and dodged quickly. Clang! When the sword landed on the divine battle armor, an earth-shattering sound rang out, causing Zhang Wushuang to be knocked back. The second sword slashed down from the sky. However, Zhang Wushuang dodged it. The sword brushed past his opponent's body and only managed to cut off a strand of his hair. What? Zhang Wushuang was pushed back. Seeing this scene, the other paragons felt their scalps go numb. Originally, they were here to keep an eye on Zhang Wushuang. After all, after Zhang Wushuang captured Lin Xian, they had to report it to their 7th-generation lord. But now, they realized that it was really a problem whether Zhang Wushuang could catch Lin Xian. The current Lin Xian was simply too strong. He was so strong that it exceeded their expectations. In fact, there were quite a few people who were trembling so much that they were on the verge of kneeling down. Damn brat, I want you dead. Zhang Wushuang soared into the sky and stood in the void like a celestial demon. Mysterious runes appeared on his body. Forming a series of hand seals, Zhang Xian swiped his hands across the air. The void where he was became extremely distorted, as if it had turned into chaos. How terrifying! What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why do I feel that he has distorted the entire space? The other paragons in the distance screamed. Indeed. Lin Xian struck out another golden sword light towards his opponent. However, the sharp sword Qi became distorted in front of his opponent. None of the sword strikes could break through the space. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. The other paragons in the distance also exclaimed. Damn it, this Zhang Wushuang was too strong and strange. These people from the war tribe were all lunatics. They were born to fight, so they definitely had many mystiques and cultivation techniques. They were not weaker than the silver tribe. As the top paragons of the younger generation of the war tribe, Zhang Wushuang's strength was indeed terrifying. Such a terrifying sword Qi was actually neutralized by him. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian was also surprised. Originally, he had suppressed Zhang Wushuang with a few sword strikes. He thought that he could win easily. He did not expect his opponent to have some tricks up his sleeve. Especially now that his opponent was standing in a distorted space, it was as if he had changed the entire world. He caused all the sword chi to deviate from him. Interesting. As expected of the top paragons of the war tribe. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He attacked again. He waved his sword again and again. At this moment, Lin Xian executed the nine-yang sword technique and displayed a powerful force. Flames flickered in the sky, and the entire world seemed to be melting. Just the sword chi alone made the paragons in the distance tremble. Because they realized that they could not block the other party's sword chi. While they were shocked, they also felt a strong sense of fear. Buzz buzz buzz. At first, Zhang Wushuang could still distort space and change the direction of the sword chi so that they could not get close. But later, Zhang Wushuang's expression changed. He was originally confident and calm, but he was shocked again. Because he realized that the other party's sword chi could directly break through the void. He had a mystique that could turn the void into nothingness, but he could not. The other party's sword chi contained an aura that could destroy everything. Damn it, it was the great dragon sword soul. Zhang Wushuang gritted his teeth. As a member of the war tribe, he had a deeper understanding of the great dragon sword soul than the other paragons. He knew that the great dragon sword soul could destroy everything. Therefore, he did not intend to passively defend anymore. He was prepared to take the initiative to attack. Buzz, a long saber appeared in the sky, emitting a bright light as it was held in his hand. Bright moon saber. Could it be that treasure? In the distance, a paragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons exclaimed. His eyes flickered as he stared at the saber in the sky. That's right, it was the bright moon saber. He did not expect Zhang Wushuang to have the bright moon saber. It was not weaker than the fire spirit sword. That's right, that kid did not have the advantage of a weapon. Could he continue to suppress Zhang Wushuang? It would be very difficult. He would probably be suppressed and might even be killed. In the distance, the paragon sneered again. Zhang Wushuang's aura erupted. His eyes were sharp, and his black hair danced wildly. It was as if he had turned into an unstoppable saber god. Kid, the game is over. Zhang Wushuang waved the bright moon saber, and saber lights that were like full moons pressed down from the sky. The saber light flashed, and killing intent soared into the sky, causing the expressions of the paragons in the distance to change again. Too powerful, I can't block his saber at all. Damn it, this guy can definitely compete with our Lord Fire Dragon King. He is actually not weaker than the 9th generation Lord. They were all stunned. At this moment, Zhang Wushuang was incomparably powerful. Every slash of his saber sent the flaming sword chi flying. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky. Fortunately, this was the incomparably mysterious Sky Flame City. Otherwise, this attack would definitely be able to sink everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. If the two of them continued fighting, the people within a radius of tens of millions of miles would probably be plunged into misery and suffering. Soon, Zhang Wushuang split the sea of fire in the sky. Then, he strode forward. Go to hell, brat. He slashed down with his saber again, and the cold saber light emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if a heavenly river had descended from the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The commotion here had already alarmed the ancient royal families in the distance. A few figures were hurrying over. However, most of them did not move. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, Yan Nantian, and Hua Xinyan all frowned. They naturally felt that there was an earth-shattering battle in the distance. In fact, even they were surprised by that surge of energy. In the dark, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also very nervous. The Crimson Dragon also frowned, but at this moment, no one left. Their gazes were fixed in front of them. At this moment, something even more shocking was happening in the valley. This was even more terrifying than the battle between the top prodigies. Therefore, even though they knew that Lin Xian and Zhang Wushuang were fighting in the distance, no one went over. On the other side, the ancient prodigies who were watching the battle also kept retreating. They had no choice. The battle in front was really too terrifying. The saber light soared into the sky and turned into a murderous sword chi. The entire sky was shaking. If they did not retreat, they would probably be cut in half. A saber light like this was enough to kill these ancient royal prodigies. How could they not be shocked? Lin Xian was also met with great resistance, but he wasn't afraid. His eyes shone with a cold light, and the divine fire on his body surged. The dragon soul in his body roared. He used the blazing Qilin sword to perfection, and each strike was extremely terrifying. It collided with the bright moon saber. Each time, it was an earth-shattering collision. Buzz, the long sword danced, and on the blade, endless flames jumped and turned into a scorching sun. It kept rotating and squeezing, filling the sky as if it was going to crush the entire world. A monstrous scorching aura spread out. The sea of fire surged and covered the entire sky. At this moment, there was fire everywhere, and it was enough to destroy and melt everything. Buzz, on the other side, Zhan Wushuang roared as well. The bright moon saber in his hand shone brightly. Under the blade, a crescent moon was formed. It emitted a cold aura that could freeze everything. The 9 suns and the luminous moon were two completely opposite forces. When they collided, it was truly enough to destroy the world. Boom, those primordial geniuses were sent flying. They screamed crazily. Lord 7th, come quickly, Lord Dragon King, we can't hold on any longer. They were furious, waiting for the arrival of the Flame Dragon King and Vhumad. Together, they suppressed Lin Xian. Otherwise, the other party might really overturn the situation. However, no matter how they shouted, no one came over. The Fire Dragon King and the others did not appear. The Archean prodigies were terrified. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that something had happened in the valley? They did not dare to imagine. They wanted to investigate, but at this moment, between heaven and earth, the cold moonlight enveloped everything, cutting off all probing. The archaic paragons could only dodge with all their might to protect themselves. Damn it, what the hell is going on? They could not figure it out. Finally, in the midst of endless fear, between heaven and earth, the blazing flames disappeared, and so did the terrifying moonlight. The void returned to normal. Only the large cracks were quickly healing. Lin Xian and Zhan Wushuang stood in the void, facing each other. The aura on their bodies did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even colder. It made the Archean prodigies feel dizzy. Damn it, how could the two of them be so powerful? They are not from the royal family, but they are even more terrifying than us. Had Zhan Wushuang and that human kid reached such a heaven-defying stage? This was really a huge disaster. They wondered if the Flame Dragon King and Lord 7th could suppress the two of them. The Archean prodigies were terrified. On the other side, Zhan Wushuang was even more shocked. To be honest, in his opinion, the other party had always been an ant. Although he was a human prodigy, he could not withstand a single blow in front of him. He could easily suppress him with a wave of his hand. But now? He had already used the luminous moon blade, and it was a peerless blade technique. However, he could not do anything to the other party. He was even suppressed by the other party. It was only because he had a battle constitution and a treasured blade in his hand that he could withstand the other party's attacks. Otherwise, if it were any other Archean prodigies, they would have been killed long ago. No, this kid had the 9-yang divine constitution and the dragon sword soul. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely be a powerful enemy. It would be difficult to contend with him on the path to becoming a great emperor. Therefore, he had to get rid of him today. Thinking of this, Zhan Wushuang's eyes burst out with cold killing intent. He decided that he could not let the other party continue to grow. You want to kill me? I think you should go to hell first. Lin Xian sneered. He also had the intention to kill. Because he also realized that the other party was very powerful. One had to know that an ordinary prodigy, even the 10th generation grandchild, would have been killed by him. But now, the other party was actually evenly matched with him. He had to admit that the war tribe was indeed a very mysterious and terrifying race. He could not let the other party continue to grow. He moved the blazing Qilin sword in his hand and the divine fire on his body burned. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a sword god. He merged with the blazing Qilin sword as a powerful sword aura swept in all directions. A sword light flew across the 9 heavens and charged towards Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Wushuang snorted. It's useless. No matter how strong you are, you can't hurt me. He waved the bright moon blade and faced the attack. Heavens, that blade can kill us instantly, but the other party easily neutralized it. The Archean prodigies in the distance felt their scalps go numb. Seeing that the other party had neutralized the sword, Lin Xian looked very calm. His eyes were very calm. Because all of this was within his expectations. In the next moment, the dragon sword's soul in his body was activated and let out a loud dragon roar. The 9-yang divine fire on his body was constantly rotating. It formed mysterious runes one after another. Buzz, in the sky, the sword light shone and turned into a fire dragon that charged towards Zhang Wushuang again. Zhang Wushuang snorted and slashed forward with the bright moon blade. With a clang, it slashed at the blazing Qilin sword aura and exploded with a shocking vibration. But this time, it was not sent flying. Not only that, the fire dragon roared and the flames on its body surged into the sky. It continued to attack Zhang Wushuang. The bright moon blade in Zhang Wushuang's hand danced continuously and turned into a silver river. Damn it, what kind of sword aura is this? Zhang Wushuang's face changed again. The sword aura this time was far beyond his imagination. It was as if he was not facing the sword aura, but a real dragon. A monstrous fire dragon. Kill, Lin Xian roared and continued to attack. One strike after another, a fire dragon flew out with each strike. Hundreds of sword energies were released in a row, and the entire sky exploded. Countless fire dragons surged and roared as they charged towards Zhang Wushuang. This scene caused the primordial elites to scream in horror. Damn it, how could he have such power? Impossible, that fire dragon sword energy should be his trump card. It was already impressive that he could use it once, how could he use it hundreds of times in a row? These people were all stunned. In their opinion, the fire dragon sword energy was so powerful that it must be a powerful killing move. Since it was called a killing move, it couldn't be used too much. However, Lin Xian's actions had completely exceeded their expectations. They were all stunned. Especially those from the nest of 10,000 dragons, their bodies were trembling. Damn it, I can actually feel the suppression of my bloodline and soul, they were about to vomit blood. They were real dragons, but in front of this sword energy, they couldn't help but kneel down and tremble. Zhang Wushuang's expression also changed. His gaze was gloomy as he used his terrifying battle strength to send all the fire dragons flying. However, gradually, his heart sank. Because Lin Xian continued to attack. He seemed to have endless divine power. Soon, thousands of fire dragons surged out and enveloped the entire world. They even engulfed Zhang Wushuang. These fire dragon sword energies were evolved from the 9-yang sword technique and the great dragon sword soul. They were really powerful. Just one of them was enough to kill all the primeval theocrats. At this moment, thousands of fire dragons attacked together and surrounded Zhang Wushuang. They really had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Those primordial elites all fainted from fright. In the entire immortal realm, all the space was trembling. Other than the valley that was still intact, the other places were all covered in terrifying cracks. Ah, Zhang Wushuang roared as he used his bloodline power and activated his unparalleled battle body. With the bright moon saber in hand, he slashed in all directions like a demon king. He sent all the fire dragons flying. But gradually, his expression changed. This was because every time he sent one flying, 10 fire dragons would rush over. When he sent 2 flying, 100 fire dragons would rush over. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist such a terrifying sword chi divine ability. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Could it be that his power would never dry up? For the first time, Zhang Wushuang felt fear. After killing more than 500 fire dragons in a row, Zhang Wushuang's face turned solemn. This scene immediately convinced the skyprides who were watching from afar. In their eyes, this was simply a godlike existence. However, what made them even more alarmed was that the number of fire dragons in the sky did not decrease. Instead, it increased. It was as if there was no end to them. Finally, under such a terrifying attack, Zhang Wushuang showed a flaw. The 3 fire dragons crashed into his body and sent him flying. Fortunately, he had an unparalleled battle body, which gave him a strong physique and a top-level armor. Even so, his armor was still shattered. Zhang Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood that dyed the sky red. Damn it, you actually dared to hurt me, Zhang Wushuang roared crazily. His eyes were like lightning that could see through everything as he looked into the distance. In the endless void, Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and stepped on the dancing fire dragons. Countless dragon shadows floated around him. At this moment, he was like the supreme dragon emperor that made people tremble. Damn it, seeing this scene, Zhang Wushuang's eyelids twitched wildly. He knew that this battle couldn't continue. After killing more than 500 fire dragons, he was already injured. At this moment, there were thousands of fire dragons around him. How could he fight? Let's go. With a cold snort, Zhang Wushuang decided to retreat. Firstly, he was no longer confident in this battle. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. Secondly, he was very confused. Logically speaking, such an earth-shattering scene should have alarmed the entire space. Why didn't the Fire Dragon King and the others come? Could it be that something had happened in the valley? He didn't know. He had to go over and take a look. His body swayed, and he tore open the void and flew into the distance. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian sneered and waved his long sword. Countless fire dragons surged out and charged towards Zhang Wushuang. Damn it, get out of my way, Zhang Wushuang roared and swept his right leg. It turned into a divine spear and blasted away some of the fire dragons that flew over. He blasted away a total of 5 fire dragons, but there were more that were charging towards him. Kid, do you really want to force me to kill you? Zhang Wushuang roared and the bloodline power in his body surged. A powerful force suppressed all directions. He was really angry. His opponent had gone too far. He guessed that his opponent must have used all his trump cards to kill him. He didn't want to fight, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of his opponent. That was because he still had a few powerful killing moves that he hadn't used yet. As long as he used them, it wouldn't be difficult to kill his opponent. However, he wanted to use these trump cards to fight for the heavenly fire and the mysterious divine cauldron. Therefore, he didn't want to use them now. However, if his opponent really didn't know what was good for him, he didn't mind using some of his trump cards to kill the detestable kid in front of him. Going too far? Lin Xian sneered. Back then, when you attacked me time and time again, did you think that you were going too far? Now that you can't beat me, you think you're going too far? What a joke. As he spoke, he swung his sword a few more times. Suddenly, the fire dragons that filled the sky hit the bright moon saber and made it tremble. The light on the saber dimmed a lot. Zhang Wushuang's armor was even shattered. Many parts of it fell off. His body was also charred black. It was burned by the 9 suns' divine fire. Buzz, the bright moon saber was almost sent flying by the impact of 300 fire dragons. This time, Zhang Wushuang's injuries were even more serious. His body was dyed red with blood. Damn kid, I'll never let you off. The next time I see you, I'll kill you with my saber. After saying that, Zhang Wushuang turned around and fled. The Archean paragons below were all stunned. What? Zhang Wushuang fled? Zhang Wushuang, one of the most powerful geniuses in the 8 barren lands, had escaped? And the person who was chasing after him was actually a human kid. This made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. It was unreal. Where did he run to? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Stepping on the dragon's shadow, he quickly gave chase. In the mysterious valley, the Fire Dragon King, Vhumad, Feng Yinxue, and the others were stunned. Even the Crimson Dragon King and the others were dumbfounded. To be honest, the battle in the distance really made them anxious. They wanted to see how the battle between the two sides was going. However, they didn't leave because something even more shocking happened in front of them. At that time, they wanted to leave, but Yan Nantian stood out and prepared to enter the valley. This scene made the expressions of Vhumad and the others change. They frowned. What was Yan Nantian doing? End of chapter 2971. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.